As a real young master, when I was brought back home, the expected scene of being beaten by my family did not happen. Instead, my family tried their best to make it up to me, and even drove out Lin Bei, the fake young master who had always been pampered. The fake young master never understood the reason for being driven out, and as I watched all this, my heart was filled with confusion. Clearly, in the previous life, they all felt disgusted when they heard my name, so how could they suddenly change their attitude? At the dining table, the fake young master hypocritically said, "Brother, why aren't you eating? Is it not tasty? Or is it because I took away your luxurious life for 18 years, so you dislike the food I make? If that's the case, then I'll leave this house so you can eat well." Upon hearing this, my parents immediately looked at him with worry in their eyes. The three sisters stared at me disapprovingly, as if it was my fault that the fake young master was upset. I sneered in my heart, thinking that in the previous life, they treated me the same way as a family. I took a deep breath and calmly said, "No, I'm not very hungry." However, the fake young master refused to give up and continued to pretend. "Brother, don't say that. I know you must still blame me for taking away your luxurious life for 18 years, but please believe me, I will make it up to you. If you don't like these dishes, I can make them again. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." After speaking, he stood up to go to the kitchen. My parents also stood up and comforted him not to mind my words. Seeing this scene, my heart felt even more desolate. No matter how hard I tried, I was always an outsider in this family. The eldest sister scolded angrily. "You eat whether you like it or not. Lin Bei cares so much about you. Is this how you repay him? Ingrate. Lin Bei, I think the shrimp you made is delicious. You should eat more yourself. No one here will drive you away. If anyone leaves, it will be him." After hearing this, my heart completely chilled, and I couldn't help but feel that the eldest sister was still as repulsive towards me as in the previous life. In fact, it's not that I didn't want to eat, but I am severely allergic to seafood. In the previous life, because I didn't eat this dish, the eldest sister and my father beat me half to death, and I didn't have any food for a week. Fortunately, Aunt Wu took pity on me at the time and secretly gave me leftovers. The food Lin Bei made was all made with recycled oil. Unfortunately, in the previous life, no one believed me, and the third sister even kicked me out of the house because of it. Thinking of this, I looked at the shrimp with my mouth twitching, but still endured the discomfort and forced a smile. "Little brother, how could I not eat the shrimp you made?" After saying that, I picked up a shrimp and took a bite. The fishy taste almost made me vomit, but I still endured and chewed hard to swallow it. Lin Bei, the fake young master, looked at my painful expression and felt happy in his heart, while the others stared at me in shock. I silently prayed in my heart that the shrimp wouldn't give me diarrhea. Every bite felt like torture, but I knew that if I didn't eat, my parents would beat me. And so, under the astonished gaze of everyone, I forced myself to eat those shrimp. The whole family doubted if they had just misheard something. At this moment, my inner voice spoke again. "My dear little brother, you are really ruthless. You know I am allergic to seafood, yet you deliberately made seafood. But if I don't eat it, I will be beaten up. Eating it will at most cause an allergy, and I can avoid getting hit." The eldest sister is too silly. Obviously, the fake young master Lin Bei never ate seafood before, but now suddenly makes seafood. Although the eldest sister has a business mind, she acts like a fool, not even realizing that the fake young master Lin Bei has planted spies to cheat away the family's money. Poor me. Such a kind person. At this moment, everyone in the family except the fake young master understands that they can hear my thoughts, but the eldest sister still looks puzzled, thinking to herself, "Did Lin Bei cheat all our money? That's impossible. Lin Bei has always been so good to me." But it's true that he has never eaten seafood. The eldest sister came to her senses and looked at me with some concern. "If you don't want to eat, then don't." The second sister stopped her actions and said softly, "I'm full." I looked at the second sister, feeling very puzzled, thinking to myself, what's wrong with her? Isn't she the one who likes Lin Bei's cooking the most? She always eats the most. Why did she say she's full without finishing the shrimp today? The fake young master also noticed the second sister's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "Second sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" As he spoke, he put down his chopsticks and walked over to her to take a closer look. At that moment, the second sister suddenly trembled, quickly regained her composure, and said, "Lin Bei, the second sister is just a little tired. I'll go back to rest first." After speaking, she walked into the room and gently closed the door. A moment later, the sound of vomiting came from the room, as if she couldn't suppress her inner discomfort, holding a bag and vomiting continuously. It turned out that she had a serious obsession with cleanliness, although the thoughts she just heard may not be true. What if they were? Thinking of this, she felt weak in the legs, recalling the scene where Lin Bei had cooked with recycled oil. feeling so nauseous that she couldn't help but vomit. Everyone at the dining table had their own thoughts. After hearing my thoughts just now, my parents looked at each other in disbelief, feeling the urge to vomit, but they held it back. Still in doubt, the eldest sister said to Lin Bei, "Lin Bei, everyone is full. Can you go wash the dishes?" Hearing this, Lin Bei came back to his senses from the incident with the second sister just now and smiled. "Sure, eldest sister." I found the scene even more strange and muttered to myself in my heart, this shouldn't be happening. The third sister never lets Lin Bei do these chores. Why no reaction today? The third sister heard her name mentioned, but remained indifferent. Lin Bei, the fake young master in the kitchen, also wondered why the third sister didn't come to help him. Thinking to himself while washing the dishes, could it be that the third sister is in a bad mood today? After the second sister on the second floor finished vomiting, her emotions gradually stabilized, and she began to focus on listening carefully to the voice inside me. Time flies by quickly, and soon the young master finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. After greeting his parents and sisters, he walked up the stairs. As he walked, he deliberately glanced back at me. I noticed his gaze and couldn't help but complain, "Why is Lin Bei staring at me? It's inexplicable." My dad noticed that Lin Bei had returned to the room, so he picked up his phone and created a new group, adding everyone except for the fake young master and me. He instructed the eldest sister to go to the kitchen to check for gutter oil. The eldest sister immediately walked quickly towards the kitchen upon receiving the message. Lin Muyu walked into the kitchen and followed her father's instructions to check the gutter oil. She squatted down and opened the cabinet, scrutinizing the ingredients and seasonings inside. When she saw the familiar bucket of cooking oil, her heart couldn't help but tighten. She carefully picked up the bucket of oil and looked closely at the color and texture of the oil. After some confirmation, her face turned pale. Lin Muyu took out her cell phone, snapped a picture of the oil drum, and sent it to the family group with the sentence, "It is indeed gutter oil." The rest of the family was shocked to see the news about big sister Lin Muyu. Lin father slapped the table angrily, while Lin mother sighed in disappointment. Even though it was gutter oil, the third sister still said within the group, "It's possible that Xiao Bei didn't realize that it was gutter oil and just used it when he saw that there was oil there. So it's still important to investigate. After all, he's not the kind of person who would intentionally use gutter oil." Seeing the message sent by big sister Lin Muyu, everyone put their hanging hearts down. They knew that as long as they found the problem, they would definitely be able to solve this one thing. The second sister Lin Xingyue, extremely disgusted with the gutter oil, in order to quickly investigate the truth of this matter, it is like an arrow from the room out of the downstairs, came to the living room, carelessly said, "How the recent meal's so greasy. I cannot eat." Lin Mo heard a puzzled face. "Greasy? What is it?" "That's gutter oil. Is some street vendors use oil? Is not a gutter oil? Well, I was before the orphanage, although it is not gutter oil, but that oil is also used several times. On this cannot stand it. Gutter oil, that is, some street vendors use oil, is not a gutter oil. I was in the orphanage, although not gutter oil, but that oil is repeated several times. On this cannot stand. Lin Bei can also do a lot of disgusting things. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I remember that this oil is anti-Zhang to bring back." The more Lin Xingyu listens, the more she wants to vomit. At this time the third sister Lin Zhouju breaks the silence. "I will let Aunt Zhang put less oil." Hearing Lin Zhouju's words, Lin Mo then recalled about Lin Zhouju, third sister, seems to have a stomach problem. Lin Bei also cooks soup for third sister. Alas, Lin Zhouju listened to some doubts, still want to listen to it, but then came Lin Mo's other heartfelt voice. "Alas, so itchy." Sure enough, seafood allergy. Lin mother heard, a worried look on her face. Just want to say something, a sentence to interrupt her. "Mom, Dad and sister, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back to the room," Lin Mo said in a difficult voice. After Lin Mo finished speaking, Lin Mo's entire body turned red, like a boiled shrimp, making it hard to look at him. Seeing this, Lin father immediately asked nervously, "Little Mo, are you allergic to seafood? Why is your face so red?" Lin mother's face was also full of worry. Tears were swirling in her eyes, even on the verge of flowing down. Seeing his parents so worried about him, Lin Mo couldn't help but have a trace of doubt rise in his heart. However, before he could react, he was pulled to the car by Lin Muyu, who was on the side. Lin father and mother greeted Lin Bei, then quickly got into the car and drove to the hospital together. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had been hiding in his room, secretly observing everything that was happening in the living room through the doorway. When he learned that Lin Mo might be allergic, he was secretly happy. But when he heard that his family had decided to send Lin Mo to the hospital, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. When his family left, Lin Bei quietly went downstairs and found Auntie Zhang. The two seemed to be discussing something. Soon, Lin father, Lin mother and Lin Mo's three sisters brought Lin Mo to the hospital. where the doctors were giving Lin Mo a thorough examination. Looking at Lin Mo lying on the hospital bed, his face red and his lips dry and cracked, the family's hearts were all clenched together. Lin's mother was filled with worry as she said to Lin's father, "You should hurry up and investigate the gutter oil matter, as well as pay more attention to whether there are spies in Muyu's company. We can't let my good boy suffer." Her eyes were full of determination and resolve. Father Lin held his wife's hand tightly and comforted. "Don't worry. I will investigate this matter as soon as possible and will never let any bad person off the hook." His voice revealed an unquestionable strength. The three sisters looked at me and I looked at you. Their hearts filled with guilt and self-blame. They realized that they had once been too harsh to Lin Mo, and had even wronged him in their previous life due to a misunderstanding. Now that they saw Lin Mo so weak, their hearts were filled with remorse. Lin Xingyu spoke apprehensively. "Aren't we being too harsh on Xiao Mo as well? He was even wronged by Big Sister in his last life because of that incident." Her voice carried a hint of trembling, and tears glistened in her eyes. After hearing this, Lin Muyu was silent for a moment before responding. "Well, we must protect him well in this life and never let him be harmed again." Her tone was resolute yet gentle, as if she had made some sort of determination. Lin Jiuzhu also nodded in agreement. They decided to change their attitude towards Lin Mo from now on and give him more care and love. After all, their family would have been ruined in their last life, and they couldn't repeat the same mistake in this life. Chapter 3: A Bowl of Spit. Although Lin Muyu knew that she had wrongly blamed Lin Bei, she still didn't quite believe in her heart that Lin Bei would harm her. Just at this time, Lin Mo walked out of the hospital room, having just finished his anti-allergy medicine, and the doctor who was treating him followed him out. When that doctor saw Lin father and mother, a look of doubt appeared on his face, as if he was a little puzzled that this family didn't know that their son was allergic to seafood. However, he still said kindly, "Don't worry, he doesn't have any major problems anymore. However, you guys, as family members, should really be more concerned about him. As I look at his physical condition, there is clearly malnutrition." After saying these words, the doctor turned around and left. "Ah, doctor, what did you say? How could Xiao Mo be malnourished?" Lin mother's heart was filled with worry and doubt when she heard the doctor's words. She hurriedly called out to the doctor, wanting to find out what was going on. She looked at the doctor with wide eyes, her eyes filled with disbelief. Apparently, no one in the Lin family had noticed that the orphanage Lin Mo was in was located in a remote part of the countryside, where the conditions were harsh and the children could only fill their stomachs most of the time, making it difficult to eat nutritious food such as meat. And it was precisely because Lin Mo had lacked sufficient nutrition for a long period of time that his body was weak and pale. At this time, Lin's father, who was standing by the side, also recalled that he had once been to the orphanage where Lin Mo was, and that place was indeed very simple, and he couldn't help but feel remorseful. He regretted that he hadn't paid timely attention to Lin Mo's diet and hadn't given him a better living environment and care. Now that he realized his negligence towards Lin Mo, his heart was filled with remorse and guilt. Lin father took a deep breath, walked to Lin Mo's side and gently patted his shoulder. "Xiao Mo, Dad is sorry for not taking good care of you in the past. It won't happen in the future. Just tell Dad what you want to eat." Lin Mo lowered his head and didn't say anything. He actually wanted to tell his parents that he didn't care about what he ate. He just wanted them to spend more time with him. As Lin father looked at Lin Mo's thin body, he secretly resolved in his heart that he would take good care of Lin Mo so that he could recover his health as soon as possible. At the same time, he also decided that he would provide Lin Mo with more love and support to help him adapt to his new family environment, so that he could feel true warmth and happiness. Hearing this, the doctor's face revealed a look of surprise as he looked towards Lin Muyu and the others, his tone tinged with doubt. "You're his family? Then why did you come to ask me these things?" After saying this, the doctor shook his head helplessly, expressing his speechlessness. Facing the doctor's question, Lin Muyu hurriedly replied, "Oh, okay, we know. We'll definitely pay more attention to him in the future. Thank you, doctor." She spoke quickly, as if she wanted to end this awkward conversation as soon as possible. Lin Mo, who was on the side, saw this scene and pondered in his heart. It can't be the eldest sister, who so quickly made an explanation for the face of the Lin family. But why didn't they accompany Lin Bei, but insisted on sending me to the hospital? Moreover, when I was beaten half to death by my father and big sister in my last life, they didn't care about me at all. This time, just because of a small allergic reaction, the whole family sent me here. After Lin Muyu and the others heard Lin Mo's words, they glanced at each other and a guilty look spread across their faces. Lin mother even couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at Linny and said, "Mirror, it's all Mom's fault for making you suffer." Lin Mo's heart couldn't help but tighten as he watched Lin mother fall into tears. He quickly comforted, "Mom, it's okay. I've often encountered this kind of situation before, so don't worry too much. Let's just go home." Lin Mother gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded her head in agreement, then reached out to hold Lin Mo's hand tightly and led him out of the hospital with the others. After returning home, Lin Bei came out with several bowls of chicken soup. Lin Zhouju looked at Lin Bei like that and thought he was concerned about Xiaoyi, so he picked up one of the bowls and gave it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the bowl of chicken soup and remembered that Lin Bei would spit into the soup in his last life, and his stomach couldn't help but churn. "I'm not drinking it. Take it away." Rimmer looked away. Lin Bei froze. "Brother, this is the chicken soup I made especially for you. Don't you like it?" Lin Mo still didn't look at him. "If I say I won't drink, I won't drink." Lin Zhouju looked at Lin Mo's stubborn look, so he put down the bowl. Lin Bei looked at Lin Father and Lin Mother in aggravation. "Mom and Dad, brother he." Lin's mother hurriedly rounded up the situation. "Xiao Mo just finished her injection. She may not have an appetite. Let's put it away first." After saying that, she glanced at Lin Mo, signaling him not to lose his temper. Lin Mo was very helpless in his heart. He really didn't want this, but he really couldn't accept Lin Bei's chicken soup. He silently complained in his heart. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to eat it, it's just that he spit in the soup. In my last life I poked and prodded him, but everyone didn't believe me. It's obvious that I can check the surveillance, but no one is willing to do so, and they only believe Lin Bei. Am I going to make the same mistake this time?" Just then, the people who were just about to drink the soup heard Lin Yi's words and vomited. Lin Mo and Lin Bei both looked at them with puzzled faces. Lin Xingyue, in particular, covered her mouth and immediately ran to the toilet to vomit. It was only after a while that she came out of the toilet and started checking the surveillance with her cell phone in her hand. Looking at Lin Bei in the screen, everything seemed normal, and Lin Xingyu had just lowered her hanging heart when she saw Lin Bei look left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, she actually spat into the pot. At that moment, Lin Xingyu once again couldn't help but vomit. At the same time, she quickly forwarded this video to a group that didn't have Lin Mo and Lin Bei. After everyone watched this video, black lines appeared on their faces. Then they all found an excuse to go back to their respective rooms. Looking at the living room with no one else, Lin Bei revealed an evil smile and said to himself, "Lin Mo, you're no match for me. See how just now Mom, Dad and sister didn't want to care about you? Just with you, you still want to compete with me for the family fortune. Ha!" After saying that, he turned around and left. After Lin Mo heard Lin Bei's words, he secretly sneered in his heart, thinking that Lin Bei was like a little cutie. However, he didn't care too much about it and turned around to go back to his room. Lin Mo's room was a maid's room, which was arranged by Lin Father when he first came back. Although the conditions were simple, it was already considered good treatment for Lin Mo. After all, he had once experienced hard living conditions, and to have such living conditions now already made him feel satisfied. Chapter 4, Breakfast. Lin Father and Mother walked into the room and closed the door. Lin Mother sat on the edge of the bed and frowned. "Why don't we just send Xiao Bei out of the Lin family? What Xiao Bei has done is just too disgusting. Do you still remember Xiao Mo's heartfelt words? Xiao Bei would cheat our family out of money." At first, I didn't believe it, but this incident made me believe Xiao Mo's heartfelt words more and more. Lin Father sighed, sat down on a chair and said helplessly, "It's true that we need to send Xiao Bei out of the Lin family, but we haven't found Xiao Bei's real parents yet, so I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate if we just send him away." Lin Mother thought for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't we try to guide Xiao Mo tomorrow morning when we have breakfast, and see if we can get some clues from him about Xiao Bei's birth? Maybe he can tell us where Xiao Bei's real parents are." Lin's father nodded in agreement. "That's fine. We'll just have to try it this way. Hopefully, we'll be able to solve this problem as soon as possible." After saying that, the two of them prepared to rest, and at this moment, in another room, Lin Bei was quietly lying on his bed, his mind constantly recalling everything that happened tonight. He secretly pondered in his heart, "Today, Mom, Dad and sister's attitude towards Lin Mo seems to be a bit different. It seems like I have to find some trouble for them to do so. I can't let them change their opinion of Lin Mo so quickly." Thinking of this, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. These were the three sisters of the Lin family, and they were lying on the same big bed, chattering and discussing the events of the night. Although they usually had some minor conflicts, they were after all close sisters, so they quickly focused on the matter of how to treat Lin Mo. "We should treat him better," big sister Lin Muyu said. "Yeah, after all, he's our brother too." Third sister Lin Zhouju concurred. "Well, I agree." Second sister Lin Xingyue nodded her head in agreement. Just like that, everyone except Lin Mo, everyone else thought back and forth and stayed up all night. By the next day, as the sunlight poured through the window on his bed, Lin Mo stretched and woke up from his beautiful dream. He had a beautiful dream last night, dreaming that he had become a successful entrepreneur with countless riches and honors. He smiled and shook his head, thinking that this dream was really beautiful. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He got up and dressed, walked to the door and opened it to see that it was his second sister, Lin Xingyue, standing outside the door. She looked a little tired, but still looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Second sister, why did you come to me so early? Lin Mo asked in surprise. Come down for breakfast. Second sister Lin Xingyu said slowly, and after that, she went downstairs. During the process of going downstairs, Lin Xingyu felt bad about Lin Mo sleeping in the maid's room, so she mentioned to her father about Lin Mo still sleeping in the maid's room. Lin Bei heard the second sister Lin Xingyue said things feel incredible. The heart has muttered up the second sister never like Lin Mo. Today this is how it is. But also for his sake Lin Bei thought in his heart began to be a little unhappy. So he spoke out and said, brother maybe not like me, so do not come down for breakfast. I don't like him, that's why he won't come down for breakfast. Why don't I go call him? Speaking was about to go upstairs. The second sister then said, Mo has already gotten up. We'll come down in a while. You can eat breakfast here. Go to school after you finish eating. Lin Bei could only say after hearing this, okay, but sister, brother should also go to school. Why don't you just go to the same school as me? Lin father responded, let's wait for Mo to come and everyone continue to eat breakfast. After Lin Mo washed up, like a happy bird, he bounced downstairs to the dining room. Looking at the crowd in front of her, Lin Xingyu said softly, come down and have breakfast. Lin mother was all smiles, like a blooming flower, and said, little Mo, come, eat more, okay, mom. Lin Mo also responded with a smile on his face, like a ripe apple, but in his heart, he was puzzled. What's this about? In my last life, I didn't even have a chance to eat at the dinner table after that except for the first day I went home and ate at the dinner table. Hearing this, the people were like frosted eggplants, feeling guilty, but seeing that the table was filled with all sorts of delicacies, there was bread, milk, eggs, ham and so on, Lin Mo couldn't help but gulp. The food looked very delicious, like a fine piece of art. Lin Xingyu handed Lin Mo his breakfast, who gratefully accepted it and sat down at the table to start enjoying it. As he ate his breakfast, he secretly observed Lin Xingyu. He noticed that she seemed a little preoccupied, like a dark cloud, and didn't know what it was because of. After breakfast, Lin Bei was ready to go to school. According to the past practice, her big sister would send her to school, but today, her big sister said that she had something to do and asked Lin Bei to go on her own. Lin Bei felt a little puzzled, like a headless fly, but still she didn't think much about it. Lin Xingyue stood up and prepared to leave. She glanced back at Lin Mo and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. She knew that as an older sister, she should care more about Lin Mo instead of always ignoring him. Thus, she decided that she would communicate with Lin Mo more in the future, so that he could feel the warmth of a family. Father was silent for a moment, called out to Lin Xingyu, and spoke, you know what? Mo is living in the maid's room. I don't think that's appropriate. Lin Xingyu sniffed and a guilty expression appeared on her face. She remembered Lin Mo's room just now and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in her heart. She quickly said, Dad, I know I'm wrong. I'll take good care of Lin Mo. Father nodded and continued, Lin Mo is a member of our family. We can't let him feel left out. In the future, you guys have to care for him more and let him feel the warmth of the family. Lin Mo heard his father's words and a warm current surged in his heart. He didn't expect that his father would be so concerned about him. He raised his head and looked at his father and mother, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom, Lin Mo said in a moved voice. You're welcome, son. The father smiled. If you have any difficulties or need help in the future, just tell Mom and Dad. Lin Mo nodded, and secretly resolved in his heart that he would study hard and live up to his family's expectations. At the same time, he would learn to communicate with his family and let them understand his inner world. As soon as Lin father finished speaking, Lin mother added, Mu Yu, Jiu Zhu, we want to send Bei out of the Lin family. What do you think about it? After hearing this, the sisters revealed difficult expressions. Lin Muyu spoke, even though Bei did something like that, if we send him out, what will the other mansions think of our Lin family? The other magnates will think that we have abandoned Bei. Chapter 5, Lin Bei's real mother is Auntie Zhang. However, Lin Jiuzhu said, if we can find Bei's real parents, then this way we can rightfully send Bei back to his real parents. Soon after, Lin Xingyue reacted, but we don't even know where Bei's real parents are? At this point, other than Lin Mo, everyone else fell into deep thought. Lin Mo, who was leisurely by the side, felt a hint of surprise, and his heart rejoiced. Mom and Dad actually want to send Lin Bei out of the neighboring family. That's really great. If I can send Lin Bei out of the neighboring family, then my Lin family will not suffer from the calamity of extinction. But it's just a small biological parent. Lin Bei's biological mother is Auntie Zhang. This can be seen at a glance. Whenever Lin Bei has something, it's Auntie Zhang who is the first one to come out and care for him. The destruction of my Lin family in my last life was also attributed to Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang. This person sometimes goes into my mom's room to steal some gold and silver jewelry. It's just that it was too little and my mom didn't notice it. Our Lin family's life is really bitter. Big sister, second sister, third sister. If all of you could keep your current hearts and not be mesmerized by Lin Bei, I believe that our Lin family wouldn't have to repeat the same mistakes as in the last life, and we might even be able to go to the top. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lin Xingyu immediately reacted and said to Lin father, "Why don't we ask Aunt Zhang? After all, back then, Xiao Bei was brought back by Aunt Zhang." Everyone nods, while Lin's father tells Lin Muyu and the group to find Aunt Zhang's hair to do a paternity test with Lin Bei, and when Lin Muyu sees it he sets off to investigate the matter. At this time, Lin mother added, "Xiao Mo. You haven't graduated from high school yet. Why don't you transfer to that school in Xiaobei? Continue to finish your studies. The teaching quality of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School is very good." After hearing this, Lin Mo replied, "No need. Mom, I originally went to school at Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School." The other two sisters listened to it and felt that it was unbelievable that a child who grew up in an orphanage would have such a strong learning ability. When Lin's father listened to it, he felt that Xiao Mo was a rare genius, and revealed a pleased smile. "Well then, tomorrow you'll be going to school with Xiao Bei." However, everyone was still worried, fearing that Lin Bei would do something harmful to Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo was full of unconcern and said, "Fine." The next day, Lin Mo and Lin Bei traveled to school together. Along the way, Lin Mo secretly calculated in his mind how to further get rid of the crisis that Lin Bei might bring. Lin Bei, on the other hand, appeared to be somewhat silent. He also seemed to have noticed the subtle change in the attitude of the Lin family members towards him. When they arrived at school, their classmates were surprised by the simultaneous appearance of the two. Lin Mo as the Lin family's true young master didn't get much attention, while Lin Bei was in the limelight. In the classroom, Lin Mo intentionally performed very well, answering questions with precision and confidence, drawing praise from the teacher and classmates. He wanted to prove his excellence to the people of the Lin family in this way, and at the same time make them support him more firmly. Lin Bei, on the other hand, silently studied hard. He didn't want to be belittled, and he also hoped to change his fate through his own efforts. Although he didn't know why the Lin family suddenly had a different attitude towards him, he decided to prove his worth with his actions. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu was actively investigating Aunt Zhang's relationship with Lin Bei. She looked around for clues, not sparing any possible place. After a lot of effort, she finally found some key evidence and seemed to be more certain about the special connection between Aunt Zhang and Lin Bei. As the investigation deepened, the feelings of the Lin family members became more and more complicated. They were both looking forward to finding Lin Bei's real parents and getting the Lin family out of a potential crisis, but also had a trace of reluctance towards Lin Bei, a child who had lived in the Lin family for some time. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was keeping an eye on things, and he couldn't wait to see Lin Bei sent back to his birth parents and get the Lin family back on track and on top. Soon it was evening and the family gathered around the table for dinner again. Lin Bei, because his family's attitude towards him had changed, so he didn't go looking for trouble from Lin Mo at school today. He also ate in silence at the table, and did not make any more unnecessary movements, so that all the family members changed their attitude towards him again. Lin Mo looked at this scene and snorted coldly in his heart. Humph, stifling great things, he must be plotting something unspeakably bad again. I seem to have seen him in the company this afternoon. Is it possible that he went inside the company to steal secrets? Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyes became sharp. Oh, I remember. He should be working with Zhao Qian, the son of the Zhao family, preparing to take down my Lin family. This mind is too malicious. Lin Mo clenched his fists as a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. As Lin father and mother listened to Lin Mo's heartfelt words, they suddenly became angry again, and their attitude towards Lin Bei became much colder. They thought that Lin Bei was a person with an evil heart, unworthy of trust and sympathy. Lin Bei felt his family's indifference, and he couldn't help but feel confused and aggravated. He didn't understand why his family members were always so cold and even somewhat disgusted with him. He tried to ease the atmosphere, but to no avail. He spoke slowly. Father, mother, what is wrong with you? Is there anything I can help you guys with? Lin Bei's voice carried a hint of helplessness and sadness. However, Lin father and mother did not respond to him. They just sat there silently, the expression on their faces still cold. Lin Bei felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He didn't know how to face such a situation. Suddenly Lin's father grunted angrily. What can you do to help? Just don't cause any more trouble for the Lin family and thank God. Lin Bei was bewildered and aggrieved. Father, I really don't know what I did wrong. Why are you all so indifferent to me? Lin mother looked away from Lin Bei. You know it in your own heart. Lin Mo sneered in his heart. Let's see how much longer you can pretend. When I find the evidence, I will definitely kick you out of the Lin family. Lin Bei said eagerly. Father, mother, tell me what's wrong and I'll definitely change. Lin's father said with a sullen face. What did you do at the company today? Is there some ulterior motive? Lin Bei hurriedly explained. I just want to go and see if there's anything I can help with. I don't have any other ideas. Lin Mo said conspiratorially from the side. Who knows if you went to steal company secrets? Maybe you've already discussed how to deal with the Lin family with the Zhao family's son. Lin Bei's eyes widened. Lin Mo, how can you think of me like that? I've never had such a mind. Lin Mo said disdainfully. Humph, who knows if what you say is true or not? Lin Bei turned to Lin father and mother. Father, mother, you have to believe me. I am loyal to the Lin family. Lin's father frowned slightly. For the time being, we'll see how you behave in the future. Lin Bei secretly resolved to prove his innocence and change his family's opinion of him. Chapter 6 Paternity Tests. Time passes like a white horse. Lin Bei exhaustively trying to regain his family's trust in him, while Lin Mo was always alert to Lin Bei's every move as if he were an enemy. That day, Lin Bei met Zhao Qian, the son of the Zhao family. At school, Zhao Qian playfully approached Lin Bei and lowered his voice. Lin Bei, how is the progress on your side? Our plan can't be sidetracked. Lin Bei's heart tightened and he responded. Don't act rashly. I haven't found a good opportunity yet. Besides, my family is already suspicious of me. Zhao Qian's face sank as he intimidated. Don't forget, if you don't cooperate, there will be consequences for you. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and said hopelessly. I know, I'll try. And at this moment, Lin Mo was studying in the classroom with full concentration. Suddenly, his heart fluttered and an ominous premonition surged like a tidal wave. This Lin Bei must be plotting some conspiracy with Zhao Qian again. No, I have to find a way to stop them as soon as possible. Lin Mo secretly pondered. As night fell, the family once again sat around the dinner table. Lin Bei was still silent, only occasionally peeking at his family. Lin Mo, on the other hand, while feasting, secretly muttered in his heart. Why is this Lin Bei so silent today? There must be something fishy. Lin father gazed at Lin Bei and said with a serious face. Lin Bei, have you been concentrating on your studies at school recently? Don't spend the whole day thinking nonsense. Lin Bei hurriedly nodded and said. Father, I have always studied diligently and have never had any other distractions. Lin's father frowned slightly, clearly skeptical. Lin's mother also opened her mouth and said, Xiao Bei, if you have any difficulties, just tell us straight. Don't try to hold on alone. But if you do anything that is negative to the Lin family, we will never condone and indulge you. Lin Bei's heart soured as he said, Mother, I understand. I will never do anything that is worthy of the Lin family. Lin Mo sneered in his heart. Humph, talk nice. Who knows what's in your heart? At this time, big sister Lin Muyu said, Xiao Bei, if you really reform, we will still accept you. However, if you dare to make a mistake again, we won't be blamed for being merciless. Lin Bei's eyes reddened as if he was a wounded deer, and he said in a low voice, Elder sister, I'm known to be wrong, and I will definitely do my best to perform in the future. The second sister, Lin Xingyue, followed up, Xiao Bei, we expect you to treat us with sincerity and honesty, and never play those cunning mind games again. Lin Bei lowered his head in shame, like a child who had made a mistake, and said softly, Second sister, I know. The third sister, Lin Jiuzhu, also said, Xiao Bei, we grant you a chance, and hope that you will cherish it. Lin Bei looked at his three sisters with gratitude and said firmly, Third sister, I will definitely do it. Lin Mo watched the scene, but in his heart, he didn't think so. This Lin Bei is definitely putting on an act. When he finds an opportunity, he will definitely harm us again. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo slowly returned to his room and lay on his bed, closing his eyes as his mind continued to ponder on how to expose Lin Bei's plot. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was also tossing and turning in his room, unable to sleep for a long time. He knew that he was in a very difficult situation today, but he was not willing to be expelled from the Lin family for this. I have to do everything I can to prove my innocence and make my family believe in me again. Lin Bei secretly made up his mind. The next morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the window. Lin Mo woke up a long time ago, washed up and headed to school. He decided to take the initiative and test Lin Bei's reaction, so he made it a point to have a chance encounter with Lin Bei on campus and greeted him with a smile. Lin Bei, how have you been lately? Lin Mo had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes revealed a hint of cunning. Lin Bei was slightly stunned. A trace of alertness couldn't help but flood his heart, but he quickly regained his composure and politely replied, Thanks for your concern, brother. I've been doing fine lately. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, A trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes, and then asked, "Oh, then how is your relationship with Zhao Qian, the son of the Zhao family?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Bei's heart was flustered and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he forced himself to calm down and hurriedly explained, "We're not too familiar. We've only met a few times occasionally." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with a bit of skepticism. "Is that so? But how come I heard that your relationship is not ordinary?" Lin Bei's face was a bit flustered, but he still hurriedly explained, "Brother, don't listen to others. I really don't know him well." Lin Mo secretly spat in his heart, still not admitting it. "Let's see how long you can actually disguise yourself." At the same time, Lin Muyu quietly got hold of Aunt Zhang's hair like a ghost, and then sent it off for a paternity test as if it were a stray arrow. She waited anxiously for the results, expecting to be able to unravel the mystery of Lin Bei's birth as soon as possible, thus helping the Lin family to get out of the current predicament. Time passed like a white horse, and Lin Muyu finally looked forward to the appraisal. She took a deep breath of relief, then carefully opened the appraisal certificate like a treasure and read it word by word. When she saw the identification certificate clearly written on the word mother and child, the heart has been hanging high finally fell firmly. However, what immediately surged to her heart was the deep loathing for Lin Bei that surged like a tidal wave. She secretly thought to herself, "It really is as Xiao Mo said." She then drove the windy way back to Lin's house. On the way home, Lin Muyu sent a message to Lin's father and mother, informing them that he was about to arrive home and sharing the good news. At the same time, she told her other two sisters about it. In the Lin family's living room, Father Lin, Mother Lin and the three sisters of the Lin family were having a lively discussion. Lin mother frowned and said, "Since we've already established Lin Bei's biological mother, we might as well send Aunt Zhang away with her." She really couldn't bear to see her own child continue to suffer. Lin father's heart is a little torn, although he knows that Lin Bei is not biological, but after all, he is the child he raised, or hoped to give him a chance to correct his mistakes. He said slowly, "I want to give Lin Bei another chance to see if he can change himself. After all, he has been with us for 18 years. The three sisters couldn't help but feel a ripple of sympathy in their hearts when they heard what their father said. It was as if they were caught in a fog, not knowing how to deal with this tricky matter. At that exact moment, the doorway was suddenly pushed open violently, and Lin Bei walked in like a whirlwind. When he saw that the whole family was there, an ecstatic smile instantly bloomed on his face and he rushed forward like a hungry tiger to greet everyone warmly. Lin mother gazed at Lin Bei in front of her, a wave of helplessness and disappointment surging in her heart. Feeling incapable of facing the boy, she dropped a hasty remark about having to cook, and then turned away like a deserter. Chapter 7 Decisions. Lin Bei looked at his mother's fading back, his heart filled with a puzzling mystery. Why did his mother avoid him so deliberately? Was it because of Lin Mo? Thinking of this, his hatred for Lin Mo was like a volcano erupting, burning up once again, secretly vowing to make Lin Mo pay a painful price. He clenched his teeth as he secretly roared in his heart, "Lin Mo, just wait for me. When I take everything back into my hands, let's see how you can still strut around." Just then, Lin Mo also returned, and as soon as he stepped into the house, he saw Lin Bei asking his second sister about his mother's condition. Lin Mo's heart immediately began to chatter again. It can't be that the family is all sitting there gossiping. I'm really still the one who is the least popular, but it's okay. It's already a blessing in misfortune that they didn't come after me. However, his inner monologue was heard clearly by his big sister Lin Muyu. She stood up quickly like a light butterfly, a joyful smile on her face as she looked at Lin Mo with a burning gaze and said, "Little Mo is back. You didn't encounter any troubles today, did you?" When Lin Mo heard his big sister's question, for a moment it was as if he had been cast under a fixation spell, not knowing how to respond. He couldn't help but ponder in his mind, what's going on with this big sister? Do I look like I'm in trouble? Can it be that some change has happened to the family? But logically speaking it shouldn't be. A series of questions swirled around in his mind. Immediately afterward, he began to think hard again. Although that Lin Bei fellow is in league with Zhao Qian and is in cahoots with him, the speed at which things are developing shouldn't be so fast that it can reach our family. Thinking of this, the big stone in his heart slightly fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Mo hurriedly said in relief, "Big sister, don't be worried. I really haven't encountered anything difficult, so just put your heart back in your stomach." Hearing her brother's reply, Lin Muyu just gave a soft as a response. However, right at this moment, a clear and pleasant cell phone ringtone was like a lightning bolt that broke through the night sky, suddenly ringing out, breaking the short-lived tranquility. A delicate and sweet voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Sister Muyu, there is a grand reception tonight. Will you come and accompany me?" As soon as Lin Mo heard this voice, a series of thoughts immediately flew through his mind like lightning. Oops, This reception tonight is definitely another carefully designed setup by my big sister's avid suitor by phone. Then he instructed this woman named Luo Ying to invite my big sister to attend. After my big sister arrives there, that dastardly scum by phone will surely do whatever he can to coax my big sister to drink the wine he prepared. And I'm afraid that a big disaster is about to ensue. Just as Lin Mo was rambling, he only saw Lin Muyu's body suddenly tremble violently like sifting chaff. And at the same time, the other end of the phone was still persistent in asking, "Are you there, Sister Muyu?" Lin Muyu was instantly pulled back to reality from her thoughts by this question. She hurriedly fixed her mind and then responded, "Yes, Xiaoying, I'll be there as promised." Afterwards, only a short busy tone could be heard coming from the other end of the phone, and Lin Muyu hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other hand, Lin Mo on this side was frowning tightly, like a statue in deep thought. What to do? In my last life, my big sister was forced to marry that beastly clothed guy on this very day, and has been living a life of agony ever since. In this life, no matter what, I can't let such a tragedy repeat itself. But what kind of reasons and excuses should I use to convince big sister to bring me along for the journey? Just as Lin Mo was racking his brain and thinking hard, Lin Muyu, who was sitting on the side, quietly gazed at him, her eyes full of gentleness and concern, as if it were the warm sun in a spring day, warming Lin Mo's heart. Hearing that her brother was so concerned about her fate, Lin Muyu's heart couldn't help but surge with warmth, and that feeling of being deeply held by her loved ones was like a babbling brook that nourished her heart. After a while, Lin Muyu finally broke the silence and said softly, "Little Moa, there shouldn't be any other important things you need to deal with tonight, right? Why don't you simply go to a reception with your sister, and also take this opportunity to introduce yourself to the crowd?" Her voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, crisp and pleasant to the ears, and one couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. Hearing this, Lin Mo first froze as if he was struck by lightning, followed by an ecstatic smile on his face immediately as if spring flowers were blooming. He nodded his head repeatedly and responded, "Okay, big sister. Hey. In fact, I've been pondering in my heart how I can follow you to go together. This is really great. Ha ha ha." Looking at Lin Mo's gleeful and dancing look, Lin Muyu also couldn't help but laugh like a silver bell, and her originally slightly heavy mood instantly became as relaxed and happy as a spring breeze. Lin Mo watched Lin Muyu smile. His heart felt like it was melted by the warm sun. Big sister's smile is also too good looking. It turns out that having a gentle sister is such a happy thing. I must protect big sister tonight. Lin Mo made up his mind as if it was an unshakable mountain in his heart. Lin Muyu, who was on the side, heard that Lin Mo cared so much about himself. His heart couldn't help but be touched. Just like the calm surface of a lake rippled, make it up to you afterward. At this time, Lin Bei also returned here with a hurried pace. At a glance, he saw the two smiling faces of Lin Mo and Lin Muyu, and this bright smile was like a sharp blade that pierced straight into his heart, causing his heart to churn like a raging wave, which was very unpleasant. Only to see him take 3 steps and quickly walk to Lin Muyu's side, deliberately lowering his voice and carefully asking, "Big sister, what exactly are you and your brother talking about? Can you tell me about it too?" As soon as Lin Mo took a look at Lin Bei's appearance, he couldn't help but secretly spit out in his heart, "Aya, why is this guy so meddlesome? It's really like a pesky fly. Everywhere he gets involved." The Lin Mo on the side was as if Lin Bei hadn't heard him. He only slightly frowned like a mountainous frown. Then he turned around, and without looking back, he walked towards the house in big strides like a stray arrow. Only Lin Bei was left alone, frozen in place, his face filled with doubts like thick fog and resentment like flames. Chapter 8: The Psychologically Active Rimmer. As Lin Bei saw Lin Mo turn away without hesitation, he rolled his eyes and took the opportunity to put on a pitiful appearance, shouting at Lin Mo's back, "Big sister, it seems like brother really hates me. Oh. I don't know what I did wrong to make him so disgusted. What the hell am I supposed to do?" As he said that, he also secretly glanced at Lin Muyu on the side out of the corner of his eye, observing her reaction. Then, Lin Bei pretended to come up to Lin Muyu and continued with a fawning face, "Big sister, you and your brother were chatting so happily here just now. I'm especially curious about what you guys said. Can you tell me about it, please?" At this moment, Lin Muyu looked at Lin Mo's fading figure and sighed helplessly before shifting her gaze back to Lin Bei. In her heart, she secretly pondered, "Xiao Mo, this child. Alas, how did I not notice before that Lin Bei was actually such a deep-hearted and good at disguise?" However, Lin Muyu still replied expressionlessly, "Xiao Bei, Xiao Mo and I actually didn't talk about anything important. It's just that we're going to a reception together later." Hearing this, a strong feeling of dissatisfaction instantly surged in Lin Bei's heart as he secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, damn Lin Mo, how dare you go to the reception behind my back? You'll be in for a treat later. But on the surface, he still put on a pathetic demeanor. The tone of her voice was full of supplication. Big sister, please be kind and take me along. I've never been to that kind of occasion when I was growing up. I really want to see the flowery world outside. Lin Muyu hesitated slightly, thinking that if Lin Bei was able to change his ways from now on and stop playing those careful tricks, it wouldn't be a bad thing to take him out to see the world. After some thought, she eventually nodded and expressed her agreement to let Lin Bei go alone. As night falls and the lights come on, the hustle and bustle of the city is gradually swallowed up by the darkness. After a few brief explanations to their parents, the few people couldn't wait to get into the car and sped towards the largest hotel in Zhangcheng. Inside the spacious and cozy car, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Lin Mo had just gotten into the car and was called by his sister Lin Muyu to sit in the passenger seat. This action made Lin Bei, who was sitting in the back row, feel envious in his heart, and he looked ahead with bated breath, a hint of loss showing in his eyes. As for Lin Mo at this moment, although he was silent on the surface, he had long been like a pot exploding inside. He kept secretly spitting. Why is this guy following along? It's really annoying. At the same time, some thoughts about tonight's reception couldn't help but surface in his mind. By the way, I've heard that Bai Menghan will also be attending today's reception. She's the Bai family's highly regarded daughter of heaven. Moreover, it seems that she and I still have a marriage contract. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. Originally, this marriage contract should have belonged to Lin Bei, right? But now it's landed on my head. Well, that doesn't seem too bad. Lin Mo turned his head to look out of the car window at the rapidly receding night scene with mixed emotions. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. However, in his previous life, Lin Bei didn't succeed in marrying Bai Menghan, and instead, he got together with Luo Qingyi of the Luo family. Thinking of this, he gently shook his head and muttered to himself. This Bai Menghan is said to have a high and cold personality and is difficult to approach. It's just a matter of time. I didn't come here for a blind date, but to save my dear big sister. It's better to pay less attention to other things. Just then, Lin Muyu, who was concentrating on driving, overheard his brother Lin Mo's heartfelt words. Couldn't help but sigh. How come I didn't notice before that this guy's mind is so active, and his inner world is so colorful? It wasn't long before the three of them arrived at the famous Ding Sheng restaurant in Zhangcheng. When they had just stepped through the front door, a strong sense of opulence and splendor came over them, causing one to be unable to help but marvel at it. Lin Mo's eyes widened, excitement flashing in his eyes, as if he was shocked by the luxurious sight before him. On the other hand, Lin Bei, who was standing on the side, snorted coldly with a face full of disdain. Humph, what an unseen earthling. He seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of luxurious scene. Lin Mo had no time to care about Lin Bei's taunts. He just stared unseeingly at the glittering decorations and exquisite furnishings all around him, and was overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. It's worthy of being the biggest hotel in Zhangcheng. I thought that when I returned to the Lin family in my previous life, I didn't even have the chance to be able to set foot in such a luxurious place. As he thought, he muttered, now that I have this rare opportunity, I must enjoy it. Right at this moment, a woman with fairly outstanding looks slowly walked over. With a smile on her face, she enthusiastically greeted towards Lin Muyu. Sister Muyu, you're finally here. Quickly come over here. When Lin Muyu heard the voice, he turned his head to look, and an affectionate smile immediately appeared on his face as he responded. Little Ing, it has indeed been a long time. Lin Mo heard his sister's conversation with this woman and instantly understood that the other party was his sister's best friend, Luo Ing. However, when he carefully sized up Luo Ing, a trace of vigilance could not help but rise in his heart. He frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, is this big sister's best friend? Luo Ing? Her looks are just average. Big sister is so pretty. How could she have such a bosom friend? It seems that big sister's vision still needs to be improved. Lin Muyu was originally full of joy as she listened to Lin Mo praising her good looks. The sweet words were like a spring breeze brushing her face, making her heart blossom. However, when Lin Mo followed up with the sentence, but it's just that her vision isn't very good, the smile on her face instantly froze, replaced by a face full of displeasure and anger, only to see Lin Muyu jerk her head back and glare fiercely at Lin Mo. Those eyes were like two cold lights that shot straight at Lin Mo, scaring him so much that he involuntarily shivered. No, why is big sister glaring at me so fiercely? Lin Mo spat with an innocent face, while Lin Bei, who was standing on the side, was secretly delighted in his heart after seeing Lin Mo being glared at severely by Lin Muyu. He hurriedly came forward and said to Luo Ing with a smile on his face, Sister Ing, how are you? Luo Ing also noticed Lin Bei at this time. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she replied softly, Yo, so it's Xiao Bei who's also here. Seeing this, Lin Muyu huffed and puffed and turned around once again, reaching out to pull Lin Mo, who hadn't reacted yet, and yanked him in front of her, then introduced him to Luoying. "This is my own brother, Lin Mo." Luoying looked up and down at the somewhat restrained teenager in front of her and said with a smile, "Oh, so this is the young Lin who just recognized him." Lin Mo looked a little embarrassed when he heard the other party address him in this way, and could only respond stiffly, "Hello." Chapter 9, Refusal to Drink. With that, the four of them walked together towards the venue of the reception. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw a man dressed in a white-as-snow suit with a graceful demeanor striding towards Lin Muyu. The man in brocade garb said with a smile on his face, "Muyu, you've finally come. I thought I would have to wait for quite a while." Lin Muyu's face was as frosty as ice, and the color of disgust that flowed out of her beautiful eyes was like the flashing of a cold star. Undisguised, she stared coldly at the man in front of her like a cold, frigid wind, and the anger in her heart seemed to be ignited as if it were dry firewood, growing fiercer. Just a short while ago, with her special ability, she had heard her brother Lin Mo's heartfelt words and learned that this fellow named Bai Feng had tried to set up a trap in the dark to trap himself. Lin Muyu forced back the flames of anger in her heart and said in an icy tone, "Bai Feng, there doesn't seem to be too many encounters between us, so please still address me by my full name, Lin Muyu." Bai Feng didn't feel the slightest bit surprised or annoyed by Lin Muyu's indifferent attitude. After all, before this, Lin Muyu had always treated him this way. However, Lin Mo, who was currently hiding in the shadows and peering at all of this, couldn't help but secretly curse in his heart. "Humph, is this that dastardly Bai Feng? He looks like a man, but it's a pity that his heart is like a snake's scorpion." Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but start to get worried. He very much wanted to tell his sister Lin Muyu about Bai Feng's plot, but was worried that if he just said it outright, she might not believe his words, and in case Lin Bei, who was on the sidelines, knew about this, with his usual close relationship with his sister, she would most likely choose to believe Lin Bei, and then I'm afraid that things would only get worse, if I can't remind Big Sister in time to guard against this villain. Bai Feng, the consequences are simply unimaginable, but how can I get Big Sister to believe what I'm saying? It's really giving me a headache. Lin Mo's heart was burning with anxiety, and he continued to keep a close eye on the development of the situation while thinking hard about countermeasures. At this moment, Bai Feng picked up a cup of colorful and fragrant wine with a smile on his face and elegantly walked to Lin Muyu, gently handing the wine cup to her, and said gently, "Muyu, this cup of wine was carefully prepared for you. It incorporates a piece of my heart." Lin Muyu raised her head slightly, first glancing at Bai Feng's expectant eyes before her gaze shifted to the glass of wine in his hand. Only the wine glass was crystal clear, and the liquid in the glass glittered with a fascinating light. However, Lin Muyu just shook her head lightly and slowly spoke, "Sorry, I can't drink today. I have to drive back later." When she finished speaking, she gently pushed the wine glass back to Bai Feng, but Bai Feng didn't seem to want to stop there. He was still holding the wine glass tightly and continued to persuade, "Muyu, it's okay to drive. You can call a chauffeur, and this wine is really special. It would be a shame to miss it." Lin Muyu once again firmly refused. "No, thank you for your kindness. I really don't want to drink." Just then, Lin Mo, who had been silently observing from the side, couldn't help but feel very surprised in his heart when he saw his sister so resolutely refusing to drink alcohol. Big Sister unexpectedly refused. Can't it be that Big Sister already knew there was something wrong with that cup of wine? Lin Mo secretly pondered. It shouldn't be. If Big Sister knew there was something wrong with the wine, why didn't she break up Bai Feng on the spot? Alas, never mind. It's for the best. I don't know how to handle this situation anyway. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took a deep breath and without hesitation, he stepped forward and blocked Lin Muyu. He looked straight at Bai Feng and said in a serious tone, "Hey, I say this friend. My big sister has already made it clear that she doesn't drink, so please stop pestering her." Bai Feng originally wanted to swear at the person in front of him, but when he fixed his eyes and realized that the person who stood out to speak was actually Lin Mo, he froze. This was because he had just focused on talking to Lin Muyu and completely failed to notice Lin Mo on the side. And at this moment, when he heard Lin Mo address Lin Muyu as big sister, he felt even more surprised. In that flash of lightning, his mind was as clear and lucid as lightning across the night sky, and he instantly gained insight into the true identity of the man in front of him. It turned out that he was the Lin family's long-lost biological son. At this moment, Bai Feng raised his eyes to look at Lin Mo's tall and straight figure, and with a polite smile on his face, he said, "I think you must be the genuine young master of the Lin family, right? My name is Bai Feng. I'm honored to meet here today, and I just simply wanted to invite your big sister to share a drink." However, in the face of Bai Feng's request, Lin Mo responded without flinching and in a hard tone, "My sister has already said that she doesn't want to drink." Seeing the situation, Lin Bei, who was standing on the side, hurriedly came forward and explained to Bai Feng with a smile on his face. Bai Xiao, please don't be angry. This is my brother. He has just returned home. He may not be too familiar with the rules of some social occasions. And, before he finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Lin Mo without hesitation. Lin Bei, listen to me carefully. I'm not your brother. Don't involve me with you. These words were just like a sharp sword that mercilessly stabbed into Lin Bei's heart, causing him to instantly fall into an ice cellar and his face turned as white as paper. At the same time, at a place a little far from them, like a beautiful statue sitting quietly, there was a peerless beauty. She was seen wearing an evening gown as white as snow, as if she was the brightest star in the night sky, and her feet were stepping on a pair of exquisite hateful heights, like a pavilion of cranes. Long, straight legs elegantly crossed. The hidden scenery under the hem of the skirt is just like the hazy moonlight, tantalizing and seductive. This woman was none other than Bai Menghan, originally sitting quietly. She suddenly heard Lin Mo's inner voice, and this discovery was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky. At first she was shocked, but this surprise was soon replaced by an intense curiosity that came over her like a tidal wave. So, like a noble white swan, she slowly got up from her seat, and with a light step, like a dancing fairy, she walked slowly towards the direction where the quarrel was going on. Chapter 10, Bai Menghan. When Bai Feng saw that Lin Mo was so arrogant and domineering, with no one else in sight, the anger in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time just erupted like a volcano. Bears burned. Reason was completely consumed by anger. Where did he care about the serious consequences that might come from that mysterious identity behind Lin Mo? Only his face rose as red as a ripe apple, veins on his forehead rippled like earthworms, and his eyes were rounded, revealing a ferocious light. His right hand was raised high, and he was about to slap Lin Mo's loathsome face as viciously as a branch in a gale. Just in the nick of time, suddenly, a clear, pleasant, heavenly voice came from not far away. Stop! The crowd followed the sound and saw a woman with a delicate figure and pretty face walking quickly. The visitor was no one else but the White family's eldest young lady, Bai Menghan. Seeing this, Bai Feng hurriedly stopped his already raised palm and slowly turned around. When he saw clearly that the visitor was actually Bai Menghan, the expression on his face instantly became faster than a chameleon, fawning like a lapdog as he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Miss Bai, why are you here? It's really unexpected. Bai Menghan looked at Bai Feng with a serious face, her tone so cold that it seemed as if it could freeze the air, and said, I've already understood the causes and consequences of the matter. Since Ms. Lin doesn't want to drink, then you shouldn't force yourself on her. Don't you know how to respect others? Then, she added, don't think that with the Bai family behind you, you'll be able to act recklessly like a crab and do whatever you want. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. When Bai Feng heard this unflinching rebuke from Bai Menghan, his face instantly became as pale as paper, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as if he had just come out of the water. He knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended this time, so he had no choice but to nod his head coyly like an eggplant hit by frost, and then like a defeated cockerel, he turned around and left in a grayish manner. And at this moment, Lin Mo, after listening to Bai Menghan's words, suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, as if a bolt of lightning had crossed the dark night sky. He snapped to mind an important matter. Oh, right. It turns out that Bai Feng is an adopted child of the Bai family. Why did I forget about this before? I heard that he seems to be a member of some assassin organization, and was mortgaged to the Bai family as a child for some reason. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then should I still marry the Bai family? If I do marry, will I encounter a lot of trouble as a result? Lin Mo's brows were slightly furrowed as he secretly pondered in his heart. Although he has always been fearless, he also understands that it is never good if there are too many things. Thinking about it, he finally decided to put this matter on hold first. That's just it. This matter will be decided later. Lin Mo thought like this. At that moment, however, he was oblivious to the fact that the two women present were staring at him with unblinking eyes. For a while, the entire space seemed to freeze, so quiet that it made people a little flustered. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Mo finally raised his head and looked around. It was fine if he didn't raise it, but as soon as he did, he saw two pairs of eyes staring straight at him. Lin Mo froze at once, his entire being confused, stuttering, What is going on here? Why are you all looking at me like this? Could it be that there's something on my face? Saying that, he subconsciously reached out and touched his cheek. The two women were alarmed and glanced at each other, and both instantly realized that they could both hear Lin Mo's heart. Just then, the atmosphere became more and more awkward. Seeing this, Luo Ying, who had been silent all this time, hurriedly broke the deadlock and proposed with a smile. Let's just go over there and sit for a while. Hearing this, the crowd got up and moved to their seats. After Lin Mo sat down, his gaze was attracted as if by a magnet, and he couldn't help but fall on Bai Menghan and began to scrutinize her. One could only see Bai Menghan's shapely and concave figure, just like a willow branch swaying in the wind. That face was even more exquisite, just like a beautiful jade carefully carved by heavenly craftsmen. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Aya mama. Bai Menghan's face is simply too beautiful to be true. Her features are exquisite like a fine work of art. Flawless. This small savage waist is incredibly slender, surplus to the point of being unable to hold, as if it would break with a slight fold. The chest is full and high, like two small hills. The buttocks are round and firm, just like a ripe peach, and those long and straight legs, simply the masterpiece of the creator, to fascinate people, just like that spring water along the Seine River, gentle and charming. Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a voice of emotion, while subconsciously swallowing his saliva, and that voice was particularly clear in the silent air. As if by magic, his gaze unconsciously stayed on the beautiful person in front of him, unable to move away. At this moment, Bai Menghan was immersed in her own thoughts. However, when she heard this undisguised sniping from Lin Mo, the heart did not rise the slightest displeasure. On the contrary, a trace of imperceptible delight like a light butterfly quietly climbed to the heart, only to see her in the heart lightly hummed, "Humph, little colorful ghost." Although he said so in his heart, the movement of his hand was very natural as he handed a cup of wine to Lin Mo, and the movement was as elegant as a dancing fairy. Lin Mo looked at the picturesque scene in front of her, and for a moment, she was actually mesmerized by it, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush like the evening sun. In his heart, he screamed, "No, I can't watch it anymore. I really can't stand it." So he hurriedly reached out to receive the wine cup, and busily thanked him under his breath, and then hurriedly skimmed his head, not daring to look at Bai Menghan one more time, as if one more glance, he would be swallowed up by that beautiful face. Lin Muyu, who was sitting on the side, took it all in, and saw that Lin Mo actually blushed because of Bai Menghan, and secretly felt amused in his heart. Ha ha, I can't imagine that Xiao Mo, who is so arrogant and domineering in his heart, actually has such shy moments, just like that ripe apple. One can't help but want to take a bite. On the other hand, Lin Bei saw that Bai Menghan was only handing drinks to Lin Mo, but not paying any attention to herself, so he felt resentment in his heart. Just when the atmosphere was slightly awkward, Lin Muyu broke the silence at the right time and said to Bai Menghan with a smile, "Just now, it was really thanks to Miss Bai stepping forward." Bai Menghan gently waved her hand at the words and responded with a cloudy face, "No harm done, but it's just a matter of lifting a hand." Chapter 11, The Introverted Rimmer. As soon as Bai Menghan's words fell, her watery eyes flowed once again, like a clear spring, slowly flowing towards Lin Mo on the side. However, at this moment, Lin Mo, due to what had just happened, did not even cast his gaze over to Bai Menghan's side, and naturally, he did not notice that Bai Menghan's torch-like gaze was gazing at him. Lin Bei, who was standing not far away, took it all in, and as he watched Bai Menghan looking so intently at Lin Mo, his heart couldn't help but surge with a wave of unhappiness, as if a calm lake had been thrown into a boulder, stirring up layers and layers of ripples. After all, according to the original plan, the protagonists of this union should be him and Bai Menghan, but now the situation had changed so drastically. Only Lin Bei coughed lightly, breaking the somewhat awkward silence, and said, "Ms. Bai, I heard that our two families are going to get married. I wonder if it's true." When Bai Menghan heard this, she raised her eyes slightly and replied with an expressionless face, "It seems that this is indeed the case." The tone was as cold as the bitter winter wind, making people shiver. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Lin Mo muttered up in his heart, "Humph, our family? What kind of our family are you? How dare you climb up the ladder like that?" Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall his experience in his previous life when he hadn't even met this Bai Menghan's face yet, and received a letter of withdrawal from the other party. Since that was the case, it would be better to take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage yourself in this world and return the favor to her. Just as that thought had just sprung up in Lin Mo's mind, Bai Menghan happened to elegantly pick up the exquisite wine cup in front of her, and like a noble swan, she gently took a small sip of the wine in the cup. However, who could have predicted that in just the next second, something unexpected would happen, only to see Bai Menghan suddenly as if choking on something violently. Without warning, the wine in his mouth straight jetted out. The scene is simply like a volcano eruption. Let a person stupefied. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo couldn't help but be shocked, and like a deer in the headlights, he hurriedly inquired with concern, "Ms. Bai, are you all right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "Goo, such a big man, actually choking on water." At this moment, Lin Mo didn't realize what ripples he might bring about with these words as if they were a stone thrown into a calm lake. As for Lin Muyu, who was sitting on the side, he put on an attitude of being unconcerned, appearing calm as water on the surface, but in fact, he had already laughed like a flower swaying in the wind in front and back. Just because of the occasion and image, she forced herself to hold back from letting the laughter overflow from the corners of her mouth like a drowning flood. Bai Menghan quickly picked up a paper towel and wiped her lips, then raised her head, her gaze like two streaks of lightning, sharp and incomparable as she stared closely at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was instantly dumbfounded by this sudden gaze. His entire body froze in place as if he had been cast a fixation spell, and secretly pondered in his heart, "What the hell is going on here? Obviously I didn't cause this. Why are you staring at me with such a deadly stare? It's hard to believe that she's really interested in me? Well, it shouldn't be very likely. After all, in the last life we didn't have too many encounters with each other. But if that's not the reason, then what the hell does she keep staring at me like that for?" For a while, all kinds of speculations and doubts came to his mind like a tidal wave, causing Lin Mo to be constantly entangled and troubled in the bottom of his heart. After Bai Menghan heard Lin Mo's inner voice of entanglement, her beautiful eyes gradually became as soft as the warm spring sun. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and with a hint of teasing like a breeze, he slowly said, "Ms. Lin, why is this young master of your Lin family so introverted? From just now until now, surprisingly, he hasn't even said a single word." At this time, Lin Mo was in deep thought, racking his brain to think about how to deal with the situation in front of him, but he was coldly called an introvert by Bai Menghan. For a moment, a little flustered and confused, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Ah," when she saw Lin Mo's cute and naive appearance. Bai Menghan couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out with a pfft, while Lin Muyu, who was standing by the side, also couldn't help but be amused. Laughter echoed in the air, causing the already embarrassed Rimmer to become more and more overwhelmed. Lin Muyu managed to stop his laughter, and only after calming down a little did he open his mouth and say, "Ms. Bai, this is my own brother, Lin Mo, as well as the person who is joining you in marriage this time." After saying this, Lin Muyu paused for a moment and turned her head to look at Lin Mo, a flash of pain in her eyes, then continued, "Actually, he's not really an introvert. It's just that sometimes he reacts half a beat slower than normal people." As Lin Mo listened to his sister's words, his heart was originally filled with doubts, and at this moment it was even more confused as if he had fallen into a fivefold thick fog. He muttered inwardly, "What the hell? Who said I'm introverted? I'm introverted? I'm an introvert. My ass. And why do you say I have slow reflexes? I don't understand." However, despite being filled with disbelief, in the face of this current awkward scene, he could only temporarily bury these questions deep in his heart and stood there silently with a helpless and innocent expression on his face. Right at this moment, Lin Bei, who was standing on the sidelines, watched those three people talking happily to each other and having a harmonious atmosphere, and could not help but feel an indescribable sense of sourness and loss welling up in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembling slightly, as if 1,000 words were trying to get out. Just as Lin Bei gathered all his courage, he was ready to break the situation that made him feel awkward and uncomfortable, only to see Bai Menghan lightly opening her vermilion lips and softly saying, "Since fate has destined us to be the objects of a marriage union, why don't we find a peaceful and undisturbed place to have a good chat?" Her voice was as gentle and melodious as a spring breeze, making it impossible to resist. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but freeze, and the words that were originally on his lips were swallowed back hard. At the same time, Lin Mo, who had been silently observing everything, once again muttered in his heart, "This woman usually always has a lofty and cold appearance. How could she be so active today? Could it be that this is hiding some unknown secret? Or was all my previous knowledge of her too superficial?" For a moment, countless questions flooded his mind, and Lin Mo once again fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 12, Jealousy. Lin Mo glanced at it carelessly, but he didn't want to meet Lin Bei's vicious, as if he could spit fire, gaze. In an instant, he only felt a chill rise up from his spine, and he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "I'll go. Why is Lin Bei staring at me like this? Is it just because Bai Menghan found me for a chat that this kid went crazy with jealousy?" The two women sitting next to each other heard Lin Mo's inner cry and coincidentally turned their eyes toward Lin Bei. It was a shock not to look. They instantly caught the resentful glint in Lin Bei's eyes. Lin Bei was originally still immersed in feeling good about himself, thinking that Bai Menghan and Lin Muyu must be concerned about him. Who knew that when he met the gazes of the two men, he realized that things didn't seem to be what he thought they were. For a moment, he unexpectedly became a bit overwhelmed, and could only grin awkwardly, revealing a smile that was even worse than a cry, and stutteringly asked, "Big sister, what happened to Miss Bai? She?" As for Lin Mo, who was standing on the side at this moment, he was watching what was happening in front of him as if he was watching a play. Only the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he secretly thought, "Oops, mama, that Lin Bei is really funny too." However, that look in his eyes is practically about to eat me alive. So how would I dare to chat with Bai Menghan for a few more words, yo? Thinking of this, Lin Mo shook his head without hesitation and muttered, "No, we didn't have any interactions in our last life, and this life is probably not meant to be, so it's better to slink away before it's too late." Thus, Lin Mo stood up violently, smiled apologetically at Bai Menghan, and said, "I'm really sorry, Miss Bai, you see, I still have classes to attend tomorrow, so I have to take my leave and go home today." After saying that, he left this place of wrongdoing with quick steps without looking back. After saying his words, Lin Mo pulled up Lin Muyu's hand without saying a word and walked towards the door in big strides. Only their silhouettes quickly disappeared in the doorway, leaving a helpless Lin Bei frozen on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Bei had no choice but to follow closely. Only when he was leaving, he still couldn't help but turn back, his eyes gazing at Bai Menghan's stunningly beautiful face. However, Bai Menghan acted as if she hadn't noticed his gaze, never casting even the slightest bit of attention toward him. At this moment, the corners of Bai Menghan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that was not easily detected by others. Lin Mo, you're really getting more and more interesting." This smile seemed to contain endless deep meaning. Within a short time, the three of them hurried back to the Lin family. Just after stepping through the front door, Lin's father and mother couldn't wait to welcome them. The first to speak was naturally Lin mother, who said with a loving face, "Mu Yu, Xiao Mo, you're finally back." Immediately afterward, she turned her gaze to Lin Mo and asked with a smile, "How's it going, little Mo? How are you feeling today? Can you still adapt to this kind of occasion? In the future, there won't be fewer banquets like this one, so you need to get used to it as soon as possible," Lin mother said while gently patting Lin Mo's shoulder. As for Lin Bei, who had walked through the door following Lin Mo and Lin Muyu, when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in his heart. When he thought about it, his mother had also treated him so gently, but now this care had all been given to Lin Mo. How could he not feel sad? Only to see Lin Bei walk straight towards Lin mother without hesitation, and with a calm and serious face, he said, "Mother." Fong Kai's brother quickly adapted to the surroundings and atmosphere, but then, just now, the Bai family's Bai Menghan mentioned that brother seems to be a bit introverted. In my opinion, brothers should indeed communicate more with others in the future to communicate. After saying these words, Lin Bei's bright eyes flickered with an imperceptible light, as if he had finally seized a rare opportunity. After Lin mother heard this, her face didn't show too many changes in expression, and she remained as dignified and gentle as ever. However, Lin's father on the side couldn't help but open his mouth as he frowned slightly and asked with a serious expression, "Bai Menghan of the Bai family? Has she ever said anything about the marriage between the two families or anything like that?" At this time, Lin Mo stood on the side. Hearing his father's question, he couldn't help but feel secretly emotional in his heart. This Lin Bei, this can really turn black and white upside down. When did I become introverted? Obviously that Bai Menghan is not according to common sense, making me fall into the clouds for a moment, completely puzzled. However, Lin Mo only dared to think about these words in his heart and did not really say them out loud. At that moment, Lin Muyu, who had been silent, softly responded to Father Lin. "Father," Lin Bei had inquired about matters related to Miss Bai at that time. As those words fell, the gazes of both Father Lin and Mother Lin turned to Lin Bei unanimously, their eyes filled with doubt. Lin Mo couldn't help but start a crazy spitting mode. I dare to make a bet that this Lin Bei definitely has his eyes on Bai Menghan. Otherwise why would he be so concerned about this matter? You guys didn't see it. When he left just now, he actually purposely looked back at Bai Menghan. This is too outrageous. And I remember this Lin Bei seems to like our second sister to come, but forget it. I don't want to think about all this nonsense. Lin Mo's inner monologue kept circling and echoing in everyone's ears like a gust of wind. At this time, Lin father and mother actually wanted to find out why Lin Bei actually liked Lin Xingyue. However, seeing that Lin Mo was no longer going to continue, Lin mother thought that she should put this matter aside for the time being. Lin mother turned her gaze to Lin Mo and said gently, "Xiao Mo, tomorrow you still have to go to school, so hurry up and take a shower first and then go to bed obediently." Yo! Lin Mo nodded her head obediently, and then walked towards the upstairs with a brisk pace. After a while, Lin mother saw Lin Bei, so she hurriedly urged him, "You too, quickly go wash up and rest." Lin Bei answered him in a low voice, and then moved his steps towards the direction of the stairs. Each step seemed a little heavy, as if something was weighing on his mind. When he passed by the door of Lin Mo's room, he suddenly stopped violently as if he had been cast under a stasis spell. Only he turned his head, his eyes like torches, glaring viciously at the closed door of the room. It was as if the eyes carried an endless amount of resentment and anger, as if they could penetrate the thick door panels and see straight through to the person in the room. There was a moment of stalemate like this before Lin Bei took a deep breath, lifted his feet back up, and continued walking towards his room. However, it was clear from his slightly stiff back that his mood hadn't improved by leaving that place. On the other side, Lin Muyu was intimately holding the arms of Lin father and Lin mother, and the three of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards the study together. As soon as he entered the study, Lin Muyu couldn't wait to start detailing all the things that happened tonight. Chapter 13 Lin Bei's scheme. Time flies like an arrow. The sun and the moon fly like a shuttle, and in a flash it's a new day. The first rays of the morning sunlight gently sprinkled the room through the gaps in the curtains, waking up the sleeping Lin Mo. He stretched, then sat up from his bed without a moment's hesitation to start the day. Lin Mo walked into the bathroom as usual, turned on the faucet and let the cool water wash over his hands, then picked up his toothbrush and carefully cleaned his mouth. After washing up, he straightened his hair in the mirror and looked at his refreshed self in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction before turning around and walking out of the bathroom, ready to go downstairs to enjoy a delicious breakfast. At this time, Lin Bei had long since gotten up early and made his way downstairs. He was only seen sitting at the dining table, and was happily sharing breakfast with Lin's father and mother. Lin Muyu on the side was also quietly eating her breakfast, and the whole scene seemed cozy and harmonious. However, Lin Xingyue and Lin Zhouju did not return home because of their busy work schedules. Just as Lin Mo had just closed the door to his room, Lin Bei suddenly said aloud, "Mom, can I fill another bowl?" The voice was loud and urgent. Ever since the last time Lin Bei did something not so good, Lin mother hadn't been kind to him. However, when she heard this once familiar and incomparable title, her heart couldn't help but soften, and her originally tense face gradually eased down. Eventually, she sighed helplessly and replied gently, "Then go make another bowl." At that moment, Lin Mo walked slowly to the dining table with a steady pace and sat down. Seeing this, Lin Bei secretly cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes seemed to carry a trace of unspeakably complex emotions. Lin Bei was filled with anticipation, wanting to prove to himself in this way that his mother actually still cared about him. However, Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, seemed as if he hadn't noticed him at all, and was stingy in giving even a single glance. At this moment, Lin Muyu quietly gazed at all that was happening in front of him. Ever since she possessed the special ability of being able to hear Lin Mo's inner voice, she had begun to have misgivings about Lin Bei's various behaviors and mannerisms. In her opinion, all of Lin Bei's actions that seemed to be full of care and showed a kind side were most likely all in disguise. Just this morning, Lin's mother's hands carefully boiled a pot of fragrant porridge. Lin Mo filled a full bowl without saying a word, then found a place to sit down and ate like no one was watching. One must know that if it were a normal day, Lin father and Lin mother would never be able to get up so early, not to mention the fact that Lin mother would personally make kanji, which was such a rare thing. And the reason for today's unusual appearance goes back to last night, when Lin Muyu overheard that Lin Bei might be harboring a crush on Lin Xingyu. She pondered that she should create more opportunities for Lin Mo and Lin Bei to have contact. So, the two climbed up early in the morning, and Lin mother especially for the once aggrieved Lin Mo boiled this pot of porridge full of heart. It didn't take long for Lin Mo to wind up sweeping away the food in front of him. Lin Muyu, who had been silently paying attention to Lin Mo, saw that he had already finished eating and spoke softly, "I'll send you to school later." Lin Bei, who was sitting on the side, immediately got excited when she heard that she wanted to use the car, and couldn't wait to yell, "Brother will definitely drive. Shouldn't my sister buy a car for my brother too?" It was then that Lin's father suddenly realized that his son Lin Mo actually didn't have a ride of his own yet. He hurriedly took a stand and said, "Xiao Mo, after we come back tonight, how about we go together to pick you a car?" However, regarding Lin Bei's offer and Lin father's promise, Lin Mo did not seem to take it to heart. He didn't even pay any attention to the excited Lin Bei. He just faintly answered yes to Lin father, and then without hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the door. In the process of walking, also in the heart of vomiting, still buy a car. This Lin Bei is not just think I do not know how to car, want to make a fool of me. However, just you aren't qualified. Lin Mo smiled evilly. Looking at Lin Mo's slightly indifferent back, Lin father and Lin mother couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts filled with loss. They had thought that Lin Mo would be happy about the fact that he was about to have a new car, or at least say a few more words, but they didn't expect him to be so silent. However, instead of complaining about it, the two secretly decided to make some good preparations, hoping to make Lin Mo feel the love and support of his family. Seeing this, Lin Muyu hurriedly got up and followed. When she was about to reach the door, she then suddenly remembered that there was still Lin Bei left behind, so she turned around and shouted, "Xiao Bei, hurry up!" In fact, Lin Bei hadn't intended to take the initiative to follow him from the start. He was holding a sulk in his heart. It wasn't until he heard Lin Muyu shout that he acted as if he had been granted an amnesty, quickly standing up and quickly chasing after him, as if he wanted to take this opportunity to prove to Lin Mo that Lin Muyu still cared about this younger brother of his very much. Within a few moments, several people were hurrying to the garage. Even though Lin Bei was filled with reluctance, Lin Mo was eventually arranged to sit in the co-pilot's seat. Lin Bei could only glare at Lin Mo with a puff of anger, but she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction too clearly. Suddenly, a deafening roar suddenly rang out, as if it was a flat thunderstorm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably cool black Maybach sped in like lightning and steadily stopped at the entrance of Jian University. The appearance of this luxury car was like a bright shooting star crossing the sky, causing a burst of exclamations from the students coming and going around. Wow! Whose family's son-in-law is this? Surprisingly, he came to school in such a luxurious car. A girl shouted with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. I don't know, but look at this situation must come not small. I have to hurry over to see. If a super big handsome guy, then must add a WeChat. If a beautiful young lady, then make a friend. Another girl was so excited that she couldn't wait to walk towards the Maybach while talking. Just as the crowd's gasps of surprise rose, the car door slowly opened, only to see Lin Mo, Lin Muyu, and Lin Bei elegantly getting out of the car. Lin Muyu turned her head and tenderly said to Lin Mo, "Little brother, tonight sis is coming to pick you up to go car shopping together." Lin Mo smiled and responded, "Alright, thank you big sister." Chapter 14 Luo Qingyi. Null. Chapter 15 Luo Qingyi in Deep Thought. This class is the higher math class that shines like a beacon of ancient wisdom. The name of the teacher is Chen Ping, and he is like a sage who has experienced the vicissitudes of time and contains endless wisdom. At this moment, only to see Mr. Chen Ping slowly walked into the classroom with a steady pace. His gaze was like a deep lake, and the moment he stepped into the classroom he looked precisely in the direction where Lin Mo was. It turns out that Luo Qingyi is not only the favored young lady of the Luo family, but also Professor Chen Ping's proud student. When Luo Qingyi's eyes met with Professor Chen Ping's, their gazes seemed to collide in the air with a silent spark. Immediately afterward, Professor Chen Ping smiled faintly and gently shifted his gaze towards Lin Mo, who was sitting beside Luo Qingyi. Since the beginning, Lin Mo kept his head down, as if he was immersed in his own world. It was only when Professor Chen Ping's low and magnetic voice rang out and formally started the lecture that he looked up as if he had woken up from a dream. However, despite appearing to be focused on the course, in reality, Lin Mo's mind drifted to Luo Qingyi, who was sitting on the side. From time to time, he couldn't help but think secretly, this Luo family's daughter was really born with the appearance of a closed moon in shy flowers, and the posture of a country that is devoted to the city. It's just a pity that such a beautiful person is an uncompromising love brain. To think that in her last life, it was as she was crossing the street that a speeding vehicle suddenly plowed into her. In the nick of time, thanks to Lin Bei stepping forward and defying the odds to save her. In the back, Luo Qingyi actually married Lin Bei just like that. Yet to one's surprise, that seemingly accidental car accident was actually carefully planned and arranged by Lin Bei. Lin Mo sighed darkly, a hint of helplessness and sadness in his eyes. In the end, Luo Qingyi even entrusted the entire Luo family to Lin Bei. What's even more unbelievable is that as long as Lin Bei gave an order for her to deal with me, she didn't hesitate to do so. In the end, I was just tortured to death alive by this person. Speaking of this, Lin Mo's body involuntarily trembled, as if the painful memories had resurfaced. And right at this moment, Luo Qingyi, who was quietly listening to Lin Mo's heart, was completely dumbfounded as a whole. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Luo Qingyi's heart was filled with doubts and shock. How could I possibly fall in love with this Lin Bei? I thought that when I first met him at the school gate, he was that fond of flaunting his wealth and had an untouchable demeanor. How could a high-minded woman like me willingly marry a vulgar man like him? However, at this moment, Lin Mo did not notice that Luo Qingyi's face had begun to change slightly and was still immersed in his own thoughts. He continued to lament in his heart. Right, there's one more thing. It seems that this Luo Qingyi's grandfather will suddenly have a heart attack in these next few days and leave this world. Alas, what an ill-fated child with a pitiful life. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh deeply, his eyes revealing some pity. Luo Qingyi was already looking bad for some reason, and at this moment, when she heard Lin Mo's heartfelt words mentioning that her beloved grandfather would meet an untimely end, her heart was violently shocked. She couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise, a sound that was particularly abrupt and loud in the quiet classroom, instantly attracting everyone's attention. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire classroom became tense as the students turned their heads to look at Luo Qingyi, and even Professor Chen Ping, who was teaching on the podium, stopped his hands and cast a puzzled look, facing the gaze of many people. Luo Qingyi's face swished red. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to do, and hastily stammered out an explanation. I accidentally dropped my pen on the floor. I'm sorry everyone. He even bent down and pretended to pick up the pen when he finished. The crowd didn't mind too much when they heard it. After all, these kinds of hiccups happen in the classroom from time to time. Professor Qin Ping smiled and gestured for Luo Qingyi to sit down before he continued to start explaining the lesson. However, Lin Mo, who was sitting on the side, felt very upset, and he muttered secretly in his heart, "What the hell?" Suddenly screaming so loudly, really scaring this grandpa to death. "I'm also drunk." Right at this moment, Luo Qingyi's heartfelt voice once again resounded clearly in her mind from Lin Mo. She was slightly stunned. Then she turned her head and her gaze fell straight onto Lin Mo. Lin Mo was confused by Luo Qingyi's sudden gaze, and he muttered in his heart, "What does this want to do? Staring straight at me like this? Is it possible that she's interested in me?" Thinking about this, an awkward smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. After hesitating for a while, Luo Qingyi finally gathered the courage to speak softly. "Hello, I'm Luo Qingyi." Lin Mo first froze, then reacted and hurriedly replied, "Hello, my name is Lin Mo." When he finished speaking, he scratched his head and an unnatural smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Luo Qingyi's heart was burning with anxiety. She wanted to ask about the exact time of her grandfather's accident, but she was worried that being too direct would scare Lin Mo or cause other people's suspicions. So, she bit her lip, thinking about how to skillfully extract this crucial information from Lin Mo. The air then became heavy as if an invisible layer of silence had enveloped the two. Time passed by. The classroom was so quiet that you could only hear the tiny sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper, until the crisp and pleasant bell rang, breaking the suffocating silence. However, even so, Luo Qingyi remained immersed in her thoughts. Her gaze was a little dull, and her mind kept calculating how she could find out from amongst Rimmer's heartfelt words exactly why something had happened to her grandfather. And what about Lin Mo? He was like a scared rabbit. As soon as he heard the teacher say the word "class dismissed," he quickly jumped up from his seat and quickly walked towards the classroom door without looking back. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Just then, on the other side of the classroom, Lin Bei was quietly watching Luo Qingyi. In his mind, he wondered what kind of topic he should find to talk to this beautiful and attractive girl, only to see him gather his courage and slowly move his feet in the direction where Luo Qingyi was. However, Luo Qingyi's entire focus was on Lin Mo, who had just gone out. When she finally realized that Lin Mo had left, she came back to her senses like a dream. Without the slightest hesitation, she hastily got up and chased after him like a gust of wind. Chapter 16 Lessons Learned. After Luo Qingyi walked from the classroom to the door, she subconsciously looked around, but was surprised to find that Lin Mo, who had just stood here, had disappeared without a trace as if he had vaporized. And at this moment, Lin Mo had long since dashed to the bottom of the school building like an arrow off the string. Looking in the direction Lin Mo disappeared, Luo Qingyi was slightly stunned for a moment. Then she gently shook her head, seemingly giving up on the idea of chasing after him, and turned around to slowly leave with light steps. On the other side, when Lin Bei saw Luo Qingyi walking in such a hurry, he couldn't help but secretly ponder in his heart, with such eager footsteps, she must have something important to do. In fact, originally Lin Bei was also planning to follow closely and go out to find out. However, just when he was about to make a move, a group of female students in the class surged over like a tidal wave and surrounded him, making it impossible for him to get away at all. Looking at Lin Mo's side again, he was seen running furiously all the way, aiming straight for the school's dining hall. After all, for any food-loving, energetic young person, eating is the #1 priority in life. And who can say no to a sizzling meal? So there's no one in the world who doesn't like dry rice. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the dining hall without any problems and quickly punched up a hearty meal. Then he looked around and managed to find a relatively quiet corner to sit in before he couldn't wait to start feasting. The look of wolfing down the food as if he had been starving for days. But who knows? Lin Mo had only just taken a few bites when an ear-piercing yell suddenly came from his ears. "Who is Lin Mo? Hurry up and get out of here!" This sudden roar caused Lin Mo, who was burying his head in his hands, to be startled so violently that the chopsticks in his hands almost fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the direction from which the voice came with a bewildered look, muttering in his heart, "Who the hell is this? How could he call out my name for no reason?" However, the bouts of shouting and cursing didn't stop because of Lin Mo's doubts, but instead became louder and louder. Seeing that those people didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, they still kept shouting their names. Lin Mo instantly felt a bit annoyed as he furrowed his brows and responded loudly without any good humor. "What are you screaming about? I am Lin Mo." At this time, a tall girl came out of the crowd. She clasped her hands on her chest, stared at Lin Mo aggressively and asked, "Are you Lin Mo? I am. You guys have something to say? If you have nothing to say, get the hell out of here, Lin Mo said with a face of impatience. Without the slightest intention of spoiling these uninvited guests in front of him, he clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes cold and sharp, staring straight at the other party. Very well, you're the one who bullied Xiao Bei, aren't you? Looks like your kid's skin is itching. The girl who was in the lead opened her eyes angrily and glared viciously at Lin Mo, gritting her teeth. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, making her look extraordinarily bossy. Immediately after that, the girl waved her hand violently and shouted, "You guys, go up and give him some color. Let him know what happens when he offends us." Before the words left his mouth, he only saw the few boys move in response to his voice, fist pumping as they stepped closer towards Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo was not the least bit afraid. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he calmly spoke. "Don't do it here. Let's go out and settle this." After saying that, he took the lead and turned around, striding towards the outside of the dining hall. Seeing this, the girl first looked around and realized that quite a few onlookers had already gathered in the dining hall at this time. She knew in her heart that if she fought against Lin Mo here, she would definitely attract the attention and punishment of the school authorities. So, with a cold snort, she led the remaining few people to follow Lin Mo out of the dining hall. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo and the others arrived at a remote and less crowded corner of the campus. It's a tree-lined, quiet place that's usually rarely visited. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cafeteria, Luo Qingyi had just stepped through the door of the cafeteria when she heard the chatter of her classmates, and the topic of conversation invariably centered around the word Lin Mo. Out of curiosity, Luo Qingyi reached out and pulled a classmate beside her and asked softly, "May I ask why everyone is talking about Lin Mo? Did something happen?" That student hurriedly handed her cell phone to Luo Qingyi and pointed to a video playing on the screen. "Look, the school website uploaded a video. It seems like Lin Mo was called away by 5 or 6 people." Luo Qingyi hurriedly scanned the video and her face instantly became grave. She didn't have time to think too much, and after returning her cell phone to her classmate, she left the dining hall as fast as she could, heading straight in the direction where Lin Mo might be. After Lin Mo stopped walking, he looked coldly at the group of people in front of him with bad intentions and slowly spoke. "Did Lin Bei ask you to come here?" His tone was so calm that it was somewhat inscrutable, but it contained an invisible pressure. The girl standing at the front had a disgruntled look on her face as she shouted, "It's not Xiao Bei. It's this young lady who doesn't see eye to eye with you." She crossed her arms, her eyes full of provocation and disdain. Lin Mo wasn't enraged by the other party's arrogant attitude, and simply said lightly, "Come on," as if undaunted by the upcoming conflict. Hearing this, the girl in charge was secretly pleased in her heart, thinking that Lin Mo had chosen to give in and surrender. So, she gave a wink to the few girls following behind her, signaling that they could get their hands on Lin Mo to teach him a lesson. However, right at this moment, a clear and loud voice suddenly came. "Stop!" The crowd followed the voice and saw that a tall woman with a beautiful face was walking quickly. This woman was none other than the school's notorious iceberg beauty, Luo Qingyi. Luo Qingyi's face was like frost as she said coldly, "What are you guys doing? Openly bullying your classmates on campus is a serious offense. Don't you know that you will be disciplined for doing so?" Her powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire room, causing the few girls who were originally prepared to make a move to instantly become at a loss for words. When the girl in the lead saw this, she still wanted to make a few wisecracks, but before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Luo Qingyi again. "Chao Feng, do you want disciplinary action very much?" Luo Qingyi's gaze was like a knife stabbing straight at Chao Feng. The girl named Chao Feng immediately turned pale, and her voice trembled as she responded, "No, we will leave now." After saying that, she glared fiercely at Lin Mo, seemingly resigned, but unable to do anything about it. After that, she left quickly with a few other girls in a grayish manner. Chapter 17, Dining Storm. Luo Qingyi looked at the fading figures disappearing from sight before she slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Mo in front of her, and said softly, "Fellow student Lin Mo, I didn't expect us to meet here again." Her tone was soft and gentle, as comforting as a spring breeze. Hearing this, Lin Mo hurriedly responded, "Thank you for your help just now. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid I would have gotten into trouble today." His face was filled with gratitude, his gaze genuine and sincere. "There's no need to be polite, La. It's also my honor to be able to help you." Luo Qingyi replied with a smile that was as gorgeous and eye-catching as a spring flower in bloom. However, just at this moment, a familiar and slightly disgruntled voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "How did this get here? Originally, I was all set to show off my skills and power, but she messed it all up. What bad luck." Hearing this voice, the corner of Luo Qingyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly for a few moments, secretly pondering in her heart, I've run all the way out here to help him with the best of intentions. And this guy is actually complaining about me without knowing what's good for him. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but shake her head gently, feeling a bit helpless. Immediately afterward, he muttered secretly in his heart. Needless to say, this Lin Bei must be hiding in which corner and secretly observing, always engaging in these small actions. It's really hard for people to defend themselves. Just as Lin Mo's thoughts were racing, a gurgling sound broke the tranquility of the moment. It turned out to be Lin Mo's stomach growling indisputably, and this sudden situation made Lin Mo instantly become incredibly embarrassed. Only his right hand subconsciously scratched the back of his head, and his face turned red. Seeing Lin Mo's embarrassed and cute appearance, Luo Qingyi couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh, then gently proposed. How about this? How about I treat you to a meal? It just so happens that we can also chat together. When Lin Mo heard this, his heart was first shocked, then he secretly rejoiced. This is great. This is a perfect opportunity. I must ruthlessly slaughter her before I can do so. Who made her hurt me so badly in my last life? Thus, he hurriedly nodded his head and responded, then I'll be as respectful as I can be. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow Luo. When Luo Qingyi heard this, a trace of helplessness couldn't help but show on her face, but she didn't say anything more. She just gently shook her head before leading Lin Mo to walk slowly in the direction of the dining hall. Along the way, Luo Qingyi was silent while Lin Mo looked around, curious about the surroundings. Before long, the two arrived at the dining hall and found a relatively quiet corner to sit in. Lin Mo sat down on the chair with his butt and without saying a word, he began to gulp down his meal, looking almost as if he had been starving for several days, shoving the food into his mouth as if he were windswept. However, because Luo Qingyi's popularity in the school was just too high, it didn't take long for the small corner they were in to be surrounded. People were casting curious and envious gazes, and there were even many who took out their cell phones to take pictures and videos. Lin Mo buried his head and ate bitterly while raising his head from time to time to look at the crowd of onlookers beside him. He secretly muttered in his heart, are these people fed up and have nothing to do? To even surround others like this for a meal, it really makes people feel uncomfortable. However, despite some dissatisfaction in his heart, Lin Mo didn't say anything on his lips. After all, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dining hall, Lin Bei was quietly watching what was happening over here. His eyes revealed a complex emotion, both concern for Luo Qingyi and curiosity about Lin Mo's behavior. Right at this moment, he only saw Lin Mo sweeping away the meal in front of him with great speed, and then burped with satisfaction. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingyi, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face filled with surprise. How could she not have expected that Lin Mo could actually eat so fast? And it looked as if he couldn't get enough of it? Lin Mo turned his head to look at Luo Qingyi and realized that the dish in front of her had barely moved a single bite. So, he casually asked, you're not eating this dish, are you? Then I'll eat it for you. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Mo reached out and brought the dish in front of Luo Qingyi to himself and ate it without hesitation. When the people around them saw this scene, they let out a gasp of surprise. Someone screamed, oh my god, that person dared to eat Luo Da's schoolgirl's food. At this time, Luo Qingyi obviously hadn't reacted. She looked blankly at Lin Mo who was devouring his food, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Just then, Lin Bei, who was sitting not far away, also noticed what was happening over here. His eyes lit up and he quickly stood up from his seat, taking big steps straight towards the direction where Lin Mo was. Soon, Lin Bei came to Lin Mo's side, only to see him bend down slightly and come close to Lin Mo's ear and say, brother, how can you treat Mr. Luo like this? Other people, classmate Luo, are still waiting for their food. Lin Mo's brows furrowed violently when he heard this familiar voice, and his face instantly became gloomy. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Lin Bei, retorting nonchalantly, none of your business. Classmate Luo herself didn't say anything, so it's up to you to talk too much. Lin Bei obviously didn't expect to be met with such a strong dislike from Lin Mo, and for a moment, he actually froze in place, with a hint of embarrassment and aggravation on his face. And at this moment, some of the surrounding girls couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction rise in their hearts when they saw Lin Mo's attitude. One of the girls even couldn't help but stand up for Lin Bei. Aya, how can you speak to Lin Bei's classmates like this? At the same time, Luo Qingyi, who had been silent all this time, finally came back to her senses. She first looked at Lin Mo, then looked at Lin Bei, then smiled and waved her hand and said, it's okay la. In fact, this meal was originally my treat for him. As soon as Luo Qingyi's words fell, the scene once again resounded with a gasp of admiration, and many people let out envious sentiments. Some boys even outright exclaimed, ugh, when will I get this kind of treatment like this brother? However, Lin Bei was so choked by Luo Qingyi's words that he didn't know how to respond. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he couldn't spit out a word. On the other hand, Lin Mo, who was on the side, was filled with a grumbling look on his face and muttered in his heart, "Why does this Lin Bei always follow me around in a haunted manner? Could it be that he really likes Luo Qingyi? I distinctly remember that the two of them shouldn't have met so early in life. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the nightmare that has been plaguing me is coming early?" A chill rose up my spine at the thought, making me shiver. Don't ever be okay with that. It's a good way to get out of the way after slaughtering her hard for dinner today. From now on, it's better to avoid any contact with her as much as possible. After all, saving this little life of yours is the most important thing. At this moment, Luo Qingyi quietly listened to Lin Mo's inner thoughts, but never said a word. And Lin Mo didn't even give Lin Bei beside him a chance to open his mouth as he suddenly stood up and turned to leave after hastily dropping a sentence. Seeing this, Luo Qingyi didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly followed quickly. Lin Bei, who stayed where he was staring at the two's distant backs with a face full of confusion. Chapter 18, Teasing. Luo Qingyi followed Lin Mo out of the dining hall like a little tail, only to see Lin Mo taking big steps without hesitation, heading towards the direction of the dormitory as fast as he could. Luo Qingyi, on the other hand, was always silently following not far behind him. As Lin Mo walked, he inadvertently glimpsed the long shadow on the ground that was stretched by the setting sun, like a long, sinuous snake. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on with this nymphette? I clearly said before that she didn't have to wait for me and that I would leave first, but she actually still followed all the way. And it's almost to the door of the dormitory now. Is she really going to follow me into the dormitory? Thinking about this, Lin Mo only felt like his head was going to explode. Right at this moment, Luo Qingyi suddenly heard the thoughts in Lin Mo's heart, and her original tightly following footsteps instantly came to an abrupt halt as if she had been cast under a fixation spell. She looked at Lin Mo's fading back, a trace of panic and hesitation flashing across her face, like a frightened deer. But soon, she gathered her courage to catch up again and shouted, "Lin Mo student, please wait." Lin Mo stopped at the sound and turned around, looking at Luo Qingyi with a suspicious expression, only to see Luo Qingyi take a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of determination. Then with a red face, she said softly, "Lin Mo classmate, I would like to invite you to my house for dinner, is that okay?" Before the words fell, it was as if the surrounding area was drained of sound all of a sudden, leaving only the sound of the breeze gently brushing across the two men's cheeks, like a gentle caress. Ah, invite me to dinner? What the hell is this about? Can it be that she's going to trick me into her territory and then finish me off on notice like a hunter catching his prey? Lin Mo's eyes widened as he speculated in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt, and a few drops of cold sweat even appeared on his forehead, as if they were a crystal pearl. As for Luo Qingyi, who was standing at the side at this time, she couldn't help but feel a bit of laughter after hearing Lin Mo's heartfelt words. She could never have imagined that this seemingly heartless boy would have such strange and bizarre thoughts inside. However, in order to be able to pry something out of Lin Mo's mind about her grandfather, this was already the only way she could think of at the moment. Thus, in order to eliminate the doubts in Lin Mo's heart, Luo Qingyi hurriedly and skillfully continued to speak. "Mr. Lin Mo, you really don't need to have any concerns. Actually, the reason why I invited you to dinner is because I realized that your character is as cheerful and open-minded as the sun. And yeah, it's a match made in heaven with my grandfather. That's why I thought of taking you to pay a visit to my grandfather." After saying that, Luo Qingyi even revealed a smile as bright as a spring flower, trying to make Lin Mo unload his defenses. However, Lin Mo was not compelled by Luo Qingyi's words. He only shook his head and responded, I'm really sorry, Luo student. Thank you for your kind words, but I do have other matters of vital importance to attend to this evening, and I am really distracted. Why don't we just discuss it some other time?" After saying that, Lin Mo was ready to turn around and leave, but right at this moment, Lin Mo couldn't help but ponder in his heart again. And to say that your grandfather and I are in love with each other? Humph, it's simply a fantasy. Do I look like the kind of person who would be easily fooled? Besides, that guy Lin Bei is going to drag me along to buy a car tonight, so I'd like to scrutinize this guy and see what kind of bad water is hidden in his stomach. Luo Qingyi had already figured out the identities of both Lin Mo and Lin Bei as early as noon, and she also had a good idea as to why Lin Bei was going to such great lengths to go toe-to-toe with Lin Mo. At this time, Lin Mo's inner voice came again as if it were a bell. "Only, your grandfather will have a sudden heart attack tonight, and if he can be rescued in time, he may still be able to be pulled back hard from the ghost gate." This sudden news was just like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Luo Qingyi's heart. The moment she thought of the danger her grandfather might encounter, Luo Qingyi's heart was instantly gripped tightly as if by a large, invisible hand, and worry welled up on her face like a tidal wave. However, when she learned that her grandfather still had a chance of survival, a trace of joy, if any, couldn't help but rise in the bottom of her heart. Such complex emotions were intertwined like a mess, making it difficult for her to calm down for a moment, as if she was in the midst of a turbulent sea. Just as Luo Qingyi was immersed in deep concern for her grandfather's safety, Lin Mo's heartbeat once again resounded like a ghost without warning. Otherwise, why don't I find an appropriate time to remind her? Maybe this will prevent me from stepping onto that wrong path of no return again? When Luo Qingyi heard this, she couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. What the hell is wrong with this person? One moment he says he wants to help me. The next he clamors to keep his distance from me. Am I just an object in his eyes that he can fiddle with at will? The more she thought about it, the more irritated Luo Qingyi became. And she didn't give Lin Mo any chance to explain or plead her case at all. Directly and coldly, he said, since Mr. Lin Mo is reluctant, it would be better to leave this matter at that. After saying that, she turned around and left resolutely, leaving only a stunned Lin Mo standing in place like a statue at a loss for words. Luo Qingyi thought in her heart. Anyway, as for her grandfather's matter, she already knew about it. Immediately afterward, that person turned around without hesitation, and like a statue, he took a firm and incomparable step and left straight away without looking back. Lin Mo's eyes were wide open, his face full of bewilderment, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at the other parties fading back, completely stunned and at a loss for words by the unimaginable scene in front of him. He was mortared in place, stomping his feet in anger, and couldn't help but growl in his heart. No way! This is teasing me? How can it be so Just. Originally I was thinking of helping you out, but since you are so ungrateful, then you should not blame me for being heartless and unrighteous. After saying that, Lin Mo angrily threw out his sleeves and also furiously turned around to leave this place. And at this moment, Luo Qingyi, who was hiding in the shadows, took in every word Lin Mo said. Not only did she not feel fear or guilt in her heart after hearing Lin Mo's angry heart, instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile if nothing else, as if he had already had a plan for all of this. Chapter 19, The Internet Fiasco. Lin Mo lived in the dormitory as a standard two people. His roommate named Han Wenjun. The two are very close, can be said to be iron brothers. In his previous life, Han Wenjun had been devoted to Lin Mo and had helped him in many ways. It was a pity that in the end, he was not able to escape Lin Bei's poisonous hand and was brutally killed. On this day, Lin Mo returned to the dormitory as usual, and as soon as he opened the door, he heard Han Wenjun's concerned voice, Brother Mo, are you okay? I saw that video online. Lin Mo smiled faintly, a confident look on his face as he comforted. Don't worry brother. Brother Mo. I'm blessed with a great life. How could anything happen? However, Han Wenjun shook his head and continued with a grave expression. Brother Mo. I'm not talking about you being taken away by those people today, but about the matter between you and Lin Bei. Speaking here, Han Wenjun paused, then anxiously added, now the entire school's website is about to explode, and everyone is discussing which one of you two is the real young master of the Lin family. Lin Mo didn't show the slightest bit of surprise on his face when he heard this. He just calmly responded, it's fine, don't worry about him. Seeing this, Han Wenjun, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but ask after him, are they brothers or not? Rimmer nodded slightly in affirmation and asked back suspiciously, what's wrong? Han Wenjun's eyes flickered with curiosity as he then pressed on, then tell me honestly, are you or are you not that young master of the Lin family? Lin Mo raised his eyes to look at Han Wenjun's curious eyes, and after a slight hesitation, he decided to reveal part of the truth to him. After hearing those things that Lin Mo had recounted, Han Wenjun was instantly filled with astonishment, his mouth wide open as if he could stuff down an egg. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was silently recalling the bits and pieces related to Han Wenjun in his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Right, I remember that Wenjun seems to have a girlfriend named Jasmine, but that woman isn't too reliable. Her private life is so chaotic. No, as a good brother, I have to find a chance to remind Wenjun. Just as Lin Mo secretly made up his mind, the cell phone in Han Wenjun's pocket suddenly rang out of place. He pulled out his cell phone to see that the caller displayed on the screen was none other than his girlfriend, Jasmine. Han Wenjun pressed the answer button, and Jasmine's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, I'm sorry, I don't have time to go out with you tonight. After saying that, without waiting for Han Wenjun to reply, Jasmine hurriedly hung up the phone. Han Wenjun listened to the busy tone coming from the phone, and his originally expectant mood instantly became a bit lost. Then Lin Mo remembered another thing and said to himself, that woman will go to the nearest bar in the neighborhood tonight. Hopefully this time, Wenjun will be able to see that woman's true colors and come out of the haze. Seeing Han Wenjun's somewhat hesitant look, Lin Mo hurriedly responded with a smile. It's really fine. Tonight, brother will take you to the bar to relax. How about it? Han Wenjun showed a difficult face and said softly. This is not too good. Those places feel a bit messy, and I have never been there before. His voice was getting lower and lower, and he seemed a little embarrassed. However, before Han Wenjun could finish his sentence, Lin Mo couldn't wait to interrupt him. What's not good enough? We're iron buddies. Can't we accompany me this once? After saying that, Lin Mo looked at Han Wenjun with an almost pleading look. Han Wenjun was a bit overwhelmed by Lin Mo's such an enthusiastic attitude, but it was hard to keep pushing, so she could only reluctantly nod her head and responded. Alright, then just go this one time. Oh. At this moment, Lin Mo was secretly happy in his heart and muttered in a low voice. Hey, finally, I've taken care of Wenjun. Forgive me for this well-intentioned lie. I'm doing this for your own good. After saying this, Lin Mo felt a little sleepy, so he went back to bed and took a comfortable nap. By the time he woke up, it was about time for him to pack up his things and head to school for his classes, because the internet had recently been going crazy about the real and fake young master. When Lin Mo walked down the road, he attracted a lot of attention. As soon as people saw him, they began to talk to each other and talk about him. Some eyed him curiously, as if trying to make something out of him, others pointed in whispered speculations and comments, facing the crowd's strange gazes and noisy comments. Although Lin Mo pretended to be indifferent on the surface, deep down he still felt very helpless. However, for the voices and gazes that kept coming, Lin Mo acted as if he hadn't heard them, ignored them, and didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to them at all. Time passes in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, the class bell rings lazily. The students began to pack their bags and walked out of the classroom one after another. And at this moment, an incomparably luxurious Maybach sedan was parked in front of the school, and the window slowly descended, revealing Lin Muyu's exquisitely beautiful face. She slightly tilted her head sideways, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, and was searching for Lin Mo's figure. It didn't take long for Lin Mo to arrive at the school entrance. Unexpectedly, however, due to the previous big spread on the internet. At this moment the school entrance, that luxury incomparable Maybach, has long been surrounded by crowds of 3 layers outside 3 layers, watertight. Just then, he only saw Lin Bei slowly walk out from the other direction. His posture was upright, his steps firm and strong, and he walked straight toward the Maybach with a clear goal in mind. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately let out a burst of shocked cries. Look, nah, it's actually Lin Bei. Lin Bei must be the young master of the Lin family. Then how could that Lin Mo be? And when Lin Bei walked over to the Maybach, he caught a glimpse of Lin Muyu inside the car, so he hurriedly shouted excitedly, Big sister! It turned out that Lin Muyu was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously searching for Lin Mo's figure here, but she didn't expect that it was actually Lin Bei who was the first to appear in front of her like a divine warrior. Hearing Lin Bei's shout, Lin Muyu nodded slightly as if she was a flower swaying in the wind in response. When the surrounding crowd saw Lin Bei calling the owner of the Maybach as big sister, they were even more certain in their hearts that Lin Bei was the real young master of the Lin family. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene was like a lake that had a stone thrown into it, becoming more and more noisy. Chapter 20, A Dog's Eye View of a Man. Lin Mo looked at Lin Bei's behavior at this moment and couldn't help but secretly spit out in his heart. It can't be you, Green Tea Bei. You're really deep in this mind. Just as his heartbeat had just fallen, Lin Muyu, who was standing on the side, as if she had a heart-to-heart, immediately looked around alertly. Unlike the highly favored Lin Bei, poor Lin Mo could only desperately rush left and right through the crowd, struggling to move forward. The people around him surrounded him tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Mo was tall and still had some strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to get out of this crowded sea of people. Finally, after a lot of effort, Lin Mo finally managed to drill out, and it wasn't until then that Lin Muyu, who had been searching for him, spotted him. As soon as she saw Lin Mo, Lin Muyu hurriedly ran all the way to him. Seeing Lin Muyu look so eager, Lin Bei, who had been surrounded by the crowd, couldn't help but feel jealous. However, due to the fact that he was surrounded by people at the moment, he could only forcefully suppress his true inner emotions from showing. Lin Mo, who managed to squeeze out from the crowd with great difficulty, took a long breath and said, it's really too crowded here. How come there are so many people? Before his words fell, he saw that Lin Muyu had already come up to him, and said with a smile on her face, Xiao Mo, big sister, I've come over specifically to pick you up. Lin Mo smiled and clapped his hands in response. Big sister, so you're here. The interaction between the two of them caused a commotion among the people around them as they exchanged words and comments. Someone cried out in surprise, is it possible that this Lin Mo is also the young master of the Lin family? Another person agreed, it's very possible. You see that beautiful girl who drove a Maybach over? Isn't she the Lin family's eldest daughter? I heard that she has taken over the management of the entire Lin's group at a young age. Just a moment ago, when Lin Bei politely addressed her as big sister, she had merely responded with a nonchalant response. However, in stark contrast, Lin Mo acted extremely enthusiastically and quickly greeted him. At this moment, the man next to him was analyzing the scene in a gushing, headlong manner, his meticulous observations and detailed explanations seeming to be able to see everything. These words reached Lin Bei's ears, causing his face to instantly become gloomy, as if it was covered in dark clouds. In the face of the crowd's gazes and comments, Lin Mo, however, appeared unusually calm, only nodding slightly in response. Immediately afterward, he boarded the vehicle with the man as if nothing had happened and left in a cloud of dust. It wasn't long before their group arrived at the most massive car city located in Jiangcheng like a whirlwind, only to see Lin's father and mother had long been standing at the door waiting in anticipation, and when they saw Lin Mo and the other three appear, their faces immediately blossomed into delighted smiles and greeted them cordially. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone stepped inside the car city together. Who knows that as soon as they entered the door, before they had time to carefully appreciate the wide range of cars, the owner of the car city was full of smiles and greeted them, politely inviting Lin's father and mother to go to the VIP room to savor the fragrant tea and have a chat in the meantime. Lin Mo did not hesitate to start the journey of choosing a car. Lin Muyu on the side volunteered to act as a guide, leading Lin Mo through the various models. Of course, the heel-like Lin Bei followed closely behind, not moving an inch. Just as the trio was slowly approaching towards an expensive and cool-looking luxury car, a well-trained salesperson suddenly appeared like a ghost and approached them with a smile, offering to provide professional and considerate service. He explained to the three men in the room in great detail about the car's outstanding features, while Rimmer seemed a little distracted, looking here and there. These things can really be something I can't even dream of. Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Right at this moment, Lin Mo suddenly glimpsed an incredibly cool blue supercar parked not far away, and was instantly caught by it before he couldn't help but walk towards that car alone. As we got closer, we realized that the car turned out to be the famous Lamborghini Poison. This top-of-the-line luxury car costs upwards of $10 million. However, before Lin Mo could enjoy it, the salesman standing next to the car glared at him with a face full of contempt and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, you people stay away. If you accidentally break the car, can you afford to pay for it?" Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had been secretly keeping an eye on Lin Mo's every move, couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart when he saw that he was being so belittled by sales. In the face of the sales cynicism, Lin Mo did not pay much attention to it, but resolutely turned around and prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing. But who would have thought that just as he was about to take a step, Lin Bei suddenly appeared, and said loudly, "Brother, do you want this car? Dad can say before that as long as you like it, he will definitely buy it for you." "Oh, I will go to find Dad to talk about this matter now." Hearing this, the salesperson who had originally been disdainful of Lin Mo immediately changed his face to a fawning one. Turning to Lin Bei, he nodded his head and said respectfully, "So it's you, Lin Xiao. I'm really sorry, I've offended a lot just now. Please don't take it personally." Lin Bei didn't even look at the salesman, but turned his head to Lin Mo, then rebuked the salesman righteously. "This is my own brother. Is this how you treat your customers?" Rimmer's heart was like, what's the point of pretending? Lin Mo slightly raised his eyes. His gaze coldly swept over the person in front of him, slowly opened his lips and said, "Whether I buy it or not, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Also, please stay away from me. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude to you." Just then, Lin Bei saw that Lin Muyu was walking this way, and his face immediately piled on a false smile, putting on an innocent and pitiful look. He hurriedly came forward and said in a fake sympathetic manner, "Brother I really just want to help you out. Why are you being so mean to me?" Lin Mo looked at Lin Bei's contrite performance and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. This guy really knows how to act, with such exquisite acting skills. If the Oscars aren't awarded to him, it's simply heavenly. And at that moment, Lin Muyu just happened to come close and happened to hear Lin Mo's heartfelt words, and instantly understood the general situation of this matter. She now knew Lin Bei's character, so she didn't want to get too involved, so she simply stood aside and quietly watched. Lin Bei felt very upset when he saw that Lin Muyu unexpectedly did not say a word and did not mean to help himself at all. Chapter 21 Banquet. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Mo, they only saw him suddenly turn around violently in a lightning-fast manner, and the movement was as fast as if a whirlwind was blowing by. His eyes stared straight at the extremely arrogant and unbeatable salesperson who had just had an extremely arrogant and unbeatable attitude, with an undisguised look of anger on his face. "This car, I'll buy it. Lin Mo shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice exploding in the air like thunder. His words were so full of firmness and unquestionable determination that one could not help but be impressed. Then, he glared fiercely at the salesman and continued angrily, and you, don't always look at people with those doggy eyes, understand? Who do you think you are? You're just a small salesperson. You really take yourself seriously. With that said, Lin Mo huffed and puffed as he reached out and quickly pulled out a bank card from his own pocket. The bank card was held tightly in his hand as if it were a weapon of immense importance. Then, without hesitation, he threw his bank card with force toward the salesperson. The card arced through the air and landed with unerring precision on the table in front of the salesperson. In the face of such a strong and domineering Lin Mo, the salesman, who was originally high and mighty, was like a deflated ball of fur, completely losing his previous prestige. He stood in place, his body trembling slightly, not daring to show the slightest bit of resistance at all. After all, the aura that Lin Mo had displayed was just too powerful, making him fearful. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo no longer paid any attention to the salesman who had been scared out of his wits and turned around to stride towards the outside of the car city. The others who had come with him followed closely behind in a line of fish. Among them, Lin Bei picked the car that Lin's father and mother were traveling in and prepared to sit in it. However, Lin Mo, in order to be able to get as far away as possible from this guy Lin Bei, who made him feel disgusted to the core, didn't even think about it, and without even saying a word, he walked straight towards Lin Muyu's car and quickly pulled open the door and boarded the car with agility. Soon the two cars started up one after the other, their engines roaring. With a push on the gas, the wheels spun up quickly, raising a cloud of dust. The two cars sped off like wild horses and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. It didn't take long for their group to arrive home without incident. After everyone sat around the table and enjoyed a nice, delicious dinner, they went back to their rooms to rest. The whole house grew quiet, with only the night breeze gently blowing against the curtains, bringing a hint of coolness. Since today happened to be Friday, there were no classes scheduled for tomorrow for Rimmer, and he secretly pondered in his mind how to make the most of this relaxing weekend. After some thought, Lin Mo finally made up his mind and planned to play the game as a way to completely relax himself. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was a little after 12 o'clock the next day, and the sunlight poured into the room through the window. At this moment, Lin Mo rolled over in bed before slowly opening his eyes and slowly sitting up from the bed after stretching. He looked sleepily out the window at the bright sunlight and yawned as he began to dress and get out of bed. Lin Mo walked to the bathroom and simply washed himself. He casually brushed his teeth and washed his face with water, then casually picked up a towel and wiped his face and hands. After tidying up his personal hygiene, Rimmer was ready to go downstairs to see what was going on. When he had just reached the stairway, before he had even made it all the way down the stairs, he had already heard a loud discussion coming from downstairs. Under careful listening, only a clear and pleasant female voice could be heard saying, "Tonight we'll invite all the major giants in the city to come and participate in the grand banquet for Shilma's return to the Lin family, and at the same time, it's also a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to mention to the Bei family the matter of the marriage between the two families." The person who spoke was none other than Lin Mo's sister, Lin Muyu. Immediately after, a calm and dignified male voice rang out. "Well, that's fine, Muyu. Let's leave this matter to you. You now immediately go and send out the invitations." This man was Lin Mo's father. Lin Mo, who was standing on the stairs, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard these words and screamed in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's actually a banquet? This is simply the sun coming out of the west. As if his heart was in the right place, the moment Lin Mo exclaimed out inwardly, the people downstairs who were conversing suddenly subconsciously cast their gazes at the stairway entrance. Lin Mo was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden gaze of so many people, but he still looked downstairs with a stiff upper lip. This look didn't matter. His sight instantly collided with Lin Bei's hostile, as if he wanted to kill, eyes. My God, I'm afraid this big brother has already killed me dozens of times just with his eyes. Do I really still dare to go to such a banquet? Lin Mo muttered straight in his heart, and the crowd that heard these heartfelt words from Lin Mo once again turned their gazes to Lin Bei in unison. This sudden attention could scare Lin Bei, and the expression on his face instantly became very awkward. Lin Bei's originally calm as water eyes suddenly changed as he opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong with everyone? Why do each and every one of them have this expression?" Just then, he only saw Lin Mo slowly walking towards the crowd. Lin's mother, on the other hand, moved closer to Lin Mo's side and softly told him about tonight's events in advance. And at the same time, Lin Muyu's cell phone suddenly rang. She quickly picked up the phone and talked to the other person. Just through the mere words spoken by Lin Muyu, those present were able to clearly understand that it turned out to be the Lin's group that had suffered a fierce attack by hackers. Upon hearing the word Lin's, Lin Mo's mind instantly flashed through countless thoughts, and immediately began to try to remember. Hacking. Oh. I finally remembered. It turns out that the hacking attack was actually a well-planned and directed play by Lin Bei in order to win back Lin's father's trust in himself. Although it was just a showy farce, it was undeniable that it did still cause a certain degree of damage and impact to the Lin group. When the crowd heard the reason for this, their faces coincidentally became more and more grave. Everyone's heart was as heavy as if a heavy boulder had been pressed into it. However, just at this moment, Lin Mo's inner voice did not stop. He secretly pondered. But well, this matter is actually not impossible to solve. As long as we can scrutinize the entire company's security system again, I think I should be able to find out where the loopholes are and fix them in time. Alas, it's just a pity that in my last life, Big Sister didn't trust my ability or judgment at all. However, before Lin Mo could finish these words that were on his mind, he only saw that Lin Muyu had already hurriedly dialed the secretary's phone number. Chapter 22, Lin Bei's Stay or Go. This sudden move was just like a dazzling bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, instantly startling Lin Mo, who was standing by the side, to the point of being dumbfounded. Only his mouth was slightly open and his eyes were as wide as copper bells, as if he was witnessing the end of the world. After a long time, he woke up as if from a dream, shaking his head incredulously. His mouth also kept muttering, when did this Lin Muyu become so ice smart and athletic? It's almost like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It's truly amazing. At that moment, the atmosphere of the scene was like an arrow on the string. Everyone's heartstrings were tense, like a bird with a bow, fearing that the slightest carelessness would trigger an uproar. Fortunately, though, it didn't take long. After some hand-wringing but well-organized and intense coping and processing, the crisis caused by the hacker's malicious attack has been successfully resolved, and all the related issues have been properly and perfectly solved. At this moment, the 1,000-pound stone that had been hanging over his heart finally landed safely. Lin father and mother felt relieved and took a long breath, then coincidentally turned his head to look at Lin Muyu beside him. The three of them had a heart-to-heart with each other the moment their eyes met, but no one said another word, for at this moment, the hour hand is quietly pointing to noon, and the sumptuous lunch prepared by the family nanny is just about freshly baked. So then, everyone moved to the dining room and sat around the table to start enjoying the delicious meal. After a full meal, Lin Mo felt some drowsiness coming on. He stretched a big waist and yawned towards his room, ready to continue to sleep beautifully and recover his energy. At the same time, Lin Bei similarly got up and left, returning to his room, perhaps to attend to some personal matters. The moment Lin Bei stepped into the room like a gust of wind, it was as if he was carrying an invisible mountain on his back, and his footsteps seemed a bit hasty. He rushed straight to the phone on the table like an arrow out of a string, reached out and grabbed the receiver without hesitation, and dialed a string of numbers in one swift motion. The phone had just been dialed, and Lin Bei was as impatient as an ant on a hot pan as he opened his mouth and asked, "What's going on?" It was as if a flame of anxiety and dissatisfaction was burning in his tone. At this moment, a low voice came from the other end of the phone, just like muffled thunder exploding in the ears. "Lin's security detection is simply rock solid. We had already managed to break through their defenses like nobody's business, but who would have guessed that Lin's had retested the security system like a sly rabbit in a trap, and as a result we were instantly outed like a turtle in a jar." The person speaking was no one else but Zhao Qian. Hearing this news, Lin Bei was instantly frozen as if struck by lightning, and for a while he was like a wooden sculpture in the mud, not knowing what to say. After a while, he sighed helplessly like a deflated ball. Slowly, he said, "Tonight is Lin Mo's return banquet. We must not let him be so springy. Make sure to let him know that he doesn't deserve such treatment at all." Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone responded, "Don't worry, as long as you can keep your word." After saying this, a busy tone came from the phone, and it was obvious that the other party had hung up like a kite with broken strings. Lin Bei put down the phone in his hand and fell into contemplation with his hands clasped over his chest like a statue. He began to meditatively plot how he could make Lin Mo make a fool of himself and lose face like a clown in front of the many guests tonight. Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright living room, several people were sitting in a war of words surrounding Lin Bei's retention or departure. Among them, Lin Muyu was the first to speak, and although her voice was calm, it was like a sharp sword, straight to the heart. "We've already given Lin Bei quite a few chances before, but unfortunately, he didn't grasp them properly like a dog that can't be helped. Since this is the case, I think we can only send him to Auntie Zhang." The hint of determination in her eyes was just like frost in the cold wind. When Lin's mother heard this, she immediately responded excitedly, "That's right, that's what I think too. Our show Mo is a very difficult child. He has suffered so much, it's heartbreaking to think about it." As she spoke, she gently wiped the corners of her eyes as if all that aggravation had happened to her, and at this time, Lin's father, who was sitting on the side, had his eyebrows slightly furrowed, like the surface of the lake that was wrinkled by the breeze, and fell into the abyss of contemplation. He has always been a man of the big picture and thoughtfulness, as if he were the steady mountain. It was only after a while that he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let's put it this way. It's better to let Lin Muyu go and discuss this matter with Xingyu and also Nine Bamboo first, to see what thoughts and opinions they have. After all, this concerns the reputation and future development of the entire family, just like the bright star that will dim if it is not careful." After receiving his father's instructions, Lin Muyu didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly took out his cell phone like a speedy wind, quickly editing a message and sending it to Lin Xingyu, who was far away, as well as Lin Zhouju, who was busy at the company. Time passed by like a white horse. Just when everyone was waiting anxiously like ants on a hot pan, Lin Muyu's cell phone finally came with 2 crisp beeps, just like that yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Opening it up, it turned out to be Lin Xingyue and Lin Zhouju who had successively replied to the message, expressing their agreement with Lin's father's proposal. However, what made people feel a bit regretful was that Lin Xingyu, because of the many emergency patients that suddenly came to the hospital and needed to be dealt with, like the bound bird of prey, could not really spare the time to attend tonight's banquet. Upon learning of this situation, Lin's father pondered slightly for a moment. Finally, he clapped his hands and decided, since that's the case, we won't wait for Star Moon. We'll just formally announce to all the magnates at tonight's banquet that we're sending Lin Bei back to his real parents. However, at this moment, for the upcoming changes, Lin Bei is still being kept in the dark, completely unaware of a huge storm is like the raging waves, sweeping towards him. In the midst of a towering, imposing skyscraper, there is a spacious, bright and lavishly decorated office. At this moment, the sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting the figure of a woman with a delicate posture and a stunningly beautiful face. Chapter 23 Angry Lin Zhouju. In this ornately decorated, modern office, the woman was sitting in a soft, comfortable leather sofa chair with an unmistakable elegance. Her posture was like a carefully carved sculpture, every line just right, and in her hand, she gently held an extremely exquisitely crafted Lin's invitation. The invitation was like a work of art, emitting a faint aroma. Looking at her face again, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Her cherry-like lips rose slightly, forming a graceful arc, thus revealing a hidden and charming smile. The smile was like a flower blooming in spring, both charming and with a hint of mystery. This woman was no ordinary person, but the well-known business elite, Bai Menghan. She called the shots in the shopping mall and became the object of admiration of countless people with her excellent business acumen and bold and decisive character. At the moment, she was wearing a well-tailored white professional suit. It was as if the outfit was customized specifically for her, perfectly outlining the curves of her bumpy figure. Her slender waist, long legs and full breasts all show people the unique charm of women, and her long, shiny black hair was even more striking. They fell like a black waterfall over her shoulders, fluttering gently with the breeze. Each strand of hair shone with a healthy luster, adding a touch of femininity and sophistication to her whole person. Just then, she raised her head and her gaze went to the secretary who stood respectfully at the side. Her large, soulful eyes were like deep lakes, sparkling with wisdom and confidence. It seemed that with just one glance, she could penetrate the mysteries of the world, only to hear her say to her secretary in a soft but firm voice, "Chu Ran, prepare a pair of watches for me. The style should be simple and atmospheric, but not lose its noble and elegant air." Then, she paused slightly before emphasizing in a heavier tone, "Remember, make sure to pick the finest material, because at tonight's banquet, I plan to use it as a gift for important guests." After hearing the order, that secretary looked like she was electrocuted. Her body trembled violently, a trace of fear spread on her face, not even daring to utter a breath, fearing that she might accidentally annoy the majestic general manager by in front of her, only to see him busily nodding his head, his voice slightly trembling as he responded, "Yes, General Manager Bai. Don't worry, I will definitely not delay for half a minute, and will immediately go and get things done." Before the words left his mouth, he turned around as hastily as if he had been on his feet. His steps hurried and panicked, as if something terrible was chasing him behind him. In the blink of an eye, his slightly distressed figure disappeared in front of the office, leaving behind only a hastily departing back. Just then there was a light knock on the door from the room. Lin Mo rolled over in bed and muttered, "Who is it, coming to knock on the door so early?" After a while, he reluctantly got up from the bed and sleepily walked towards the door of the room. When he opened the door and saw the person standing outside, he couldn't help but freeze, scratching his head with a puzzled face and said, "How could it be Lin Zhouju? Doesn't she usually hate me the most? Is this the sun coming out of the west today?" When Lin Zhouju heard this, he frowned slightly and was secretly upset. But still, He forced himself to hold back his emotions and handed the bag in his hand to Lin Mo, saying in a raw tone, "These are the clothes you're going to wear tonight. Hurry up and change into them, then go downstairs and let's get ready to go." When she finished, she clasped her hands to her chest and stood there quietly, waiting. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes in a daze and casually responded, "Oh." Then, he reached out and took the clothes, and without even looking at Lin Jiuzhu, he closed the door with a bang. Lin Jiuzhu looked at the closed door of the room. A nameless fire surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself that this guy was actually treating himself with such indifference. It was really too much, but the thought of having business to attend to only allowed her to take a deep breath and try to calm down as she turned toward the stairs. Right at this moment, a figure was seen slowly walking out of the room, and this person was none other than Lin Bei. He looked at Lin Jiuzhu with a concerned expression and asked softly, "Third sister, did something happen? Why do I get the feeling that you don't seem to be in a good mood?" However, Lin Jiuzhu's opinion of Lin Bei as her younger brother had already undergone a huge shift since she had overheard Lin Mo's inner thoughts. The image of the once favored little brother instantly collapsed, and now in her eyes, Lin Bei had become a human-faced hypocrite. So when she saw Lin Bei walking towards her, the anger in her heart was even more mischievous. So, Lin Jiuzhu returned without a trace of humor. "It's fine, leave me alone." Before the words left her mouth, she turned around and walked quickly towards the stairs, as if she didn't want to stay with Lin Bei for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, Lin Mo quickly changed his clothes and stood in front of the mirror to scrutinize them. He gave a satisfied smile to himself in the mirror and said to himself, "Well, I'm sure it's still so handsome." Then, he also walked towards the stairs with a brisk pace. Just as he reached the stairway, Lin Mo realized that the gazes of the crowd were focused on him in unison. Lin's mother was the first to open her mouth and praised, "Aya, my son is really getting more and more energetic. This outfit is simply handsome." Hearing his mother's praise, Lin Mo hurriedly replied with a smile, "Thank you mom for the compliment la. You are also radiant today." At this time, Lin Muyu also came over and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't be afraid. Tonight you have big sister to back you up. Just let go and play." However, in the midst of this joyful and peaceful atmosphere, the only one who remained sullen was Lin Jiuzhu, who was still haunted by the previous incident. Lin Mo inadvertently glanced at the displeased Lin Jiuzhu, then turned his eyes to the gentle and generous Lin Muyu, secretly comparing them in his heart. Alas, it's still the eldest sister who is more beautiful and understanding. Lin Jiuzhu is so arrogant and bossy all day long. Who will look at her in the future? I guess I won't even be able to find a boyfriend, Lin Mo thought while helplessly shaking his head. Hearing this, Lin Muyu and Lin Mother could no longer suppress their inner laughter and let out a pft. The laughter seemed like a string of silver bells swaying in the air, crisp and pleasant. Chapter 24, The Banquet begins. This sudden laughter was like a thunderbolt that exploded in Lin Bei's ears, causing him to fall into a cloud of confusion. He blinked his eyes that were as clear as a deer's, looking at Lin Muyu and Lin Mother with a puzzled expression, as if he was searching for traces of an answer on their faces. Thus, he looked at Lin's mother as if he were a monk in 2 feet, and opened his mouth to ask, "Mom, what exactly are you and sister laughing at?" However, Lin Muyu only glanced at him lightly. That look was like the cold wind of winter, and in an instant, she resumed her cold demeanor, and lightly said, "It's nothing." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Lin Bei, as if treating him as air. Just then, Lin Jiuzhu, who was on the other side, was already furious. She was seen biting her lips so tightly that they seemed to be dyed red with blood, and her face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, as if it was the sky before a storm. She stepped on those exquisite high heels, making a did sound, which sounded like a war drum, and every step seemed to carry endless anger and resentment. Walking towards Lin Mo. When walking close to Lin Mo, she suddenly flew up with a foot that was as swift as lightning and stomped hard on Lin Mo's foot. The force of this kick was so great that when Lin Mo was caught off guard, he immediately let out a pig-killing scream, and the sound seemed to be able to pierce the clouds. After getting his way, Lin Jiuzhu didn't even look at Lin Mo, turned around and left, leaving Lin Mo alone in the same place holding his injured foot, just like a wounded lone wolf. While groaning in pain, he frantically spat out in his mind, "Oops, Mama, what's going on here? No, what the hell is she doing? It hurts me to death. I do not seem to provoke her right." As for Lin Jiuzhu, who had already left, the corners of his mouth rose slightly at this moment, revealing a smile that was as imperceptible as the blossoming of spring flowers. Her mood was instantly soothed, and there was even a hint of unspeakable joy like a babbling brook welling up in her heart. On the contrary, Lin Mo looked as lifeless as a frosted eggplant, and his entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. Seeing this scene, the kind Lin Muyu rushed forward to help Lin Mo. The action as gentle as caring for a rare treasure. and carefully helped him to the sofa to sit down to rest. Lin Muyu looked at the slightly pale Lin Mo in front of her and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Mo, recently your third sister is not in a good mood. She may be a bit grumpy, so you have to take it easy." When Lin Mo heard this, a black line instantly appeared on his face, and he muttered, "What's the matter? If you're not in a good mood, you can just take it out on me? Why step on me? However, complaining aside, he also understood in his heart that his sister might have encountered something troublesome. Just like the sky covered by dark clouds, it was difficult to clear up for a while. Time just slipped by, and before long, several people were packed and ready to go. Only heard a deafening roar of the engine like thunder suddenly sounded. A limousine like an arrow off the string sped out, as if a lightning bolt cut through the sky. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the imposing and renowned Ding Shang restaurant, which was like a lofty palace standing in the center of the city, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. In order to welcome Lin Mo's return and organize this grand return banquet, Lin's father could be said to have taken great pains, and even spared no expense in wrapping up the entire Ding Shang restaurant, which was a staggeringly large amount of money. At this moment, Lin's father and mother were busy preparing everything in the restaurant, while Lin Mo, like a well-behaved child, quietly followed behind his elder sister Lin Muyu and went to the door to receive the guests who came to the banquet. With the passage of time, the guests who came to the banquet gradually increased like the tide. They came in groups of 3 or 5, like happy fish swimming in the ocean, or walk into the banquet hall alone with elegant steps, just like a noble swan dancing on the lake. At this time, Lin Muyu, on the other hand, received every arriving guest with a smile on her face, warmly and courteously, as if a spring breeze was blowing on her face, making people feel incomparably warm. Meanwhile, Lin Mo nodded his head mechanically like a robot that had been programmed to welcome every guest. Just then, a face vicissitudes but hale and hearty grandmother like a weathered pine, slowly walked over. She was seen hobbling, one hand holding Bai Menghan beside her tightly, and behind them, there was also a couple with serious looks, just like two silent mountains. When this grandmother saw Lin Mo, her originally slightly tired face was instantly as bright as a spring flower blooming. Muyu, this handsome young man is your Lin family's biological son, right? Hearing this, Lin Muyu hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Yes, grandmother, he is my younger brother Lin Mo." As it turned out, this old grandmother was Bai Menghan's own grandmother, and was also the respected head of the Bai family. At this moment, she was looking Lin Mo up and down, her eyes full of admiration, and she couldn't help but exclaim, not bad, you're really handsome and dashing looking, it's like Pan and reincarnated." Seeing this, Lin Mo also smiled politely and said, "Hello grandma, my name is Lin Mo, it's a pleasure to meet you." Then, he turned to the couple behind Bai Menghan and bowed slightly and saluted, "Good day uncle and aunt." However, the couple just nodded softly like statues and did not speak. "Well, I've heard Dream Han talk about it. You're a brilliant kid." Grandma Bai once again nodded with satisfaction, her eyes revealing a hint of fondness, like the warm winter sun, giving people endless warmth. However, Lin Mo couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "How could this always high and cold Bai Menghan mention me? It's hard not to." When he thought of this, an imperceptible look of doubt surfaced on his face, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing the slightest ripple. After sending Bai Menghan's family in, immediately afterward, the Luo and Qin families also came in like birds of prey. The 4 great giants are like 4 bright jewels gathered together, only to see Lin's father holding Lin Mo's hand with a solemn face, slowly walking up to the brilliantly decorated high platform. The stage was crowded, and the guests were mingling with each other, speculating on what this young master of the Lin family was doing on his return. Chapter 25 Self-PUA. When they, father and son, finally stood firmly on top of the towering, imposing platform, it was as if the entire world was paying attention. The sunlight poured down on them, painting a glittering picture. Lin's father raised his head slightly and cleared his throat after taking a deep breath. Then a loud and steady voice was issued. "Dear friends and relatives, today I am here to solemnly announce to you all that my son, Lin Mo, has survived countless winds and rains, and through thick and thin, has now finally returned." The words just fell, like a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The stage immediately rang like thunderous applause and deafening cheers. The sound wave over a wave. Endless. People's faces were overflowing with excitement and thrill, and their gazes went to the upright figure on the stage. In this atmosphere that was so enthusiastic that it almost melted people, Lin's father wore a smile on his face and gently waved his hand towards the stage, his movements elegant and calm, signaling everyone to quiet down a little. Immediately afterward, he continued, "Thank you all for your unrelenting support and love for our Lin family all along. Without all of you, the Lin family would not be as prosperous as it is today. Therefore, I have specially organized this feast today in the hope of sharing this hard-won joy with you all. After saying these words, he slowly turned sideways and looked at Lin Mo beside him with deep emotion. At this moment, his eyes were no longer just the majesty of a father, but more of an endless love and relief. The look in his eyes seemed to tell of years of longing and worry, as well as the joy that filled his heart when he saw his child's safe return. As Lin's father's last words fell, the banquet officially drew to a close. Only well-dressed waiters with trays in their hands were seen filing in. On the tray was an exquisite and delicious dish with excellent colors and flavors, and a burst of tantalizing aroma instantly filled the room, making people salivate. At the same time, bottles of long-cherished fine wine were passed cheerfully in people's hands. The crisp sound made by the clinking of wine glasses is like a pleasant music, intertwined with people's laughter, one after another, unceasingly. At this moment, the entire scene can be described as extremely lively and noisy. There was a strong atmosphere of joy and peace everywhere. People were either laughing and talking, or dancing happily, as if they were in a sea of joy. And in this sea of joy, Lin Mo was standing leisurely on the sidelines, only to see his right hand tightly holding a cup of red wine of attractive color, slightly tilting his head, elegantly sending that red wine into his mouth, carefully savoring the mellow taste of it. Meanwhile, his left hand was not idle, firmly grasping a delicate and delicious cake. That cake gave off a mesmerizing, mouth-watering aroma. Like a child, Rimmer kept shoving the cake into his mouth. In no time at all, his mouth was stuffed and bulging, turning him into a cute little meatbag. Afterwards, he took a small sip of red wine with satisfaction, and his appearance was really naive and inspiring. However, just as Lin Mo was full of joy and ready to enjoy another piece of delicious cake, a figure suddenly broke into his line of sight without warning. Fixing his eyes, the visitor was actually Lin Joju. In an instant, Lin Mo's original pleasant mood instantly dissipated and was replaced by a face full of shock and displeasure. His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Joju, who was gradually approaching, and muttered in his heart, "Why is this obscure woman here again? It couldn't be that she's here to find trouble with me again, wanting to take the opportunity to step on me, right?" Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but stop the movement of stuffing the cake into his mouth and his hand, and his body instinctively fell back a few steps, as if he wanted to get as far away as possible from this woman who was giving him a headache. When Lin Joju saw that Lin Mo was so afraid of himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a slightly teasing smile. He took a step and slowly approached towards Lin Mo. Each step seemed to carry an invisible pressure, causing Lin Mo's heart to grow more and more nervous. Just seeing Lin Joju raise his arm, this simple action was like a thunderbolt, startling Lin Mo so much that he trembled and couldn't help but shiver. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Joju's hand in horror, praying in his heart that it mustn't be directed at him. However, Lin Joju only gently ran her hand down the side of her hair, her movements elegant and natural. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's high heart finally fell back into his stomach and let out a long breath of relief. At this time, Lin Joju was still smiling and said softly, "Mom and Dad are over there, so you should quickly go over there for a moment." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown and complained, "Just tell me to go over there. What's the point of doing all these tricks? I thought you were going to kick me again." Despite muttering in his mind, he obediently nodded his head and then ran like a frightened rabbit as fast as he could in the direction where Lin's father and mother were. Lin Joju stood in place, his eyes following Lin Mo's back as he walked away, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising as an imperceptible smile quietly bloomed. As for Lin Mo at this moment, he was walking forward at an unhurried pace while secretly pondering in his heart. But then again, what is this sudden search for me all about? It's really puzzling. He frowned, trying to think of the possibilities. When he got a little closer, Lin Mo suddenly heard someone mention the word marriage, although he had already heard about this matter at noon. At this moment, really approaching this topic, Lin Mo's heart still involuntarily seized, and an inexplicable sense of tension instantly surged to his heart. Lin Mo slowed his pace and slowly walked towards the crowd. Meanwhile, his mind was not idle, his thoughts spinning. It should be impossible for this marriage to succeed, right? After all, Bai Menghan is a generation of business elites. How could someone as independent, smart and proud as she is agree to such a thing so easily? Thinking of this, Lin Mo began to mentally work on himself, trying to convince himself not to care too much about this union. After some self-compassion and mental construction, Lin Mo finally adjusted his mind and slowly walked to the crowd step by step. Chapter 26, Marriage between the Lin and Bai families. As soon as Lin's father saw Lin Mo walking slowly like a jade tree, his face was immediately filled with enthusiastic smiles like spring flowers blooming. He turned to the Bai family's Bai remote, who was sitting by the side, and said bashfully, "Old Bai, take a quick look. This is my own son Lin Mo. Take a good look. What do you think?" Bai Yuanka was Bai Menghan's father. as well as the top pillar of the Bei family that was as stable as a mountain. Back then, Bai Yuanchuan, with his own wisdom and vigor, created and developed Baisheng group like Pangu, opening up the sky and the earth. Now that he is getting older, he has left the Baisheng group in the hands of his daughter, Bai Menghan, with confidence. And Bai Menghan really did not disappoint her father's expectations. She is smart and capable, strategizing, so that the Baisheng group in the fierce competition in the market is the wings of the rock all the way forward. The performance is booming. After Bai Yuan heard Lin's father's words, he raised his eyes in the direction he was pointing, only to see a tall, handsome young man walking towards them in style. This person was none other than Lin Mo. Sensed the gaze cast by Rang Yuan, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a polite smile that was as warm as the spring breeze. Seeing this, Bai Yuanchuan first laughed out loud like a bell, then responded to Lin's father, saying, "Ha, old Lin, your son really looks like Panin. With such a handsome appearance, it is not impossible to say that the marriage is a good idea. However, in the end, we still have to see how Menghan herself wishes to do it." After saying that, he secretly thought in his heart, in fact, for this marriage, deep inside himself like the undulating sea, he was not particularly willing to let Bai Menghan marry Lin Mo. After all, at the moment, there was still an unfathomable unknown as to what Lin Mo's true personal abilities actually were. However, as the head of a large and powerful family, everything must be done in the interest of the entire family. Therefore, despite his misgivings, Bai Rang Yuan was forced to reluctantly comply with his old friend Lin Xiaotian's request for a marriage for the time being. As soon as Mother Lin heard this, her eyes instantly lit up like the twinkling stars in the night sky, and she quickly cast her gaze like an arrow at Bai Menghan. Full of anticipation, she said, "Menghan, you quickly tell Auntie Lin, what exactly is your impression of our family Xiaomo?" When Bai Menghan heard this, she raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Mo with those autumn water-like eyes, only to see that the boy in front of her was tall and straight as an aspen. The face is handsome, like carving, like exquisite. The eyes are clear and bright, like the brightest star in the night sky, through a sincere and sunshine. She gently nodded, a smile that blossomed like a spring flower hanging at the corner of her mouth, and replied, "Auntie Lin, to be honest, the first impression he gives is still quite good yet." However, right at this moment, Lin Mo was shocked. His heart was like a shock wave, secretly exclaiming, "Ha, not bad? Haven't you always been known for your high spirits? How could you say such unexpected words? It's simply a speech against the heavens." Immediately afterward, he thought on second thought, "Oops, no. If she really agrees to be with me, wouldn't that be me picking up a treasure? Ha ha." Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but be overjoyed, and his mind even began to brainstorm all sorts of picturesque, sweet and romantic scenes. And at this moment, when Lin father and mother saw Lin Mo's soulful and thoughtful look, their hearts were filled with doubts, as if they were shrouded in a fog. When Bai Menghan saw the Lin family staring at Lin Mo, she instantly realized that Lin father and Lin mother might be able to hear Lin Mo's inner thoughts. So, she hurriedly coughed a few times and gently covered her face, which was like a ripe apple, with her hand to hide her embarrassment. Then with a red face, he said, "I think we can try dating first to try it out." Hearing this, Mrs. Lin smiled as brightly as a spring flower, took Bai Menghan's hand and said cordially, "That's great. Then from now on, you are my daughter-in-law to be, Menghan." Grandma Bai was also full of kindness on the side, smiling like the Maitreya Buddha, saying, "Menghan, in the future you have to take good care of Xiaomo. Oh, don't bully him yo. And Remote, go tell everyone the good news." After hearing this, White Remote was like receiving an imperial decree. He did not dare to have the slightest delay, and busily promised, then quickly followed Lin Xiaotian's pace, and the two of them walked side by side to the front of the many guests. At the same time, Lin Mo and Bai Menghan stood together with a heartfelt feeling, like two mutually attracted stars shining brightly. Only Lin Xiaotian coughed lightly, cleared his throat like a flood bell, and said aloud, "Guests, next I'm going to solemnly announce an extremely important matter to all of you." After saying that, he paused for a moment and looked around like a falcon, seeing everyone's eyes focusing over like a spotlight. Before continuing, this big event is, the Lin family will be tying the knot with the Bai family in a marriage and alliance. When this statement came out, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, and the guests in the audience reacted differently. Some of them had a look of surprise on their faces, as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt. However, there are some people who are very calm, as if they have already expected this, and gladly accept this arrangement, like a calm lake without waves. However, right at this moment, an abrupt and piercing voice like a sharp sword pierced the harmonious atmosphere of the scene. "I disagree. The crowd followed the sound and saw that a man with gorgeous clothes but a wild look was striding towards them. And this person was none other than Zhao Qian of the Zhao clan. Originally, Zhao Qian thought that he and Lin Bei secretly collusion of those collusion has not been detected. So it is full of Lin Bei to come to stir up this banquet. Such as jumping beams clowns generally cannot wait to make an appearance. Lin Mo looked at the condescending and unrivaled Zhao Qian in front of him, and his heart felt as if it was turning over in shock waves. Why is this guy here? It seems like we didn't invite the Zhao family. By the side, Bai Menghan, with her mind-reading skill, as if she had insight into Lin Mo's inner world, knew deep down that the visitor was none other than Zhao Qian, that infamous playboy, and was instantly disgusted. The feeling was like eating a fly. Her beautiful eyes became as sharp as a falcon's at the moment, staring tightly at Zhao Qian as if she was going to penetrate him with her gaze, only to see the shapely and cool-faced Bai Menghan lift her chin slightly, her eyes gazing indifferently at Zhao Qian, her vermilion lips lightly opened. Zhao Qian, what qualifications do you have to disagree? Her voice was crisp and cold, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Bai Menghan's sudden remark caused Zhao Qian to instantly freeze. He opened his mouth but realized that he didn't even know how to reply. Chapter 27, Messing Up. The original intention to deliberately mess up and cause some trouble was completely shattered like fragile glass in this instant. At this moment, Zhao Qian's inner depths had been taken over by endless trepidation and uneasiness, as if it was a dark abyss that made it difficult for him to extricate himself, because he understands more than anyone in his heart, with his own little strength. It is simply an ant trying to shake a tree. There is not the slightest possibility to go against the powerful Bai family. The Bai family was a family with deep roots and huge power in the region, and its influence was so great that it was never something he could imagine. If he didn't know the heights of heaven and really angered the Bai family, then what awaited him would be a devastating disaster, or one could even say extinction. Just thinking about it, Zhao Qian felt shuddering, as if a large invisible hand was tightly choking his throat, making him gasp for air. Unconsciously, a layer of fine beads of sweat had begun to appear uncontrollably on Zhao Qian's forehead, which slowly slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. At the same time, his body was like a candle in the wind, involuntarily trembling violently, and his legs were as heavy as lead, almost unable to take a step, just as Zhao Qian was filled with fear and was planning to retreat in ashes. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. Ha ha, Mr. Zhao is also thinking about the Bai family. The person speaking was none other than Qinan of the Qin family. It turns out, this Qinan on the White family Miss Bai Menghan has been in love. Just in the way of a variety of reasons, has not been revealed just. This time, when he heard that the Bai family was going to marry the Lin family, he was so anxious that he hurriedly stepped forward. Lin Mo looked at this unfamiliar and imposing person in front of him, his heart filled with suspicion. Who the hell is this guy? Can't it be that it's the rescuer that guy Lin Bei specially invited? Looking at this appearance of his, he seems to be quite powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who was far away on the other side, was staring at everything that was happening over here, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a sinister and vicious smile. Qinan, on the other hand, questioned with a serious face, Uncle Bai, you just betrothed Meng Han to this person. Did you not even consider Meng Han's true inner thoughts? Lin Mo sniffed and rolled his eyes without any good reason, muttering, does this person have a brain problem? It's clearly by Meng Han herself who's willing to give it a try. Okay, but she still has to put on a righteous, self-conscious demeanor. At this moment, Bai Menghan overheard Lin Mo's heartfelt words and couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. Seeing this, Lin Muyu and Lin Zhouju, who were standing next to him, laughed out loud along with him. Lin Zhouju secretly rejoiced in his heart. Ha ha, I didn't realize that listening to this kid spouting off at others would be so funny. Seeing the few of them suddenly and inexplicably laughing, Qinan's brows furrowed tightly as he asked with a face full of puzzlement, what's going on? Meng Han, could it be that you are not willing to marry this person? Bai Yuan was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Bai Menghan jumped ahead of him and said, Young Qin, this marriage is entirely out of my personal will and has nothing to do with my father. As soon as the words left her mouth, the face of Grandma Bai, who had been sitting on the sidelines and remained silent, instantly became gloomy. As soon as Qinan heard these words, his entire body was struck by lightning and he instantly froze, his eyes wide and full of unbelief as he looked ahead. It was only after a full second or two that he came back to his senses like a dream, and hurriedly opened his mouth to defend. No, that's not it. However, before he could finish his words, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Grandma Bai, only to see Grandma Bai staring at Qinan with a serious face and stern eyes. She said in that slightly vicissitudes but majestic voice, this is our Bai family's own matter. Where is it your turn to meddle and talk too much? Despite the fact that Grandma Bai was old and her voice revealed some traces of age, that kind of unruffled aura still made Qinan unable to help but feel timid. For a time, Chinan was actually scared to the point of being dumbfounded. His mouth opened a few times, but he couldn't spit out a single word. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Chinan in such a wretched and defeated state. Ha ha ha, this guy is really a living treasure. Doesn't even understand the situation. Laughing, he glanced at Chinan triumphantly before following by Manghan as she turned around and walked towards the other side. And as Lin Bei, who was standing in place, saw that Chinan was powerless in front of Lin Mo, his heart couldn't help but ignite a burning rage. He glared fiercely at the departing Lin Mo and Bai Manghan, then turned his head to look at Zhao Chen beside him, who also had a hard look on his face, and sighed helplessly, waving his hand to signal them to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Just like that, Chinan and Zhao Chen could only walk elsewhere like defeated roosters, grimacing. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was full of joy as he followed Bai Manghan to a quieter corner. He gazed unblinkingly at the flower-like beauty in front of him, and in his heart, he kept sighing that Bai Manghan's beauty was simply like a fairy descending to the earth, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Bai Manghan felt Lin Mo's blazing gaze and a faint blush spread across her face, but she didn't open her mouth to speak, just slightly lowering her head, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Obviously at this moment her heart was also like a deer in the headlights and her heart was in a blossom. As for Luo Qingyi, who had been accompanying her mother, she hadn't had any free time to get away until this moment. She had also heard the news of the upcoming marriage between the Lin and Bai families before, so she was anxiously looking around the hall for Lin Mo's figure at this moment. Lin Bei saw Luo Qingyi standing there from afar. His face was instantly filled with smiles, and he walked over as quickly as the wind was blowing in his feet. Luo student. What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Luo Qingyi leisurely turned her head back when she heard the voice. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when her gaze touched Lin Bei, but she quickly regained her composure. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a polite and detached smile as she said, "Oh, so it's you. Hello." After saying that, she gently turned her head away and continued to walk towards the direction where Lin Mo and Bai Manghan were with an elegant stride. Lin Bei saw Luo Qingyi heading towards Lin Mo's side, and with a rush in his heart, he hurriedly accelerated his steps to follow, only to see Luo Qingyi walk lightly to the chair in front of Lin Mo and slowly sit down. Then he stared at Lin Mo with a smile, not a laugh, and said, "Mr. Lin, it's only been a while since I've seen you, but you actually have a fiancé already?" Lin Mo's body stiffened violently when he heard this, and his eyes, which were originally gazing at Bai Manghan with affection, looked as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and quickly moved to the side, not daring to meet Luo Qingyi's eyes. For a while, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Chapter 28 Accidents. Lin Mo slightly sidestepped his head and absently glanced at Luo Qingyi beside him, and with just this glimpse, he noticed Luo Qingyi's delicate and attractive face, whose beauty was not inferior to Bai Manghan's. Right at this moment, Bai Manghan, who had been keeping an eye on the surrounding movements, saw Luo Qingyi slowly walking towards her, and with a smile on the corner of her mouth, she elegantly stretched out her own pair of catkin-like slender jade hands, and said softly, "How are you, Miss Luo?" When Luo Qingyi saw this, an imperceptible smile quickly flashed across her face. Then without hesitation, she reached out and firmly held Bai Manghan's hand, responding, "Hello, Ms. Bai." On the surface, the interaction between these two beautiful people appeared to be very cordial and harmonious. However, only Lin Mo, who was in the middle of it, was keenly aware of the hint of murderous intent that was hidden behind the smile. This dark atmosphere made Lin Mo, who was sandwiched between the two of them, feel incredibly awkward and embarrassed. Just when the situation was at a standstill, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out, breaking the eerie calm. It turned out to be Lin Bei walking up quickly. He looked at Luo Qingyi with a serious face and said bluntly, "Student Luo, Lin Mo is the one who already has a fiancé, so it's better for you not to bother the two of them anymore." Hearing this, Luo Qingyi didn't immediately respond to Lin Bei, but first loosened her original tight grip on Bai Manghan's hand. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Bei, smiled faintly, and said lightly, "I'm just here to express my congratulations to them. Can't it be that Ms. Bai is so petty that she would even be jealous of this?" In the face of Luo Qingyi's provocation, Bai Manghan acted extremely calm and collected, only to see her similarly report a shallow smile, tone soft but not lose firm response, "That naturally will not be. After all, our two families are now successful marriage. Luo big miss you. Is not it also should consider to find yourself a man of your choice?" Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, silently watched the scene in front of him where the two women were going back and forth, going toe-to-toe. The heart secretly pondered, these two people seem to be smiling, but how always give me a feeling of a knife hidden in a smile. Alas, really should be the words only women and small people hard to raise also. This woman nah, really is not a good to provoke. That's not right. If this Bai Menghan really marries me in the future, won't my life be completely free? Do you have to act like a schoolboy every day and obediently report your every move to her? It's exhausting to think about it. Lin Mo's brows were furrowed and he was secretly thinking in his heart. At this moment, Bai Menghan, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless after hearing this inner monologue of Lin Mo's. However, she did not show this emotion on her face and remained graceful and composed. Similarly, Luo Qingyi's expression didn't change in the slightest, so much so that neither of the two of them noticed that each other was able to hear Lin Mo's heart. On the other side, Lin Bei spoke with joy but slight apprehension. Luo, but just as he uttered a single word, he was mercilessly interrupted by Luo Qingyi, this student. If there's nothing important, please stay away from us. Faced with such a cold rejection, the average person might have walked away in disgrace. However, Lin Bei was clearly not an ordinary person, only to see that instead of leaving, he stood up his chest. Confidently, he responded, Luo student, please believe that I have genuine feelings for you. In fact, from the first moment I saw you, I have deeply liked you, so I especially wish to have a good chat with you. Lin Mo, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this guy is also too uninterested, right? Anyone with a clear eye can see that Luo Qingyi doesn't want to take care of him at all, and he actually manages to be so dead set on pestering him. But well, this is good. The more Luo Qingyi hates him, the easier it will be to break the line of affection that might have existed between the two of them. In that case, Lin Bei's power will definitely be affected, thus declining. This is simply a great good for me with no harm done. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth unconsciously rose, revealing an imperceptible smile. Immediately after saying that, he strides off into the distance without looking back. Seeing this, Bai Menghan followed closely behind without hesitation, her graceful figure as light as a dancing butterfly. However, Luo Qingyi wasn't that lucky because at this moment, she was already wrapped up in Lin Bei and couldn't get away at all. Just as Lin Mo was walking forward at a fast pace, something unexpected happened all of a sudden. All the lights in the entire spacious and gorgeous hall went out without warning. In an instant, the hall that was originally as bright as day was instantly plunged into darkness. Immediately afterward, only a dull thud could be heard, as if something heavy had slammed down hard on the ground. Rimmer was bumped by one of them. This sudden turn of events horrified everyone in the room, and there was a chorus of screams and panic. Time passed, and after about a couple minutes, the lights finally eased back to normal. When everyone's vision gradually cleared up, they suddenly realized that there was a person who had fallen straight to the ground. The man was lying face down, motionless, alive or dead. The gazes of the crowd unanimously focused on the fallen man, shock and fear written on every face. And even more coincidentally, this unlucky person happened to fall in the position closest to Lin Mo. Almost at the same moment, Lin Bei hurried over. He looked at Lin Mo with a nervous face and asked, Brother Lin, did you see what exactly happened just now? In the face of Lin Bei's eager inquiry, Lin Mo glared at him in an angry manner, and indignantly replied, I know your ass, it was so dark, I couldn't see a thing, so what would I know? Just then, Lin Mo had a flash of light in his mind. Oops, how did I forget about this? This monitoring line surely has nothing to do with the lights. We can go to the surveillance room and take a look. 9 times out of 10, the surveillance system of an upscale hotel like this will be equipped with night vision. Maybe we can discover some important clues from there. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt, and his whole body became excited. At this moment, Lin Mo was immersed in his own thoughts with a serious face, paying no attention to Lin Bei on the side. Chapter 29 Reasoning. Only to see his sword brows knit tightly, as if twisted into a dead knot at the center of his eyebrows. His lips slightly wriggled, muttering, well, according to the current situation, it is highly likely that this murderer will choose to go to delete the monitoring records. He gently rubbed his chin as he thought, his eyes revealing a thoughtful light. After all, if he leaves solid evidence behind and we find it by following the trail, then he's not just throwing himself into the net and is totally screwed. But then again, if it's really like what I'm assuming, then the whole monitoring system should have stopped working due to the power failure. As he said this, he couldn't help but shake his head, a puzzled look appearing on his face. However, the fact before us at this moment is, the surveillance system is still functioning normally and has not been affected in any way. Could it be that this person is merely deliberately pretending to fall down here to confuse us? But what exactly is the purpose of going to such lengths? One question mark after another like rain sprung up from his mind, causing the feeling of confusion in Lin Mo's heart to become more and more intense. Simply like a mess of hemp. How to rationalize cannot make sense of the situation. Right at this moment, after Lin Muyu, who was on the side, listened to this analysis, he quickly picked up his cell phone on the spur of the moment and skillfully dialed a number. she said in an urgent tone. Hurry up and get me the surveillance video of the hall. Act fast. Yes, Missy. A dry response came from the other end of the line. This was followed by a short waiting period. It didn't take long for Lin Muyu to see the crucial surveillance video as he had hoped. Only the picture on the screen showed that after the lights suddenly went out, the scene was instantly plunged into a state of extreme chaos. The scene was unusually noisy as people ran around in panic and shouting. In the midst of this chaos, a figure could be vaguely seen quietly approaching the fallen man, and then raising his hand towards the other party's head and knocking down hard. Unfortunately, due to the angle, the man's face happened to be obscured by the fallen man, making it impossible to see his true face. Because of this, the one who is closest to the person who fell to the ground, the suspicion that he carries is naturally relatively larger. Right at this moment, Lin Bei, who had been silent and secretly observing all of this, suddenly acted as if he had discovered some unimaginable opportunity. He was seen rushing forward with an arrow step and quickly stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone, look!" From inside the surveillance video just now, you can clearly see that Lin seems to have bumped into that fallen man. When Lin Mo heard this, he instantly became speechless, secretly pondering in his heart, could it be that just because I accidentally bumped into him, he was able to directly fall to the ground? This is too ridiculous. Those who were able to hear Lin Mo's inner thoughts also nodded their heads silently in their hearts at this moment, expressing their recognition and approval of Lin Mo's words. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo cast his gaze straight at Lin Bei, then questioned with a serious face, "If it was me who bumped into you, then may I ask if you would also immediately fall to the ground like this?" In the face of Lin Mo's sudden rhetorical question, Lin Bei obviously did not anticipate it, and for a moment, he was actually somewhat at a loss for words. His mouth opened a few times, but he was never able to utter a complete sentence, and could only stand frozen in place. However, even so, Lin Bei still refused to give up, still stubbornly continued to yell, "But no matter what, Lin Mo, you are currently the most suspected. You." However, before he could finish his sentence, Grandma Bai, who was on the side, decisively opened her mouth to interrupt him. In a firm tone, he said, "What can this surveillance video alone tell us nowadays? Don't make any wild guesses here. I've already arranged for manpower to investigate other possible suspects in the surrounding area." After being rebuked by Grandma Bai, Lin Bei, even though his heart was not willing, he didn't dare to talk too much, and only closed his mouth resentfully, letting Lin Mo go for the time being. Lin Mo stared intently at the man who had suddenly collapsed, secretly pondering in his heart what was wrong with this man. Through the faint light, Lin Mo vaguely saw that the man looked quite young, estimated to be in his early 20s. Rimmer muttered in his heart, wanting to try and find something in it. After all, a sane and normal person who lies on the ground in the same position for a long period of time will definitely feel all kinds of discomfort in his body. So he began to scrutinize the man's subtle movements and changes in expression. However, after a while, Lin Mo didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze inadvertently shifted away from the fallen man, but he unexpectedly found a field of broken glass scattered not far from the man's body. The broken glass shimmered faintly in the dull light, as if hiding some secret. Seeing this, Lin Mo's heart suddenly flashed with a hint of a plan. He looked around cautiously and realized that at that moment, the attention of the crowd was all focused on Grandma White, and no one had noticed the movement over here. The timing was just right. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gently raised his foot and kicked it towards one of the pieces of broken glass. The strength of this kick to pinpoint just right, only to see one of the broken glass as a string of arrows as fast as shooting to the arm of the person who fell to the ground. There was only a slight plop as the broken glass gently sank into the man's arm with unerring accuracy. The person who was originally lying motionless like a dead man was provoked to tremble violently by this sudden stabbing pain. But in just an instant, he forced himself to endure the pain and once again returned to his previous motionless state. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. Ha 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 ha, this guy, he actually had the audacity to play dead here. I was really almost fooled by him. However, why on earth did he fall at my heels by such a coincidence? Is there some kind of correlation? When I think about it, the only people I have a grudge against are Lin Bei, Zhao Qian, and Qinan. If you want to talk about Zhao Qian, he has always been in awe of our Lin family, and would never have the guts to mess with me. As for Qinan, what he represented behind him was the Qin family, and with the reputation and status of the Qin family, he naturally wouldn't easily do things that would tarnish the family's reputation. In that case, the only one left with the greatest suspicion was Lin Bei. Just what method should be used to make this Lin Bei reveal his true colors on his own? Lin Mo's brows were locked in deep thought. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but once again turn to the figure that had fallen to the ground, as if he wanted to look for a hint of a clue to solve the mystery from there. Chapter 30, The Truth. Only Lin Mo took a steady and slow pace, walking step by step towards the man who had fallen to the ground. Each step seemed to carry an invisible pressure that made people hold their breath to watch his next move. Finally, Lin Mo walked up to the man, then slowly crouched down. His eyes focused on the piece of broken glass on the ground that he had just used to zap the man a bit. He reached out his right hand and carefully picked it up. At this moment, the Lin family members, Bai Menghan, and Luo Qingyi on the side all stared at Lin Mo with wide eyes, their hearts filled with doubts and curiosity, and they desperately wanted to know what exactly Lin Mo was planning to do. Rimmer tightened his grip on the broken glass in his hand, raised his hand, and made a light cut on the man's arm. Right at this moment, Lin Bei, who had been closely watching the development of the situation from the side, suddenly changed his face and screamed in his heart that it was not good. He hurriedly rushed forward with an arrow step and tried to stop Lin Mo. "What are you doing? You're going to ruin the scene. How can you explain when the police come later?" However, before Lin Bei could finish his sentence, he only heard a furious shout from Lin Mo. "Shut up!" This roar was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. For a time, the entire scene was silent. No one dared to say another word, as if they were completely shocked by Lin Mo's powerful aura. After a short silence, Lin Mo no longer paid attention to the bystanders and continued the movements of his hands. Who knows? Only just scratched the first just. Originally lying on the ground motionless, that person was like an electric shock violently popped up. This sudden turn of events caused the unprepared Lin Mo to be startled. The surrounding crowd was stunned to see this dramatic scene. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. No one expected that this person who seemed to have his life on the line a moment ago would actually be able to come back to life so quickly. After a brief moment of shock, most people's minds began to race, and they soon realized that this was most likely an elaborate planting. Lin Mo fixed his mind, his eyes like a torch staring at the person who had just been resurrected in front of him, and secretly thought in his heart, this guy's ability to resist pressure is also too bad. Right. Simply a little bit of professionalism as an actor is not there. At the same time, he recalled that just now when he was about to stroke that person, Lin Bei couldn't wait to jump out and stop him. So it seemed that the mastermind behind this matter was Lin Bei in all probability. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he stared intently at the person in front of him and snapped in a tone full of threatening implications. "Speak up. Just who instructed you to do this kind of nasty thing?" The man's body trembled slightly, and a hint of shock appeared on his face, but he quickly responded with forced composure. "What do you mean? I really don't know what you are talking about. I've just awakened from my coma." However, his fluttering eyes and slightly trembling voice had long since betrayed his inner turmoil. Lin Mo was not moved in the slightest and continued to press on. "Humph. In that case, then you'll have to bear all the consequences for your mastermind." As soon as the words fell, the man's face instantly became as white as paper, and fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. The whole person appeared to be more and more flustered, and his speech also became stuttering. Seeing this, Lin Mo pursued the attack and spoke again. "You should be clear that you are nakedly planting evidence to frame you, and if things are exposed, what awaits you will most likely be a prison sentence." Hearing these words, that person finally completely collapsed. Before there was a hint of fluke in his heart, thinking that he might be able to muddle through. But now the situation had developed to such a state, completely exceeding his expectations. At this point, the man could no longer hide it, only to see him shivering and lifting his finger towards Lin Bei, pleading with a crying voice, "It's him. He asked me to slander you. Please don't call the police. Please." Lin Bei was startled by the sudden accusation and hurriedly defended. "No, it wasn't me. If he could do such a thing, it's naturally possible that he deliberately framed me. That's you. I have the record of the transfer he gave me here. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you," the man said as he fumbled with his hands, pulling out his cell phone and trying to find so-called evidence to prove what he was saying. Lin Muyu snatched the cell phone that was placed on the table. After her eyes hurriedly swept over the screen, she turned her head violently and stared at Lin Bei dead in the face, her eyes filled with disbelief and anger. "Lin Bei, how could you do such a thing?" Facing Lin Muyu's questioning, Lin Bei looked a bit flustered and confused. He hurriedly waved his hands while stuttering and explaining, "No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me." However, at this point, Lin Bei could no longer make the others believe his words. Lin's father, who had been silent on the sidelines, finally couldn't help but explode. His eyes widened in anger as he roared, "That's enough. Stop your sophistry. Lin Bei, from today onwards, get your ass back to your real parents. Our Lin family doesn't have a son like you." When Lin Bei heard this, he was struck by lightning and his entire body froze in place. After a few moments, he came back to his senses and rushed towards Lin's father like a madman, clinging to his thighs, bitterly begged, "Dad, Don't drive me away. Please, don't However, Lin father was not moved, forcefully broke away from Lin Bei's hand, and left without looking back. Lin Bei looked at his father's departing back in despair, and turned his gaze for help to his mother again, only to see him plop down on his knees, said with tears in his voice, "Mom, you help me to beg for mercy with Dad. I know it's wrong. I don't dare to do it again. Mom." However, at this moment, Lin mother had long been disappointed in this indisputable son. She just coldly glanced at Lin Bei who was kneeling on the ground. Then silently he turned away and walked slowly away with heavy steps. When Lin Bei saw that his mother also refused to help him, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was instantly dashed. He sat helplessly on the floor, raised his head, and looked in turn with almost desperate eyes at his two sisters who stood by. But chillingly, the two sisters likewise chose to ignore him, not even saying a word of comfort. The only thing left in the entire hall was Lin Bei's lonely and miserable cry echoing in the air. A satisfied smile reappeared on Lin's father's face as he solemnly declared that the banquet had come to a successful conclusion. At the end of his speech, he gently took the hand of Lin's mother beside him, and the two of them walked side by side, leaving slowly in the respectful gaze of the crowd. Chapter 31 Desperate Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Mo, like a loyal follower, followed behind the two sisters with outstanding temperament and slowly walked out of the banquet hall. His slender and upright posture is just like a pine standing proudly in the wind, resilient and indomitable. His elegant and relaxed pace is as leisurely as a leisurely walk, as if the whole world is under his control. This dignified appearance was like the brightest star in the night sky, easily attracting the attention of many people. People were looking sideways, with looks of amazement, curiosity, or appreciation in their eyes, as if they were admiring a rare treasure. On the other side of the banquet hall, White Remote was like a silent sculpture, standing quietly, his eyes following Lin Mo's fading back, as if it was the most important existence in his life. His mind was like a high-speed projector, constantly replaying every subtle action, every verbal expression of Lin Mo's at the banquet just now, and every image was as clear as a movie in front of his eyes. At first, White Remote did not hold too much expectation for this young man who was new to the Jianghu and unknown, just like looking at an ordinary stone, unobtrusive. However, the short contact of today's banquet was like a bolt of lightning breaking through the night sky, and the composure and calmness that Lin Mo showed beyond the norm was just like a deep pool of still water, with no waves or shocks. The remarkable ingenuity and talent, like the bright stars, dazzling, not let the White Remote for the marvel. He couldn't help but think to himself, this sun is by no means in the pool. Thinking of this, the corners of Bai Yuan's mouth couldn't help but rise, and a pleased smile like a spring flower blossomed, surfacing on top of his face. At this moment, his deepest view of Lin Mo had undergone a sea change, from initial disdain to today's scrutiny, as if it was a magnificent metamorphosis. At the very same moment, Bai Menghan, who stood beside Bai Rangyuan, had a pair of beautiful and moving eyes that were like magnets, firmly locked onto Lin Mo's body from the beginning to the end, without ever having a moment's deviation. Her eyes contain complex emotions. There is appreciation. Like the spring breeze, there is curiosity. Like the morning fog, perhaps also mixed with a trace of imperceptible admiration. Her bright, star-like eyes flashed with a star-like light of appreciation and admiration, as if she wanted to deeply imprint Lin Mo's figure in her heart. His eyes were locked onto Lin Mo, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Lin Mo. He looks like a handsome, imposing and good-looking skin, as if he were a jade tree. But I'm impressed by his ability to be so outstanding today. How many people in the world can be as perfect as this? On the other hand, Luo Qingyi, who was standing on the side, showed a very different look. Only her beautiful willow eyebrows were tightly furrowed together, forming a small Chuan character, just like the surface of a lake wrinkled by the wind. The clear eyes were filled with a color of curiosity, and deep inside they were secretly pondering, just how many other unknown skills and amazing places is this Lin Mo waiting to be dug up and discovered? Why is it that every time I see him, he brings unexpected surprises? These doubts were exactly like layers of fog, lingering in her mind like shadows, causing her interest in Lin Mo to intensify. Right at this moment, the Lin family crowd was like well-trained soldiers, leaving the field in a well-organized manner. The other guests who had come to the party, witnessing that the matter had been properly dealt with, also began to say goodbye to each other. They either smiled and nodded, or exchanged a few soft pleasantries, and then turned to leave the banquet hall one after another like a tidal wave. Those unfinished delicacies on the dining table are now like abandoned remnants, with only a few leftovers left, looking messy. However, the air was still filled with a faint aroma, the unique fragrance of wine and food intertwined, as if it was a silent witness that was gently telling people that the beautiful and incomparable feast just now had once really happened. It didn't take long for the spacious and gorgeous hall to become empty. leaving only the single-shaped Lin Bei still sitting in place. At this moment, a young waitress was like a light butterfly, floating over towards Lin Bei, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said softly, "Sir, the banquet has long since ended, you should also leave." However, Lin Bei, who heard these words, was unresponsive, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. After a while, Lin Bei slowly raised his head. Only his face was twisted, his eyes were red, and his face was as fierce as an enraged lion. Immediately after that, he suddenly lunged towards the waitress in a frenzy, his hands frantically picking at the other's body. This sudden scene caused the waitress to panic, just like a frightened rabbit, and she could only desperately struggle to break free from Lin Bei's entanglement. At that moment, another waiter saw the situation and rushed over to help as if he were an arrow out of a string. The two of them made a concerted effort, exerted all their strength, and after 9 oxen and 2 tigers, finally pulled Lin Bei, who was in a state of madness, out of the hall in a hard manner. But even so, Lin Bei, who had been pulled outside, still maintained his kneeling position. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and his entire body was as if he had lost his soul, dully standing there like a statue, not moving at all. On the way home, Lin Mo secretly thought to himself, "Today, thanks to Big Sister's cleverness, or else I will be the one to suffer." Lin Muyu listened to Lin Mo's heartfelt words and was slightly dissatisfied. "What do you mean I'm smart this time? I've always been smart, okay?" she thought to herself. Her mouth unconsciously pouted. That kind of appearance, cute as a cute pet, causing Lin Zhouju to keep stifling his laughter, while Lin father and mother were full of kindness, like the warm spring sun, warming everyone's heart. Along the way, Lin Mo and the others were exactly like a cozy and harmonious beautiful family, full of laughter and strong affection. Lin Bei knelt like a statue in front of Ding Shang restaurant for a while, and then quietly left, single and alone, like a lonely falling leaf, drifting to his real mother, Aunt Zhang. Seeing Lin Bei so and so, Aunt Zhang kindly relieved him. However, Lin Bei had already made up his mind, as if he was as firm as steel, and vowed to make Lin Mo lose. Like a determined warrior, Auntie Zhang resolutely decided to help her son with a broken resolve. Chapter 32 Blushing Lin Mo. In an instant, it was a new morning. The sunlight poured through the window onto Lin Mo's face, and he turned around leisurely, sleepy-eyed, only to hear a sharp knock on the door. It turned out to be Lin Zhouju, who had come to wake him up. Lin Mo stretched and yawned as he got up from the bed, and after briefly washing up, he headed towards the living room. When he passed by Lin Bei's room, he inadvertently glimpsed that the room was empty and all the items had disappeared, as if the place had never been inhabited. Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head and secretly exclaimed, "This is really efficient." When I walked into the living room, I saw the whole family sitting on top of the sofa, and the atmosphere was particularly serious. When Lin's father saw Lin Mo arrive, a kind smile immediately bloomed on his face. Affectionately, he said, "Show Mo, just now, we have been discussing together for a long time, and we finally made an important decision to transfer 5% of the shares under my hand to you." Lin Mo's heart shook as he heard this, his face filled with disbelief. His eyes widened and he muttered in his mind, "Shares? Shares? And it's still as much as 5%. This is really unexpected." Lin Muyu on the side looked at Lin Mo's stunned appearance and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out softly. "Little Mo, don't be so surprised. In fact, this 5% of the shares was originally transferred to me by my father at the beginning, and it's not too much. Later on, you can accompany me to the company to complete the relevant formalities." Hearing these words from his sister, Lin Mo came back to his senses as if he had woken up from a dream, and busily nodded his head in agreement. "The heart is happy, okay? Ha 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 ha. Today can really be a big happy day worth celebrating, ah." At this moment, his mood is like a turbulent and surging waves. It is difficult to calm down for a long time. As for Lin's father, the reason why he resolutely transferred all the remaining shares to Lin Mo was naturally not only to make up for his son's past sufferings and grievances. More importantly, he wanted to use the opportunity to observe the company in secret to see if there were people with ulterior motives, so as to ensure that the family business could continue to develop smoothly and healthily. The early morning sunlight poured through the window onto the dining table, and after enjoying a hearty breakfast with the others, Lin Mo was ready to embark on a new day's journey. Recalling his previous experience of being summoned to the passenger seat by Lin Muyu several times before, Lin Mo nowadays had developed a habit of sitting in that seat very consciously. However, Lin Mo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt a little bored. His eyes couldn't help but start sizing up Lin Muyu, who was concentrating on driving. Only Lin Muyu was dressed in a set of exquisite professional attire today, with a white as snow inch coat on top and a simple but elegant black tie tied at the collar. Underneath, she was wearing a pair of slim black suit pants, which perfectly outlined the lines of her slender legs. Looking further down, a tight wraparound skirt wrapped around her round and firm buttocks. The skirt was just knee-length, revealing 2 slim legs in black silk. The stockings fit the curves of her legs as if they were a second skin, radiating an enchanting luster. The original pair of high heels enough to make people look up to, because to drive has been replaced with a pair of fresh white shoes. To the overall look added a touch of youthful vitality. Lin Bei looked at this beauty in front of him and only felt his heart beating faster and blushing up. No, I can't look any further. Big sister's outfit is simply a fatal temptation for a young man like me who is so bloodthirsty. How can I stand it? At this moment, Lin Bei was driving the car with full concentration, but when she overheard Lin Mo's deepest thoughts, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at the center rearview mirror. This glance caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's face that was as red as a ripe apple. At that moment, she couldn't help but snicker in her heart. This brother is so cute. It wasn't long before the car smoothly drove into the parking lot of the Lin Tian group. After Lin Bei skillfully parked the car properly, she took Lin Bei, who was still a bit distracted, into the elevator with her. As the elevator doors slowly closed, they were about to embark on a brand new day full of unknowns and challenges. Lin Bei looked up at this elevator in front of him, which was clearly labeled with 2 large, eye-catching words, private. He couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. Really rich people. Even this elevator can be an exclusive private item. Time flies. Not long after, with a slight ding sound, the elevator steadily stopped at the top floor. Lin Bei reached out and gently pushed open the heavy and ornate door of the president's office. Just then, a bright figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman dressed in a clean white suit, with a slim wraparound skirt as well as black stockings underneath, looking both competent and sexy and charming, only to see her walk quickly to Lin Bei's body. Bowing slightly, she said, "President, the meeting you have arranged will officially begin in half an hour. Please get ready in advance." Lin Bei nodded expressionlessly, then walked straight to the sofa next to him and slowly sat down, and casually waved his hand to indicate, "Got it. You go out first." After the woman turned to leave and gently brought the door of the room with her, Lin Bei turned her head to look at Lin Bei, who was standing not far away, and greeted him with a smile. "Little Mo, come over and sit over here." Hearing his sister's call, Lin Bei hurriedly took a step forward and finally sat down next to Lin Bei on that comfortable and soft sofa. After that curvaceous, pretty-faced woman nodded slightly, she elegantly lifted her long, slender legs and stepped on those exquisite and fashionable high-heeled shoes, clattering as she slowly walked towards the door. Every step she took seemed to step on people's heartstrings, attracting the attention of everyone present. Just as the woman was about to cross the threshold, Lin Bei suddenly shouted out, "Wait, Lu Ning, don't go yet. Come, let me introduce you. This is my own brother, Lin Bei." As he spoke, he pulled the slightly youthful teenager beside him to his feet. Hearing the call, Lu Ning stopped in her tracks and turned around, a professional smile on her face, only to see her gently owing her body. She responded in a clear, pleasant and respectful voice, "Okay, President. Nice to meet you, Mr. Rimmer." When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to cast a friendly and affectionate look towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei nodded in embarrassment, and then Lu Ning left. Chapter 33, Undercover. The entire spacious and bright office was so quiet at the moment that only the slight buzzing of the air conditioner could be heard, leaving only Lin Bei and Lin Bei in the large space. Sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a patchwork of light. Lin Bei gently pursed her lips, then slowly spoke in a calm and gentle voice. "No matter what happens in a while, don't ever panic. Big sister will help you solve all your problems, okay?" Her gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Bei, as if she wanted to convey strength and courage to him with her eyes. It is important to realize that a major event such as this transfer of shares must have the unanimous consent of the company's major directors in order to be successfully completed. However, Lin Bei, as the largest shareholder of the company, held more than half of the shares in her hands, which made her at the same time have the crucial one-vote decision-making power. Therefore, as long as she made up her mind, this matter basically wouldn't appear to be too much of a hindrance. Lin Bei quietly gazed at the beautiful and powerful sister in front of him, and an unspeakable feeling of emotion surged in his heart. He couldn't help but murmur, "So being loved and cared for by your sister is such a warm feeling." In that moment, he felt as if he was the happiest man in the world. Lin Bei nodded vigorously, indicating that he had fully understood what his sister meant. Right at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly heard this monologue from deep within Lin Mo's heart, and her entire being instantly froze, and for a moment, she actually didn't know what to say for the best, because she really couldn't imagine what kind of hardships Lin Bei had suffered in his last life, so much so that just feeling a little bit of love from his loved ones could move him so much now. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's eyes gradually became moist. She was afraid that Lin Bei would see her in tears, so she hurriedly turned around and walked quickly towards her desk. As she walked over to the table, she quickly sat down and turned on her computer screen, hiding her tear-stained face behind it. And after seeing his sister walk towards her desk, Rimmer naturally assumed that she was ready to start taking care of work matters. Out of respect and the idea of not interrupting, he just stood silently and didn't follow. At this point the office was once again calm, with only the ticking of the wall clock clearly audible. After a while, Lin Muyu led Lin Mo into the spacious and solemn conference room with a steady pace. At this time, the large conference room has been seated in the many famous industry bigwigs. They either looked serious as they flipped through the documents in their hands, or exchanged opinions with each other in low voices, and a tense and depressing atmosphere permeated the entire conference room. Lin Mo stood quietly behind Lin Muyu like a loyal guard. On the other side of Lin Muyu, there was Lu Ning quietly accompanying her. Lin Muyu raised his head slightly, and after gazing around the circle, he slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, today, I have summoned you all to come to this meeting, and the theme is actually very simple, and there is nothing earth-shattering or big. Just to announce to you all that I intend to formally transfer that precious 5% of my father's shares that he left behind into the name of my brother Rimmer. Before the words fell, the original slightly noisy conference room instantly exploded. All the directors have been talking to each other and discussing. At this moment, one of the people named Director Lu was the first to express his strong dissatisfaction as he shouted, "How can this be done? We all know very well that this brother of yours has just returned to China, and he can be said to know nothing about our company's business and operation. To act so rashly is to personally destroy the company we have worked so hard to run for so many years." In the face of such vehement words of opposition from Director Lu, Lin Muyu's face did not change. Only when he opened his mouth again, compared to his previous tone, it became significantly colder and unquestionable. "Director Lu, please get your situation straight. I came here today, not to seek your consent or discuss this matter with you, but simply to inform you." Director Lu, who was choked by Lin Muyu's words, didn't know how to respond for a moment, his face suffocating red, but he was clearly not willing to stop there, and still attempted to rope in other directors to join him in opposing the decision. However, the other directors were as clear as a mirror in their hearts, knowing very well that the reason why Lin Muyu was able to steadily take over the Lin Tian group and allow it to develop to date was precisely because of her tyrannical style of thunder and lightning, and saying one thing but not the other. Therefore, despite perhaps having doubts or dissatisfaction in their hearts, in the end, no one was willing to easily offend Lin Muyu, the great Buddha. A series of memories and associations instantly flashed through Lin Mo's mind when he heard that person referred to as Director Lu. Surname Lu? Could it be that Lu Hai fellow? Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown, because he knew very well that this Lu Hai was a member of the Qin group, and it was highly likely that he was an undercover agent that Qin had specifically sent to their side. Right at this moment, Lin Mo's inner thoughts seemed to be transmitted to Lin Muyu's mind through an invisible force, causing her to also immediately understand why Lu Hai held an opposing view, only to see Lu Hai continue without changing his face. "If you insist on acting in such a manner, Lin Dong, then please fire me first." His tone sounded as if he was very firm, but in reality there was a hint of cunning hidden in it. However, how could Lin Muyu not see through Lu Hai's so-called bitter ploy? She responded without hesitation. "Fine, then I'll officially fire you now." When these words came out, Lu Hai, who was still quite calm, instantly panicked. He had never expected that Lin Muyu would have no regard for the contributions he had once made to the Lin Tian group and all the benefits he had brought. At the same time, the other directors present began to plead for Lu Hai when they saw this. For a while, the conference room was filled with various voices of persuasion, and Lu Hai's heart, which had just been hanging in the air, gradually calmed down under the pleas of the crowd. Lin Muyu completely ignored the surprised gazes and whispers of the surrounding crowd as he spoke slowly with a face as calm as water. "Lu Hai, don't be so naive as to think that I'm not aware of your true identity. The reason why I've been tolerating letting you stay in our company for so long is just to give you a chance to reform and prove yourself." Hearing this, Lu Hai's face instantly turned white and his body involuntarily trembled. But still, he forced himself to retort. I don't know what you mean by this. I don't understand why you're slandering me like this." However, his slightly trembling voice betrayed his inner panic. "Humph, you still refuse to admit it even now? Well then, in that case, let me reveal the truth." Lin Muyu clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sharp as knives, staring straight at Lu Hai, and said word by word, "You're the eyewitness that the Qin family has purposely planted, aren't you?" Once this statement came out, all the directors present could not help but look at each other in disbelief. Originally they had no doubt about Lu Hai, but at this moment they saw Lu Hai's panicked appearance. Mutterings also began to rise in his mind, and he could not help but have deep doubts about his loyalty. Chapter 34 The Arrogant Manager Mo. Afterward, Lin Muyu stood up without hesitation, his gaze firmly scanning the crowd present. Then he directly announced, "From now on, this 5% of shares will be officially transferred to my brother. Also, Lu Hai, you have been fired from the company." Her voice was clear and loud, echoing through the conference room in a way that left no room for doubt. Lin Mo, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but stare at the domineering Lin Muyu in front of him with wide eyes. He secretly sighed in his heart. Big sister is really powerful, but it seems to be a bit fierce. It can never make big sister angry in the future. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shrink his neck, and felt a little more in awe of this strong sister. However, Lin Muyu, who heard this, was speechless in his heart. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, "This brat, didn't I do all this for him? He actually has the nerve to complain up in his heart." Humph. Nonetheless, she kept that majesty and composure on the surface. At this moment, Lu Hai's face, who was standing in place, instantly turned pale. How could he not have expected to lose his job the way he did? It should be known that although he was not the Qin family's specially planted eyes, he did have a lot of dealings with the Qin family on weekdays, and had also intentionally or unintentionally harmed the interests of the Lin group in some of their business dealings. Now that the East window has come to light, he is naturally terrified. Since Lin Mo had no opportunity to deal with these people at all in his previous life, and had only heard of them slightly, he did not have a deep understanding of the complex relationships involved, and inevitably, there was a certain cognitive gap. Immediately afterward, amidst Lu Hai's guttural wails, several security guards quickly came forward and dragged him out of Lin Tian Group's front door without mercy. With Lu Hai's departure, the entire conference room fell into a brief silence. In the end, the fiasco just died down for the time being and the meeting came to an end. The attendees got up and left, while Lin Muyu walked over to Lin Mo and gently patted his shoulder and said, "Little Mo, don't be afraid. In the future, with big sister here, she won't let anyone bully you." After saying that, the siblings walked out of the conference room together, leaving the empty room behind them and the tension that had not yet dissipated. Lin Muyu slowly walked out of the conference room with Lin Mo with a grave expression on his face in a depressing atmosphere, while Lu Ning followed in their footsteps. Just after stepping out of the doorway of the conference room, Lin Muyu turned his head to Chu Ran beside him and softly instructed, "Lu Ning, please take Lin Mo around first. Let him familiarize himself with the environment and layout of our company. I've got some things I need to take care of on my end, so I'll catch up with you guys later when I'm done." "Yes, President," Lu Ning answered without hesitation, her face filled with respect. After receiving the instruction, Lu Ning whirled around and led Lin Mo to start this particular tour. Along the way, the two made their way through long corridors and past busy work areas, eventually arriving at a level located one floor below the top floor. However, just as they arrived here, Lu Ning suddenly received an urgent summons from Lin Muyu. She had to temporarily interrupt her guidance of Lin Mo, and before she left, she didn't forget to urge Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin Mo, please wait for a moment. The president will come over to you soon." After saying that, Lu Ning hurriedly turned around and left, leaving Lin Mo alone to wander aimlessly around this unfamiliar floor. Rimmer looked around curiously, trying to take in this new environment. But who would have thought, just when he was looking around, an accident and walking on the face of a brightly dressed like a man collided with a full embrace. The man managed to stabilize his body, and when he stood still, he was furious, glaring at Lin Mo and snarling, "Are you guys blind? Don't even look at the road. Which department are you from?" Lin Mo was walking hurriedly when he suddenly heard a muffled sound, followed by a cry of alarm. He was so upset that he hurried to a stop and realized that he had accidentally bumped into someone. Excuse me, I'm so sorry." Lin Mo's face was full of apologies as he bent over to apologize. However, the person who was hit didn't seem to intend to give up easily, only to see that he had a furious look on his face. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring viciously at Lin Mo. His mouth kept muttering, "Kid, do you know what time it is? You're actually hanging around here during work hours. Do you not want to do your job? Believe it or not, I'll let you go with one word." Lin Mo was startled in his heart and just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but before his words reached his mouth, he was rudely interrupted by the other party. "Cut the crap. I don't want to listen to your excuses. Hurry up and tell me, which department are you from?" Lin Mo frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, "Why is this person so unreasonable?" but thought that it would be better to do more than less. Then he patiently replied, "I'm not some ordinary employee. I'm a director of the company, and I came over today just to take a casual look." Who knows that after hearing this, the man first froze, and then broke out into a burst of ear-piercing maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, just with you? Also director? You milquetoast brat. How dare you speak up and pretend to be a director? It's simply a fool's errand. Who are you fooling?" At this time, A little girl standing on the side couldn't stand to watch. She gently pulled the corner of Lin Mo's coat. A small voice reminded, "You'd better not be stubborn with Manager Mo. Quickly tell him which department you're from. Maybe then he can still be lenient and let you off the hook." Lin Mo turned his head to look at this little girl who had kindly reminded him, and the moment his eyes met, a warm current welled up in the bottom of his heart. After all, in his last life, no one had ever reached out to him in such a situation. Looking at the young girl's concerned and slightly anxious eyes, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I really didn't lie." Lin Mo slowly turned his head and looked firmly at Manager Mo. The tone was calm but with a hint of unquestioning. "If you don't believe in what I said, you can go and ask President Lin for some confirmation yourself." His eyes were clear and open, as if he was full of complete certainty about what he was saying. Upon hearing this, Manager Mo revealed a disdainful sneer on his face and said mockingly, "Humph, let me ask President Lin? Do you really think President Lin has nothing to do all day? He's a busy man with a lot of work to do, so how could he have time to pay attention to nonsense people like you? As I see it, you're nothing but an unmitigated liar." After saying that, he even shook his head contemptuously, as if he was completely scoffing at Lin Mo's words. Just as the two of them were at a standstill, suddenly a crisp and cold female voice came into the ears of the crowd. The crowd followed the sound and looked, but they saw a woman with a graceful body and elegant temperament walking towards them. She had a pretty face, her skin was like snow, and her long, shiny black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a charming luster. This person was no one else but the eye-catching Lin Muyu. Chapter 35, Shangyin. Only to see that in the middle of the hall where busy figures were everywhere. Lin Muyu walked in with a frosty face, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings like cold stars. Then in an extremely cold tone of voice, he spoke and asked, "What are you doing?" As soon as Manager Mo saw Lin Muyu arrive, he immediately looked like a mouse had seen a cat and panicked as he ran all the way over. With a fawning face, he said, "President, it's nothing serious, just some minor circumstances." As he said that, Manager Mo also reached out and pointed to Lin Mo who was standing by the side, and at the same time grinned widely. "This guy doesn't know where he came from. He actually wandered around our company. Not to mention that he also made a crazy remark about himself claiming to be a director of something. Ha ha ha, President, do you think it's funny?" Lin Muyu looked in the direction of Manager Mo's finger, and when she saw that the person was actually Lin Mo, her entire body instantly froze. His face was even filled with a puzzled look, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing under the sky. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Lin Muyu with a helpless face and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Somewhat breathlessly, he complained, "Big sister, it's obvious that it's even if he doesn't believe me, but he actually slandered me for telling lies to deceive him. It's really unbelievable." When Manager Mo heard Lin Mo say this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. "Humph, why should the president trust you? A guy who came out of nowhere?" However, just in the moment when these words had just been uttered, Manager Mo suddenly realized something was wrong. His face instantly turned white, and a cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. He stammered as he tried to explain, Big sister, general, ruling, but I was so nervous and scared that I couldn't even speak a complete sentence." At this moment, Lin Muyu violently turned his head, his gaze cold as a knife staring at Manager Mo, and said coldly, "He is my own brother Lin Mo. And that meeting held this morning was for the purpose of transferring a portion of the company's shares to Lin Mo's hands. So from now on, Lin Mo is one of the new directors of our company. Is that clear to you now?" As soon as these words were uttered, he only saw that usually high-flying and unrivaled Manager Mo, as if his entire body's bones had been drained away, instantly go limp and his entire body kneel down uncontrollably. His face, which had been twisted with arrogance, was now filled with horror and pleading. His mouth kept explaining like a series of cannons, "President, please give me another chance. It's really my fault this time. It's my fault for not recognizing you." However, Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, was not the least bit impressed by his pitiful appearance. Instead, he mercilessly interrupted his chatter. "Humph, what? Now that you know that my position is higher than yours, you don't dare to be arrogant and bossy anymore? What about the ordinary employees? Are they often bullied and exploited by you?" Before Lin Mo's words fell, Lin Muyu, who had been silently observing the development of the situation from the sidelines, immediately understood, and she made a decisive decision to send out her staff to investigate deeply into what this Manager Mo had done in his day-to-day life. As expected, it didn't take long for the results of the investigation to come back to the ears of the people like a storm. It turned out that this Mo manager is really a dog-eyed low goods. Relying on the little power in their hands, they have been bullying their subordinate staff for a long time, and even intensified all kinds of unreasonable oppression. After learning the truth, Lin Muyu was enraged. Her beautiful eyes flashed with sparks of anger, and she didn't hesitate to give an order to expel this hateful guy from the company. As Manager Mo was dusted off and taken away by the security guards, a cheer rang out in the office, and everyone clapped their hands for Lin Muyu's decisive decision. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been coldly watching this farce, couldn't help but cast his gaze at the thunderous Lin Muyu. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "Big sister is so dashing in this way, doing things crisply and without the slightest bit of procrastination. It's admirable from the bottom of one's heart." Seemingly sensing her brother's appreciative gaze, Lin Muyu turned her head to meet Lin Mo's eyes and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Obviously, in response to Lin Mo's compliments, although she didn't move on the surface, she was happy on the inside. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the little girl who had just bravely stepped forward to help him. So he stopped and turned around and gave a big thumbs up in the direction where the little girl was. And in his heart, he secretly praised, "This little girl has a kind heart, which is really rare. It's just a pity that being in such a complicated workplace environment, this kindness may in turn become her disadvantage. I hope everything will go well for her in the future." Thinking about this, Lin Mo slowly turned around and left this office with a firm step, leaving the bustling scene behind him. Lin Muyu listened to Lin Mo's inner voice with all his concentration, every word deeply imprinted in his mind. Especially when Lin Mo described the little girl, Lin Muyu was even more concentrated, engraving her appearance into his memory bit by bit. Immediately afterward, Lin Muyu enthusiastically took Lin Mo to start touring the entire company. They traveled from department to department, learning in detail about the company's operational processes and business scope. At the end of this long and fulfilling tour, just as Lin Mo turned around and prepared to leave, a face that was too familiar to be seen suddenly caught his eye. It turned out that this person was the job seeker who came to participate in the interview, Xiang Yan. Lin Mo couldn't help but mutter darkly in his mind. This person seemed to have ended up going to a smaller company in his last life just because he failed this interview. Yet that small company rose and flourished as quickly as a dark horse. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyes became deeper and deeper as he pondered in his mind. If she can be successfully recruited in, then it will undoubtedly be like a tiger adding wings to a higher level for the Lin Tian group. Lin Muyu, who had been silently paying attention to Lin Mo, naturally didn't miss this mental activity of his. Hearing Lin Mo speak so highly of Xiang Yan and the positive impact it might have on him, Lin Muyu, without saying a word, once again made a silent note of the name Xiang Yan in his mind. Chapter 36, Shock. Afterward, Lin Muyu acted like a tour guide and led Lin Mo on a stroll through the company, the two of them passing through one office space and admiring the way everyone looked at work. But since the beginning, Lin Mo's heart sounded like a sleeping beast, and did not make another sound. Time passed like a white horse, and before we knew it, the lunch bell was ringing. Lin Muyu led Lin Mo into a restaurant with an elegant environment and ordered a few dishes that were as delicate and delicious as works of art. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Lin Muyu sent Lin Mo back home safely like a precious treasure, and then hurried back to the company like an arrow out of a string to deal with the tidal wave of busy work affairs. As soon as Lin Mo returned home, it was as if he was overwhelmed by an invisible tiredness, and like a lazy cat, he stretched his waist greatly and yawned before falling headfirst onto the bed like a falling meteor. Before long, he was in that sweet sleep, snoring like a symphony. Just when Lin Mo was sleeping soundly, as if he was intoxicated, a sudden burst of ear-piercing telephone ringing like a sharp sword cut through the tranquility of the house. Lin Mo picked up the phone in a daze, and a cool female voice immediately came from the microphone. As if it were a cold wind in a cold night, "Xiao Mo, the Bai family invites us to go to their newly opened mountain villa to play. The specific location has already been sent to your cell phone. The big sister told me to go over there with you." However, before she could finish her words, Lin Mo, like a disturbed lion, interrupted without hesitation, "I'm not going." At the same time, he secretly spat out in his heart, "What kind of mountain village? I never even encountered this kind of in my last life, and I still have to go to school. How can I have time to accompany you guys to fool around?" It turned out that the person who called was none other than Lin Mo's second sister, Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu didn't feel angry because of Lin Mo's attitude. On the contrary, she knew very well in her heart that in her last life, the entire Lin family did owe Lin Mo a lot. Thus, Lin Xingyu responded softly, "All right then." The tone seemed extraordinarily calm and gentle. However, to Lin Mo's surprise, Lin Xingyu on the other end of the phone was so nice. For a moment, he was actually a bit confused, and before he even had a chance to say more, the phone had already been hung up. Lin Mo fixed his mind and turned his gaze to the screen of his cell phone, only to see that the address sent by Lin Xingyu was clearly displayed, Yunting Villa. When I saw those 4 words, a long-lost memory instantly came to mind. Oh, so it's the Cloud Court Villa. I remember in my last life. This is where Lin Bei met Bai Menghan. It's just a pity that Bai Menghan didn't even look at him at that time. Lin Mo muttered. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he frowned and continued. I don't know if Lin Bei will still appear here in this life. Moreover, I also remember that Lin Xingyue's hand injury in the last life also happened in this Cloud Court Villa. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but get worried. He didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly dialed the number he had just dialed again. It didn't take long for the call to connect quickly. What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Lin Xingyue's concerned voice came through the receiver. Lin Mo coughed lightly to hide his inner nervousness, then firmly said, Second sister. I'm going. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Xingyue was first stunned, followed by a surge of unspeakable joy in her heart. But at the same time, she was keenly aware that there must be some unknown and special things hidden inside this mountain villa. After Lin Xingyu finished her reply, she quickly opened her cell phone and sent the message to that group where Lin Mo didn't exist. At this time, the group had already exploded. Only Lin Muyu was the first to speak. Xingyu, when you meet Xiao Mo, remember to condescend more to what's really in his heart. Yo! Lin Xingyu then replied. Don't worry, I know what to do. Immediately afterward, Lin's father and mother also interjected. Baby girl, you must pay attention to your own safety when you go out. And Lin Zhouju, who was on the side, even shouted in a domineering manner, Star Moon Girl, if that brat doesn't listen to me, give him a hard lesson. For a while, the entire group was drowned out by the heated discussions of the Lin family. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had just hung up his call with Lin Xingyue, suddenly realized a serious problem. He still had classes to attend tomorrow. However, after a moment's reflection, he thought that the matter at hand in the mountain village was more urgent and important. So, I decided to put aside my studies and devote myself to this operation. By no coincidence, that very night, Lin Xingyue rushed back in a dusty manner. She didn't even have time to pack her luggage, so she couldn't wait to find Lin Mo, and the two of them got together to discuss in detail all the matters for their departure early tomorrow morning. In the early morning of the next day, the sunlight poured gently into the room through the cracks in the curtains. Lin Mo was immersed in a sweet dream when he suddenly felt someone gently nudging his shoulder and softly calling out his name. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids and sleepily saw that it was none other than Lin Xingyu standing in front of him, only to see her looking at Lin Mo with a gentle face, smiling and saying, Get up, the sun is on your butt. Rimmer nodded in a daze, then struggled to get up from the bed and staggered towards the bathroom to start washing up. After some simple cleaning, he felt a whole lot more awake. When they arrived at the restaurant to prepare for breakfast, Lin Xingyu unintentionally asked Lin Mo, Xiao Mo, didn't you say yesterday that you weren't willing to go to that place? But why did you suddenly change your mind and agree? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo had a trace of an awkward smile on his face and hurriedly replied, Ha 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 ha, sister, there's actually no particular reason law. It's just that I thought about it carefully yesterday and thought that something interesting might happen there. So I decided to go on the spur of the moment. However, only Lin Mo himself knew that the reason he had changed his mind and agreed to go was solely because he was worried about Lin Xingyue's safety. At this moment, Lin Mo secretly thought in his heart, Humph. It's still not for you, sister. Who knows when you will meet with an accident? What if you really get your hand injured like in my last life? It seems like you must pay more attention when you go out this time. Just then, when the others on the side heard the news that Lin Xingyue might have injured her hand at the Cloud Court Villa, their faces showed expressions of surprise as if they could swallow an egg. Incredulous looks spread across their faces like a tidal wave. After all, everyone knew that Lin Xingyu, as the second miss of the Lin family, had an extremely high status. So what kind of person would dare to be so bold as to make a move against her? Could it be that this person had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? Chapter 37, Who is more beautiful? Lin father was anxious and quickly typed out a line in the group. Everyone, don't panic first. I'll immediately send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly, in addition to sending some more manpower to guard you in the dark. Seeing their father responding so positively, Lin Muyu and Lin Zhouju hurriedly responded. Dad, you should be more careful yourself. At this time, Lin mother worriedly walked to Lin Xingyu's side and tightly pulled her hand, her eyes full of worry, softly saying, Xingyu, why don't you not go this time? Mom really can't worry about you. However, the resolute character of Lin Xingyu shook her head without hesitation and firmly replied, Mom, it's fine, you don't have to worry. I would like to personally figure out who exactly is trying to victimize me. Everyone present was distraught over Lin Xingyu's well-being, especially considering her special professional status as an excellent surgeon. If her hand was unfortunately injured, she would never be able to pick up that life-saving scalpel again. This is not only a huge disaster for Lin Xingyue personally, but also means that many patients in urgent need of treatment may lose the opportunity to get timely treatment, thus missing the best time to rescue them. Despite the people's bitter persuasion, Lin Xingyu remained unmoved and insisted on facing the unknown danger. We had no choice but to urge her over and over again to be very careful and ensure her safety. After breakfast, Lin Xingyu and Lin Mo boarded a car together. At the same time, 4 other vehicles followed closely around, forming a tight protective barrier. It turned out that because he had previously learned from Lin Mo's inner monologue that Lin Xingyu might meet with misfortune this time, Lin's father had deliberately and carefully arranged the most thorough and reliable security measures to maximize the protection of his daughter's personal safety. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around at the luxury cars that had formed a circle around him. In his heart, he secretly marveled. My goodness, what kind of character must this be, to have such a big row? Could this be the world of the rich? His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it for a long time. Lin Xingyu, who was standing on the side, heard Lin Mo's inner exclamation of surprise and couldn't help but smile slightly. He said softly, Xiao Mo, you have to get used to this kind of scene slowly. Don't forget, from now on, you are the honorable young master of our Lin family. There was a hint of pride and affection in her tone. Got it, second sister. Lin Mo hurriedly responded, trying to bring himself back from the shock. Don't look at Lin Xingyu on the surface as a doctor to save lives, but in her private life, she is actually a cute little girl who especially loves to take pictures. She was seen wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which fluttered gently with the wind, as beautiful and touching as a fairy descending from the earth. At this time, Lin Xingyu turned her gaze to Lin Mo beside her, winked playfully and asked, Xiao Mo, quickly help second sister see how I look in this outfit today ah? The question came so suddenly that Rimmer froze for a moment, and it took several seconds before he could respond. He slowly raised his head, first carefully sizing up Lin Xingyu's delicate face, then his eyes moved downwards, scrutinizing the matching dress she was wearing. Lin Xingyu was dressed in a light blue dress, as if she was a fairy walking from the world of dreams. The hem of that skirt was like waves gently swaying in the breeze, while the skirt fit her delicate figure just right, perfectly outlining her long, straight, long legs and showing them off to the fullest. That white as snow skin looked more and more delicate against the light blue color, and through the light fabric, the contours of those beautifully defined, tightly muscled thighs were faintly visible. Every slight movement would make the hidden thighs a fascinating landscape, like an invisible magic, madly tugging at Lin Mo's heartstrings. Second sister is dressed like a noble princess. Those long legs, they're simply longer than my life. Lin Mo couldn't help but murmur, his gaze completely captivated by the beautiful scene before him. An unspeakable wave of emotion surged through his heart, as if a deer in the headlights. If the eldest sister is the cold and arrogant imperial sister, then the second sister is the sweet and lovely Princess Highness. Lin Mo couldn't help but blush while thinking about it. Just like a ripe apple, Lin Xingyu keenly sensed Lin Mo's abnormality, and after seeing his reddened face, as well as hearing his inner comments about himself and his big sister, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. She blinked her big soulful eyes and asked in a delicate voice, Little Mo, do you think big sister is beautiful or me? Faced with this sudden death question, Lin Mo was at a loss for words and his mind went blank. He stammered and replied, I think they are all beautiful. However, such an answer obviously could not satisfy Lin Xingyu, only to see Lin Xingyu pouting her little mouth, slightly dissatisfied and pouting. Xiao Mo, you're also too perfunctory. She stomped her foot gently, pretending to be angry but looking even more adorable and touching. By Lin Xingyu, Lin Mo's face became even redder and even his ears started to burn. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Lin Xingyu's eyes, his hands unconsciously fidgeting with the corners of his coat in an uncomfortable manner. Lin Xingyu secretly rejoiced in her heart as she watched Lin Mo react in such a shy and adorable manner, and she couldn't help but want to tease him a bit. She came closer to Lin Mo and whispered, Little Mo, why are you so easily shy? It's so much fun. When he finished, he giggled. Lin Mo was like a frightened bunny, quickly raising his hands to cover his already reddened cheeks, his head hanging deeply down as if he wanted to hide himself. His mouth still kept chanting, how could second sister do this to me I'm still a child. How can I withstand this kind of thing? At this moment, it was as if there were 10,000 ants crawling in his heart, both shy and somewhat at a loss for words. That red face, like a ripe apple, made people want to take a bite when they looked at it. His eyes, on the other hand, stole glances in the direction where his second sister was from time to time, as if observing whether the other party had noticed his embarrassed appearance. Lin Xingyu slightly turned her head sideways. Her gaze fell on Lin Mo, and seeing his slightly embarrassed appearance, her heart couldn't help but be flooded with a trace of intolerance. The words that she originally wanted to continue provoking him were swallowed back when they reached her mouth. She gently pursed her lips and decided not to make things difficult for Lin Mo. So the two sat in silence, neither one speaking again on the way. Chapter 38, The Elevator Storm. It wasn't long before a black limousine drove smoothly to the entrance of Yunting Villa. The door of the car was slowly opened as if it was enchanted, and the first thing that came into view was a pair of shiny leather shoes like mirrors, followed by Lin Mo, who had a straight figure, as if he was a noble prince, who elegantly got out of the car. Lin Xingyue also slowly got out of the car like a fluttering butterfly. The bodyguard in charge of the car then parked it firmly in the parking lot. After completing the parking, the bodyguard quickly followed the duo of Lin Mo and Lin Xingyue, who were already walking towards the Yunting Mountain Resort Hotel. Together, the three of them stepped into the bright and spacious lobby of the hotel. Once he entered the hall, Lin Mo quietly followed Lin Xingyue to the front desk, only to see Lin Xingyue hurriedly take out the Bei family's invitation from her delicate handbag and gently place it on the front stage. When the employees in the lobby saw this invitation, their faces immediately piled up with smiles, and with nimble hands, they took out a key from a drawer and handed it to Lin Xingyue with both hands, and politely said, "Dear lady, here is your key, please take it. Your room is located on the highest floor of our hotel, and over there is the special elevator to the upper floors." Lin Xingyue smiled and responded, "Thank you." Then he took the key, pulled up the suitcase beside him, and headed for the elevator without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Mo followed closely behind with the same steps. Right at this moment, the door of the hotel was pushed open once again, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out to be Luo Qingyi walking in style. She was dressed in a long white dress, as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth. Lin Mo inadvertently glanced at Luo Qingyi walking through the door and couldn't help but be secretly surprised in his heart. This Luo Qingyi even came so early? But, wait, isn't that Lin Bei? Sure enough, just as Luo Qingyi entered and prepared to register, Lin Bei's tall figure stepped into the hotel lobby right behind her. Lin Xingyu was originally walking towards the elevator with a brisk pace when she suddenly heard her brother Lin Mo's heartbeat beside her mention the name Lin Bei. She jerked to a halt and quickly turned back to the man, her eyes searching curiously. Right at this moment, Lin Bei, who had been keeping an eye on the surrounding movements, suddenly caught a gaze from Lin Mo. His eyes, which were already slightly fierce, were now glaring viciously at Lin Mo, as if he was going to pierce the other party through with these stern eyes. However, in the face of such a hostile gaze, Lin Mo behaved in an unusually calm manner, seemingly not taking it to heart at all. Lin Mo no longer even looked at Lin Bei for more than a second, but instead directly directed his gaze to the two people standing behind Lin Bei. One of them was none other than Qinan, who had crossed paths with himself before. The other woman, on the other hand, was born extremely beautiful and attractive, and she was Qinan's sister, Qinyu. It should be known that this Qinyu is the Qin family's veritable golden young lady. Not only her appearance is outstanding, her temperament is even more elegant and extraordinary. When Lin Mo saw Lin Bei appearing here with them, the first thought that surged through his mind was, it must be Qinan who brought Lin Bei here. Just as he was secretly thinking, Luo Qingyi, who had just completed the registration procedure, happened to turn her head and saw Lin Mo with a glance, only to see the corners of Luo Qingyi's mouth rise slightly, revealing a faint smile, before she slowly walked towards the direction Lin Mo was in with a light step. When Lin Mo saw Luo Qingyi coming his way, he somehow managed to get a little flustered in his heart. He couldn't think about it in time, and turned around in a hurry to walk quickly towards the elevator not far away. As for Lin Xingyu, who had been paying attention to her own brother's moves from the sidelines, when she saw Lin Mo suddenly turn around and leave, although she felt a bit taken aback, she did not hesitate to follow closely after him and chase after him. Lin Mo hurriedly rushed into the elevator, his hand quickly reaching for the close button, having thought of closing the door in a hurry so that he could quickly leave this place. However, in that instant, a slender but strong hand reached out and steadily stopped the elevator door that was about to close, accompanied by a clear "did" sound. Luo Qingyi stepped on her exquisite high-heeled shoes and elegantly walked into the elevator. Almost at the same time, Lin Bei and two other people also stepped into this same elevator. For a while, the small space looked a little crowded. Luo Qingyi raised her head. Her gaze fell on Lin Mo. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said softly, "Good morning, young Lin." The voice was gentle and melodious, as if the first rays of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on one's heart. Lin Mo was first stunned, then he revealed a polite smile and responded, "Good morning, Miss Luo." At this moment, Luo Qingyi suddenly recalled that night a few days ago. If it wasn't for hearing Lin Mo's heartfelt words, I'm afraid she would have lost her dear grandfather forever. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful, so she opened her mouth again and said to Lin Mo, "Thank you, These 3 words were like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly breaking the original quiet atmosphere in the elevator. The rest of the people turned their curious gazes towards Lin Mo, as if they were all guessing what exactly he had done to deserve Luo Qingyi's gratitude. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo immediately felt a sense of bewilderment as he hastily waved his hand and responded, "Thank me? Why do you want to thank me?" With a puzzled look on his face, he secretly muttered in his heart, "What's the point of thanking me? I don't seem to have done anything particularly remarkable lately." Lin Mo racked his brain and kept thinking about what he might have done, but no matter how much he recalled, he couldn't find any clues associated with Luo Qingyi's thanks. At this moment, his heart was filled with questions and disbelief, as if he was caught in a fog and couldn't find an exit. However, when Luo Qingyi, who was on the side, saw how anxious Lin Mo looked, a small trace of smugness and pleasure actually surged in her heart. She purposely didn't say another word, and just stood there quietly, admiring Lin Mo's inner panic and entanglement. Lin Xingyue stood to the side, quietly listening to the movements around her. When she caught Lin Mo's heartfelt voice, if anything, her heart couldn't help but be moved. Through the fragments of information conveyed by these heartbeats, she gradually pieced together a picture and roughly understood the key. It turned out that it was Lin Mo's heartbeats that had helped Luo Qingyi solve a certain problem. However, right at this moment, a new thought suddenly came to mind, causing Lin Xingyue to feel a pang of doubt and dissatisfaction. Her eyes widened as she muttered to herself, "That's not right. It's just that our Lin family can hear Lin Mo's heart, but why can even Luo Qingyi hear it? What the hell is going on here? Doesn't she have some special ability? This is so unfair." Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but pout, her heart filled with jealousy. Chapter 39, The Sense of Pain. At the same moment, Lin Bei and Qinan, who were located on the other side, were clenching their back teeth, and their gloomy faces looked as if drops of water could seep out of them. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and in each other's eyes there was a flickering fire of burning anger, which looked as if it was about to spurt out, causing one to shudder. Only Qinyu took Lin Bei's hand and gave him a tender look. This can be Lin Mo dry confused. What the hell? This Qinyu how to still hold Lin Bei. It is difficult not to. Lin Mo and the remaining two instantly understood what was going on. In this way, the entire interior of the elevator was enveloped in an extremely tense and depressing atmosphere. Inside, no one dares to easily open their mouths to say a word. The only sound that can be heard is from the presence of each person that appears to be particularly heavy breathing sound, one after another, endless. As time passed by bit, this dead silence inside the elevator became more and more intense, so much so that it made people feel like they were about to be unable to breathe. And that suffocating feeling became more and more intense, because Lin Mo and the others had been invited by Bai Menghan. Bai Menghan had specially prepared the most comfortable and luxurious room for them. However, this treatment is not available to everyone, and others simply do not qualify for the highest floors of the building. As a result, Lin Bei, the three of them and Luo Qingyi could only press the elevator button early and leave for other floors one step ahead of them. It wasn't long before Lin Mo and his companions finally arrived at the desirable highest level. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the two stepped out and began to hunt for the room number that belonged to them. Just as Lin Mo was concentrating on his search, a corner appeared ahead. Just as he turned the corner, an accident occurred only to hear a muffled bang. Lin Mo felt like he had hit a soft object. Immediately afterward, a sharp shriek suddenly rang out. Ah! Lin Mo's chest was raw from the impact, and he subconsciously rubbed it up with his hands while fixing his eyes on the scene in front of him, which made him instantly freeze. It turned out that the one who fell on the ground was actually Bai Menghan. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Mo instantly became a bit flustered and disoriented. He hurriedly stretched out his hands, wanting to help Bai Menghan up from the ground, but right at this moment, Lin Xingyue quickly rushed over like a gust of wind and grabbed Bai Menghan first. Lin Mo, as if electrocuted, hurriedly jerked back the hand he had just stretched out, while his mouth kept saying like a series of cannons, "I'm sorry, I'm really very sorry." His face was red, and a fine bead of sweat even appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with trepidation and uneasiness. As for Bai Menghan at this moment, she couldn't help but want to laugh out loud when she saw how nervous and anxious Lin Mo looked. However, she still endeavored to restrain herself, only pursing the corners of her lips slightly and responding faintly, "I'm fine La." The voice was as soft as a breeze brushing the strings of a zither. Hearing Bai Menghan say these words herself, Lin Mo's heart that had been hanging high finally settled a little. Just then, however, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It's so soft. The idea was like a bolt of lightning that instantly illuminated his entire world of thought. But the bad thing was that Rimmer had no idea that his heart would be heard by the two people in front of him. In an instant, these three words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the minds of Bai Menghan and Lin Xingyue. On Bai Menghan's stunningly beautiful face, Her originally white porcelain-like skin instantly flushed with a few hints of faint redness, just like a peach blossom blooming in the spring. As delicate and attractive as a peach blossom, she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Lin Mo's eyes again. On the side, Lin Xingyu was speechless as she glared fiercely at Lin Mo, then raised her foot and stomped on Lin Mo's foot with force. Only a muffled grunt came out, and Lin Mo bared his teeth in pain. Immediately afterward, without saying a word, Lin Xingyu pulled up Bai Menghan's hand and turned around, then left quickly, leaving Lin Mo standing alone in the same place, covering his foot that had been stepped on painfully, and gazing at their distant backs in a daze. Lin Mo's face was twisted beyond recognition, as if he were an evil spirit, and his mind kept flashing back to that day when he was mercilessly trampled by Lin Zhouju. The mouth also muttered, "No way. How is the second sister a virtue with the third sister? Both like to step on people so much. What kind of strange fetish is this?" After saying that, Lin Mo bared his teeth and shook his foot, which was still vaguely painful, while hobbling and staggering in his steps as he endeavored to keep up with the two people who were walking side by side not far ahead. It wasn't long before Lin Xingyu carefully assisted Bai Menghan into the room belonging to her and Lin Mo. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Xingyu gently helped Bai Menghan to the sofa and slowly sat down. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who was standing by the side at his wit's end, and ordered in an undeniable tone, "Go and pour a glass of water over here." Hearing this, Lin Mo knew very well in his heart that if it wasn't because of his own reckless rampage, how could Bai Menghan have been innocently victimized? So, without complaint, he nodded and responded, "Yes." Immediately afterward, he turned toward the door, still stumbling a bit, but going through the task of fetching water as quickly as he could. Not long afterward, Lin Mo walked in with a cup of water, and after gently placing it on the table, he said to Bai Menghan, "The water is here." At this time, Bai Menghan, who had been silent all this time, slightly raised her head and softly said thank you. Lin Mo showed his gentle and considerate side, not only pouring a glass of water for Bai Menghan, he also didn't forget to care enough to pour a glass for Lin Xingyu as well. Only after doing so did he slowly sit down and prepare to take a short break. However, at this time, Lin Mo was screaming in his heart. Let alone the fact that his feet had just suffered the merciless stomping of Lin Zhouju's sharp as a knife high heels earlier. Now he was suffering from the special treatment brought by Lin Xingyu, and the pain was so excruciating that he gritted his teeth and cackled. It was as if every step was like stepping on the tip of a knife, and the drilling pain kept coming from the soles of his feet, hitting his nerves in wave after wave. But even so, Lin Mo forced himself to endure the pain and tried not to act too wretched. Lin Xingyu and Bai Menghan looked at Lin Mo, who was grimacing in pain but didn't dare to say anything, and exchanged a heartfelt glance, the corners of their mouths coincidentally spreading a smile like spring flowers blooming. Chapter 40 Strongly Armored Lin Mo. Afterwards, Bai Menghan stood up with a slim and graceful posture. Her light steps were like walking on the clouds. Each step was just like a dancing fairy with elegance and movement. Walking to the front of the cabinet, her greenish jade hand gently reached out and slowly pulled open the cabinet door. The cabinets were filled with a wide array of items, and her eyes landed on a bottle of bruising cream with precisely the same precision as if it had been attracted by a magnet. Bai Menghan carefully took out the bottle of bumble and bone cream as if she was holding a treasure, and then walked towards Lin Mo with a graceful gait. Her delicate face held a look of concern that was as warm as the spring breeze, just like the warm winter sun that warmed the heart. When she arrived in front of Lin Mo, she bent down slightly and handed him the stumbling ointment in her hand as if it were a holy relic. Lin Mo rounded his eyes and stared straight at the stumbling cream in front of him, as if his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and put on a cloudy demeanor, saying, "Thanks, it's really no big deal." Having said that, his gaze was always as if it was glued, unable to move away from the bottle of stumbling cream. At this moment, seeing Bai Menghan turn around to go, Lin Mo seemed to be afraid of missing any rare treasure. Dizzy to take off his shoes, quickly opened the bottle cap, and couldn't wait to start rubbing the cream on his feet. Even though he was still muttering that he was fine, he didn't stop rubbing the medicine on his hands for a moment. While rubbing the medicine, Lin Mo's heart filled with endless gratitude. He secretly thought to himself, "What a great person. It's true that it's still my fiancé who treats me the best, unlike third and second sisters, who just know how to tease me all day long." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, and at the same time, he became more and more fond of Bai Menghan. At this exact moment, Lin Xingyu had just picked up her water cup and took a sip of water. When she coldly heard this self-talk from Lin Mo, she was so shocked that she sprayed out all the water in her mouth, almost choking and gasping for air. Lin Mo slowly cast his gaze over, only to see that Lin Xingyu was covering her mouth and coughing violently, obviously choking on something. A look of concern immediately appeared on his face, as if he was worried about her condition. And he spoke. "Second sister, are you alright? Do you want to drink some water to smooth things out?" As soon as I heard Lin Xingyue was on fire, it was choking on water, and drinking water to smooth it out. However, only he knew in his own heart that at this moment, he was secretly snickering, and in his heart, he was thinking triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, it's really retribution. Let you usually always bully me. This is good. Let's see if you dare to treat me like this again in the future." When Lin Mo accidentally blurted out these words from his heart, Bai Menghan, who was standing beside Lin Xingyue, couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a pft of laughter. The laughter was crisp and pleasant, as if a string of silver bells were echoing in the air. However, Lin Xingyu didn't laugh along with her after hearing this. Instead her face became gloomy and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes, obviously feeling very angry because of Lin Mo's gloating. Just as the atmosphere gradually became awkward, it was Bai Menghan who took the lead to break the silence, smiling and proposing, "In a while, we can go to the pool below together to play for a while." Her voice was gentle and sweet, as if the breeze in spring gently brushed people's ears. As soon as Lin Xingyu heard this, the bit of unhappiness she had just felt instantly vanished, and was replaced by a face full of excitement and anticipation. She couldn't wait to nod her head and respond, "Well, so good. I just happened to bring my bathing suit over today on purpose." With that, she also reached over and patted her backpack, indicating that it contained swimsuits. In contrast, Lin Mo didn't show much interest in the offer. Not because he couldn't swim, he was actually a pretty good swimmer. The real reason was that he really didn't want to run into that Lin Bei who annoyed him at the pool. Just the thought of possibly meeting up with Lin Bei made Lin Mo feel like his mood had instantly become terrible. Seeing Lin Mo's reluctant face, Lin Xingyu skimmed without a care in the world. "Humph. Are you fundamentally not wanting to accompany second sister me out to play? Besides, what can I do if I'm bullied by other people outside?" As she said that, she also pretended to look at Lin Mo in a pitiful manner. When Lin Mo heard this, he directly rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, "Bullying? Who can bully you now? With your ability to fight in high heels, you can probably sweep a large area. How dare you talk about being bullied? You don't take the initiative to bully others even if it's a blessing in their previous life." However, he suddenly had a flash of thought, thinking that if the murderer chose to strike at this time, then his second sister would probably be in danger. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly and said, "Alas, okay, I'll go always. Second sister, you have to thank me properly this time." Immediately afterward, Lin Mo, as if enlightened, hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "Wait, that's not right. I don't even have a pair of swim trunks." Right at this moment, Bai Menghan, who had been silent while standing on the sidelines, was like a disturbed bird of prey and hurriedly picked up, "I have it here." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized like an electric shock that there seemed to be something wrong, so she hurriedly added an explanation. "Oh, no. These are specially prepared for those guests who come over here to swim but forgot to bring their bathing suits and swim trunks." And after hearing this, Lin Mo, like a statue, just nodded his head as if he was dumbfounded, indicating that he understood. Afterward, only Bai Menghan, like a dancing butterfly, lightly turned around and walked towards the door with elegant steps. Her shapely figure, just like a beautiful landscape, soon disappeared behind the door, and it turned out that she had gone to fetch swimming trunks for Lin Mo. On this side, Lin Xingyue was staring at Bai Menghan, who was busy explaining, as if mesmerized, with a look of disbelief on her face. "You know, Bai Menghan is a well-known business elite. She is usually thunderous and decisive in the workplace. Now that he would be patient enough to explain such a trivial matter, this really surprised Lin Xingyue. In his heart, he couldn't help but ponder. It's inconceivable that a figure who calls the shots in the business world would be so solemn in explaining such a trivial matter at this moment. Ha ha ha, it's still wonderful. I wonder what amazing performance this iceberg beauty will give next." Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Xingyue's mouth rose slightly, and her eyes flashed with a light of curiosity and anticipation, just like the bright stars in the night sky. Chapter 41, Unknown Secrets. In the sunny afternoon, Lin Xingyue and Bai Menghan walked into the changing room cheerfully like two cheerful birds, each picking out a relatively conservative swimsuit. However, even so, the tailoring is like a magic brush, skillfully outlining the curves of their shapely bodies, and every line looks so natural and smooth. Just right. It didn't take long to see Lin Mo, like a sturdy fish, slowly swimming in a pair of simple swimming trunks. Underneath his tight and firm skin, his neatly arranged 8-pack abs were clearly visible, as if they were flawlessly carved and exuded a fascinating luster. When Lin Xingyu, who was frolicking in the water, saw this, her eyes instantly lit up like the bright stars in the night sky, and her face blossomed into a smile as bright as a flower. she pouted and teased. Xiao Mo, look at your body. It's really great. Come on, let my sister touch it to see if it's the real deal. Before the words fell, Lin Xingyue couldn't wait to move closer towards Lin Mo, while stretching out her slender jade hand in a gesture to touch it. In the face of his sister's sudden move, Lin Mo reacted quickly like an agile cheetah, and with a deft turn of his body, he easily avoided Lin Xingyue's claws. Seeing this, Lin Xingyue didn't let up and turned to cupping her hands to splash the pool water at Lin Mo. Lin Mo wasn't willing to be weak either, dodging left and right, trying to avoid these water splashes. For a while, the poolside was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was lively, as if a joyful feast was being held. Meanwhile, Bai Menghan, who was standing on the side, quietly watched the scene in front of her. Even though Lin Mo's robust body was truly remarkable, her heart was as calm as a lake and did not cause the slightest ripple. Just then, an accident happened. Lin Mo accidentally slipped. His body lost balance and fell straight into the pool. In an instant, the huge impact caused the surrounding water to splash up in all directions, as brilliant as fireworks in bloom. Most of those water splashes were like ferocious beasts, relentlessly spilling onto Bai Menghan, drenching her from head to toe. Only a small portion splashed onto Lin Xingyue, who was slightly farther away. Lin Mo slowly stood up from the pool like a statue. He gently shook his body and water droplets splashed out like pearls. Then he raised his hands and shook his head vigorously, as if to shake some of the water off his head. He then reached out his long, slender fingers and absently ruffled the wet hair so that they no longer clung to his scalp. Right at this moment, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and his line of sight, as if attracted by a magnet, instantly locked up with Bai Menghan, only to see Bai Menghan's hair like a willow branch brushed by the spring breeze, splashed wet by the water Lin Mo had just thrown out. A few strands of hair like a shy young girl, gently pasted on her fair cheeks, adding a few more points of flirtation, and her proud body is in the wet swimsuit package, as a bright pearl, especially eye-catching, concave and convex curves as if finely carved works of art, so people cannot help but look at a few more eyes. Lin Mo instantly stood still as if he had been cast under a fixation spell, his gaze completely captivated by Bai Menghan. At the moment, only one thought remained in his mind. So big, so lustful, this thought was like a wild horse out of control, constantly running wild in his mind, making his heart beat faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. However, right at this moment, a hot stream gushed out of Lin Mo's nasal cavity like a volcanic eruption. He subconsciously reached out and was surprised to feel a handful of red liquid, a nosebleed. Lin Mo instantly panicked. He hurriedly covered his nose with his hand while quickly twisting his head away, as if he was a frightened deer, not wanting others to see this embarrassing scene of his. Bai Menghan obviously heard Lin Mo's inner thoughts, and her face instantly became like a ripe apple as she shyly lowered her head. And not far away, Lin Xingyue was looking at the two of them with a teasing face, the look of a melon eater as if she was waiting for a wonderful drama to unfold. At the same time, Lin Bei and Qinan walked to the pool. However, strangely enough, Qinan wasn't with them. Luo Qingyi, on the other hand, stood quietly in the distance. She didn't change into her swimsuit because she didn't know how to swim at all, so she just watched the lively scene over here from afar. Lin Bei glanced at Luo Qingyi, who was alone. His heart was like being brushed by the spring breeze, causing ripples, and he felt the urge to go up and talk to her. Thus, he moved his feet like an arrow off the string and darted towards Luo Qingyi. However, before he even got close, Luo Qingyi was as keenly aware of his movements as an alert deer. Without hesitation, she turned around and left the spot as fast as the speeding wind. After Luo Qingyi took a few steps forward, she suddenly brightened up, as if she had discovered a rare treasure, and immediately sped up her pace in that direction. Luo Qingyi walked towards the front with a step as light as a dancing butterfly, and the direction she was heading to happened to be exactly where Lin Mo was. It turned out that Luo Qingyi had come here to seek out Lin Mo's figure that shone like a star. At the same time, Lin Mo also noticed Luo Qingyi, who was walking towards him. His gaze swept along like a scanner, and unexpectedly saw Lin Bei's face that had turned as red as a ripe apple due to his anger standing not far away. However, right at this moment, a graceful silhouette like a fairy suddenly appeared beside Lin Bei and naturally took his arm. This action seemed to have a magical power, instantly letting the originally enraged Lin Bei gradually calm down like being poured a pot of cold water. Fixing his eyes, the visitor was actually Qin Yu. As early as when he rode the elevator before, Lin Mo had already noticed that Qin Yu seemed to have a different sentiment towards Lin Bei. However, what puzzled Lin Mo was why on earth would Qin Yu fall in love with Lin Bei? Could it be that this Lin Bei is really so outstanding? Even a woman like Qin Yu has fallen in love with him, but I clearly remember that none of this happened between them at all in the previous life. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly exclaim in his heart, could it be that in the previous life, There was some kind of unknown secret relationship between these two people, only that it hadn't been noticed by others? If that's really the case, that would be too unbelievable. On the side, Bai Menghan and Lin Xingyue were like two statues, taking in this scene. Their gazes were like two bolts of lightning that met in the air, reading disbelief in each other's eyes. Chapter 42, Tianyang. Xinyu's large pair of watery eyes, as if they were two clear springs, stared straight at Lin Mo, as if that gaze could be transformed into strands of love, so blazingly hot that it was impossible to avoid it. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was like a thief with a guilty conscience, sneaking glances at our side from time to time. Just then, Luo Qingyi, who was just like a fairy descending from the sky, curled up in front of us. She opened her lips lightly, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, and said in a delicate voice, "Lin Mo, it's really no coincidence that we met here again. It seems that the fate between us is really not shallow." As soon as Lin Mo heard these words, countless great breathlessness immediately rose up in his heart like a river turning over. He muttered secretly, "Look at what you're saying. It's obvious that you're deliberately intercepting me here." However, he didn't dare to show the slightest on the surface, and only had to forcefully reply, "Oh, yes, Luo student. It's indeed quite coincidental, huh? It feels like every day I can meet you unexpectedly." However, in response to Lin Mo's words that were clearly entrenched, Luo Qingyi acted as if she hadn't heard them. She only smiled faintly, like a spring flower blooming. Then he said, "There's a big dance at school tonight, and I'm particularly looking forward to asking you to be my date, and I wonder if you'd care to condescend to it?" The words, just like a heavenly thunder, straight splitting Lin Mo on the spot jaws, dumbfounded. Lin Xingyu, who was standing by the side, was quick to come back to her senses. She instantly understood that this Luo Qingyi in front of her was obviously here to poach her own brother. So, she made a prompt decision and stepped forward, responding without mercy, "Miss Luo, please love yourself. My brother already has a fiancé. If he wants to find a dance partner, he must go to Menghan. Where is your turn? Besides, even if Dream Han isn't here at the moment, there's still me. I'm just in need of a dance partner." After Luo Qingyi heard this, her moth brows knitted slightly, and her eyes flickered with a thoughtful light, as if they were twinkling stars in the night sky. Only after a short while did he continue, "I really just want to invite Lin to share a dance. I definitely don't want anything else. Besides, I'm alone and forlorn nowadays. Could it be that Mr. Lin is so tolerant of rejecting my request?" At this moment, Lin Mo's gaze first shot to Bai Menghan like an arrow, only to see that Bai Menghan was looking at him with an expectant face, her eyes seeming to be like a flower in full bloom on a spring day, delicate and colorful. Then, he turned his eyes to Luo Qingyi, who was gazing at him with a pitiful expression. That look was just like a pear flower swaying in the wind, which was a source of pity. Finally, he turned his gaze to Lin Xingyue. In his heart, he secretly pondered, according to what second sister meant, both second sister and Bai Menghan wish to be my dance partner. Since that's the case, adding one more Luo Qingyi doesn't seem to be impossible. What's more, to be able to dance at the same time with three beautiful women who are considered to be of the highest caliber. This is simply a great blessing that was cultivated in a previous life. Just as Lin Mo was about to open his mouth to agree, he was suddenly interrupted by Lin Xingyue's voice, which was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking Lin Mo with a jolt. "If you dare to agree to it, try it." Lin Mo was startled by Lin Xingyu's sudden stop, and couldn't help but think to himself, "I am Ia. How in the world did she guess what was going on in my mind? Can it be that she possesses some kind of special ability that is beyond the ordinary?" Hearing Lin Mo's inner muttering, Lin Xingyu hurriedly spoke out to explain, "You've been pondering for such a long time. Aren't you just thinking about dancing with Ms. Luo? You're doing this so how can you let Menghan live with herself?" After Lin Mo heard these words, he was relieved, and the heart that was hanging high in the air finally fell back into his stomach, darkly relieved. So she was just making a wild guess, but it really scared me. I thought she really had some unforeseen superpower. However, at this moment, my heart is as if enveloped in gloom, helplessness and fear like a tidal wave, because I really do not want to let things slide into such a bad abyss. She's Luo Qingyi, the one who is as feared as the devil. If I accidentally angered her, the consequences would be worse than a nightmare, and I would probably be tortured by her to the point of death one day. I've already experienced this kind of pain once, so is it possible that I won't be able to escape it this time? Hearing Lin Mo's words, which were like a yellow bell, Bai Menghan couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation like a statue. Luo Qingyi would actually torture Lin Mo. Like this, she murmured dreamily, her face filled with disbelief, as if she had been struck by a bolt from the sky. On the side, Lin Xingyue nodded slightly, like a wise man, and said softly, "So it's actually like this." Right at this moment, only 3 middle-aged men with stout figures and extraordinary temperament, like 3 moving mountains, slowly walked past the pool. Lin Mo subconsciously looked towards them, and his gaze was instantly attracted by a special symbol at the wrist of one of them. It was a pattern similar to the shape of the sun, shining with a mysterious and dazzling light in the sunlight. In an instant, Lin Mo's heart snapped, as if he was tightly clutched by a large invisible hand. Secretly thinking, could this be the people from the Tianyang organization? Then, these few people are most likely the murderers who are going to injure my second sister this time. It seems that we must keep a close eye on them like a falcon next. And one of those middle-aged men seemed to have noticed Lin Mo and the others gazing, as he absently turned his head. That gaze was like a cold sword, casually glancing at Lin Mo and the surrounding women before turning away as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the 3 women present also cast their gazes towards those people Lin Mo mentioned in his mouth, a hint of doubt and vigilance in their eyes, as if they were a group of alert gazelles, always ready to deal with possible dangers. Lin Mo looked back at Luo Qingyi and thought for a moment it's better to agree to be her dance partner. After all, in the last life there was Lin Bei who made trouble out of it, and now that there's no Lin Bei, she shouldn't be vindictive towards me. Besides, those 3 are as dangerous as stinging vipers. It's better to protect those 3. Lin Mo then opened his mouth like a chicken pecking at rice and agreed to Luo Qingyi's invitation. Luo Qingyi, Lin Xingyue, and Bai Menghan looked at the Lin Mo in front of them who was thinking about her people, and their hearts were as warm as if they were being illuminated by a warm sun. Feeling uninterested, Lin Mo proposed to go back and rest like a deflated leather ball, and then the 4 of them left together. Chapter 43, Investigating Tianyang. Once Lin Mo hurried back to his room, he quickly opened his closet and rummaged around to find a clean pair of pants to change into. Then, like a deflated ball, he collapsed heavily onto the soft, comfortable couch, only to see him lazily stretching out his limbs, grabbing the cell phone placed aside in his hand, and starting to play it with gusto. At the same time, Lin Xingyue walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet, letting the warm water run over her body to her heart's content. After taking a bath, she wrapped herself tightly in a white bath towel, as fresh and attractive as a lotus flower. Then, she elegantly walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down, gently picked up her phone. Her fingers skillfully clicked on the group chat interface, and sent out a message. Do you guys know what the Tianyang organization is? Almost instantly, Lin's father replied, Xingyu, where did you learn about Tianyang? Seeing her father's inquiry, Lin Xingyu quickly typed her response. I learned from Xiao Mo, and there are 3 of them. Xiao Mo said there's a possibility that they will be the ones to injure my hand this time. After a while, Lin's father sent another text. Tianyang isn't a good thing. It's an organization that specializes in illegal activities, and every one of those people has a criminal record. At this time, Lin Muyu also interjected, try to stay as far away from them as possible. I'll arrange for some more bodyguards to go over and protect you. Lin's mother followed and chimed in. Yes, Xingyu, be careful. Lin Xingyue obediently replied. I know. On the other hand, Bai Menghan, who had just finished bathing, was equally radiant. She flicked her way out of the bathroom and over to the dresser, straightening her slightly disheveled hair in the mirror. She then picked up the cell phone on her desk and dialed a number without hesitation. When the other party was connected, she said in a serious tone, help me investigate this organization, Tianyang, as well as find out through what channels they actually mixed in. After hanging up the phone, Bai Menghan thought for a moment and felt that this matter was not trivial, so she decided to call and inform Bai Rangyuan personally. When Bai Rangyuan finished listening to Bai Menghan's narration, his face became grave, and in his mind, he secretly pondered on how to deal with this sudden situation. Luo Qingyi knew that those 3 were skilled and extremely dangerous, so she immediately began to launch an in-depth and detailed investigation. On the other hand, Lin Mo, who was in his room fully concentrating on playing the game, coldly saw a figure slowly walk out from the bathroom. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually Lin Xingyu who was wrapped in a clean white bathrobe. In an instant, his whole person as if he was cast a spell to stay on the spot. The heart secretly thought, how the second sister wrapped in a bath towel walked out like this. Although I am her brother, but there is a difference between men and women. At the same time, that voice that was too familiar to be true entered Lin Xingyu's ears, and she first exclaimed out in reflex, ah! Immediately after that, as if she realized something, she immediately cried out petulantly, turn your head. This sudden shout really startled Lin Mo. He hurriedly turned his head with his hands in a frenzy, and muttered and complained. It's not me who wanted to see it. Obviously it was you who ran out like this, and now you're blaming me instead. Hearing these words, Lin Xingyu's face swished red, and like a frightened bunny, she dashed into her room, then quickly closed the door and began to change her clothes. After a few moments, making sure she was fully dressed, she reopened the door to her room and walked, somewhat embarrassed, to the living room. After calming down a bit, Lin Xingyu coughed lightly in an attempt to break the slightly awkward atmosphere and said, "Xiao Mo. This time it's second sister's fault for having bad habits, so don't take it to heart." Lin Mo, on the contrary, appeared to be very open-minded and responded by waving his hand in a carefree manner. "Hey, second sister, it's fine, I can understand. Who hasn't had a moment of carelessness?" After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued to play with his cell phone. Seeing this situation, Lin Xingyue did not say anything more. 2 hours later, time seemed to freeze, and the room was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the turning of the hands of the wall clock. Suddenly, a crisp, sharp knock on the door broke the silence. Lin Mo, who was pacing around the house in thought, moved at the sound of the voice. He walked quickly towards the door, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be a little curious as to just who would come to visit at this time. As he reached for the doorknob and gently twisted it, his heart seemed to pick up the pace. The door slowly opened, and the first thing that caught his eye was a familiar and beautiful face. Luo Qingyi was standing outside the door with a smile on her face. Just see her wearing a light blue dress. The breeze flicked through the skirt, swaying gently, like a fairy, down to earth, as fresh and unassuming. Before Lin Mo could say anything, Luo Qingyi jumped the gun and said, "Student Lin Mo, I guess you don't have a suitable dress for tonight's event, right? Don't worry, this is something I've specially selected and prepared for you." Saying that, she handed forward the exquisite gift box she was holding in her hand, her eyes looking at Lin Mo with anticipation. Lin Mo subconsciously reached out his hand to pick up that gift, but the moment he was about to touch the gift box, a slender arm crossed the center. It turned out to be Lin Xingyue, who made a timely move to stop him, only to see Lin Xingyue staring expressionlessly at Luo Qingyi, saying in an icy tone, "Our family Xioma has her own dress. Don't bother bothering you. Please go back." In the face of such an indifferent attitude from Lin Xingyue, Luo Qingyi did not get angry or show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, she smiled faintly, and then without hesitation, she put the dress in her hand directly into Lin Mo's hand, and whispered, "I hope you like it," and then elegantly turned around and left. Lin Mo looked at Luo Qingyi's back as she walked away, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. It wasn't until Lin Xingyue voiced a reminder that he came back to his senses, as if he had woken up from a dream. Closing the door of the room with his hand, back inside, Rimmer silently placed the gown on the table, but could not take his eyes off of it. At this time, Lin Xingyu, who had been watching his every move, couldn't help but ask once again, "Xiao Mo, are you really going to wear this gown she gave you? What about Meng Han? Don't forget that there's still Meng Han, who's your fiancé." It turned out that the reason why Lin Xingyu was so resistant to the dress sent by Luo Qingyi was all because she was bent on setting up Lin Mo and Bai Meng Han together. Hearing his sister's question, a trace of confusion appeared on Lin Mo's face as he shook his head and replied, "Sis, I actually don't know what to do. To be honest, whether it's Luo Qingyi or Bai Meng Han, I can't talk about how much I like them." Chapter 44, The Ball. Lin Xingyue frowned slightly and responded, "Meng Han has never been able to blush at that person. Even she herself is afraid that she can't say what kind of feelings she actually has for you." Here, she paused for a moment, her gaze fixed on the man in front of her, and then spoke solemnly, "However, I still expect you to be a dutiful and bona fide fiancé. Do you know what I mean?" After saying these words, Lin Xingyue's expression was unusually serious, as if this matter was of vital importance and could not afford to be sloppy. Lin Mo couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation after hearing this. He secretly muttered, "What the hell is going on here? In my last life, Bai Meng Han and I had nothing to do with each other at all. How come in this life, everything has become so complicated and confusing? And that Luo Qingyi is simply like crazy, seems to be bent on pestering me." Thinking about all this, Lin Mo felt incredibly depressed and helpless, and couldn't help but complain, You guys can do whatever you like. Anyway, I don't want to be in charge of all this crap anymore." When he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and prepared to rest for a while, trying to calm himself down a bit. However, just then, a light knock on the door suddenly sounded. Lin Mo, who was originally a bit drowsy, was awakened by this sudden sound, and a trace of annoyance could not help but well up in his heart. On the other hand, Lin Xingyu, who was on the side, quickly got up and quickly walked towards the door. When she opened the door to her room, she realized that it was actually Bai Meng Han standing outside the door, only to see a warm smile immediately appear on Lin Xingyu's face. She didn't hesitate to welcome Bai Meng Han into the house and contrasted her attitude with the way she treated Luo Qingyi. After walking into the room, Bai Meng Han gently sat down on the sofa. Lin Xingyue had sharp eyes and instantly noticed that she was holding an exquisite box in her hands. Thus, Lin Xingyu hurriedly came forward and curiously inquired, "Is this the dress for Xiao Mo?" Bai Menghan smiled faintly and didn't beat around the bush, frankly nodding her head as she replied, "That's right, the box contains not only Shouma's gown, but yours as well." As soon as Lin Xingyu heard this, "It's still Menghan who's good enough to give away dresses and think of me." Humph. Her heart couldn't help but ripple as she turned her head to look at the person beside her, only to see Lin Mo sitting quietly, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. He closed his eyes tightly, like he was lost in his own world, and at this moment, when Bai Menghan saw Lin Mo in this state, she thought that he was taking a nap, so she said softly, "Then I'll leave you guys alone for now." After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving behind a touch of elegant back. Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Mo in front of her, her heart filled with helplessness. She gently shook her head as if she wanted to shake off those complicated emotions. Time passed by, and after about another 2 hours, Lin Xingyu and Lin Mo finally changed into their dresses. Lin Xingyu was dressed in a bright and colorful red evening gown, like a delicate flower in full bloom. That snug fit perfectly outlined her delicate curves, and every detail showed delicacy and magnificence, showing her beauty to the fullest, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Looking at Lin Mo again, after he put on the dress that Bai Menghan had sent him, his entire temperament was instantly enhanced and he was simply handsome. The originally handsome face was even more angular at the moment, and his deep eyes were like twinkling stars in the night sky, radiating a charming light. When they walked into the ballroom arm in arm, they immediately became the center of attention. Luo Qingyi and Bai Menghan saw Lin Mo walking from afar and hurriedly greeted him with quick steps. Luo Qingyi wore a white gown like a small white flower, while Bai Menghan had a golden gown, as bright as a pearl, the two of them forming a sharp contrast. Luo Qingyi wasn't angry that Lin Mo didn't wear the dress she had prepared and still maintained her elegant smile. This first dance, however, before the words were finished, Lin Xingyu couldn't wait to interrupt. This first dance will be danced by Lin Mo and Menghan. When the other young talents in the surroundings saw that Lin Mo was actually surrounded by three great beauties, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in their hearts. They were secretly jealous of Lin Mo, hating that the person standing beside those three beautiful women at the moment was themselves. Lin Bei looked at this scene from afar. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and the anger that filled him almost made him lose his mind. Lin Mo, on the other hand, did not hesitate to hold Bai Menghan's hand graciously, then stepped with her towards the center of the stage. When Bai Menghan's hand was held by Lin Mo, she instantly became a bit flustered and confused. She who had always been high and cold had never been so close to a man, and Lin Mo could be considered the first. At this moment, a touch of moving blush quickly rose on her fair cheeks. These two sincere words that involuntarily emerged from the bottom of her heart, even more so, caused Bai Menghan, who was already a bit shy, to instantly blush, spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. Just then, the melodious music played slowly, like a gentle breeze brushing people's heartstrings. Lin Mo and Bai Menghan started dancing to the rhythm of the music. Bai Menghan tried to calm herself down and focus on the dance, but deep down she could never suppress the strange feeling. Bai Menghan lightly bounced around like a dancing butterfly, but her heart was not as relaxed and happy as her appearance. As she danced, her mind kept echoing, "No, this look doesn't fit my persona at all. I'm a high-flying goddess. How can I lose my cool like this?" Just then, Bai Menghan suddenly stopped and made an unexpected move, only to see her stretch out her slender white jade hand and gently tease Lin Mo's chest. At that instant, it was as if time had stopped flowing. Lin Mo, on the other hand, completely did not expect Bai Menghan to make such a bold move, and he only felt an electric current instantly spread throughout his body. His heartbeat accelerated sharply, and blood rushed straight to his head. In an instant, his face flushed red, all the way to the base of his neck. Bai Menghan couldn't help but be happy in her heart when she saw such an exaggerated reaction from Lin Mo. She had only wanted to tease the boy, who looked a little silly, in a small way, but she hadn't expected it to work so well. Thus, she secretly resolved to tease the cute and innocent Lin Mo in front of her. In an instant, Bai Menghan no longer blushed at Lin Mo like a ripe apple. Instead, Lin Mo was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body became uncomfortable. Chapter 45, Danger Awaits. Lin Mo was completely distracted by Bai Menghan at the moment, so much so that he actually memorized the wrong dance steps. And at this moment, Bai Menghan, seeing the red-faced, fumbling Lin Mo in front of her, couldn't help but secretly snicker in her heart. With the melodious and soothing music gradually stopping, this first dance, which should have been flawless, ended hastily in the midst of Lin Mo's mistakes one after another. End of the dance. Lin Mo woke up as if in a dream, back to God, hastily to the front of the beauty of the woman, respectfully stretched out a hand. "Make a please gesture." Bai Menghan raised her eyes to see Lin Mo's movements, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile. Then she turned lightly and walked toward the stage in style. Lin Xingyue, who had been at the bottom of the stage following every move on stage, saw this and hurriedly mounted the stage with quick steps. The two of them glanced at each other in the moment of intersection and nodded silently before brushing past each other. However, in this seemingly normal moment, something unexpected happened, only to see a man wearing a waiter's uniform, as if it were an arrow off the string, violently rush towards Bai Menghan, at the same time, pulling out a small knife with a cold light from his clothes, ferociously stabbing straight towards Bai Menghan. The unprepared Bai Menghan was so frightened by this sudden change that she lost her color, and in a panic, her feet wrenched, and the whole person lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Because of this, the fatal knife that was originally heading straight for Bai Menghan's vitals came up empty. However, the vicious killer did not give up, but continued to wield the sharp blade in his hand and stabbed at Bai Menghan, who had already fallen to the ground. Lin Xingyu stared with wide eyes, incredulously at the shocking scene before her, her entire body frozen. However, her reaction speed was extremely fast, and almost subconsciously, she reached out and grabbed the red wine bottle on the side table, and without hesitation, she swung it fiercely towards the assassin who was holding a sharp blade and stabbing fiercely at Bai Menghan. Only heard a bang sound. The bottle of red wine in the killer's head after a violent impact should be cracked. Shards of glass like rain have spilled to the ground, making a crisp and chaotic clanking sound. In the originally quiet environment seems particularly harsh. The sudden noise instantly drew the attention of those around them. The crowd was thrown into a state of panic at the sight of a man armed with a pocket knife and a fierce look. Some of them screamed in terror, their shrill cries cutting through the air. Some, like frightened rabbits, pulled their legs out and ran for the door in panic. That assassin was coldly hit in the head by the red wine bottle that Lin Xingyue smashed at him, and only felt a wave of dizziness. Right at this moment, Lin Mo saw the right time and rushed over as fast as an arrow off the string, knocking the killer to the ground in a swift manner. In an instant, the entire scene became extremely chaotic and unpleasant. No one had thought that there were two other killers hidden among those ordinary-looking waiters. Seeing their companions miss and fall to the ground, without saying a word, they simultaneously pulled out the short knives on their waists and aggressively pounced towards Lin Mo. Facing a raging enemy, Lin Mo didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. With a quick eye, he once again copied a red wine bottle beside him and smashed it with all his strength towards the two charging killers. However, these two assassins were obviously not idle people, only to see their figures flashing, easily dodging the red wine bottles thrown by Lin Mo. Immediately afterward, they waved the short, cold, glittering knives in their hands and pushed straight at Lin Mo like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. Lin Mo was undaunted and immediately met him in close combat. Both sides went back and forth, punching and kicking each other. However, despite the fact that these two assassins had extraordinary skills, it was by no means easy for them to defeat Lin Mo. Before long, Lin Mo gradually gained the upper hand and gradually suppressed the opponent's offense. Right at this moment, the other person saw that he was not Lin Mo's enemy at all, and in his heart, he was so anxious that he even turned evil to evil, and violently pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed straight towards Lin Xingyu. Bai Menghan was sharp-eyed and instantly noticed the alarming scene. She lost her color and cried out in horror, "Be careful!" However, everything happened too fast. Lin Xingyu was simply too late to make any reaction, and could only watch as the cold, glittering knife got closer and closer to her, and the shadow of death seemed to be about to loom down. When it was too late, he saw Lin Mo's body shape was like electricity. He rushed forward with an arrow step, and like an agile cheetah, he instantly pounced on that assassin to the ground. Immediately after that, he snatched the knife in the other party's hand with a swift movement and flung it with such force that the small knife shot out like a meteor, landing far away several meters away. But before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, the other assassin, who was originally fiercely entangled with Lin Mo, saw the opportunity and took advantage of Lin Mo's distraction. Suddenly turning around, he lunged towards Bai Menghan, who had fallen to the ground, the sharp blade in his hand stabbing straight down without mercy. Lin Mo didn't even have a moment to think. Almost subconsciously he quickly got up and rushed towards Bai Menghan like a swift wind. In the nick of time, he didn't hesitate to stretch out his right hand and tightly gripped the incoming icy blade. In an instant, blood gurgled out of his palm, but he acted as if he hadn't realized it, only grasping the blade with a death grip, refusing to let go for half a second. Lin Mo then flew up and kicked the assassin hard in the abdomen. Only a miserable scream rang out, and that killer flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground, never able to get up again. At that moment, a group of well-trained and heavily armed bodyguards appeared at the scene as if they were soldiers of God. They acted swiftly and in the blink of an eye they surrounded the three vicious killers, making it difficult for them to escape. Lin Xingyue quickly ran to Lin Mo's side and held his injured palm tightly with trembling hands. When she saw the steady stream of crimson blood seeping out of his hand, Her heart clenched and she couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. She hurriedly looked around for something that could be used to bandage the wound, and managed to find a few pieces of clean fabric and hurriedly wrapped it briefly for Lin Mo, hoping to stop the bleeding temporarily. At the same time, someone made a quick call to the police and EMS numbers. Within moments, sirens were heard from far and near, and ambulances were arriving at the scene as fast as they could. Only after the situation had stabilized a little did Lin Xingyu carefully assist the pale and shocked Bai Menghan and slowly walked to a chair aside, allowing her to sit down and rest for a while. Chapter 46, Finding the Man Behind the Scenes. Bai Menghan looked at Lin Xingyu with an anxious face, her voice shouting urgently, "Lin Mo, how is he doing?" Her eyes were full of concern and unease, as if her heart was in her throat. Lin Xingyu hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, I've already helped him stop the bleeding, just a small injury to his hand, nothing serious." After saying that, she gently breathed a sigh of relief, signaling that Bai Menghan could relax a little. Hearing this, Bai Menghan's heart that had been hanging high finally fell back slightly. Right at this moment, a silhouette hurriedly arrived, and it was none other than Luo Qingyi, only to see her face full of worry. She quickly walked up to Lin Mo and asked in an anxious tone, "Are you alright? It's making me so anxious." It turned out that after Luo Qingyi had seen the killers that had suddenly appeared just now, she immediately turned and ran to seek assistance in her anxiety. However, what she never expected was that those staff members would mercilessly stop her. And no matter how much she explained the urgency of the situation, the other party just refused to let her go. She had no choice but to use her best efforts to convince these stubborn staff members and hurried back with a group of bodyguards. Lin Mo, on the contrary, seemed rather calm as he smiled faintly and said without a care in the world, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Despite having just gone through a shocking assassination, he still looks calm and collected. Seeing that Lin Mo was safe and sound, Luo Qingyi then settled down, and then told the whole story of what happened to her just now when she was blocked by the staff. Bai Menghan, who was on the side, couldn't help but look surprised when she heard about this and muttered suspiciously, "How could these staff members have so much power to stop people at will? It's simply too outrageous." At this time, Lin Mo secretly pondered in his heart, so the real target of this Tianyang organization's action is actually Bai Menghan, and in his last life, I think it must have been his second sister who was unfortunately injured in order to protect Bai Menghan. It was a good thing that the second sister in this life was not seriously hurt. However, it was puzzling that the bodyguards hadn't noticed when the scene had gotten so big. I think it must be that someone within this Bai family secretly intervened in the matter of Yunting Mountain Village. Just do not know who this person is. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Bai Menghan was also gradually clearing her head at this moment. She frowned and racked her brain to think about what kind of person had planned this incident. On the other hand, Lin Xingyu, who was on the side, still had palpitations in her heart, although she had anticipated the possibility of injury and had taken adequate precautions in advance. When it actually happened, the shocking scene still made her feel paralyzed with fear. Just then, the doctor's calm and powerful voice suddenly came, hardening and interrupting the tumultuous thoughts of the few people present. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo and Bai Menghan were quickly transported to the hospital under the escort of the paramedics. Worried about their condition, Lin Xingyu chose to go along without hesitation, while Luo Qingyi silently turned around and left the scene. After arriving at the hospital, after a series of arrangements, Lin Mo and Bai Menghan stayed in the same ward, only to lie on two different beds. This ward seemed particularly lively. Besides Lin Mo and Bai Menghan, Lin Father, Lin Mother, Lin Muyu, Bai Remote Couple and the white-haired but hale and hearty Bai Grandma had all rushed here. Lin Mother walked to Lin Mo's hospital bed with a concerned look on her face and asked softly, "Little Mo, how's your hand? Nothing serious, right?" Lin Mo looked at his mother's anxious face, smiled faintly and comforted. "Mom, don't worry too much, my hand is really fine. It's just that my second sister had to insist that I be hospitalized for observation." As he said this, he also glanced at Bai Menghan in the hospital bed next to him with a slight hint of helplessness. At the same time, Bai Menghan naturally received unfailing care and greetings from her own relatives. After everyone had calmed down a bit, Lin Mo began to tell the crowd the whole story. As he recounted the story, the expressions on the faces of the crowd were sometimes tense, sometimes angry, especially when she heard the key point. The always kind and gentle Grandma Bai was so angry that she shot up, loudly and angrily. He rebuked, "These lawless fellows are really tired of living. How dare they make a move on my precious granddaughter?" Bai Menghan hurriedly spoke. "Grandma, don't be angry. This time, I really have to thank Lin Mo. If it wasn't for his timely help, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable, and I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you unharmed." As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Mo beside her with a gaze filled with gratitude. Hearing her granddaughter say this, Grandma Bai hurriedly turned her eyes toward Lin Mo, and an amiable smile immediately appeared on her face. In a cordial tone, he complimented, "Little Mo. Ah, what a good job. For our family's Menghan to have an outstanding fiancé like you. That's truly a blessing she's had for several lifetimes." In the face of Grandma Bai's praise, Lin Mo's mouth lifted lightly and smiled slightly. That smile was just like the warm spring sun, both humble and polite. On the side, Bai Menghan was like a shy flower, somewhat embarrassed. After this short and cozy exchange, everyone had a heart-to-heart and left the ward one after another in a sensible manner, as if a group of quiet elves, in order to leave enough space for Bai Menghan and Lin Mo to rest and recuperate their bodies like tired birds returning to their nests. As the door to the room gently closed, the entire ward seemed to be enchanted, instantly returning to a state of tranquility. After a while, Bai Menghan, like a light butterfly, slowly turned her head, her clear eyes like deep lakes, gazing at Lin Mo. Being the first to break the silence, he said softly, "I'm really very grateful that you were able to come forward and save my life today." Lin Mo was obviously a bit surprised by Bai Menghan's sudden acknowledgement, but soon came back to his senses and replied seriously, "Don't be so polite, Menghan. No matter what, I'm your fiancé. Protecting you is my job." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Bai Menghan couldn't help but feel a warm current welling up in her heart, and her originally still somewhat tense mood gradually relaxed. After a moment of silence, she spoke again and asked, "Who exactly do you think could have done this? To actually be so bold and presumptuous?" Lin Mo frowned slightly and analyzed after a moment of contemplation. "In my opinion, this matter is most likely related to those from the Bai family who are involved in this project of Yunting Mountain Resort. After all, they dared to block even the Luo family's Qianjin, which means that the person in charge of the relevant work has been secretly replaced." After listening to Lin Mo's deduction, Bai Menghan nodded thoughtfully, indicating that she agreed with him. Chapter 47, A Delicious Meal. Bai Menghan lightly pulled out her cell phone from her bag. Her slender fingers quickly operated on the screen, then clicked the send button and sent Chu Ran a brief and concise message. "Investigate everyone who has come into contact with Yunting Mountain Resort." Almost instantly after the message was sent, Chu Ran's side replied, "Understood, President." Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who was sitting on the side, slowly closed his eyes, his slightly tired face looking a little pale under the weak light. At the moment, all he wanted to do was to take advantage of this hiatus to rest a little bit to relieve both physical and mental stress. However, just as he was about to enter a shallow sleep, a silhouette suddenly flashed in his mind, Lin Bei. Thinking of this, Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. His brows furrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, "Right, where's Lin Bei? Why didn't I see him just now?" And at that moment, Lin Xingyu, who was standing outside the door and was about to raise her hand to knock on the door, also stopped moving because she heard Lin Mo's words inside the house. It turned out that Lin Xingyu was worried that Lin Mo and Bai Menghan were starving and had specially cooked some meals to send over. Only to hear Lin Mo's heartfelt voice continue to come. "It's hard to believe that when Bai Menghan had an accident in her last life, this guy ran away before letting her second sister get hurt. That's somewhat possible." Lin Xingyu stood quietly outside the door, her eyes gradually becoming moist. She hadn't realized that her brother, who had been unpopular with the whole family until she heard his heart, had such a delicate and caring heart. She felt immensely relieved and fortunate to have such a thoughtful and loving brother. Gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Lin Xingyu took a deep breath and after stabilizing her emotions, she raised her hand and knocked on the door of her room. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knock on the door broke the short-lived tranquility in the room, and Lin Mo and Bai Menghan coincidentally cast their gazes towards the door. Immediately afterward, the door was slowly pushed open, only to see Lin Xingyu walking in with a smile on her face, carrying an exquisite lunchbox in each hand. As soon as she entered, Lin Xingyu walked straight to the table and carefully placed the lunchbox on top, then gently opened the lid, and immediately, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. As she set out the dishes, she said, "This is what I just cooked, so try it and see how it tastes." After saying that, he was seen smiling as he handed two exquisite lunchboxes to Lin Mo and Bai Menghan respectively. After receiving the lunchbox, the two thanked in unison. "Thank you." This voice of thanks had just been uttered, causing Lin Mo and Bai Menghan to instantly feel a rush of heat on their faces, and their cheeks couldn't help but blush lightly. Seeing this, Lin Xingyu, who was standing by the side, smiled gently and said softly, "Don't be polite, just taste it." Hearing this, Bai Menghan gently picked up her chopsticks and picked up a small mouthful of rice and brought it to her mouth. After chewing carefully, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's really too delicious. Sister Xingyu, your cooking is practically comparable to a Michelin chef." These compliments from Bai Menghan were like a spring breeze blowing through Lin Xingyu's heart, causing her heart to burst with joy and a happy smile to spread across her face. At the same time, Lin Mo hurriedly tasted a mouthful of rice. When that deliciousness spread out on his tongue, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "My God! Why didn't I know before that second sister had such great cooking skills?" The last life was really cheap for that Lin Bei guy. However, he didn't realize that what was going on inside his mind at the moment had already been heard by Lin Xingyue. After Lin Xingyu heard Lin Mo's heartfelt words, her heart was even sweeter, like eating honey. Lin Mo over here, as if he was starving, wolfed down the food and kept stuffing it into his mouth. And in a short while, he winded up eating the rice and the lunchbox cleanly. Looking at the other side, Bai Menghan was still just slowly and methodically eating not more than a few bites. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly let out a loud burp. After realizing that he had lost his temper, he hastily reached out to cover his mouth, while at the same time twisting his head away in great embarrassment, not daring to look directly at Lin Xingyue and Bai Menghan's gazes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingyue and Bai Menghan, who were originally eating, couldn't hold back any longer and put down the dishes in their hands, laughing. For a while, cheerful laughter echoed through the air, and the whole scene was filled with warmth and joy. The three of them laughed and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere was warm and cordial, as if they were a close family. Time rushed by, and just a few days later, Bai Menghan and Lin Mo recovered and were successfully discharged from the hospital. Lin Mo chose to recuperate and rest at home for a day in order to allow his body to completely rejuvenate. Bai Menghan, on the other hand, hoofed it back to the company, knowing full well that work couldn't be delayed for too long. As soon as she sat down in front of the desk, Bai Menghan picked up the mysterious list in her hand and scrutinized it carefully, only to see her moth brows slightly knitted, her eyes focused, and she seemed to have fallen into a deep thought. On top of this list are three suspicious characters: Bai Yuanjing, Chen Wei, and Wu Tianxiang. Among them, Chen Wei and Wu Tianxiang held managerial positions in two different departments in the company, while Bai Yuanjing was Bai Menghan's own great-uncle. Thinking back then, because Bai Yuan had shown even more outstanding talent, the Bai Shang group was eventually handed over to him to take care of. Nowadays, with Bai Yuan passing the baton to Bai Menghan, she had been in charge of the group's affairs. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Bai Menghan's mind. Could it be that his eldest uncle was dissatisfied with Bai Yuan's control of Bai Shang group, and then pointed the spearhead at himself? However, this idea is merely speculative and there is a lack of solid empirical evidence to support it. Nonetheless, Bai Menghan decided to conduct some in-depth investigations into the matter, never letting the potential threat continue to lurk. Subsequently, Bai Menghan took a deep breath, organized her thoughts, and informed her father, by remote, of her bold and astonishing conjecture one by one. Bai Remote initially had a look of disbelief on his face when he heard what his daughter had said. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Bai Menghan, as if he wanted to confirm from her eyes and expression that it was just a joke. However, when he recalled all the things that had happened in recent years, his own negligence in managing the affairs of the Bai family, and the contact with his own relatives had become increasingly sparse, an ominous premonition began to spread in his heart. After a moment of silence, White Remote finally broke the silence. He looked at Bai Menghan with a grave expression and slowly said, "Child, this matter is not trivial. Do not act rashly so as not to frighten the snakes." Then he paused briefly, seemingly pondering his next course of action. In the end, he said to his daughter as if he had made up his mind, "I'm going to go and investigate it myself and figure out what kind of truth is hidden behind this." After saying that, White Remote stood up and walked towards the door with a firm pace. White Remote will not allow anyone to harm his family. Chapter 48. By the early morning of the next day, the sun had not yet fully risen, and there was only a hint of fish belly white in the sky, but Lin Mo had already woken up from his sleep. He quickly washed up and put on neat clothes, resolving in his mind to return to school today to continue his studies. After a simple and nutritious breakfast, Lin Muyu personally drove Lin Mo to school. It didn't take long for the luxurious Maybach to smoothly park at the entrance of Jian University. Just as Lin Mo slowly pushed open the car door and prepared to get out, another Maybach approached not far away. The two cars were parked side by side, and a slight comparison could easily reveal that the one driven by Lin Muyu was obviously much more advanced. At that moment, only to see the door of that car open, first stepping out of a tall, extraordinary man, followed by a woman with outstanding appearance and elegant demeanor. This man was no other than Lin Bei, the eldest son of the Lin family, and that woman was Qin Yu, the Qin family's highly favored young lady. Lin Bei calmly got off the car, first lowered his head and carefully organized the suit on his body, raising his hands and feet like a graceful nobleman. He then smiled and softly greeted Qin Yu beside him, then took a step towards the school gate. From the beginning to the end, Lin Muyu had never cast even a single glance at Lin Bei as she stepped on the gas without hesitation and drove the vehicle to quickly leave the scene. At the same time, Lin Mo also walked straight towards the campus without looking back, as if Lin Bei didn't exist. Since that grand banquet that night only invited all the major powerful families to participate, in order to prevent unnecessary media attention and trouble, the Lin family deliberately did not publicize this matter to the public in a big way. So at this moment, the people passing by around them didn't know exactly what was going on, but they still couldn't help but talk to each other and whisper when they saw such a strange scene. Yeah, look at you guys, isn't that Lin Bei, the young master of the Lin family? But the strange thing is, why didn't he come to school with the Lin family's daughter? Instead, it's Lin Mo who's here. An exclamation came from the crowd. That's right, the last time I went home on vacation, the Lin family's eldest daughter treated Lin Mo with a lot of passion, but Lin Bei was cold. So anyone with a clear eye could see that Lin Mo is the real Lin family's young master. At that moment, a girl shouted at the top of her voice, which was unusually loud, as if she was afraid that others would not hear her. The moment these words came out, it was instantly like igniting a powder keg. The people around immediately exploded and began to talk frantically. At this moment, Lin Bei was thinking of taking advantage of Qin Yu to show some of his charm, who had thought that everyone's attention was all focused on Lin Muyu. This sudden situation caused him to lose face once again, and he only felt ashamed, wishing to immediately find a crack in the ground, so he was anxious to escape this place of wrongdoing quickly. However, the onlookers are really too many people, blocking the road. Lin Bei spent a lot of effort to not be able to squeeze out, but also accidentally touched a nose. In contrast, Lin Mo was well aware of such campus gossip rumors. He was well aware that the news traveled as fast and was as difficult to deal with as the rabid fans in the entertainment industry. Therefore, long before the matter became a big deal, Lin Mo had his feet on the ground and fled in a puff of smoke. It wasn't long before Lin Mo jogged all the way to the dormitory entrance. First he knocked gently on the door, and then, as if it were spring-loaded, the door was opened with a swish. Immediately afterward, a pretty good-looking handsome guy rushed forward violently and hugged Lin Mo. Then he let out a loud cry. Brother Lin, it's killing me inside. Why on earth? Just then, a figure appeared in the crowd's field of vision. This person was no other than Lin Mo's roommate, Han Wenjun. He was seen walking slowly with a sad face, as if his whole body had lost its soul. When Lin Mo saw Han Wenjun in this state, he was initially surprised and completely puzzled. However, when he heard Han Wenjun mumble the word unbearable, a light suddenly flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood what was going on. It turns out that he had purposely asked Han to go for a drink with him earlier and took the opportunity to show him Jasmine's true colors. Thinking of this, Lin Mo hurriedly walked forward and gently patted Han Wenjun's shoulder, softly consoled. Well, don't be too sad. Being able to recognize reality is not a good thing for you. After hearing this, Han Wenjun slightly loosened her tight grip on Lin Mo's arm and said, still with a slight sob, Brother Mo, although I don't know exactly how you learned about the inside story of this matter, I'm really especially grateful to you. Without your reminder and help, I'm afraid I'd still be in the dark to this day. Hi, who are we? This is nothing. Lin Mo waved his hand with a smile, and then jokingly added, but since you're saying you want to thank me, don't you have to treat me to a good meal later on? When Han Wenjun heard this, a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face, and without hesitation, he nodded his head and responded, of course there's no problem. As long as Brother Mo wants to eat whatever you want, just ask. With that, the two happily came to an agreement. Then, shoulder to shoulder, they walked towards the classroom with a smile on their faces, ready to start a new day of coursework. On a college campus, the schedule is always full of variables, sometimes overwhelmingly tight and sometimes comfortably loose, and there were surprisingly few classes this morning. Just one. Time flew by like a white horse, as if it was just a blink of an eye, and that short lesson was over. Before he could return to his senses, the hour hand was already quietly pointing to the noon hour. As usual, Lin Mo and his best friend walked side by side to the cafeteria to have lunch, as they had agreed to do beforehand. Along the way, they talked and laughed about the interesting insights in the classroom, the humorous words of the teacher and the quirky performances of their classmates, and the sound of laughter echoed in the air from time to time. After a hearty lunch, the two returned to their dormitory at a leisurely pace. The dormitory was extraordinarily peaceful in the afternoon, with the warm sunlight pouring through the windows onto the beds, creating patches of golden light. For the next few hours, the entire dormitory was immersed in an atmosphere of silence and peace. What made Lin Mo feel even more delighted was that there was actually no Lin Bei to come and cause trouble today. He should know that Lin Bei didn't cause him a lot of trouble on weekdays, but the tranquility of this moment allowed Lin Mo to relax wholeheartedly and enjoy this rare comfort and ease to the fullest. He lay on his bed, closed his eyes, felt the gentle touch of the breeze gently brushing his cheeks, and his thoughts drifted off into the distance. Chapter 49, Qin Yu's Thoughts. Lin Mo lazily lay on the bed, reaching out to pick up his cell phone from the nightstand, ready to swipe a short video for a while to pass the time. When he had just unlocked the screen, he heard a series of message beeps go off. Clicking on it, he found that the sender was actually Bai Menghan, only to see her write, "My dad wants to invite both of our families to have a meal together. And on the way, thank you properly for saving my life. I've already talked to Uncle Lin, and he's happy to oblige. So the dinner is scheduled for tomorrow night." Lin Mo quickly replied, "Okay." Immediately afterward, he followed up with another question. "Then have you found out the mastermind behind this incident?" Although Lin Mo didn't have too many emotional fluctuations towards those few killers themselves, yet he was filled with curiosity and inquisitiveness towards the mysterious figure who hid in the shadows and manipulated everything. At this moment, Bai Menghan was staring at this message sent by Lin Mo and fell into deep thought. After hesitating again and again, she finally decided to inform him of the situation she had. So, she tapped her finger on the screen and earnestly typed, "Those three killers really don't know who the real mastermind is, but after some investigation, I have locked in 3 suspects on my side. The first one is my eldest uncle, Bai Yuanjing. There are also 2 department managers in the company named Chen Wei and Wu Tianxiang." Lin Mo stared tightly at the list that Bai Menghan had sent, his brows furrowing slightly as his gaze gradually became deeper, as if he wanted to see through the thin paper to the hidden secrets behind it. His fingers gently tapped on the desktop, making a rhythmic sound, but his thoughts had long since drifted off into the distance. The name White Vision seems a bit familiar, Lin Mo muttered, trying to recall the memory fragments in his mind. Suddenly, an aura flashed through him, and he sat up straight violently, saying with a sudden realization, "That's right, isn't he the next president of the Baishan Group in the last life?" However, this discovery left Rimmer feeling very confused and disoriented. According to common sense, with Bai Menghan's outstanding talent, she was far above Bai Yuanjing. But why was it that old man who finally ascended to the position of president? There is definitely something fishy going on here. That's not right. It must have been this old man's secret deception that allowed him to succeed. Then, the person behind the scenes who hired the assassins to deal with us is most likely this Bai Yuanjing. However, it's not easy to find out the evidence of his instigation. Lin Mo muttered to himself as he paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. At this moment, Lin Mo was like Sherlock Holmes possessed, not sparing any details and carefully analyzing every possibility. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a confident smile appeared on his face, clearly having a response in mind, only to see Lin Mo stop and turn to Bai Menghan. "You can try to investigate those 2 department managers in the company. I think it's highly likely that they are Bai Yuanjing's people. As long as we start with them, we might be able to follow the trail and find evidence that Bai Yuanjing directed the killers." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Bai Menghan was first stunned, then thoughtfully nodded her head in agreement. "Well, you have a point. Actually, I've had my suspicions about Bai Yuanjing before, but I've never had any solid evidence. This time, I might really be able to catch him in the act." Lin Mo nodded and continued, "After all, he is your eldest uncle, and has been operating within the company for many years, so he naturally has a wide range of contacts, and can fully mobilize many people to work for him. That's why we must act with care and caution, and must not frighten the snakes." Bai Menghan took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter." However, due to time constraints, this short but important conversation was rushed to an end, and what awaited them would be an investigative journey full of challenges and unknowns. Afterwards, Lin Mo lethargically leaned back on the sofa, casually sliding the screen of his cell phone and browsing through a variety of interesting videos. Every now and then he was amused, and every now and then he was lost in thought. Unconsciously, sleepiness crept in. He yawned and stretched, then put his cell phone aside, adjusted his posture, slowly closed his eyes, and entered the sweet land of dreams. When Lin Mo woke up leisurely, he realized that it was already past noon. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up to move his muscles, feeling his spirits return. After simply packing up, he headed to the classroom with Han Wenjun to prepare for class. In the classroom, the teacher was explaining the main points at great length, while the time flew by as if it were loaded with rocket propellers. In the blink of an eye, the bell rang, and students rushed out of the classroom like a tidal wave. After saying goodbye to Han Wenjun, Lin Mo walked quickly towards the school gate. As expected, a familiar black Maybach was quietly parked in front of the school. The car window rolled down, revealing Lin Muyu's stunningly beautiful face as she smiled and waved at Lin Mo. Seeing this, Lin Mo excitedly waved his arms vigorously while shouting, "Big sister, I'm here." Hearing her brother's call, the smile on Lin Muyu's face grew brighter as she said gently, "Xiao Mo, come over here and get in the car." Lin Mo ran to the car in 3 steps and quickly pulled open the door and sat inside. Before he could fasten his seatbelt, Lin Muyu kicked the gas pedal down, and the Maybach was like an arrow off the string, instantly rushing out, leaving behind only a black residual shadow as well as raised dust. In the blink of an eye, the limousine disappeared into the bustling crowd at the entrance of Jiangnan University. Due to the incident that happened this morning, Lin Bei, who had always acted in a high-profile and arrogant manner, even became cautious when he walked out of the school gate at this moment, not daring to be arrogant and domineering as usual. He only saw that he wrapped himself tightly from head to toe, as if he was afraid of being recognized by others, and then sneaked to a place not far from Jiangde. Soon, a Maybach stopped at the side of the road. This car was slightly lower class compared to the car Lin Muyu owned, but it was still considered a top-of-the-line luxury car for ordinary people. Lin Bei quickly pulled open the car door and sat in. Ever since he was sent back to his biological parents, Lin Bei had been in contact with Qinyu almost every single day. Strangely enough, Qinyu seemed to have a special kind of affection for Lin Bei, and this affection was also getting deeper and deeper with the passage of time. It turns out that many years ago, when Qinyu was still a little girl, she once suffered an accident, and just when her life was in danger, it was the young Lin Bei who stepped forward and saved her life. From that moment on, Qinyu fell deeply in love with this brave and kind boy. However, after learning that Lin Bei was actually the youngest master of the Lin family, Qinyu felt that her humble status was not worthy of him, so she never confessed her feelings to him. But fate was always full of coincidences and surprises, and now that Qinyu had finally been given another excellent opportunity to get close to Lin Bei and be able to help him, it made her feel incredibly happy and excited. So for a while now, whenever they had a spare moment, the two would meet up and have dinner together. Not only that, Lin Bei was currently actively starting his own business, and Qinyu was unreservedly giving him full support and help in every aspect. Chapter 50, The Scared Lin Mo. It wasn't long after arriving at the Lin family. As the sky darkened and the lights came on, Lin Mo's family sat around the dining table ready to enjoy dinner. Father Lin, Mother Lin and other family members were talking and laughing as they savored the delicious food, and the whole atmosphere seemed particularly warm and harmonious. However, at this time, Lin Jiuzhu, who was a top-ranking singer and actress in the entertainment industry, was unable to dine together, as she was busy dealing with those complicated and trivial matters in the entertainment industry. Speaking of Lin Jiuzhu, she is a household name. Not only has a heavenly singing voice, but also conquered the hearts of countless viewers with her excellent acting skills. What is lesser known is that she actually has a stage name as Lin Yuanyao. Because of this, other than her manager, Yu Zhanyan, who knew that this highly publicized big star Lin Yuanyao was the Lin family's third young lady, Lin Jiuzhu, no one else knew about this mysterious identity. The relationship between Lin Jiuzhu and Yu Zhanyan can be described as intimate. They are both tacit partners at work and good girlfriends who have nothing to talk about in life. The two support each other and work together to make their own way in the competitive entertainment industry. As the family's dinner drew to a close, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, breaking the peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. It turned out to be Lin Mo's cell phone ringing. He put down the dishes in his hand, picked up the phone in his hand and pressed the answer button. A voice so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar immediately came from the other end of the phone. Lin Mo. I'm right now in front of your Lin family's house. Hurry up and come out for a bit. I have some things to discuss with you. After Lin Mo heard this voice, he casually replied without the slightest hesitation. Okay, no problem. I'll be right there. However, at this moment, Lin Mo's mind was still haunted by some doubts. Why would this Bai Menghan choose to find me at this juncture? He was puzzled, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin's mother, who was sitting by the side, heard this, but her heart instantly blossomed, and she speculated with joy. Could it be that this Bai Menghan wanted to have a romantic date with her own son? Thinking about this, the smile on Lin's mother's face grew wider. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly stood up and said to his mother, Mom, I'm going out for a while. Before the words left her mouth, Lin's mother couldn't wait to exhort. Xiao Mo, you have to be smart. Don't be as cold as you usually are to other people. You have to be more concerned about other girls, okay? Lin Mo heard his mother's words. His heart couldn't help but mutter, although he didn't quite understand why his mother was so eager to explain all this, but he didn't care too much about it. He casually answered and hurried out the door. When Lin Mo had just stepped out of the house with his front foot, the two sisters inside the house, Lin Muyu and Lin Xingyu, burst into a fit of laughter. The laughter was so loud that it seemed as if it was going to bring the roof down. Lin mother looked at the two daughters who laughed their heads off, fainted angrily. You two are good, only know how to laugh at the younger brother. If you have the ability to also hurry to find a boyfriend back it is true that Ginger is still old and hot. Lin mother's simple sentence made the sisters who were originally laughing happily instantly become silent and look at each other. No one dared to say half a word more. On the other hand, Lin Mo had already walked quickly to Bai Menghan's car. As soon as Bai Menghan saw Lin Mo's figure, she hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Come over here and get in the car." Lin Mo softly answered "Oh," then pulled open the car door and sat in the car with sharp movements. As soon as she got into the car, she only saw Bai Menghan swiftly get into the driver's seat. Her movements were clean and sharp, and then she didn't hesitate to press the gas pedal to the bottom with one foot. In an instant, the engine roared like a roaring beast, and the car lurched off like an arrow off a string. This sudden acceleration left Lin Mo, who was sitting on the side, unprepared, and his heart skipped a beat as his entire body nearly lunged forward. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, and his right hand hastily grabbed the handle next to him with force, before he could barely stabilize himself. At this moment, Lin Mo had a look of horror on his face as he stared at Bai Menghan with wide eyes. With a slightly trembling voice, he asked, "What happened to Fat Ms. Bai? There are things we can discuss. You first slow driving, okay? This is too dangerous." However, in the face of Lin Mo's request, Bai Menghan acted as if she hadn't heard it and still didn't show the slightest sign of slowing down. She looked straight ahead with an expressionless face and spoke faintly. "Chen Wei and Wu Tianxiang attempted to escape, but they have been successfully captured by my people. Now I need your help to interrogate those two." Hearing this, Lin Mo's originally taut heartstrings relaxed a little, but still couldn't help but spit out in his heart. "Just interrogate someone? Why suddenly drive the car so fast, scaring me to the point that I thought I had offended you in some way? You're going to come with me to burn with me and die with me." At this moment, Bai Menghan, who was concentrating on driving, seemed to have gained insight into Lin Mo's inner thoughts. Couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and speechless. This guy's imagination is too rich. It wasn't long before the car slowly drove into an extremely remote place. The area looked unusually desolate all around, with only a few dilapidated houses standing alone. Eventually, the car came to a steady stop in front of a relatively well-preserved house. When the car door opened, Rimmer couldn't wait to get out of the car. However, as soon as he stepped out of the car, the scene in front of him made him feel shocked only to see that the house was actually surrounded by dozens of burly, serious-looking bodyguards, all of them holding weapons and gazing around vigilantly. This kind of formation, even Lin Mo, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Just then, Lin Mo saw Bai Menghan walking quickly towards the house. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly followed closely behind. After entering the house, the first scene that caught his eyes was even more astonishing, only to see two people were tied up on top of a thick wooden stake, while Chu Ran was standing at one side, interrogating these two people. At this moment, the two tied men hung their heads low, their faces filled with horror. As soon as Chu Ran saw Bai Menghan walk in, he hurriedly greeted him and said with a guilty face, "President, my subordinate did not do a good job and failed to ask useful information from the mouths of these two people." Bai Menghan gently waved her hand, interrupting Chu Ran's words. "There's no harm in it, you can step back to the side first." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Lin Mo who was following behind her. Seeing this, Chu Ran hurriedly sidestepped to make a path. Lin Mo met Bai Menghan's gaze and after the two of them exchanged glances, Lin Mo quickly walked forward. Faced with this tense situation in front of him, he began to carefully ponder in his mind exactly how he should open his mouth to question these two kidnapped people. Chapter 51, Commencement of the Trial. Suddenly, Lin Mo, who had been silent all this time, snapped his mouth open, his voice as cold as ice. "Why do you want to go and be that evil dog Bai Yuanjing? Don't you guys know what kind of goods he is?" However, Lin Mo's words were like stones thrown into a deep pool, only causing a ripple before disappearing without a trace. Those two people stood in place, as motionless as two wooden sculptures. His mouth was so tightly closed that he couldn't even make half a sound as if it had been sealed with strong glue. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if everything was under control. Apparently, he seemed to have anticipated such a reaction. Immediately after, Lin Mo's gaze became deep, and his mind began to rapidly analyze and reason about the situation in front of him. Humph. These two guys are definitely traitors under Bai Yuanjing without a doubt. Just when the name Bai Yuanjing was just mentioned, their lips unexpectedly involuntarily twitched subtly. Such subtle changes in expression cannot escape my eyes. Think about it again. In my previous life, I understand Bai Yuanjing. That ruthless, unscrupulous guy can successfully take away Bai Shang group from Bai Menghan, in which there must be some dirty, unseemly hooks and crooks. When Bai Menghan, who was on the side, heard these thoughts in Lin Mo's mind, her heart couldn't help but surge with a feeling of surprise. She had never expected that Bai Yuanjing would actually use such a despicable means to take the Bai Shang group, which belonged to her family business, for herself. And what shocked her even more was that she had known nothing about it before. At this moment, Lin Mo broke the silence once again and said in a firm tone, "May as well tell you frankly, regarding the evidence of mutual collusion between you and the Tianyang organization, we have already collected it in its entirety. So even if you choose to keep your mouths shut now, it won't have any substantial effect on the whole situation." The two instantly became grave, their bodies involuntarily tensing up as if they were enveloped by an invisible pressure. Their eyes were filled with uneasiness and fear, and fine beads of sweat even broke out on their foreheads. Bai Menghan quietly observed the reactions of the two men, secretly delighted in her heart. She was very satisfied with Lin Mo's performance just now and felt that his strategy was very effective. At this point, Lin Mo saw this situation and rode on it, continuing to increase the pressure. "The reason why I'm questioning you guys is actually to give you a chance to reform yourselves. You should know that the penalties received are relatively lighter if you surrender voluntarily. But if you don't know what's good for you and insist on refusing to seize this rare opportunity, then the consequences will have to be borne by yourselves." These words were like a hammer on Chen Wei's heart. Originally still pretending to be calm, when he heard the word convicted, the psychological defense completely collapsed. His face was filled with horror, and his legs were so weak that he almost collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterward, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he desperately begged Lin Mo for forgiveness. "Big brother, I beg you to raise your hand and let me live. As long as you can spare me, I promise to explain everything truthfully." Seeing this, Wu Tianxiang, who was standing on the side, turned green with anger and angrily scolded, "Shut up, no nonsense." However, Chen Wei could no longer care about that much, as he ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and completely ignored Wu Tianxiang's angry roar. After a short pause, he continued, "All of this was done at the behest of Bai Yuanjing. He forced us to contact the people on Tianyang's side and asked them to plot against the president. As for Tianyang's contact information, it was also given to me by Bai Yuanjing. So before that, I knew nothing about it. It wasn't until after things fell apart that it dawned on me." After Chen Wei finished speaking with a serious face, he quickly turned his head, his eyes locked onto Wu Tianxiang beside him, and said in a heavy tone, "Brother, things have come to this, we can't escape no matter what." When Wu Tianxiang heard this, he helplessly shook his head and sighed deeply before slowly speaking, "Alas, in fact, I am only responsible for the management of the staff. The other day, White Vision asked me to adjust the staffing, and I didn't even think much about it at the time. So I did it. Who would have thought there was such a big problem hidden in there?" Compared to the flustered and slightly frightened Chen Wei, Wu Tianxiang's performance was obviously much more calm, and his mental capacities seemed to be quite good. And right at this moment, Bai Menghan, who had been silent all this time, quietly took out a small and delicate recording pen, recording every word the two said clearly and without error. Chu Ran, who was standing not far away, was quietly watching all of this, and when her line of sight happened to intersect with Lin Mo, a flash of appreciation could not help but flow out of her eyes. Lin Mo understood and nodded his head slightly, followed by exchanging a silent look with Bai Menghan. Only seeing Bai Menghan lightly nod her head, she then said aloud, "Well, since you really didn't know about it at first, I will definitely do my best to protect both of you." Hearing this, Chen Wei and Wu Tianxiang were relieved, their faces filled with gratitude as they hurriedly thanked him. Seeing this, Bai Menghan turned around without hesitation and instructed Chu Ran, "Arrange a room with slightly better conditions for the two of them, and let them stay at ease for now." "Yes, President." Chu Ran didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and immediately respectfully obliged. Afterward, Lin Mo took some hesitant steps and followed Bai Menghan closely out of the slightly outdated house. They crossed a narrow, quiet lane and finally came to the parked car. Bai Menghan opened the car door with a lithe stance and gracefully sat in the driver's seat. She turned her head slightly sideways, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Mo, who was still standing in front of the window and froze, and lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." The voice was clear and pleasant, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Hearing Bai Menghan's urging voice, Lin Mo came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream. A hint of redness flushed on his face, and his mouth busily responded, "Oh, okay." Then quickly pulling open the car door, he moved slightly awkwardly to get into the car. The moment Lin Mo had just sat down and stabilized himself, he only heard a roar of the engine, and the car sped away like a wild horse out of control. The wheels spun rapidly, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Mo subconsciously gripped the handrail and looked out through the car window. Soon the car drove out of this remote area. The original vision of low and dilapidated houses in barren land gradually disappeared, replaced by a towering modern building. These buildings are of different shapes and grandeur, and the glass curtain wall glitters brightly under the sunlight, making people feel as if they were in the middle of a bustling and noisy city. Chapter 52. Thank you. On the long road back, the vehicle traveled significantly slower than when it came. which caused Lin Mo, who was sitting in the car, to gradually feel bored. His eyes began to wander around, trying to find something to pass the time. At first, Lin Mo cast his eyes out of the car window, yet the scenery that met his eyes seemed monotonous and boring, unable to arouse the slightest interest in him. Thus, his gaze involuntarily turned to Bai Menghan beside him. At this moment, it was time for Lin Mo to enjoy this beautiful woman to the fullest, only to see that Bai Menghan was still wearing that exquisite professional outfit today, and despite the fact that she was dressed in almost the same way every day, every time she was seen, she gave off a brand new, irresistible charm. It was as if aesthetic fatigue would never arise. Lin Mo pondered in his heart, is this the real beauty? No matter what day it's the same outfit, you just can't get enough of it. Right at this moment, Bai Menghan keenly sensed Lin Mo's deepest thoughts. When these words entered her mind, she couldn't help but slightly turn her face sideways, the corners of her mouth rising as she revealed a faint smile to Lin Mo. This smile was like a spring breeze that instantly melted Lin Mo's heart. At this moment, Lin Mo's entire body was intoxicated, and he couldn't even help but think, how could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? I really want to take a bite out of her, and I'm sure she'll give off an amazing aroma. For a while, Lin Mo was completely immersed in his beautiful fantasies. Regarding Lin Mo's slightly childish thoughts, Bai Menghan only felt amused in her heart, but at the same time, hearing his undisguised words of praise, her heart still welled up with a burst of unspeakable joy. Without realizing it, the car steadily stopped in front of the magnificent gate of the Lin family mansion. Lin Mo moved slowly to get out of the car, followed by Bai Menghan, who also gracefully stepped out of the car. Then, Lin Mo walked towards the place where Bai Menghan stood with a steady pace. Right at this moment, a voice from deep inside Lin Mo's heart suddenly came from Bai Menghan's mind. Why don't you give her a kiss and run away? Hey, 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 that would be so exciting. Hearing this idea, Bai Menghan couldn't help but feel her heart tighten, her gaze unconsciously falling on Lin Mo as she secretly pondered in her heart. This guy, he's got a lot of nerve. However, before Bai Menghan could react, Lin Mo's heartbeat sounded once again. No, 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 no. Wouldn't I miss out on such a beautiful woman? Well, I'd better hold it in. After hearing this, Bai Menghan's originally taut heartstrings loosened a little, but at the same time, she couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Her small mouth fluttering, pouted, humph. Just now thought you have a lot of courage, but it turns out that it is just a coward. But well, you're still a bit measured. At this moment, Lin Mo scratched the back of his head with a silly smile on his face and said to Bai Menghan, Bai, let's just send it here. There's really no need to send it further. Oh. As soon as the words left her mouth, she only saw Bai Menghan's willow eyebrows rise and she feigned anger. What? Are you very reluctant to let me go to your house? Faced with Bai Menghan's sudden questioning, Lin Mo was so shocked that he waved his hands and hurriedly explained. No, definitely didn't mean that. It's just that I'm worried that it'll be too much trouble for you. That said, he was muttering in his mind. How come the future wife just flip-flopped? Why did she get angry all of a sudden? What can we do now? The corner of Bai Menghan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile, her gaze as gentle as water as she gazed at the eager Lin Mo. Just when Lin Mo was unprepared, he only saw her quickly approaching like a light butterfly, and her delicate red lips gently imprinted on Lin Mo's lips, leaving a brightly colored lipstick mark. Lin Mo was instantly petrified, as if his entire body had been cast under a fixation spell, and his mind went blank. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the woman in front of him who had just made a bold move. And at this moment, Bai Menghan's cheeks were as scarlet as the evening sun, her shyness overflowing. She didn't dare to stay any longer, and like a frightened deer she hurried to her car and left. As the roar of the car's engine faded away, Bai Menghan's ride also disappeared at the end of the road. However, Lin Mo still stood frozen in place like a statue, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, Lin Mo finally came back from his shock, and immediately afterward, an uncontrollable joy surged to his heart. He couldn't help but cheer. Is this a confession of love for me? So she likes me. The voice was full of excitement and surprise. It was wonderful. Before, I was worried that she was angry with me, afraid that such a wonderful person would stay away from my world from now on. I didn't expect. He. Lin Mo murmured while unconsciously sticking out his tongue and gently licking his lips, only to feel the intoxicating aroma of the lingering lipstick. Subsequently, Lin Mo, who was in a happy mood, looked like he was stepping on clouds under his feet as he bounced and jumped his way into the Lin family's front door. Lin's mother, who was busy in the living room, saw her son's joyful face and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiao-mo, what on earth happened? Look at how happy you are." At this moment, the two sisters, Lin Muyu and Lin Xingyu, were quietly sitting on the sofa watching TV, and after hearing their mother's question, they also cast their eyes towards Lin Mo at the door. Facing his family's concerned gaze, Lin Mo muttered secretly in his heart, "Humph, I'm not going to tell you guys about Bai Menghan kissing me. This is a secret that belongs between us." "So," he replied in a calm manner, "it's nothing, Mom, just a little happy encounter." After saying that, he walked quickly to his room, wanting to savor the sweet happiness alone. Afterward, Rimmer slowly went upstairs with a brisk pace. At this moment, the three people who remained in the living room, after exchanging a knowing look with each other, burst out laughing. Their laughter echoed through the spacious living room, as if the air was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of joy. However, Lin Mo was full of joy thinking that Lin mother, the eldest sister and the second sister did not know what was really in his heart, not realizing that his own little mind had long been like a dike-breaking flood, unreservedly leaking out. After returning to his room, Lin Mo first went into the bathroom and carefully washed himself. Then he lounged lazily onto the large, soft bed in his cozy pajamas, picking up his cell phone from the end of the bed in his hand and flipping through it casually. Just then, the screen suddenly lit up and a new message came into view. It turned out to be sent by Bai Menghan. It simply says, "Thank you." Immediately after Lin Mo saw this message, a bright smile blossomed on his face and his fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard to reply, "It's fine. We're an unmarried couple." After sending this sentence, Lin Mo quietly waited for the other party's response. It didn't take long for Bai Menghan to reply with just one word, although it was just a simple word. For Lin Mo, who was in a great mood at the moment, it was enough to make him feel incredibly happy and satisfied. With this sweetness and joy in her heart, Lin Mo soon entered a sweet dream, with a light smile on the corner of her mouth. Perhaps, in his sleep he is immersed in the vision of a better life with Bai Menghan in the future. Chapter 53. Early the next morning, sunlight poured through the window into Rimmer's room. He stretched, then got up and washed up as usual, ate breakfast and then picked up his backpack and went to school. School days continue to go by as usual, with the teacher imparting knowledge in class, some students listening attentively, and some secretly deserting the class. All the while, Rimmer remained focused, taking careful notes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye the day's lessons ended. Lin Mo packed up his books and hurried back to the Lin family. Once he entered his home, he found it bustling with activity. It turned out to be the Lin family's congregation that had already made full preparations and was about to set off for the Bai family to attend a banquet jointly organized by the two families. Lin Mo went back to his room and quickly changed into a decent outfit before coming out into the courtyard. At this moment, Lin Muyu's car was firmly parked there waiting for them. Lin Mo walked up quickly, opened the car door and sat in. Not long after, the three sisters of the Lin family also got on the car one after another, and they chatted non-stop, making the originally quiet car instantly filled with laughter. Today, all three sisters of the Lin family were gathered, which made the whole trip extra interesting. Along the way, the three sisters cared deeply for Lin Mo, constantly asking questions, from the study situation to life trivia, to personal preferences and so on. Lin Mo was overwhelmed by their barrage of questions and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. So these three sisters are so nosy, but it's nice to feel the love and warmth from my own family. Just before the three sisters finished their interrogation of Lin Mo, the car had already slowly driven into the Bai family mansion, only to see that the grand door was open, and at the entrance stood a beautiful and moving figure. It was none other than Bai Menghan. She saw the Lin family's vehicle approaching and immediately greeted it with a smile on her face. When the car stopped, everyone got out. Bai Menghan first politely greeted Lin's father and mother. "Good day, aunt and uncle." Lin father and mother looked at the well-behaved and understanding Bai Menghan in front of them. A pleased smile appeared on their faces as they responded, "Good, good, good. Menghan has a heart. In the future, after you and Xiao-mo get married, if you are wronged or bullied in any way, just come to us." Hearing this, Bai Menghan shyly nodded her head, her gaze unconsciously going to Lin Mo who was on the side. Bai Menghan gently nodded, a faint blush instantly surfacing on her fair face, as delicate and attractive as a peach blossom blooming in spring. This blush not only added a few more points of femininity to her already clear and unassuming face, but also revealed a hint of imperceptible shyness. Just then, Lin Mo and the others slowly walked over. When Bai Menghan's gaze touched Lin Mo's handsome and familiar face, her heart jumped violently as if she had been hit by something. However, she quickly glanced over her head subconsciously and whispered, "Let's go in." The voice was not loud, but it carried an unspeakable tension. Afterward, the crowd followed Bai Menghan into the Bai family home. Just as they stepped into the home, Bai Remote and Mrs. Bai greeted them with smiles on their faces, only to see Lin's father take the lead in extending his hand to Bai Yuan, greeting him in a friendly manner. Old Bai, long time no see. Bai Rang Yuan, on the other hand, hurriedly shook Lin's father's hand and responded, yes, old Lin, we haven't seen each other for quite some time. Then, Lin Mo also acted very politely as he bowed slightly and said respectfully, hello, uncle and aunt. Seeing this, the Bai family couple looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with appreciation for this young man. It turned out that last night, Bai Menghan had already told the two of them how Lin Mo had successfully extracted evidence from Chen Wei and Wu Tianxiang, and because of this, they deeply admired Bai Mo's ingenuity and bravery and decisiveness. At the same time, the three sisters of the Lin family also spoke up and sweetly called out, hello uncle and auntie. Mrs. Bai responded with a big smile. Well, come on in children. With that, she greeted everyone warmly as they took their seats. Come on, sit down all of you, don't stand around. After the arrival of Grandma White, the crowd took their seats in the chairs. Lin Mo also greeted Grandma Bai politely. At this moment, inside the spacious and bright dining room, a huge dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes with a mouth-watering aroma. Bai Menghan and Lin Mo sat side by side, and despite the laughter around them, the two of them looked a bit distracted. From time to time, Bai Menghan stole a glance at Lin Mo beside her, secretly pondering in her heart. Lin Mo, on the other hand, seems to be concentrating on the food in front of him, but his thoughts have long drifted away. White Remote said with a smile on his face, come, everyone, quickly move the chopsticks and eat the food. It's just that, I don't know if these dishes are to your liking or not. Xiao Mo? After saying that, his eyes also looked at Lin Mo with concern. Lin Mo was immersed in his own thoughts, and when he was coldly called out by Remote in such a manner, he immediately became very nervous and stammered out, no, it's fine, I can accept anything. A fine layer of sweat even broke out on his forehead as he spoke. Compared to Lin Mo, Bai Menghan on the side behaved relatively better, although her cheeks occasionally reddened due to shyness. After all, as the president of the Baisheng group, she had seen many big scenes, and at the moment, she looked relatively calm and composed. Bai Menghan cast her gaze toward the slightly fidgety Lin Mo, and a thought of wanting to tease him suddenly arose in her heart. Only the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible wry smile. Then she picked up her chopsticks and steadily clamped down on a huge chicken leg, right under the curious gaze of the crowd. Bai Menghan did not hesitate to gently place this large chicken leg in the bowl in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the chicken thigh that suddenly appeared in his bowl and froze. Then he blurted out reflexively, thank you. The voice was not too loud, not too small, just enough for everyone present to hear it clearly. After hearing Lin Mo politely thank him, the smile on Bai Menghan's face grew a few points thicker as she softly responded, it's fine. Immediately afterward, he continued to dine with his head down as if nothing had happened, as if the incident of giving Lin Mo a dish just now had never happened. However, Lin Mo was unable to be as calm and collected as Bai Menghan. He stole a glance at Bai Menghan, who was acting as if nothing had happened beside him, and couldn't help but think secretly in his heart, why is she suddenly giving me food? What should I do now? I'm really nervous. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Menghan had long since gained insight into his inner thoughts through her mind-reading skills, and was secretly snickering in the back of her mind. Chapter 54. Just sitting on the other side of Lin Mo was Lin Muyu, who at this moment looked like a crafty little fox. After seeing this scene in front of him, he gently raised his foot that was like sheep's white jade and gently kicked Lin Mo. At the same time, his eyes glanced towards himself, the meaning of which couldn't have been more obvious for Lin Mo to give himself some food as well. As for Lin Mo, he naturally had a heart of gold and immediately understood his sister's intentions. Seeing him with a smile as warm as the spring breeze, he stretched out the chopsticks that were like jade shoots and picked up a piece of chicken with attractive color and aroma from the plate. Then he carefully placed it into the jade-like bowl in front of Bai Menghan. Bai Menghan, who was originally eating quietly, suddenly felt something like a light butterfly falling into her bowl, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned, somewhat bewildered as she raised her head to look at Lin Mo. But soon, she reacted with a smile as gorgeous as a spring flower on her face and said softly, thank you. The voice is clear and pleasant, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, but also like a gurgling water like a gentle melody. Hearing Bai Menghan's voice of thanks, Lin Mo instantly panicked and hastily waved his hand in response. It's fine. He felt his heartbeat instantly speeding up like a runaway wild horse, and his face began to burn, secretly chagrined in his mind. It's so embarrassing, I can't even speak properly. Seeing this amusing scene, Lin's father and mother, as well as the Bei family couple, sitting across the dining table, couldn't help but look at each other and smile, their eyes full of pampering for their children. That smile seemed like the warmest sunshine in the springtime. The three sisters of the Lin family, on the other hand, covered their mouths on the side and snickered like a flock of happy birds. They thought their brother looked really cute at the moment, as if he was a pearl radiating light. In reality, don't look at Bai Menghan, who appeared to be very calm and relaxed on the surface, but her heart was as tense as a rippling sea. After all, this kind of family dinner occasion is still relatively unfamiliar to her, and facing so many pairs of eyes watching her, to say that there is no pressure at all is definitely a lie. But fortunately, she had good professionalism and was able to quickly adjust her mindset to keep this nervousness from showing. Right at this moment, an abrupt sound of footsteps suddenly rang out, like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly breaking this rare harmonious scene. The crowd followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase walking steadily. This person is Bai Yuanjing. Age in his face left some traces, but it is still difficult to hide its shrewd and capable temperament. Immediately behind Bai Yuanjing was a young man with strikingly dyed yellow hair. This young man was Bai Yuanjing's son Bai Zhe. He walked haltingly, his eyes darting around, exuding a cynical demeanor. As soon as Bai Rangyuan saw that the visitor was actually his elder brother, Bai Yuanjing, a wave of dissatisfaction surged in his heart. Frowning tightly, he said, "Big brother, why did you suddenly run to my home? Our two families have been living separately and not interacting with each other for a long time because of all that company crap. What do you mean by this today?" Bai Yuanjing, however, was full of smiles and replied in an unimpressed manner, "Older brother, look at what you're saying. I didn't hear that you had engaged our niece, Menghan, in a marriage, and also learned that the fiancé had already paid a visit. That's why I purposely rushed over to see which young talent is so lucky to be favored by our Bai family's daughter. Furthermore, I also heard that Menghan was accidentally injured, which did not bring White Zephyr along to visit and look around." As he said that, he also made a wink towards Bai Zhe, who was beside him. In that instant, Bai Zhe looked like he was struck by an aura, and he said with a sudden realization, "Second uncle, don't misunderstand me. Actually, my dad did this entirely out of concern for sister Menghan." However, Lin Mo, who was on the side, couldn't help but mutter in his heart as he heard this with a look of disgust. "Gee, that's right. This yellow kid is disgusting. How can you not see that there is still a blood relationship between him and Bai Menghan?" As he said that, he also stole a glance at Bai Menghan, and at this moment, Bai Menghan, because she had accidentally heard what Lin Mo had in mind, also turned her gaze to Lin Mo's side. Her eyes, which were already bright and moving, were even sharper at the moment, as if they were able to penetrate one's soul. Lin Mo was startled by the sudden gaze and hurriedly turned his head to the side, mumbling, "Oh my god, Bai Menghan's eyes are simply too scary, but I didn't do anything. How could this happen?" His heartbeat involuntarily sped up, and a fine layer of sweat even broke out on his forehead. Bai Rangyuan's face sank into the water. Without the slightest intention to show Bai Yuanjing any mercy, he spoke coldly, "Humph, you should know better than anyone else in your heart what you've done, so stop pretending and sympathizing here." Bai Yuanjing's face instantly became extremely ugly when he heard these words, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching slightly, but he quickly forced himself to calm down, a flash of anger appearing on his face, yelling loudly, "White remote, make your words clear. What exactly do you mean by these words? Is it possible that you still suspect that this matter was planned and arranged by me?" In the face of Bai Yuanjing's questioning, Bai Rangyuan tried to suppress the burning anger in his heart and responded in a cold tone, "I have never spoken like this. It's just that certain people are too weak-minded and sensitive." Despite saying that, as long as he thought that this guy in front of him was most likely the black hand behind the attempt to harm his own precious daughter, Bai Yuanlang hated to immediately rush up and beat him up. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been silent while standing on the side, began to carefully look White Remote up and down, only to see him muttering softly, "TSK, TSK, TSK, I didn't expect this is actually a future old husband, the speech is really sharp enough After saying that, Lin Mo seemed to have remembered something important, and with a slight frown on his brow, he continued to mumble to himself, "But well, that guy with the dyed yellow hair does make me feel a little familiar." As he spoke, Lin Mo couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. On the other hand, the Lin family was like a group of onlookers watching the action. Listening with interest to Lin Mo's innermost thoughts, they stood there silently, their eyes staring at Lin Mo without blinking, as if they were afraid of missing any of the wonderful details. Especially the three young ladies of the Lin family were looking at Lin Mo with a face full of curiosity, each one of them staring with wide eyes, full of anticipation that some earth-shattering big melons would burst out from Lin Mo's mouth. Chapter 55, Talks of Marriage. When Bai Yuanjing saw Bai Rangyuan being so aggressive and pressing forward, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited, and he glared at him with wide eyes. Angrily, he roared, "Since you treat us so poorly, fine, we'll leave now." In fact, at first, Bai Yuanjing had thought that Grandma Bai, mindful of her kinship, would not stand by and watch the relationship between the two of them become so stagnant, so he had opened his mouth to try to ease the atmosphere. However, what he never expected was that Grandma Bai was silent from the beginning, as if she had stayed out of it. Such a situation caused Bai Yuanjing's anger to rage out like a volcanic eruption, practically devouring him whole. At this moment, Bai Yuan even came up with a sentence in a conspiratorial manner. "Then please take your time to leave. I am sorry for not seeing you off." These words were like a bucket of hot oil, pouring directly on top of Bai Yuanjing's burning anger, causing him to completely lose control of his emotions. Only Bai Yuanjing could be heard roaring, "Xiao Zhe, let's go." Before the words left his mouth, he pulled up Bai Zhe who was beside him, and without hesitation, he turned around and left without even looking back once. Right at this time, Lin Mo, who had been standing by the side and watching coldly, suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, as if he had remembered something important. "Couldn't help but scream in my mind. Oops, I finally remembered. This guy is the one I met in the hospital last month. He was with a woman at the time." Then he continued muttering as if to himself, "And yeah, that woman looks old enough to be his mom. TSK, 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 is this the so-called mansion life? It's too fancy to play." When the Lin family members heard this, they were all filled with astonishment. It wasn't because it was so surprising that these rich kids were doing such ridiculous things. After all, they had heard many similar rumors. What really boggles their mind is that it's a little too outrageous to be entangled with a woman old enough to be their mother. Bai Menghan stood by the side with a slightly helpless and speechless look on her face. Her mind was obviously very different from the Lin family present. In her mind, there had always been a shocking speculation: Bai Yuanjing had actually cheated on her, and that child named Bai Zhe is most likely the illegitimate child that Bai Yuanjing had with that woman outside. Once the thought surfaced, it grew like a weed in her mind, making it difficult for her to calm down. However, even with such certainty in her thoughts, she was still overwhelmed when the truth was actually laid out in front of her. As soon as Bai Yuanjing left the house, he dialed a phone number, and when he saw that the call didn't connect, he tensed up and then drove away. As Bai Yuanjing turned away with Bai Zhe, the entire spacious living room instantly became extraordinarily quiet, as if time had frozen at this moment. The original noisy atmosphere disappeared without a trace, leaving only an oppressive silence. Just as this silence was about to continue spreading, Grandma White was the first to break the silence. Only to see her smiling, she said gently, "Well, since the matter has passed, don't all stand around. Quickly sit down and eat." Hearing this, the crowd moved their feet as if they were waking up from a dream, and each of them found a good spot to sit down, before resuming their enjoyment of the sumptuous meal on the table. Just a few bites into her meal, Grandma Bai suddenly turned her attention to Lin Mo, who was sitting beside her, and asked with interest, "Xiao Mo, tell Grandma, what do you think of our family Menghan?" This sudden question was like a thunderbolt that struck Lin Mo directly on his head, catching him off guard. For a moment, Lin Mo only felt his head buzzing, completely at a loss as to how to answer. He stammered and muttered, Miss White, she is very good." As he spoke, he also secretly glanced at Bai Menghan, who was sitting across from him, and only after realizing that the other party didn't have any particular reaction did he secretly let out a sigh of relief. With this response, Grandma White seemed to look very satisfied. She nodded her head slightly and smiled, then immediately threw the topic to Bai Menghan. "So Menghan, what do you think of our Xiao Mo?" At this time, Bai Menghan was still in a calm and expressionless manner on the surface, but in reality, her heart had long been like a turbulent river that had already set off shocking waves. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner emotions, responding in as calm a tone as she could. "Grandma, I think he's pretty good. Okay, here is the expansion based on the above input. Good, since you both feel good about each other, let's get married sometime." Grandma Bai smiled and said. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly causing Lin Mo and Bai Menghan to freeze in place. Lin Mo had just picked up the water cup and took a sip of water, and before he had time to swallow it, he was so shocked that he directly sprayed it out, splashing water in all directions. On the other hand, Bai Menghan, who was sitting on the side, was shocked by the sudden words, and all of a sudden choked on her saliva and coughed violently. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of two people coughing one after another. At this time, it was Mrs. Bai who took the lead in reacting, hurriedly getting up and patting the backs of the two men, asking with concern, "How is it? Are you all right?" Drink some water to smooth it out. It took a while for the two men's coughing to die down. Mrs. Bai looked at Grandma Bai and said softly, Mom, aren't you in too much of a hurry? The two of them have only known each other for a short while. Would it be too early to talk about marriage? Grandma Bai turned her head toward Bai Menghan and asked with a smile. Menghan, what do you think? Bai Menghan was completely at a loss for words at this time. A pretty face turning red, stuttering as she replied. I listened to Grandma. After she finished speaking, she stole a glance at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Lin Mo took in Bai Menghan's expression and pondered in his heart. With my understanding of Bai Menghan, it should be hard for her to accept talking about marriage so soon. After all, she usually seldom comes into contact with men, so she will definitely feel terrified when she suddenly has to face such a major decision. Alas, forget it, let's give her a hand. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took a deep breath and cleared his throat, then seriously said to Grandma Bai, Grandma, regarding the matter of marriage, we really can't rush it. After all, this concerns the happiness of two people for the rest of their lives. It still depends on Menghan's own wishes. When Bai Menghan heard Lin Mo's words, a warm feeling of being understood surged in her heart. She looked at Lin Mo gratefully, and her heart, which had been hanging high due to her nervousness, settled down a little. At the same time, her favorability towards Lin Mo quietly rose a few more points. Hearing this, Grandma Bai smiled and said, Good, just listen to Show Mo. Menghan, you can't bully him. Bai Menghan quickly responded. Grandma, how could I bully him? Chapter 56, A Pleasant Conversation. Grandma Bai's face was filled with a bright smile, her gaze filled with love as she looked at the two people in front of her, her eyes filled with satisfaction and joy. Without realizing it, this lively banquet that brought together two families came to an end amidst laughter. At this time, Lin's father stood up with a smile and said to Bai Yuanchang, Old Bai, it's really not early, we've all been tired for a day today, so it's time to go back and rest. We'll continue talking next time. Bai Remote nodded his head repeatedly and responded, Good, we must have a good chat next time. With that said, he had originally intended to personally see off Lin Xiaotian's family, but was politely refused by Lin's father, stating that he didn't need to go to such trouble to see them off. Seeing this, Bai Yuan then turned his head to Bai Menghan and instructed, That girl, go see them off. Thus, amidst Bai Menghan's enthusiastic farewell, the Lin family members got into their cars and left the Bai family. As the car slowly traveled home, Lin Mo's mind kept lingering with doubts about the White family's affairs. He pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Bai Menghan. Menghan, I'm a bit curious. Haven't you guys already got evidence of Bai Yuanjing's crime? Why don't you just arrest him directly? And at the time, when he showed up, Uncle Bai looked particularly angry. After sending this message, Lin Mo looked forward to Bai Menghan's reply while looking out the car window at the receding street scene in deep thought. After a while, Bai Menghan wrote back, I'm really sorry, Lin Mo. I was just in the shower and didn't see the message. In fact, it's all Grandma's intention. Grandma thinks that he's her old man's biological child anyhow, so she wants to give him a chance to reform. And arresting him directly, not only is it difficult to succeed in doing so, but it will also seriously affect our company's reputation once things are exposed. The speaker's brow was furrowed and his tone was filled with worry. After Lin Mo finished reading this message, he just faintly replied the word "oh." However, his heart had already begun to ponder like waves. So this was all Grandma's idea. No wonder this Bai Yuanjing is still able to bounce around so recklessly. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Lin Mo muttered to himself, Right, there's that yellow hair. Should I tell Menghan about this or not? Alas, forget it, it's better to tell her clearly. At this moment, the three sisters of the Lin family had been silently following Lin Mo's every move, and when they heard Lin Mo's heartfelt words, they gradually understood the hidden truth behind what happened today. Immediately afterward, I only saw Lin Mo quickly send out a new message. There's another thing, just last month, I overheard that Bai Zhe was actually in the hospital with a middle-aged woman, and the two of them were talking and laughing, and they seemed to have a very close relationship. After receiving this message, Bai Menghan was first slightly stunned, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She laughed not because of anything else, but because she thought that the thoughts in Lin Mo's head at that moment were just too amazing. After all, a powerful son like them should normally not easily have a flirtatious relationship with a middle-aged woman. Soon after, Bai Menghan quickly tapped down a few words on the keyboard and replied, Oh yeah? Then proceeded to ask, You mean my eldest he cheated on me? When Lin Mo saw the message sent by Bai Menghan, his entire body instantly froze, unable to speak for a long time, and in the end, he could only helplessly type out two words, However, At this very moment, all the mysteries were instantly unraveled, and the truth crossed Lin Mo's mind like a bolt of lightning. It turned out to be Bai Yuanjing who betrayed the marriage and cheated on others, and it's highly likely that the child named Bai Zhe is the middle-aged woman's own flesh and blood. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, his heart filled with contempt and anger towards Bai Yuanjing's behavior. He secretly sighed. Alas, this first wife married to Bai Yuanjing is really too sad and pitiful. She treated this family with all her heart and soul, but she suffered such a heavy blow. I really don't know how she will face such a cruel reality in the future. A feeling of pity arose, and Lin Mo's mood could not be calmed for a long time. After the two chatted about this shocking event, the conversation drifted to some unimportant trivia. They chatted away, sharing bits and pieces of their lives, and the time just slipped by. Meanwhile, the three sisters of the Lin family silently listened to Lin Mo's deepest feelings, and they were very pleased with the kindness and compassion that Lin Mo showed. Seeing their brother's ability to put himself in other people's shoes, the sisters feel that he has grown into a responsible man with a sense of justice. After returning to the Lin family home, Lin Mo hurried into the bathroom and simply rinsed off the day's fatigue. When he came out of the bathroom, the screen of his cell phone lit up, displaying a message from Bai Menghan. He smiled and opened the dialog box, reading it carefully and giving a quick reply. Since it was already very late, and considering that Bai Menghan would still have to devote herself to busy work the next day, Lin Mo thoughtfully sent a warm goodnight wish. It didn't take long for Bai Menghan to respond with equally warm words of goodnight. It was the first time ever that the two had opened up to each other so unreservedly, communicating deeply about their innermost thoughts and feelings. As time passed by, it was as if the distance between them had become much closer without them realizing it, and their emotions became deeper and deeper with it. After ending his open chat with Bai Menghan, Lin Mo gently exited her chat page. Just then, he unexpectedly realized that Lin Muyu had also sent a message to himself. With some curiosity, he clicked in without hesitation, only to see a few large, eye-catching words displayed above the screen. Xiao Mo. Accompany me to an auction site for land bidding tomorrow morning. After seeing this message, Lin Mo didn't even think about it and didn't want to go. Originally Lin Mo didn't have class tomorrow morning and planned to have a good rest. Lin Mo directly replied, "Big sister, I have class tomorrow." But Lin Muyu responded with a smile, "You don't have classes in the morning." Rimmer froze as soon as he saw the message and thought to himself, how did she know I didn't have class in the morning? Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, a transfer record popped up under the message. However, when his eyes swept to the transfer records below, his entire body instantly froze. The long string of numbers made his jaw drop in utter disbelief. After a short period of shock, Lin Mo's face revealed a color of joy that was hard to hide, and then he quickly replied, "Okay, no problem." At this moment, Lin Mo was staring at the astronomical amount of money in his account with joy in his heart, as if countless brilliant fireworks were blooming in his heart, so excited that he couldn't even use words to describe it. Chapter 57, The Bidding Begins. Time passes quickly, and before you know it, it's a new day. Early morning sunlight poured through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Lin Xingyu got up early and after dressing up carefully, she hurried to work, and at the same time, Lin Jiuzhu also packed up his traveling clothes and returned to his own company to start his busy work. At home, only Lin Muyu was left alone. She finished her breakfast unhurriedly, then set off with Lin Mo on the road to the bidding. Along the way, the two men exchanged their thoughts and expectations of each other about the bid. Not long after, they finally arrived at the bidding venue. They only saw that the place was crowded and bustling with people. As far as the eye could see, the people present were either from prestigious families, or represented large and powerful companies, and there were even some participants who had traveled from out of town. Lin Mo looked around curiously, and suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a few people not far away. When he fixed his eyes on them, it turned out to be Lin Bei, Qin Yu, and an unfamiliar woman who were standing together talking about something. That woman was none other than Chao Fong, who had tried to teach Lin Mo a lesson at school. It wasn't clear what exactly was going on between them, but judging from their slightly strange demeanor and atmosphere, it seemed like there was some sort of unknown secret. Just as Lin Mo was secretly speculating, he inadvertently turned his eyes in another direction. In an instant, his eyes widened to his surprise. He saw Bai Yuanjing, Bai Zhe, and the woman who had once appeared in the hospital with Bai Zhe. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My God, this Bai Yuanjing is too bold, isn't he? He actually dares to bring his mistress to bid for this piece of land in the open. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown and fall into deep contemplation. Lin Muyu, who was on the side, noticed Lin Mo's difference and followed his gaze, naturally noticing Bai Yuanjing and the others. At this moment, Bai Menghan, who was far away from the crowd, heard the familiar heartfelt voice and instantly realized that Lin Mo had also arrived at the scene. So, without hesitation, she walked quickly in the direction the voice came from, and when she saw the woman standing side by side with Bai Zhe, she showed the same surprised expression. Unexpectedly, that woman was actually Bai Yuanjing's secretary. What was even more shocking was that this third party was actually his secretary, Li Jing. The discovery was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the crowd's jaws agape. Just then, Bai Menghan walked swiftly with light steps to Lin Mo's side and sat down gracefully. She had just gotten close to Lin Mo, and a fresh and light aroma came like a spring breeze, hitting Lin Mo's nostrils. The charming fragrance seemed to have magic power, instantly surrounding Lin Mo tightly, causing him to be involuntarily intoxicated, as if he was in a gentle dreamland. At this moment, Lin Mo was still immersed in this sudden fragrance and muttered in his heart, "Ah, how did it suddenly smell so good?" Just as he was intoxicated, Bai Menghan coughed lightly. This cough was like an alarm bell ringing, instantly pulling Lin Mo back to reality from his mesmerized state. He snapped back to his senses and turned his head to the side, and when he saw that the person coming was none other than Bai Menghan, his body instantly became stiff, and his entire body looked extremely unnatural. Flustered, Lin Mo hurriedly opened his mouth and responded, Dream Han, why are you here?" The words revealed a tension and haste that was hard to hide. Instead, Bai Menghan just replied lightly, "Come to bid on the land." The tone of his voice was as calm as a pool of lake water, without the slightest ripple. In the face of such a succinct and clear answer from Bai Menghan, Lin Mo could only nod awkwardly in response. Seeing this scene, Lin Muyu, who was standing on the side, could not help but smile slightly, seemingly interested in what was happening in front of him. At the same time, Luo Qingyi, who was not far away, clearly heard Lin Mo's inner voice. However, she did not choose to walk up to them, but stood still and watched them from afar. The bidding officially kicked off with the sound of the staff's high-pitched and loud voices. I only heard the staff shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first piece of land we are going to bid on today is located in the Dinghu City district of Jiangqing City, which has a superior location, convenient transportation, and perfect surrounding facilities. The starting price for this piece of land is $500,000, so please bid enthusiastically. Now, the bidding begins." Once this statement was made, the scene was immediately lively, and the many people involved in the bidding raised the signs in their hands and shouted out the ideal price they had in mind. For a while, the incessant shouting of bids filled the entire venue. When Lin Mo, who was sitting in the corner, heard the word Dinghu, his heart couldn't help but stir, and some thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He pondered something darkly, a thoughtful look on his face. Just then, a cry of alarm violently came out of Lin Mo's mouth. As it turns out, after a brief moment of reflection, he finally realized that this piece of land was actually where that school was going to be built in the previous plan. Without a doubt, for everyone in the room, this definitely counts as one of the best plots in the house. Thinking of this, Lin Mo could no longer hold back his inner excitement and hurriedly turned his head to Lin Muyu beside him and said, "Big sister, you see this piece of land is so good, can we auction it off? I think if we can get this land, it's definitely going to be a big deal." After Lin Muyu heard Lin Mo's words, she was first slightly stunned, and then she saw her brother's eyes full of anticipation and longing. Without hesitation, she nodded her head and responded, "Since you're so optimistic about this piece of land, little Mo, then of course sister will support you. Don't worry, we'll definitely do our best to get it in the bag." After receiving his sister's approval, Lin Mo was excited and stared tightly at the auction table in front of him, full of anticipation for the final result. As expected, with strong financial strength and determination to win, Lin Muyu successfully beat other competitors and successfully auctioned off the much-anticipated land at a high price. However, just as Lin Mo's siblings were immersed in joy, Bai Yuanjing, who was on the side, cast a disdainful gaze, and sneeringly said, "Humph, you really don't know the heights of heaven. This piece of land looks good on the surface, but it actually harbors many problems. In my opinion, you'll only lose your money if you shoot it. I can't believe you still have the guts to bid on it. I'm sure it's still a child's short-sightedness." When he finished speaking, he also disdainfully skimmed his mouth, his face full of mockery. Lin Muyu's trust in Lin Mo was as firm as a rock, and he was convinced that Lin Mo was definitely right. Chapter 58, The Price of Heaven. The bidding activity is still in full swing. Time passes quietly. The atmosphere is tense and warm. Just as the crowd was waiting with bated breath, Lin Bei finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to call for a price. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had been closely watching the situation unfold, quickly turned his gaze to the much-anticipated land. Just see it adjacent to the winding Qiyuan River. The geographical location is superior. The scenery is pleasant, is indeed a rare treasure. Thinking back to his last life's experience, Lin Bei had created a huge profit for the Lin family precisely with this piece of land. However, compared to the first piece of land, its value was still slightly inferior. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Bai Menghan beside him and asked with a smile, "Menghan, what do you think about this piece of land?" Bai Menghan was slightly stunned at the sound of her voice. She naturally knew clearly that Lin Mo must have a deeper meaning when he asked this question, and after a little thought, she replied, "I think it's quite good." The tone was as flat as water, but the recognition it contained was self-evident. Receiving Bai Menghan's affirmative reply, the smile on Lin Mo's face grew wider and wider as he said excitedly, "Since you think it's good too, let's shoot it." In response to Lin Mo's proposal, Bai Menghan didn't hesitate in the slightest and responded dryly, "Good." It's as if it couldn't have been a simpler decision. As Bai Menghan's clear and pleasant voice rang out, she quoted her bid. At this moment, Lin Bei, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly changed his face and secretly screamed in his heart. It should be known that his participation in the bidding this time depended entirely on the Qin family's support. But how could the Qin family's financial strength be comparable to that of the Bai family? But Lin Bei is not willing to give up on this. Gritting his teeth, he shouted out a shocking price, a whole 10 million. This figure had consumed almost all of the family assets that the Qin family currently possessed, so it could be said that they were throwing their weight around. However, to his despair, Bai Menghan bid again immediately afterward, completely crushing his last hope. Just like that, the land ended up going to the Bai family, losing out to Lin Bei. Looking at Bai Menghan and Lin Mo who had managed to snap up the land quickly, Lin Bei was filled with resentment and could only glare at them indignantly, his eyes filled with annoyance and jealousy. At the critical moment when the land was about to be pocketed by Bai Menghan, Bai Yuanjing, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened his mouth. $15 million. I'm going to get this piece of land for sure. His voice was loud and firm, as if it was not to be questioned by anyone. When Bai Menghan heard that Bai Yuanjing had actually shouted out a high price of $15 million, she couldn't help but be shocked. Where did he get so much money? The number was far more than she had originally expected and surprised her. However, the competitive spirit of her did not back down and instead decided to compete with Bai Yuanjing. Thus, a fierce bidding war kicked off. The two went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and the price climbed like a rocket. From the initial 15 million to 45 million, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Seeing that the price was getting higher and higher, Bai Menghan was about to raise the sign in her hand again to call for a price, but Lin Mo, who was on the side, hurriedly reached out to stop her and advised, "Menghan, stop calling. This price is too high." When Bai Menghan heard this, she immediately showed a displeased look and retorted without any good humor, "Do you mean to say that I don't have any money?" Seeing that she misunderstood his good intentions, Lin Mo quickly waved his hand and explained, "Of course I don't mean that. It's just that this price has far exceeded the value of the land itself, so if we continue to fight, we'll only lose more than we gain." Despite Lin Mo's bitter persuasion, in his heart he was helpless. Ugh, the price is so high. What the hell am I supposed to tell her to make her understand? At that exact moment, Bai Menghan heard Lin Mo's deepest thoughts, and her emotions gradually calmed down. In fact, even she herself didn't understand why she had been so impulsive just now. Perhaps it was because of her disobedience towards Bai Yuanjing. However, it was fortunate that Lin Mo had reminded her in time to prevent her from making a bigger mistake. Finally, in a tense and intense atmosphere, accompanied by the staff's heavy, as if it could decide the fate of the last gavel fell, this thrilling land auction finally slowly came to an end. Under the focus of all the people's hot eyes, the much-anticipated piece of land was successfully auctioned off by Bai Yuanjing at a jaw-dropping price of $45 million. At this time, Bai Yuanjing, face like spring flowers, bloomed like overflowing with hard to hide the color of triumph. Just like a triumphant return of the general, with the victor's peculiar pride and honor, he provocatively cast his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, towards Bai Menghan, who was not far away. However, in the face of Bai Yuanjing's arrogant and domineering attitude, Bai Menghan was as calm and relaxed as a calm lake. She had not even given Bai Yuanjing a proper look, as if the other party was as insignificant as dust in her eyes. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo, who had been silently observing the situation from the sidelines, turned his head to Bai Menghan and softly instructed, "Don't mind him, let's continue. There's still quite a lot of land as bright as a pearl to consider." After receiving the instructions, Bai Menghan nodded slightly in understanding. Thus, the two of them began to focus their torch-like eyes on the land that was about to be auctioned next. Time passed like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, we came to the last piece of land in this auction. This piece of land was like a bright pearl, located in the prosperous capital city, and more importantly, it was owned by the famous Xia family in the capital city, and the bidding was also organized by the Xia family. It should be known that the Xia family is a deservedly powerful giant in the whole of China. Its influence is lofty as Mount Tai and its financial power as vast as the ocean. Therefore, even if it was just an ordinary piece of land sold by the Xia family, it was as precious as a rare treasure in the eyes of the crowd. Because of this, the moment the land appeared in the bidding list, many participants on the scene like a hungry tiger pouncing on the food enthusiastically bid. The competition is as fierce as a Mars collision with the Earth. The price rocketed all the way up, and it didn't take long for the price to easily surpass the 50 million mark. Just as the people were still arguing over this piece of land, a voice suddenly sounded in the heart of Lin Mo, who had been silent. This piece of land is in an excellent location even though it is located in the capital. But even the powerful Xia family is willing to bring it to auction, so there must be something hidden in it. Maybe even the Xia family themselves can't control the situation of this piece of land. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. The other two people sitting beside him, after hearing these words, glanced at each other and then decisively chose to give up bidding on this piece of land. Chapter 59, stopped. In the end, the land, like a bright pearl, was successfully pocketed by an unknown and mysterious tycoon. This tycoon is like a god who fell from the sky, and his wealth is mind-boggling. As the last piece of precious land settled like dust into the arms of the tycoon, the intense bidding session came to a successful conclusion like a magnificent musical movement. Like a trained army, the many participants in the bidding began to leave the field in an organized manner. At this moment, in a staggeringly luxurious private room, there was a stunningly beautiful woman with an overwhelmingly beautiful appearance, not inferior to Bai Menghan, who was gazing through the transparent glass, her eyes locked onto Lin Mo downstairs like a falcon. This woman was just like the peony in full bloom, dainty and colorful. It was the Xia family's highly favored golden young lady, Xia Yan, and beside her, standing like a pine, was the Xia family's young master, Xia Lingfeng, only to see Xia Yan turn her head slightly, softly instructing to the subordinate beside her, "Go, give me a careful investigation of this person like pulling silk out of a cocoon." That subordinate didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, hurriedly nodded his head respectfully like a chicken pecking at rice and promised, then quickly turned around and left to carry out the order. Xia Lingfeng was full of doubts, like a monk puzzling over the matter. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister, why do you want to investigate this guy? As I see it, this guy is ordinary. Nothing special. Look at his left and right are sitting with a beautiful woman companion. Obviously is a prodigal and unruly playboy," he said and skimmed his lips with a look of disdain. Xia Yan was aware of Bai Menghan's strength in Jiangcheng. In the face of her brother's questioning and dissatisfaction, Xia Yan just felt that even Bai Menghan, such an elite, was sitting next to him, and felt that this person had something to offer. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted lightly, like spring flowers blooming, and she responded with a slightly flirtatious tone, "Humph, is this young lady not allowed to look at him?" Hearing this, Xia Lingfeng immediately widened his eyes, as if he had seen the end of the world, and hurriedly persuaded, Sis, don't be confused." Xia Yan was as if she hadn't heard Xia Lingfeng's words. She stood up expressionlessly, and like a proud peacock, she walked towards the front without hesitation. Seeing this, Xia Lingfeng shook his head helplessly and hurriedly followed like a follower. When Xia Yan returned to the hotel, she received all of Lin Mo's messages. Looking at Lin Mo's messages, Xia Yan smiled slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mo was following closely beside his sister Lin Muyu, while Bai Menghan was traveling with them because she was on her way. Not long after, several people came to the parking place, and after greeting each other briefly, Lin Muyu started the vehicle, preparing to send his younger brother Lin Mo to school first. After sending Lin Mo safely to her destination, she rushed to the company again. As for Bai Menghan, after saying goodbye to them, she went straight back to her company. In the next few days, Lin Mo's little life was a smooth one, and there was nothing to worry about. However, during this period of time, the number of times my sister Lin Muyu came home for dinner was less and less. Lin Mo pondered that his sister was probably too busy at work to even have time to eat. Thinking of this, he made a secret resolution in his mind: he would personally cook a meal for his sister and deliver it. Early the next morning, the sun shone through the window into the kitchen, and Rimmer got up early, tied on his apron, and went about his business in the kitchen. After a whole morning's work, a pot of fragrant, hot rice, and a few plates of colorful small dishes, finally finished, Lin Mo carefully packed the rice into the lunchbox. His heart was happy, especially looking forward to what his sister's reaction would be after eating it. By noon, the family was sitting around the table, happily eating lunch together. Lin Mother took the lead in picking up a mouthful of food and chewing it, and a moment later, a satisfied smile appeared on her face as she complimented, "Xiao Mo, I really didn't expect you to have such good cooking skills. It's so delicious." On the side, Lin's father sniffed and couldn't wait to taste a few mouthfuls, and then gave Lin Mo a thumbs up, giving him an extremely high evaluation. Hearing his parents' praise, Lin Mo's heart was as sweet as honey, and at the same time strengthened his determination to bring food to his sister. Talk about a hard-earned knack for cooking. Thinking about it, in his last life, poor Lin Mo had been mercilessly kicked out by the ruthless Lin family. After that, he lived a life of solitude and self-reliance. In order not to go hungry and to be able to survive, Lin Mo had to cook for himself every day, still thinking about making ends meet with a small stand. Day after day, year after year, after countless trials and failures, he finally developed a superb cooking skill. Not long after lunch, Lin Mo hurriedly hailed a cab and dashed towards the Lin Tian group in a flurry. Along the way, he kept pondering in his mind how important this meeting with the president was. It didn't take long for the car to stop steadily at the entrance of Lin Tian group. Lin Mo took a deep breath and straightened his clothes before striding towards the door. When he walked to the door, he politely said to the staff member in charge of reception, "Hello, I would like to meet your president." Who had thought that the staff member would actually look Lin Mo up and down like he was scrutinizing a prisoner? You see, Lin Mo was wearing an unobtrusive white short sleeve with a pair of black shorts. The whole person appeared to be bland and uninteresting, and he was just an ordinary passerby. Immediately afterward, a look of contempt to the extreme appeared on the staff member's face as he said in a contemptuous tone, "Humph, this is not a place where cats and dogs can just barge in. Besides, with your appearance, how dare you try to meet our president? You don't even look at yourself in the mirror to see if you have the qualifications." After he finished speaking, he even let out a few cynical laughs, as if this matter of Lin Mo coming to the president was the biggest joke under the sky. Lin Mo still had that courteous smile on his face, and responded without being overbearing. "Hello, if you have any doubts about my words, you can call the president's phone to inquire personally." However, after that staff member heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy as he shouted with great dissatisfaction, "Humph, you guys are simply being unreasonable. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If you keep pestering me like this, don't blame me for not being polite. Call the security guards to come and invite you out right now." Lin Mo opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but before the words came out of his mouth, he saw that the staff member had already pressed the walkie-talkie in his hand without hesitation and shouted, "Security guards, hurry up and come over here. Someone is causing trouble here." It didn't take long for two burly security guards with steel forks to rush in. They stared at Lin Mo with serious faces, the steel forks in their hands flashing with a palpitating cold light. Lin Mo looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel a nameless fire welling up in his heart. He just couldn't stand such an arrogant, dog-eyed attitude from this staff member. Shouldn't this kind of bully be duly punished? Thinking about this, Lin Mo secretly clenched his fists, preparing for a possible conflict. Chapter 60 Big Sister Steps In. Afterwards, he only saw Lin Mo quickly take out his cell phone from his pocket, skillfully tapping on his address book, finding the name that was too familiar to be true, Lin Muyu, and pressing the dial button without hesitation. It didn't take long for Lin Muyu's clear and slightly tired voice to come from the other end of the phone. "Hey, Xiao Mo, calling so late, is something wrong?" Even though she sounded a bit weary, her words still revealed a feeling of concern, full of concern for Lin Mo. Lin Mo hurriedly replied, "Sister, in fact, there is not much to do. Is that I have now arrived at the company downstairs, but that receptionist dead and not let me go in it. That's why I thought." However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the anxious Lin Muyu. I only heard Lin Muyu dryly say, "Okay, I know, Xiao Mo. Wait there for a while, I'll come down to pick you up right away." This was followed by a busy sound of a hung-up phone. At this time, the receptionist standing on the side saw Lin Mo finish the phone call. Not only did not have the slightest intention to give in, but instead became more aggressive and unforgiving. He clasped his hands to his chest, looked askance at Lin Mo, and mocked with a disdainful face, "Humph, don't think that if you make a phone call and call someone over, I'll be able to let you waltz through this door." As he said that, he looked Lin Mo up and down, his eyes filled with contempt and belittlement. "Then it is even more unscrupulous ridicule. Look at you, this all poor look. Even if you can really call people, it is estimated that it is with you all the way, goods guys it. Ha 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 ha." Sharp, piercing laughter echoed through the empty hall, sending a chill down the spine. Just as the man was still mocking Lin Mo indulgently, suddenly, a clear and familiar voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. "Xiao Mo." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mo, who was still a bit downcast, instantly revitalized his spirit, and an excited smile blossomed on his face as he responded loudly, "Big sister, you're finally here." Immediately afterward, Lin Mo seemed to have found his backbone and hurriedly complained to his elder sister, "It's this man who won't let me in. It's just that he won't let me in. I can understand that they are doing things according to the rules, but he even insulted people out of his mouth, which is really too much. Right. At this time, that just now also high and mighty, unassailable front desk staff, has been scared as if the color of the ground, legs soft, Flop fell to his knees on the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene in front of him, his mind reeling with remorse. He could not have imagined in any way that this person he had offended could actually call the president of the company to come personally, and what shocked him even more was that this president and Lin Mo were still siblings. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, he rolled and crawled to Lin Muyu's face, begging for mercy in tears and tears. President, please raise your hand and let me go. It's all my fault for having eyes that didn't recognize the mountain, and rushing your brother. I promise that I will never make such a mistake in the future. Please give me a chance. I have a family with an old man and a small child. I'll rely on my job to support the whole family. If I lose this job, our family will have to live on the street. However, in the face of this person's horse please, Lin Muyu was indifferent. She took a few steps backward in disgust, keeping a certain distance from the other party, then turned her head to the security guard beside her and ordered, "Drag him out of here, and from now on, don't allow him to set foot in the company again." The security guards who got the order didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, immediately stepped forward and grabbed the man tightly like carrying a chicken, dragging and pulling him towards the outside without any mercy. Though the man continued to growl and struggle, his mouth constantly shouting, "President, I really know I'm wrong. Please spare me this time. I can't lose this job. I still have to support my family." However, no matter how hard he begged, Lin Muyu was never moved. Lin Mo, who stood on the sidelines and witnessed the whole process, was filled with joy and had a happy smile on his face. He couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have a sister who was so dominant and secure. After Lin Muyu heard Lin Mo's heartfelt words, her heart was like spring flowers blooming, instantly filled with joy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise up, revealing a bright smile. She spoke softly, "Come with me." The voice was soft and gentle, as if a spring breeze brushed through Lin Mo's heart. Lin Mo nodded slightly in agreement, then quickly followed Lin Muyu's footsteps. Along the way, neither of them said anything more, but an ineffable tacit understanding flowed between them. In a short while, they arrived at the door of the president's office. Lin Muyu gently pushed open the door and gracefully walked in, then slowly sat down on the wide, comfortable office chair. Her beautiful and moving eyes gazed at Lin Mo, who was standing by the side, and softly asked, "Little Mo, why are you so free to run here today?" The words revealed her concern and curiosity for her brother. Lin Mo smiled and responded, "Big sister, you've always been busy with work lately and rarely come home for meals. I'm worried that your body won't be able to handle it, so I purposely made some meals for you and brought them here, wanting you to taste my handiwork." Saying that, he carefully took out a delicate lunchbox from the backpack he was carrying, gently placed it on the table, and slowly opened the lid. A rich aroma of rice immediately hit his nose. Lin Muyu was attracted by the tantalizing aroma and couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and pick up a fragrant piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The moment the tender and juicy pieces of meat came into contact with her taste buds, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Then she stopped talking and concentrated on savoring this delicious dish. Only Lin Muyu kept putting food into her mouth and ate with gusto. She seemed to be completely immersed in the world of food, forgetting everything around her. It didn't take long for the original box full of food to be swept away by her like a whirlwind. Even the lunchbox was licked clean, not a single residue left. From the way Lin Muyu wolfed down her food, it was obvious that she must be starving, and she definitely didn't eat much on weekdays. Finally, after a satisfyingly full meal, Lin Muyu let out a loud burp in satisfaction. This sudden move caused Lin Mo, who was on the side, to hold back and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Lin Muyu's face flushed with a hint of redness, and she pouted with some embarrassment. "Don't laugh." However, despite the words on her lips, she couldn't help but laugh along with them herself. For a while, the entire president's office was filled with the cheerful laughter of the siblings. Lin Mo then swore with conviction, "Big sister, I'll be like that industrious little bee when I'm free in the future and bring you food." A warm current surged in Lin Muyu's heart, as warm as the sunshine in spring, and she was moved to, "Good, good, good. Xiao Mo is so good to big sister, that's for sure." Rimmer spoke confidently, as if he were the all-powerful Superman. Chapter 61, Milk Tea Shop. Lin Mo quietly gazed at Lin Muyu, who had just finished eating a full meal, only to see that although her face had slightly regained some blood color above her face from eating, but that deep look of exhaustion still hung there like a shadow, as if it couldn't be waved away. Looking at his sister in this state, Lin Mo's heart ached, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Elder sister, why don't I give you a massage. Maybe it will make you a little bit more relaxed. When Lin Muyu heard this, she couldn't help but look surprised. She looked at Lin Mo incredulously and asked suspiciously, Xiao Mo, you even know how to massage? This is really out of my expectation. Lin Mo smiled slightly, nodded confidently, and answered, of course, big sister. I'm not blowing this craftsmanship away. After saying that, he took a step behind Lin Muyu and gently placed his hands on her shoulders before slowly kneading them. Lin Mo's fingers were like agile butterflies, dancing back and forth on Lin Muyu's shoulders and neck. Each press was just right, with moderate strength and precision. His technique was extremely skillful, and it was obvious that he had practiced for a long time to reach such a state. With Lin Mo's movements, Lin Muyu, who was originally tense and exhausted, gradually relaxed, and her tightly wrinkled brows gradually unfolded. Lin Muyu cozily enjoyed the comfortable service brought by her brother and couldn't help but curiously ask after him, Xiao Mo, where exactly did you learn this massage technique from? It's actually so powerful. Facing his sister's inquiry, Lin Mo paused for a moment, and then hurriedly replied, I learned it from an old grandpa. Once I happened to run into him, and saw that he was giving a massage, and thought it was very interesting, so I followed and learned a few moves. However, deep inside his heart, he was secretly overwhelmed with emotion. Alas, this is actually something that I learned on purpose in my last life in order to be able to give my big sister a good night's rest. I thought that when I returned from this life reborn, I would never take care of anyone else in this way again. But who would have thought that things would have come to this point? At this moment, Lin Muyu was tightly closing her eyes, fully immersed in this rare relaxation. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a voice in Lin Mo's mind, and for a moment, she was too stunned to speak. Why was I so stupid in my last life to leave such a good brother behind in favor of that ungrateful white-eyed wolf? But I won't do that in this life. Lin Muyu swore in his heart. Lin Muyu secretly pondered in his heart that it must be that God really couldn't bear to see the Lin family declining and becoming so wretched. That was why they were mercifully granted the ability to hear Lin Mo's heart, so that they could have the opportunity to turn the tide and change the current predicament. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion, and had a little more expectation and confidence in the future. At this moment, she was enjoying Lin Mo's massage service with incomparable comfort, and the just right strength as well as the precise pressure on the acupoints caused her whole body's fatigue to gradually dissipate. Time passed by, and without realizing it, Lin Mo had already finished this massage. However, Lin Muyu was still immersed in it, unable to finish it, and even got a bit attached to it. Only Lin Mo gently shook off his sore hands, then inquired with concern, Big sister, seeing as you've been so busy lately, what exactly have you been working on? How come you're working so hard? Lin Muyu frowned slightly, a hint of distress showing on her face as she slowly replied, Ugh, it's all trivial things law. The main thing is to make a detailed planning program for the plot of land that was auctioned last time. However, this is not an easy task. There are many aspects to consider. Hearing this, Lin Mo pondered a little for a moment, and then said with a sudden realization, Oh, so it's that piece of land. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo summoned up the courage to propose to Lin Muyu, Big sister, why don't you leave this piece of land to me? When Lin Muyu heard this, she was first stunned, then her eyes lit up and she hurriedly responded, Really? If it can be arranged like this, it would be perfect. Lin Muyu had always felt that only Lin Mo had the ability to fully explore the value of that land to its fullest extent. After all, Rimmer had lived a new life and had a good idea of what he wanted to do with the land. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Muyu. How could he not expect her to agree to give him that piece of land to take care of so easily? He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask again, Big sister, are you really sure you want to give it to me? Only to see Lin Muyu nodding slightly, her gaze firm and decisive. She nodded her head without hesitation and responded, Aha! There wasn't the slightest bit of procrastination. After receiving an affirmative reply, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility and mission welling up in his heart. He began to fall into deep thought, carefully pondering how to make the most of the land. He was well aware that while the land might later be highly valued for the construction of a school by the government, that was after all a later date. Right now, if it was just left unchecked, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the entire Lin group. Thinking about this, Lin Mo's brows tightened and his brain raced. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through him, and he said to himself excitedly, there's something. I can open a milk tea store. Nowadays, the milk tea industry has yet to fully emerge, so this is definitely an excellent business opportunity. Moreover, this side of Dinghu district is mostly residential buildings, which is exactly the potential consumer population I need. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the idea was feasible, and a confident smile gradually appeared on Lin Mo's face. Afterwards, He looked up at Lin Muyu and said, "Big sister, since you've already figured out how to do it, then I'll go back and start preparing the relevant matters first." When he finished, he turned and hurried away. Lin Muyu stood still and watched Lin Mo's distant back. After hearing Lin Mo's inner thoughts, she couldn't help but be excited about this soon-to-be-born milk tea store. Lin Mo stood on the street and raised his hand to stop a cab. He opened the car door and got in, then gave his home address to the driver's master, the Lin family. The car drove smoothly on the road. Lin Mo quietly looked out the window at the receding street scene, but his thoughts had long drifted back to his previous life. Not long after, the cab stopped in front of Lin's house. Lin Mo paid the fare, pushed open the door and walked quickly into the house. As soon as he entered the house, he didn't stop for a second and went straight towards his room. Upon entering the room, he quickly walked over to his desk and pulled open a drawer to pull out a pen and paper. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo closed his eyes and tried to remember those milk tea ingredients he had seen in his last life. Images flashed through his mind like a movie: sweet pearls, bouncy coconuts, rich pudding. Gradually, the ingredients became clearer and clearer in front of his eyes. Chapter 62: Perfecting the Ingredient List. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes as if he had just awakened from a deep dream. He reached out and gently rubbed the corners of his eyes, then grabbed the pen on the table. The tip of the pen lightly touched the white as snow paper, as light and firm as a dancer stepping onto the stage. With the wave of his arm, a line of beautiful and powerful handwriting quickly jumped and spread out on top of the paper. Every time he wrote down an ingredient, Lin Mo would pause for a moment, carefully recalling the properties and dosage of this ingredient in his mind before continuing to write. In this way, ingredient after ingredient was recorded on paper in detail and with precision. Time is like fine sand, slipping silently through your fingertips. Unconsciously, the paper that was initially blank was now filled with densely written words. Those words were compact but not disorganized, as if they were a group of well-trained soldiers neatly arranged together. Finally, when the last word fell, Lin Mo put down the pen he had held tightly in his hand for so long as if he was relieved. He straightened his slightly aching back and let out a long breath of turbid air, which seemed to bring the pressure that had been building up in his heart for so long out of his body as well. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes gazed intently and fondly at the paper in front of him that was filled with milk tea ingredients, although the exact amount of each ingredient to be used has not yet been finalized. At this moment, his heart is still filled with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Through these densely written words, he seemed to have clearly seen the cup of delicious, mouth-watering milk tea beckoning to him in the future. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to pick up his cell phone and quickly dialed a familiar number. After the phone rang just a few times, a gentle and kind voice could be heard coming from the other end. "Hello?" Lin Mo hurriedly said. "Big sister, I'm in dire need of some manpower help here. Can you help me find a few people?" The tone of his voice carried some urgency and anticipation. Lin Muyu on the other end of the phone barely hesitated and replied cheerfully, "Of course, there's no problem. Don't worry, little brother. If there's anything else you need help with, just talk to Big Sister anytime." Hearing such a crisp reply from Big Sister, Lin Mo's heart was instantly much more solid, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Okay, Big Sister. Thank you so much." Then only heard a beep. Lin Mo did not hesitate to hang up the phone. His gaze was locked onto the densely packed ingredient list in his hand, as if it hid some shocking secret. Immediately after that, he quickly picked up his cell phone and took a clear picture of the ingredient list. Click, and then ran towards the door like a gust of wind. Time passed by, and about half an hour later, only to see Lin Mo appear at the door out of breath. At this moment, he was carrying a bulging large bag in each hand, which seemed to be filled with various items. Lin Mo walked into the room with hurried footsteps, beads of sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks and dripping down to form a small puddle on the floor. Unable to take a break, he walked straight to the table and heaved two large bags onto the tabletop. Then bending down, he impatiently rummaged through one of the bags to find a packet of rosy-colored black tea. Then he trotted all the way to the kitchen, turned on the stove, and carefully placed the black tea in the pot and began a light roasting. As the temperature gradually rises, a faint aroma of tea fills the kitchen. After baking, Lin Mo skillfully sprinkled the right amount of fine granulated sugar into the pan and continued to toss it evenly. Before long, the tea and sugar gradually blended together and took on an attractive light coffee color. At this point, he hurriedly poured in the pre-prepared hot water and slowly added pure milk. Once everything is in place, Rimmer gently covers the pot and lets the milk tea simmer on low heat for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Lin Mo uncovered the pot and a rich milky flavor mixed with the aroma of tea hit his nose. Filled with joy, he picked up a spoon and gently scooped up a steaming spoonful of milk tea, first getting close enough to smell the aroma, then carefully bringing it to his mouth and savoring it. In an instant, the sweet and mellow flavor spread across his tongue, and Lin Mo couldn't help but secretly nod his head in satisfaction. Soon, However, he frowned slightly again and muttered, this tastes pretty good. It's just slightly bland. It seems like not enough granulated sugar was put in. Thus, Lin Mo decided to try a few more times in order to adjust the proportions of the various ingredients in order to find the most perfect formula. After much trial and error, finally, he managed to determine the optimal amount of black tea, sugar, hot water and milk. With each attempt, he carefully notes the additions and subtractions of each ingredient as well as the change in flavor of the final product. Next, Lin Mo didn't stop exploring. He was excited to start making other kinds of milk tea, including the soft and bouncy pearl milk tea, the sweet taro bowl milk tea, the refreshing green tea milk tea, and the unique lemon milk tea, etc. He was very excited to start making other kinds of milk tea. Under Lin Mo's persistent efforts, the amount of ingredients needed for each type of milk tea was also determined one by one and recorded in detail in a specialized notebook. Finally, Lin Mo contentedly put the various milk teas he had just made into separate transparent cups, then sealed the mouths of the cups with plastic wrap and neatly arranged them in the refrigerator for freezing. He looks forward to surprising and satisfying everyone with these delicious homemade milk teas. After Lin Mo briefly cleaned up his cluttered kitchen, he dragged his slightly tired body to slowly lie down on the bed, ready to get some rest. Time passed quietly. I don't know how much time passed. A crisp and pleasant cell phone ringing broke the original tranquility of the room. Lin Mo sleepily touched up his cell phone from his pillow, and when he looked at it with fixed eyes, what was displayed on the screen was a completely unfamiliar number. Despite his mind being full of doubts, he pressed the answer button without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a gentle and graceful female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, may I ask if this is Lindong? My name is Yiwan. The president sent me over to assist you in your work. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes in an effort to clear his head a bit while listening carefully to the strange woman's words. For some reason, this voice sounded familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. So, he politely responded, "Oh, okay, wait a moment. I'll send you a list of ingredients, and please find some reliable hands to carefully craft it according to the methods written on it." After a pause, Lin Mo seemed to have remembered something and then asked, "By the way, I don't know why, I always feel that your voice is very familiar. Have we ever met before?" Hearing this, Yuan on the other end of the phone was first slightly stunned, and then she said with a surprise that she couldn't hide, "So it's really you, Mr. Lin. Do you remember last time at the company? I was the one who advised you not to go against Manager Mo. At that time, I wasn't even aware that you were the director of the company. But please don't worry. This time, since the president has given me an order to assist you in accomplishing your mission, I will definitely do my best to do my best." Lin Mo sniffed and realized, couldn't help but feel a little surprised as well. "Oh, so that's how it is. That's really too coincidental. Well, let's not talk about that for now. You hurry up and go about your business." Chapter 63, Similar Experiences. After saying that, Lin Mo hurriedly hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. Then, he quickly opened his cell phone's photo album, from which he retrieved the complete ingredient list that had been prepared long ago, and clicked the send button to pass it to Yuan. Lin Mo absently swept a glance at the cell phone screen in his hand, which clearly showed that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon at this moment. He frowned slightly and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After some thought, an idea gradually took shape in his mind: go to the field and check the condition of the land. Thinking of this, Lin Mo didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately stood up from his seat. He first walked quickly into the restroom and washed his face with water in an attempt to clear and refresh himself a bit more. He then grabbed his keys and stepped out of the house without hesitation. Along the way, Lin Mo's mood was a bit anxious, and his footsteps unconsciously sped up a lot. It didn't take long for him to reach his destination without incident. Looking far away, you can see that the land is in full swing construction operations. A variety of engineering vehicles shuttling back and forth. The workers are busy and orderly work. Lin Mo thought to himself that this should have been carefully arranged by his big sister Lin Muyu. Standing in front of this land, Lin Mo began to scrutinize his surroundings. Although this place is no match for the bustling and noisy shopping streets, the foot traffic is quite impressive. He secretly thought to himself, this kind of crowd density is simply perfect for opening a milk tea store. However, he soon realized that the reason why the land was later strongly supported by the government and planned to be used for building a school was because of its size and proximity to a residential area, which would greatly facilitate the lives of the people living in the surrounding area. Therefore, if we just open a milk tea store here, we have obviously failed to fully utilize the advantages and potentials of this piece of land. After much deliberation, Lin Mo already had a clear idea in his mind. Since this is the case, it cannot be limited to a single milk tea store business model, but also need to further develop more related projects to do. With his mind made up, Lin Mo did not linger any longer and turned around to embark on his way home. The next day, Lin Mo stepped onto the campus of Jiangde as usual. The bell of the first class rang, but Lin Mo did not see Han Wenjun's figure, and secretly thought to himself, this guy did not oversleep? However, by the second class, Han Wenjun was still nowhere to be seen, and Lin Mo had an ominous feeling in his heart. So Lin Mo hurriedly dialed Han Wenjun's number, but the phone rang for a while, but was mercilessly hung up. Lin Mo was so anxious that he rushed to find Bai Menghan to find Han Wenjun's whereabouts. Bai Menghan wasn't ambiguous, and hurriedly sent someone to investigate Han Wenjun while driving to Jiangde. At the same time, Lin Mo also excused himself from his teacher and then hoofed it to the Jiangmen gate. Just arrived at the door, a car as white as snow into the eyes. Lin Mo saw that it was Bai Menghan. Without saying anything, like an arrow rushed into the car. Afterward, Rimmer couldn't wait to ask, did you find him? Bai Menghan replied, it's in a house not far away. The car slowly stopped in front of a fairly decent residential building, and the two of them quickly got out of the car like a speeding wind and darted towards the upper floors. Han Wenjun cared deeply for Lin Mo in his last life, and Lin Mo had long regarded him as his own brother, and even more so, he didn't want him to suffer the slightest harm. The two came to the door of the room they were in, and Rimmer knocked on the door, only to hear a man's gruff voice yelling from inside the house. Who is it? Constantly knocking on the door, annoying or not? Accompanied by a sound of shuffling footsteps, the door of the room was slowly pulled open, and a man with a cross-faced face and fierce eyes appeared in the doorway. When he saw Lin Mo and another person standing outside the door, his brows furrowed tightly, his face showed unhappiness, and he yelled in a bad mood, who the hell are you two? What are you doing here? Lin Mo's face was expressionless as he bluntly opened his mouth and inquired, where is Han Wenjun? The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile as he replied conspiratorially, Han Wenjun. Ha, he's inside tending to his sickly old mom. After saying that, he even deliberately skimmed his mouth, seemingly filled with disdain for Han Wenjun. When Lin Mo saw that this person in front of him had such an arrogant and domineering attitude, a fire of anger ignited in his heart. Without saying a word, he violently swung his clenched fists and slammed them fiercely towards the other party's cheeks like a blistering wind. Only heard a muffled bang sound. The man was caught off guard by this sudden punch in the eyes of the stars. The body lost balance, fell heavily to the ground, let out a pig-like miserable scream. Lin Mo didn't even look at the man who fell on the ground and wailed. He straightly stepped into the house and quickly opened the door of that narrow room. As soon as he entered, he saw that Han Wenjun was standing frozen in place, his gaze empty and lifeless, as if his soul had gone out of his body. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman lay on a simple bed. She lay there quietly, motionless, her face as pale as white paper, no blood color to speak of, looking from afar, just like a corpse that has been dead for a long time. Just then, the sound of the door of the room suddenly being pushed open startled Han Wenjun, who was like a scared bird, trembling as he stepped backward again and again. It wasn't until he saw that the person coming was Lin Mo that his originally taut nerves relaxed a little, followed by a quick step forward, squeezing out a smile that was even worse than crying. He stammered, Brother Mayor, why are you here? Lin Mo gazed at Han Wenjun's face, which was forced to smile, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in his heart. He knew deep down that Han Wenjun's smile at the moment hid endless pain and helplessness behind it. That one action of backing away in shock like a startled bird was like a sharp sword that stabbed straight into Lin Mo's heart, making him not help but think of his own self in his last life, which was also this cowardly and helpless. Looking at Han Wenjun in front of him, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that our destinies are so similar, just like those two parallel lines. Lin Mo took a deep breath, as if he wanted to spit out all the uneasiness in his heart, and then slowly said, seeing that you didn't come to class, this heart of mine is like 15 hanging buckets of water, 7 up and 8 down. I'm really afraid that something will happen to you, Brother Mayor. Just put your heart in your stomach. What can I do? Han Wenjun still had that sunshine-like smile on the corner of his mouth as he responded to Lin Mo. Chapter 64 Reaching Out. Right at this moment, a low and majestic male voice suddenly rang out. Who exactly are you people? How dare you trespass on people's homes? Not to mention that you actually dare to hurt people with your hands. When this voice came out, it was like a loud bell, and the gazes of all the people present instantly focused on the place where the voice was emitted. Only a tall, serious-looking middle-aged man was walking quickly. He wore a dark suit, his steps were steady and strong, and he exuded an air of nonchalance. Lin Mo, who had been calmly observing the surroundings, suddenly turned sharp in his eyes when he heard this voice. He was keenly aware that Han Wenjun's body actually involuntarily trembled slightly, as if deep down he had deep scorn and fear of this man. However, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to take a step forward and steadily blocked in front of Han Wenjun. When the man saw Lin Mo, he first froze, then his face changed and he stretched out his finger to point straight at Han Wenjun. Loudly and angrily, he said, "Good wow, you little brat. How dare you bring someone back to beat up your own brother? I think you're really living out of patience." After saying that, he angrily lunged towards Han Wenjun, looking as if he wanted to teach him a hard lesson. When it was too late, Bai Menghan, who was quick on her feet, flew up and kicked the man directly. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the man was like a kite with broken strings. His entire body flew up in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Due to the excessive impact, the man grimaced in pain after falling to the ground, and could not get up for half a day. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Han Wenjun screamed in her heart that it was not good, and hurriedly reached out to pull on Lin Mo's coat, saying anxiously, "Brother Mo, let it go. No matter what, he's my real father after all." Lin Mo turned his head at his words and looked at Han Wenjun's nervous appearance, smiling slightly and patting his shoulder to signal that he should rest assured. Meanwhile, the man who had previously been knocked to the ground by Lin Mo had struggled to his feet and helped his injured companion up. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was filled with shock and surprise. He secretly pondered, "I didn't expect this seemingly weak woman by Menghan to be so skilled. That kick just now was fast and vicious. If it were me, I'm afraid it would be difficult to dodge it easily. Oops, if I can really marry her home in the future, in case I annoy her someday, maybe I'll be beaten half to death." Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Bai Menghan stood by the side, her face filled with helplessness and speechlessness. She really didn't know what to say. The mind wondered, what's going on here? How can you come up with all sorts of weird and wonderful things? And that man was at that moment touching his backside while roaring with a face full of anger. "Good you brat, you actually know that I'm your father. Ah, look at what kind of attitude you have. How dare you treat me like this? It's easy for me to take care of your mom after all my hard work every day." Then, he pointed the spearhead at the others and shouted viciously, "And you guys, you hit people indiscriminately. If you don't compensate me for my medical expenses today, I'm going to call the police." Han Wenjun's heart was like a mirror, and he clearly knew that the only thing his so-called father cared about most was money. Even at a time like this, his mind was still on finding ways to cheat some money from others to take to gambling. Thinking of this, Han Wenjun couldn't hold back any longer. For Lin Mo's sake as well as his own, he bravely spoke up and retorted, "Don't you talk nonsense there. When have you ever taken care of my mom? How many pennies of the money I earned from my hard-earned part-time job were actually spent on treating my mom?" Hearing that his son dared to talk back to him like that, the man was furious. His veins rippled on his forehead, and he roared, "Good, you little brat. Your wings have grown hard, haven't they? Now you can even talk back." However, Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to that furious man. Instead, he turned his head and gazed tenderly at Han Wenjun, asking softly, "Wenjun, have you ever thought of leaving this place? Far away from all the troubles and strife here?" Hearing this, Han Wenjun first nodded without hesitation and said, "I want to. Of course I do. But my mother is still here. If I leave, who will take care of her?" Toward the end, his voice involuntarily lowered, and his entire person seemed a bit forlorn and helpless. Lin Mo gently patted Han Wenjun's shoulder and comforted, "Don't worry, Wenjun. As long as you're willing, I can take Auntie along with me, and you'll go to a new place together to start a whole new life. And I will definitely find a way to find the best doctor for my aunt so that she can get the best treatment. Believe me, everything will get better in time. No leaving. Neither of you two can leave. I've worked so hard to take care of his mom for so long. How can I just leave?" The man growled in exasperation, the horizontal flesh of his face quivering slightly with rage. Obviously, if these two left, he wouldn't have enough money to splurge at the casino again. When Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, heard this, his eyes burned with anger and he glared fiercely at the man. His stern gaze seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul, which actually caused the man to involuntarily close his mouth, not daring to say another word. However, despite this, Han Wenjun still shook her head and said firmly, "No need, Brother Mo. There's really no need. I can't trouble you anymore." Of course Lin Mo knew exactly what Han Wenjun had in mind and knew that he had repeatedly refused because he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. However, how could Lin Mo give up so easily? Only to see him take a step forward, pat Han Wenjun's shoulder, and say in a serious tone, "Wenjun, you mustn't say that. We're brothers. We have to help each other out when we're in trouble. Besides, I didn't pay you all this money for nothing. When you've recovered, you'll have to go to my sister's company and work hard to earn this money back. Understand?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Wenjun's eyes instantly moistened. Tears rolled down uncontrollably as he nodded heavily, choking back a sob. He replied, "Well, I understand, Brother Mayor. Thank you. I'm truly blessed to have you as a brother in this life." Lin Mo gazed at Bai Menghan and said softly, "Menghan, look at. I've long since made the arrangements and the car has arrived." Bai Menghan responded softly. Immediately afterward, several medical personnel dressed in white stepped forward as gently as angels and cleaned up the aunt who was lying on the bed. Chapter 65. The man's heart panicked as he watched Han Wenjun about to turn away with determination. Only felt that the legs seemed to have lost all their strength in general. Instantly soft, followed by a flop sound, heavy kneeling on the ground. He was filled with panic and despair, hissing loudly toward Han Wenjun, "Son, how can you be so cruel as to leave your father alone? If you are gone, what should Dad do in the future? Who will take care of me? A lonely old man." Seeing this, Lin Mo, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but snort coldly and said in an icy tone, "Humph, what's the matter? Now you know to kneel down and apologize? What did you do earlier? Where did that arrogant, domineering, unrivaled look go before? I don't think you're genuinely repentant at all. It's purely because you're afraid that after Wenjun leaves, no one will give you any more money to gamble with. So that's why you're so lowly on your knees begging for forgiveness." Rimmer unflinchingly revealed the man's true intentions, and at this point in time, Han Wenjun has long been aware of what his father has done. This so-called father has never fulfilled his responsibility as a father for a single day. All he knows is to indulge in gambling all day long, making the house a mess and a house full of people. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Han Wenjun's eyes as he slowly turned around, expressionless as he looked at the man who was kneeling on the ground, begging bitterly. In a deep voice, he said, "You don't have to kneel anymore. From today onwards, I am no longer your son, and we are severed from each other." With that, he turned resolutely away from the man and never looked at him again. Afterward, Han Wenjun turned his head to look at Lin Mo beside him and said softly, "Brother Mo, let's go." Lin Mo looked at the determined Han Wenjun in front of him and couldn't help but feel a hint of relief welling up in his heart. He nodded and took Han Wenjun along with him as they stepped away without looking back. The man who remained in place, on the other hand, remained frozen on his knees, his face filled with remorse and loss. The surrounding neighbors shook their heads in dismay at the sight. They were all well aware of the suffering Han Wenjun had endured over the years, and now that they were able to get rid of such an irresponsible father, they were considered to be out of their misery and back on their feet. It didn't take long for Han's mother to be taken to the top local hospital for treatment as quickly as possible. Lin Mo stayed by Han Wenjun's side, while Bai Menghan guarded Lin Mo without moving an inch. After a thorough and detailed examination, the results were heartbreaking. Her body has a lot of shocking scars, and due to the severe injuries, her body has been extremely weak, and she is currently in a critical state of life and death. Seeing his mother in such a miserable state, Han Wenjun's emotions instantly collapsed, and he cursed angrily. Does that bastard even have any humanity left? How could he do this? Actually daring to even beat up his mom. Fortunately, thanks to the emergency rescue and meticulous care of the medical staff, Han's mother's condition has finally stabilized, and her heart rate has gradually returned to stable. However, despite the improvement, she is still very weak and will need a long period of recuperation to slowly recover. Seeing this, Lin Mo hurriedly comforted softly, "Don't worry too much, Wenjun. It's fine. I believe that Auntie's good fortune will help her and she will definitely get better." The doctor who was responsible for examining Han's mother spoke up at this time. "When the patient wakes up, you must remember to give her more nutrition to properly nourish her body." "Okay, thank you doctor. It's really very much appreciated." Han Wenjun nodded her thanks repeatedly while tightly holding the doctor's hand and refusing to let go. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo followed Han Wenjun into the hospital room. Compared to the previous situation at home, Han's mother, who was lying on the hospital bed at the moment, looked much better. Looking at his emaciated, sleeping mother, Han Wenjun's heart was like a knife. Tears could not be stopped from rushing out. He sobbed uncontrollably and cried, "Mom, it's all my fault. Blame me for not being able to protect you. It's my son who is unfilial." Lin Mo knew that at this moment, Han Wenjun needed a quiet space to vent her inner pain and self-blame, so he gently patted Han Wenjun's shoulder as a sign of comfort. Then he pulled up Bai Menghan and quietly exited the ward, leaving this side of the world to the mother and son. The two of them walked slowly like snails to the door. Bai Menghan's eyes, which were as beautiful and moving as jewels, revealed a trace of confusion and anxiety as she asked softly, "What the hell should we do now to make it better?" Lin Mo, who was standing by the side, frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "What else can I do? I'll stay here with him like a loyal guard. It's better for you to go back first. After all, you have a lot of important work at hand to deal with, like a heavy mountain waiting for you to climb." Bai Menghan subconsciously raised her wrist and glanced at the delicate watch, only to see that the hour hand was about to point to 12 o'clock, and it looked as if time was about to arrive at noon, as if time was flying by in front of her eyes. So she hurriedly spoke. In that case, fine. You stay here with him in peace, and I'll go prepare lunch for you all to bring. Hearing these words, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little surprised and pondered in his heart. Bringing food over, ah, that's good. It just so happens that my stomach is as hungry as a beating drum at this moment. I just don't know if this meal will be cooked by Dream Han herself. If that's the case, then I'll be so lucky to know that a high-strung female president like her would actually cook with her own hands, and that I would be the first one to taste it. Just the thought of it makes one unable to resist getting excited, as if a blazing flame was lit up in one's heart, as if she could see through Lin Mo's inner thoughts. Bai Menghan gazed at his eyes that were filled with anticipation. The corners of his mouth were not easily detected and rose slightly, outlining a faint smile, like a flower blooming in spring. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was busy nodding his head in agreement, followed by Bai Menghan turning around and stepping away, stepping on those elegant high-heeled shoes with a crisp sound, gradually moving away until it disappeared from sight, leaving only a string of footsteps as pleasant as silver bells echoing in the air. Lin Mo sat listlessly in his chair like a deflated ball, and when he was bored, he began to wander around. As he walked, without realizing it, he came to the pregnant women's area. Lin Mo's heart thumped, instantly realized that something bad was happening, and with a face full of embarrassment, he wanted to escape from this place. Just as he was about to walk out of this area, two familiar figures appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes in an instant like two streaks of lightning. Seeing this, Lin Mo hurriedly followed closely like a rabbit. Chapter 66, Disturbances. Those two silhouettes gradually became clearer, and it turned out to be Bai Zhe and Li Jing. They were seen walking side by side all the way, their mouths constantly opening and closing as if they had endless things to say. Lin Mo, on the other hand, followed along unhurriedly, pondering in his heart. Li Jing isn't pregnant again, is she? That Bai Yuanjing is really fierce. He couldn't help but shake his head, then thought again. However, these two always look a little strange. Just like that, Rimmer kept tailing them. As they walked, those two suddenly stopped at a corner, as if waiting for a specific moment. Seeing this, Lin Mo was about to speed up his pace and go forward to find out what was going on, but Li Jing turned into the corner ahead of him, and White Zephyr still stood still and unmoving. Just then, only a shriek could be heard from the front, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lin Mo's heart was shocked and he hurriedly darted over. When he arrived at the scene, he found that Li Jing had fallen to the ground and continued to emit cries of pain. Ah 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 ah. At the same time, another anxious voice rang out. Are you alright? This voice was exceptionally familiar to Lin Mo, and as he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually Lin Xingyue. Only Lin Xingyue took a small step forward and reached out her hand in an attempt to help Li Jing up. However, Li Jing moved quickly and pulled Lin Xingyue's arm with one hand. Since Lin Xingyue had never dealt with Li Jing before, she wasn't sure who the woman in front of her actually was. As for White Zephyr, who had been hiding in a dark corner, when he glimpsed Lin Mo's appearance, his heart jolted and he became alarmed in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyue was frowning and staring at Li Jing with a serious face. Only Li Jing kept picking at Lin Xingyue with her hands, and her mouth was still chanting. Lin Xingyu couldn't bear it anymore and loudly scolded. This patient, please show some self-respect. If you continue to be such a nuisance, don't blame me for calling security over to deal with this matter. However, Li Jing didn't seem to take Lin Xingyue's warning to heart at all. Not only did he not restrain himself in the slightest, but instead he raised his voice and shouted, Ah 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 ah. Everyone come and see. This heartless doctor is bullying people. It's obvious that she knocked me down, and now she's trying to kick me out. Where is God's justice? Li Jing's yell was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the otherwise quiet hospital corridor. People passing by in the surrounding area heard the commotion and curiously came forward to find out what was going on. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xingyue was surrounded, and this sudden situation caused her to be in great trouble all of a sudden. Lin Xingyue was anxious. She raised her head, her gaze cast to Lin Mo who was not far away, her eyes filled with a plea for help. Lin Mo naturally understood, and he immediately realized that the Bai Zhe and Li Jing in front of him were obviously coming to cause trouble on purpose, and there was most likely a Bai Yuanjing behind them directing the manipulation. Thinking of this, Lin Mo did not hesitate to take a step towards Li Jing, and after standing still, he coldly opened his mouth and asked, Say it, what exactly do you want? When Li Jing sniffed, she first froze, then hurriedly raised her head, but in the very moment she locked eyes with Lin Mo, as if she had been frightened by something, her body suddenly and involuntarily tipped over towards the other side. However, it was fortunate that Li Jing reacted quickly. and in just a few moments of work, she restabilized her stance and quickly regained her previous arrogant and domineering demeanor. Justifiably, he responded, "Humph, since you guys hit me, you have to pay me back. Otherwise this is not over today." Lin Mo's gaze was like two sharp arrows, locked onto Li Jing as he muttered in his heart. As Bai Yuanjing's secretary, she shouldn't be lacking in money. Since this is the case, it can only mean that her coming here is not as simple as simply asking for compensation, but is clearly a deliberate attempt to find trouble and blackmail money. And right at this moment, Lin Xingyue, who was on the side, after hearing Lin Mo's heartfelt words, instantly recalled in her mind those words he had spilled out earlier. So all of a sudden, he realized that the woman standing in front of him was none other than Bai Yuanjing's secretary. Only Lin Mo took a deep breath, then opened his mouth unhurriedly and asked, "Then may I ask, just how much amount do you expect us to pay out to you?" When Li Jing heard this, she immediately put on a pitiful appearance like a weak willow. The delicate voice replied, "At least $10 million is needed. Moreover, the little baby in her womb is just like a delicate flower that has just sprouted. And when you guys hit it like this, even the bud will be affected." Lin Mo couldn't help but be staggered and filled with shock upon hearing this, as if he had been struck by lightning, and loudly retorted, "You're simply committing outright fraud. How can you claim $10 million for being lightly touched? What's more, you don't have any evidence to prove that you are pregnant and that your child has been harmed as a result." However, in the face of Lin Mo's questioning, Li Jing not only didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, but instead, like a chameleon, she quickly changed her face and began to sob. The cry was like the sound of a broken string or the wailing of a wounded nightingale, and a snotty and tearful crying, "Aya aya, all the good people quickly take a look now. This doctor actually refused to pay after hitting a person. Really heartless ah." At that exact moment, White Zephyr, who had been hiding around the corner and secretly observing, saw that the time was fully ripe and strutted out. The accompanying voice said, That's right. How can you treat the injured like this? Everyone always says that doctors have a heart of love, but now it seems to be a lie." With Bai Zai's additions, in an instant, the surrounding crowd of onlookers pointed their spearheads at Lin Mo and Lin Xingyu like a tidal wave, with all kinds of accusing voices raining down like a blistering wind. Lin Mo saw Bai Zai suddenly appear like a ghost, and he didn't move to get slightly closer to Li Jing. Lowering his voice, he said, "Secretary Li, you have to look carefully. This place is full of surveillance cameras. You and Mr. Bai came here together in a big way." Lin Mo paused, then added, "Immediately afterward, the two of you will wait up quietly here. After my second sister showed up, you hurried out, while that Bai Shao, like a bystander, hid on the sidelines and watched with cold eyes, not showing up in the first place." Speaking here, Lin Mo intentionally paused, stared sharply at Li Jing, and continued to calmly analyze. "Tell me, if those people around you who are discerning see this situation, what will they really feel in their hearts?" These words were like a thunderbolt that struck Li Jing straight in her heart. She was so shocked that her body trembled. Her face instantly turned white, and she turned her head in panic to look in the direction where Bai Zai was. Chapter 67. Bai Zai hadn't even noticed what Lin Mo had said, so naturally, he had no way of knowing what exactly Li Jing had been staring at him for, only to see Bai Zai calmly continue to shout to the surrounding people, "All of you friends comment on the reasoning this person hit someone else. Shouldn't they compensate for the damages? Let's all say it's not the case." When the surrounding crowd heard this, they nodded their heads in agreement with Bai Zai. Seeing that things were going as smoothly as Bai Zai had predicted in his mind, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with himself, feeling that he had already secured victory in this round. However, at this time, Li Jing, who had collapsed on the ground, looked more and more panicked and disoriented. Not caring about the pain on her body, she reached out and gently tugged on the corner of Bai Zai's coat, saying anxiously, Actually I don't feel much more harmed right now. Can you help me out of here first?" When Bai Zai heard this, a nameless fire surged in his heart. He frowned and responded at Li Jing with a displeased face, "You don't need to have any worries, much less fear these people. Don't worry about it, we will definitely seek justice for you." As he spoke, Bai Zai also made a point of scanning around the people who had sworn to help, but only Li Jing herself knows very well, at the moment she is really mute, cannot speak of the pain. Just as the situation was at a standstill, Lin Mo, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, saw the right moment, suddenly opened his mouth to break the deadlock. "In my opinion, since both sides have their own opinions, it is difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Why don't we go check the nearby surveillance video?" Once Lin Mo made this proposal, all the people present looked at each other with puzzled looks on their faces. As for Bai Zai, after hearing these words, it was as if he had been enlightened, and he instantly came to a realization. understanding why Li Jing had acted in such a panic before. He panicked. Look. At what surveillance? You are not trying to change the topic. Lin Mo completely ignored Bai Zhe, only to see him move quickly and put his hand into his pocket, pulling out his cell phone, and then continued. Otherwise, like this, all of you might as well come together to watch a video. I believe that this video will definitely be very appealing to everyone's eyes. Hearing this, the curiosity of the people around them was instantly aroused, and each one of them stretched their necks with a look of anticipation, obviously unable to wait to catch a glimpse of the true appearance of this mysterious video. At this moment, Bai Zhe was a little panicked in his heart because he wasn't sure if Lin Mo really had a surveillance video in his hands that could prove him wrong. Coupled with the sight of the crowd around him that looked like they were eager to try, he felt even more of a sense of weakness. After hesitating again and again, Bai Zhe stammered out, "This auntie, you see that they are always using irrelevant things to divert our attention. Why don't we do this? I'll take you out of here first to find a place to get some rest, and then I'll come back afterward to get a statement for you." After saying that, Bai Zhe carefully reached out his hand and attempted to pull Li Jing, and Li Jing was also very cooperative as she immediately held onto Bai Zhe, pretending to be weak and injured as she slowly stood up. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Lin Mo was quick to rush forward, steadily blocking their way, and shouted, "Don't be in a hurry. We haven't compensated you for your losses." At this time, someone in the crowd chimed in. "That's right, we haven't lost any money yet. The young man has said he's willing to pay, so you guys just hurry up and collect the money." When Li Jing heard this, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, No need. I have always been generous. I won't bother with these juniors. This time forget it." Lin Xingyue was all smiles and said in a flattering tone, "Don't, big brothers and big sisters. Let's talk things over. This is really something we did wrong. We are willing to pay compensation. How much? As long as we can make you angry on it." As she spoke, she also nodded and bowed to the other party, and her appearance was as humble as it could be. And at this time, White Zephyr, who was standing on the side, was incomparably stifled and depressed. This bad idea of losing money is obviously what he came up with, and he was thinking of letting Lin Mo break the bank to avoid disaster. But who knows that now it has turned into lifting a stone to stone his own feet, really stealing a chicken and not being able to eat the rice. Just then, Li Jing, who had been coldly watching the developments, saw that the situation was getting out of control and had reached a completely unpredictable point. Her mind turned, and suddenly her body went limp, and she fell straight to the ground. Her eyes closed tightly, and she didn't move a muscle, so she pretended to pass out. When Bai Zhe saw this, he panicked and shouted loudly at the top of his voice, Doctor, come quickly. Someone fainted here." His voice rang throughout the corridor with palpable panic. The surrounding people heard the shouts, have gathered around. Some rushed forward to check Li Jing's situation. Some followed together with a loud cry for help. In a short while, the hospital medical staff will hear the news rushed quickly Li Jing on a stretcher to the ward. Taking advantage of the crowd's busyness, White Zephyr seized the opportunity and slipped away as if he was on his feet, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that these two people were really smart in a hurry, and by relying on such ingenious means, they finally managed to escape from this headache-inducing place of wrongdoing. Lin Mo looked at the two men pretending to faint and skipped, and couldn't keep these two guys. Lin Xingyu looked at the teenager in front of her and smiled. "Thanks, Xiao Mo. Oh yeah, little Mo. Why are you here?" As soon as Lin Xingyu finished her sentence, she hurriedly added. Lin Mo told Lin Xingyu everything that happened this day. After Lin Xingyu heard this, she was also filled with disgust towards Han's father. Lin Mo and Lin Xingyu chatted for a short while and were about to go back to Han Wenjun's place when he saw a familiar figure. Lin Mo looked at the beautiful person in front of him and said cheerfully, "Mang Han, why are you here? When I saw that you weren't at the door, I came out to look for you, but I didn't realize that you were here." Bai Mang Han said, and squeezed her eyes at Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu didn't say much and said with a smile, "Something came up. I'll go first." Lin Mo then followed Bai Mang Han back outside of Mother Han's hospital room, and Bai Mang Han handed Lin Mo the rice in her hand, said, "The one in the red box is yours." Lin Mo nodded his head then took out the red lunchbox from the bag, and just as soon as he opened it, there was an aroma coming out of his nose. There were a couple chicken wings in the lunchbox, along with ribs, and bok choy. Lin Mo picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of ribs, and after taking a bite, he never stopped. Lin Mo ate like crazy and kept praising it in his heart. "It's so good. It's so good. The chicken wings are crispy and tender. The ribs are full of color and flavor. All the compliments were in the form of M's from Rimmer. Chapter 68, Mrs. M.O. Listening to Lin Mo's voice that was as clear and pleasant as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, and watching him keep stuffing food into his mouth like a storm, as if he had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. Bai Menghan's heart couldn't help but surge with an unspeakable joy like a tidal wave. This joy was like a flower blooming in the springtime, blooming splendidly in her heart and emitting a charming fragrance. With a smile as bright as the sun hanging at the corner of her mouth, she said softly, "If you like to eat us so much, whenever I have the chance in the future, I will definitely make it for you with my own hands." That gentle tone was like a gentle spring breeze, gently brushing over Lin Mo's ears, bringing in wisps of warmth. Really? Lin Mo's face was full of surprise, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and his eyes flashed with a light as expectant as a star. "Of course it's true." Bai Menghan nodded her head without hesitation and replied, that firm tone as if she was telling Lin Mo that this was an eternal promise. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Mo was filled with joy, a smile as happy as sunshine spreading across his face as he said contentedly, "Then thank you so much, dear fiancé." Hearing these words, Bai Menghan's cheeks were like ripe apples, flushing with a shy blush. A faint layer of redness instantly rose, as tantalizing as a ripe apple. She lowered her head a bit sheepishly and just gave a soft, slight nod in response. Just at this time, Han Wenjun slowly walked out from inside the hospital room. It turned out that just now he had been attentively caring for Han's mother on the hospital bed, and had carefully wiped her body. When Lin Mo saw Han Wenjun come out, he hurriedly handed him the lunchbox he had put aside and said with concern, "Come on, Wenjun, don't be hungry, hurry and eat first. After we finish eating, I'll take you to my big sister's company." Han Wenjun looked at the lunchbox in front of her, and her eyes instantly became moist with tears. He knew who this warmth and care came from and looked at Lin Mo with gratitude, his lips trembling slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing how to speak. After receiving the lunchbox, Han Wenjun turned his head and sincerely thanked Bai Menghan. "Thank you, Mrs. Mo." This name call made the already somewhat shy Bai Menghan even more embarrassed, her originally slightly red face becoming even redder at the moment, spreading all the way to the base of her ears. Lin Mo quietly gazed at the sincere Han Wenjun in front of him, secretly pondering in his heart, this guy can really talk. He couldn't help but secretly admire Han Wenjun's eloquence. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo's gaze turned to Bai Menghan on the side, only to see her fair face reddening at the moment, just like a ripe apple. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo couldn't help but keep muttering in his heart, "Oops, mama." Bai Menghan actually blushed. Look at her. She's just like a shy, cute little wife. Bai Menghan seemed to have sensed the bold thoughts in Lin Mo's mind, and she coughed lightly, trying to return herself to her usual calm and collected self. However, no matter how hard she tried, the blush on her face showed no signs of fading. After lunch, Lin Mo led Han Wenjun along to Bai Menghan's car. The car traveled smoothly on the road, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the Lin Tian Group's building. Ever since that last incident, no one dared to stop Lin Mo nowadays. Lin Mo familiarly led Han Wenjun and Bai Menghan into the building and walked straight towards Lin Muyu's office. When they finally stood in front of Lin Muyu, Lin Mo didn't drag his feet and immediately recounted everything that had happened today to Lin Muyu. Lin Muyu understood after hearing this and immediately decided to arrange a suitable position for Han Wenjun. After Lin Muyu methodically arranged the affairs, she turned her head and asked Lin Mo with concern, "Xiao Mo, regarding the decoration of your milk tea store, have you thought about what kind of style you want in your heart? I've collected quite a few relevant pictures here, and I've just sent them to you, so you can pick them out when you're free." Hearing these words, Lin Mo came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream, and she hurriedly looked at Han Wenjun beside her, saying with anticipation, "Wenjun, if you're free at that time, you must come and do me a favor." Without hesitation, Han Wenjun nodded his head and agreed, stating that he would definitely do his best to help. Immediately after that, Lin Muyu raised his hand in greeting, and a figure soon walked over with quick steps. It turned out that this person was called Wang Xiao. "Little Mo, if there's anything you need to deal with or help with in the aftermath, just go find him." Lin Muyu smiled and introduced Lin Mo. "Okay, thank you big sister." Lin Mo responded obediently. Seeing that there were no other important matters that needed to be dealt with for the time being, Lin Mo exchanged careful words with Wang Xiao and explained some key matters to him. Only when everything was arranged did Lin Mo turn around and leave in peace. On the other hand, Bai Menghan first personally sent Han Wenjun to the hospital, and then drove Lin Mo to the school entrance without stopping. At first, Lin Mo persuaded Han Wenjun to go back to class with him, but Han Wenjun's heart was set on his seriously ill mother, and he was as determined as a rock to stay in the hospital to take care of her. And when everyone saw this, they didn't force him any further, and all nodded in agreement with his decision. In this way, under the concerted efforts of everyone, the decoration of the milk tea store is about to start as tightly as a war drum. Over the next few months, as long as Lin Mo didn't have a class schedule, he would hoof it to Han Wenjun's side like a stray arrow to accompany her. What is gratifying is that, under the careful care and concern of everyone during this period of time, Han's mother's condition was like a spring in a withered tree, gradually showing some signs of improvement, and her physical condition was even more different compared to before. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's longed-for milk tea store was finally renovated like a bright pearl. This is naturally without the help of Wang Xiao. Not only that, Wang Xiao also went out of his way to recruit a group of outstanding employees for Lin Mo as if he was looking for a horse, and was personally responsible for these new employees to start a series of rigorous and comprehensive training work like a strict teacher. From the selection of raw materials, mixing ratio mastery, to the details of the production process control and so on, Wang Xiao is everything one by one to carefully guide the explanation, just so that every employee can be as skilled as a butcher's ox and strictly follow the ingredient list to accurately and precisely produce a cup of delicious milk tea with excellent taste and quality. Time passes like a white horse. In a flash, the summer vacation has come. Lin Mo milk tea store opening day is getting closer and closer. Han Wenjun was like a hard-working bee and sometimes came over to help, while Lin Mo even pulled out all the stops and did a lot of publicity. Chapter 69 Camping. After much deliberation, Lin Mo and Han Wenjun finally came up with a name for the milk tea store that they found very satisfactory: Milk Tea Heaven. The dreamy name of the store seems to predict that it will become a perfect place for countless people to enjoy delicious milk tea and relax. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it will be the day when Lin Mo's milk tea shop opens its doors. It was a bright sunny morning with a light breeze. Han Wenjun arrived at the store early, ready to help her friend welcome the first customers after the opening of the new store. Just opened not long ago, an unexpected scene happened. The original quiet street instantly became lively. Around the pedestrians have flocked to the newly opened milk tea store. Not a moment later, the store door was surrounded. At this time the milk tea market has not yet fully emerged. But Lin Mo's milk tea store has attracted a lot of attention by virtue of its unique charm. Like a bright star in the industry quickly rose. Throughout the day, from the first rays of sunlight in the early morning until 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mo and Han Wenjun had hardly stopped for a moment. They keep making various flavors of milk tea to satisfy a steady stream of customers who come to buy them. However, despite their best efforts, the two were ultimately unable to withstand the tidal wave of people, and all the raw materials in the store were consumed. Seeing that there were still many customers waiting anxiously in the line, Lin Mo had to say to the crowd with an apologetic face, "I'm really sorry, dear friends, we've run out of ingredients today, so we can't continue to serve you all, so please go home first, and welcome to come back tomorrow." Hearing this, those people around them who had queued for a long time but failed to buy their favorite milk tea could not help but show a slight look of dissatisfaction. After all, who can willingly return empty-handed after waiting so long? But even with slight displeasure in their hearts, most people understood the store's difficulties and slowly dispersed. After sending off the last batch of guests, Lin Mo and Han Wenjun looked at each other and smiled, each other's faces overflowing with joy and excitement that was hard to hide. They packed up their stalls while discussing where to treat themselves later. With that, the two ended a busy and fulfilling day on a high note and met up to feast together at a well-known restaurant nearby. To our surprise, in just a few days, Lin Mo's milk tea store jumped onto the hot search list of major social media platforms. More and more people in order to be able to taste the legendary delicious milk tea, at the expense of long-distance travel, thousands of miles to come to the milk tea paradise, just to feel the unique sweet taste. Lin Bei looked at milk tea paradise. The more he looked at his heart, the more angry. This anger is like a volcano that is about to erupt, in his chest constantly rolling, burning. On the other hand, Qin Yu, who was standing on the side, looked exceptionally calm and composed. Her soulful eyes quickly swept over the cell phone screen. But in just a few seconds, she accurately captured the deficiencies that existed in Lin Mo's milk tea store, only to see her slightly furrowing her eyebrows. Her vermilion lips gently opened, and she pointed out to Lin Bei one by one what these problems were in a clear and organized manner. Lin Bei was originally still angry because he saw Lin Mo's business was booming, but when he heard these words from Qinyu, he was overjoyed and the gloom on his face was swept away. He was so excited that he almost jumped up, clenching his hands into fists and waving them in the air, gritting his teeth and swearing that he would make sure that Lin Mo's milk tea shop would close down completely, and stop the store he was about to open under his feet. At this moment, far away on the other side of the world, Lin Mo was comfortably lying in his own soft big bed and dreaming. He was sleeping very sweetly, and there was even a trace of a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was experiencing something wonderful in his dreamland. However, this tranquility was soon broken by a sharp knock on the door. It turned out to be Lin Zhouju, who had something to look for Lin Mo. Seeing that there was no response to the knock on the door, Lin Zhouju simply pushed the door directly into the room, quickly walked to the bedside, reached out and gently pushed Lin Mo, who was still immersed in sleep. Lin Mo opened his eyes in a daze and looked sleepily at the person in front of him for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Zhouju said to Lin Mo with a smile, "Little Mo, look at your lazy ass appearance. The sun is on your butt. Sister, I've come over today to bring you some good news this summer vacation. Are you interested in joining a variety show with third sister?" After Lin Mo heard this, his entire body first froze in place, and it took several seconds before he came back to his senses as if he had woken up from a dream. Then his mouth opened into a big O and he let out a surprised ah. Right at this moment, Lin Mo's inner monologue sounded quietly like ripples on a calm lake. Variety? The idea sounds like it could be interesting. He thought darkly, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in his heart. Also, Milk Tea Paradise is already open for regular business, and now that it's summer vacation, it does seem a little boring to stay home all day. Thinking of this, Lin Mo nodded slightly, but then had doubts. But can an ordinary person like me really get the chance to participate in the recording of a variety show? Lin Zhouju, who was on the side, as if he possessed mind-reading skills, accurately captured the doubts in Lin Mo's heart. She smiled and responded, "Don't worry, this is definitely not a joke with you. This variety show is a camping-themed program and requires each star to invite a family member as a partner to participate together." Well, how is it that third sister knows my inner doubts so well? Lin Mo was filled with doubts and his gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Zhouju. However, before he could open his mouth to ask, Lin Zhouju said, "What are you blindly pondering? Can I still intentionally swindle you, sister? You just give a quick sentence. In the end, to go or not to go?" In the face of Lin Zhouju's continuous questioning, Lin Mo was first stunned, then hurriedly replied, "Third sister, I'll go. Don't be angry." Seeing Lin Mo agree so readily, the expression on Lin Zhouju's face didn't change in the slightest, and he still instructed nonchalantly, "Since you've decided to go, you must prepare the items you need to bring. We're leaving the day after tomorrow, and the first installment of this camping trip lasts a total of 2 days and 1 night. Alright, third sister, I've memorized it all." Lin Mo nodded his head repeatedly and promised. Chapter 70, Woe to the Heart. Afterward, Lin Zhouju turned around and left, his slender silhouette gradually disappearing into the distance like a stray arrow. Time passed like a white horse, and in an instant it was the day before the recording of the variety show. On this day, the sun was as bright as a golden veil, and the breeze brushed people's faces as if they were in their mother's gentle hands, making them feel extra comfortable. Lin Mo walked into the Milk Tea Paradise with a brisk pace, and the store was filled with the rich aroma of milk and tea, as if in a sweet dream. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Mo saw the two busy people, Han Wenjun and Wang Xiao, who were like two bright stars shining brightly in the store. When they saw Lin Mo come in, they all stopped what they were doing and greeted him with smiles that were as bright and warm as flowers blooming in spring. Lin Mo walked up to the counter and said softly, "Wenjun, Xiao, there are some things I need to explain to you." He then explained in detail the operational arrangements of the store during his absence and some matters requiring special attention. Han Wenjun and Wang Xiao listened attentively and nodded frequently to show that they understood. After explaining things, Lin Mo bid farewell to the two and hurriedly rushed back to the Lin family to pack his bags. He opened his closet and picked out clothes suitable for outdoor activities, and packed the necessary necessities into his backpack one by one. After some careful preparation, Lin Mo finally got everything organized. Since this type of camping variety show usually required guests to arrive at the site a day in advance, Lin Mo and Lin Zhouju didn't have to delay for too long and quickly set off for the airport. Along the way, they talked and laughed and were in a very happy mood. A short while later, the two arrived at the airport. The airport is bustling with people coming and going. Lin Mo and Lin Zhouju dragged their suitcases and walked quickly towards the boarding gate. After a series of security procedures, they boarded the plane without incident. After finding a seat, Lin Mo gently sat down, then took out his cell phone from his bag and skillfully clicked on the chat software. He thought about it and sent a message to Bai Menghan. "Menghan, I'm going to record a camping variety show in the next few days." After sending it, Lin Mo quietly waited for the other party's reply. It wasn't long before the cell phone screen lit up and a message from Bai Menghan came through. "Oh, you have fun. Be safe." Looking at this short and cozy reply, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly as he returned a single word, "Aha." Immediately after that, he gently pressed the off button, closed his cell phone, and closed his eyes to start resting his mind, reserving his energy for the upcoming variety tour. Lin Zhouju's eyes stared at the cell phone screen, seriously urged, "Xiao Moa, later to the other side. But do not dislike people must always pay attention to their own image. Hear me?" She had a serious look on her face and seemed to take this matter very seriously. "Don't worry, third sister, I definitely won't do that Lin Mo hurriedly responded, but immediately afterward his inner monologue came out. "Humph, It depends on how those artists behave. If they dare to look down on us ordinary people like I've seen on the internet before, then don't blame me for not being polite. But those are just what you see on the internet. This time you can actually see a live star in person. Just thinking about it makes you feel excited. After Lin Joju heard what was going on in Lin Mo's mind, he instantly realized that this guy hadn't taken what he had just said to heart at all. And what's with all the talk about seeing a live star for the first time? Doesn't she count as a star when she's the sister? Thinking of this, Lin Joju was so angry that his face turned green and he simply stopped speaking. However, at this moment, Lin Mo was like an innocent child, not realizing that third sister was already angry. Instead, she pursued with great interest, "Third sister, tell me what stars are participating in the variety show this time?" In the face of Lin Mo's questioning, Lin Joju remained silent, but the anger in his heart was like a volcano, growing stronger and stronger. Lin Mo slowly and gently opened his eyes, and after gradually focusing his sight, he saw that Lin Joju was sitting there with his eyes closed, as motionless as a statue. Lin Mo secretly thought in his heart, "So fast asleep, this speed can really be as amazing as lightning. It seems to be really a sleepy little white pig." Right at this moment, as if he had heard Lin Mo's heartfelt voice, Lin Joju's body suddenly jerked violently as if he had been electrocuted. As hard as she tried to restrain the anger that was burning inside her like a volcanic eruption, all she had to do was think of those 3 words, "little white pig." All the patience was instantly reduced to nothing like a flood that broke the dike, only to see Lin Joju lifting up the exquisite high heels on her own feet without hesitation and stomping down hard towards Lin Mo's feet like a hammer. And at this moment, Lin Mo did not anticipate such a thing to happen at all, and was simply too late to make any reaction, only to feel a piercing stabbing pain like a tidal wave quickly sweeping through his entire body. "Ouch! Third sister, what are you doing?" Lin Mo screamed in pain, his face filled with pain and doubt, as if he was being gnawed by millions of ants. However, Lin Joju turned her head to look at Lin Mo as if nothing had happened, with a wry smile on her face, and said, "What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Third sister, I just had a nightmare just now, la." Hearing this, Lin Mo's original anger to the extreme calmed down a little, and helplessly shook his head, but his heart was like overturning a bottle of 5 flavors, not a taste. However, at this moment, Lin Mo's heart kept complaining, "It hurts. What the hell is going on here? You can't just step on people even if you're dreaming. Could it be that you're dreaming of some scary ghost or monster?" Meanwhile, Lin Joju looked at Lin Mo's face that had become somewhat twisted and hideous due to the pain, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart, not to mention how pleased he was. Humph, who let this little guy dare to judge third sister so casually? Now that's a little lesson for him. Lin Mo gently rubbed his feet, and when he saw Lin Joju waking up leisurely, he couldn't wait to continue to ask, "Third sister, what stars are there? And what's the name of that variety show?" "The variety show is called Living Slowly Together," Lin Joju said nonchalantly. Lin Mo hurriedly opened his cell phone and searched for Life Together Slowly. Immediately afterward, several names popped up on the screen, and the director was the famous director Wang. The cast, on the other hand, includes Lin Joju and Zhang Yu, as well as Xia Yan. As for Zhang Yu, Lin Mo had heard of him. He was a household name and a well-known singer. But this Xia Yan, Lin Mo racked his brain and couldn't figure out exactly who it was. Chapter 71, Greetings. When Lin Mo heard this, his face was as if it was shrouded in mist, full of doubts and curiosity, and he couldn't wait to open his mouth to ask after him, "Third sister, what exactly is this woman named Xia Yan?" Only to see Lin Joju raise her eyes slightly and reply carelessly, "She's the golden branch of the Xia family in the capital." After saying that, he moved his gaze away again, seemingly uninterested in the topic. However, Lin Mo didn't give up, and after a moment's thought, he continued to ask, "Then, third sister, what is this all about? How could someone of her esteemed status willingly participate in this kind of camping variety show?" His words were filled with a shock that was hard to hide, as if he had heard the most incredible thing under the sky. Hearing his brother ask such a question, only then did Lin Joju turn his head back around and look at him, saying word for word, "This eldest young lady has always been more ambitious and competitive than the sky. So this time, you must have come to participate in the program in order to show off your skills. However, Xiao Mo, remember, when you meet her later, you must be careful with your words and behavior. Do not easily provoke her. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as Lin Mo heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, third sister. I've always been a very educated person. I definitely won't take the initiative to provoke her la." After saying that, he even winked mischievously at Lin Joju, and that look was like a naughty little monkey. But in fact Lin Joju heart with a mirror. She knows her own brother's temperament. for his words simply did not believe a few points. There was nothing for it but to shake his head gently, and to secretly pray that hopefully nothing would go wrong. After the siblings and chat for a few moments, see the time is not early, so both closed their eyes, as if the two quiet sheep began to get ready to meet the next trip. After a several-hour flight journey, the two finally arrived at their destination airport. They dragged their slightly tired bodies out of the cabin, then quickly made their way through the bustling crowds to wait for a cab outside the airport. Within a few moments, two cabs came slowly and steadily stopped in front of them. The two men opened the door of the car, placed their luggage properly, and then got into the car one after the other and informed the driver of their destination. The cab sped away, the scenery outside the window changing like a movie reel. In a matter of moments, the car slowed down slowly and eventually came to a steady stop in a place that was like a heavenly paradise on earth. It's green and flowery, the birds sing happily like musicians, and the air is filled with a fresh and pleasant aroma. The two men pushed open the car door and took a deep breath of the sweet air, feeling refreshed. Immediately afterward, they took their respective bags out of the trunk and walked side by side in faith toward the depths of that beauty. Along the way, Lin Mo, like a flower protector, took the initiative to help his sister Lin Joju carry luggage, showing his gentlemanly manner. In this way, the two of them walked tirelessly for a long time, and a grand and magnificent manor stood in front of them like a giant. The manor was majestic, and at the entrance stood several uniformed staff members, like loyal guards, who smiled and nodded their heads when they saw them arrive. Walking into the interior of the manor, I saw a sea of people, bustling with activity, like a pot of boiling water. Lin Joju lightly led Lin Mo through the crowd and arrived in front of Director Wang in no time. With a smile on her face, she introduced herself to Director Wang like a spring breeze. Director Wang, this is my younger brother Lin Mo. Director Wang raised his head at the sound of the voice, and his gaze was like a torch as it landed on Lin Mo. A smile as amiable as sunshine then appeared on his face as he complimented. Well, what a talented young man. Hearing Director Wang's praise, Lin Mo scratched his head somewhat shyly and also smiled like sunshine and responded. Hello, Director Wang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Guan nodded slightly and then said, go in first and put your things down. Lin Mo and Lin Joju responded in unison. Okay, so the two siblings carried their luggage and continued walking inside. Entering the house, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge table with several finely carved chairs placed around it. Looking up, one could see many rooms spread out on the second floor as if they were dotted with stars. The whole interior is elegantly and warmly decorated, making people feel like spring breeze, extra comfortable and at ease. Just at this time, only two tall men were seen slowly walking out from inside the kitchen that was filled with a tantalizing aroma. And the one walking in front was clearly the Zhang Yu that everyone was familiar with. He had an upright posture and a handsome face, with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Zhang Yu saw Yuan Yao standing in the living room, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly spoke. Long time no see, Yuan Yao. The voice was gentle and magnetic. Hearing Zhang Yu's greeting, Lin Joju's face also blossomed into a bright smile as she responded. It's been a long time, brother Yu. Her voice was clear and pleasant, as melodious as an oriole's cry. Immediately after, Lin Joju took a step forward and said to Zhang Yu with a smile, Brother Yu, let me introduce you. This is my own brother Lin Mo. With that, he pulled Lin Mo to his body. Lin Mo nodded somewhat coyly towards Zhang Yu and said softly, Hello, brother Zhang. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, reached out his hand very enthusiastically, shook Lin Mo's hand, and said with a smile, Oh, hello, welcome. Afterward, Zhang Yu turned around and pointed at another man beside him, introducing everyone, Come, this is my good buddy, professional actor Shui Yang. Shui Yang wore a smile and politely greeted the crowd. Hello there. Lin Mo and Lin Joju also hurriedly responded. Hello. After a brief greeting, Lin Mo and Lin Joju picked up the luggage in their hands and headed upstairs. They were going to start by placing what they had brought. Within moments, the two had put their things away and then went downstairs together to the kitchen door, only to see that Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were busy in the kitchen. The two of them were skillfully frying a piece of steak with attractive color and aroma. It looked like they were going to prepare a sumptuous Western-style meal. Seeing this, Lin Joju didn't hesitate to roll up his sleeves and walk forward. Let me help you. At this moment, Lin Mo stood on the side, looking at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. I've never had Western food before, so I'll have to savor it today. He couldn't help but gulp at the thought, waiting with anticipation for the delicious food to be served. Chapter 72, Singer Jiao Wei. Zhang Yu saw Lin Joju ready to come to help, hurriedly waved his hand and said, Do not. Really do not need it. You want to eat what? Just tell our brother and sister. This day's meal by the two of us to handle. His face was piled with a warm smile and his eyes revealed a full sincerity. Hey, if we don't let you enjoy our cooking now, we won't have a chance to show our specialties when we go camping later. After saying this, Zhang Yu confidently patted his chest, as if he could already imagine the scene of everyone raving about the food after tasting it. However, in the face of this resolute excuses from Zhang Yu, Lin Zhouju's heart was filled with gratitude as she responded with a smile. Fine, then thank you both so much. The tone was soft and sincere. Just at this time, Shuai Yang, who was standing by the side, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, by the way, aren't there still 2 guests who haven't arrived, and I'm not sure if they like steak? Before the words left his mouth, the entire room instantly quieted down, and everyone cast their gazes towards the door, seemingly in anticipation of the upcoming guest. As expected, it wasn't long before the sound of a crisp and pleasant high-heeled shoe reached the ears of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was actually 2 distinct sounds intertwined like a harmonious and beautiful piece of music. Those present rose and walked quickly toward the door to greet them. Lin Mo, who was the first to walk out of the room, took a glance and saw 2 pavilion-like, beautiful women walking towards him. The appearance of these 2 beauties was not inferior to Lin Zhouju beside them, even more so. One of them was seen wearing a light blue dress, with long hair falling over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her skin was snowy. The other was wearing a short fire-red dress with black high heels. Her body was graceful and flavorful. Oh my god, these 2 are so beautiful. Why do I feel like I've seen them somewhere before? Lin Mo stared daggers at the beauty in front of him while secretly pondering, his brain racing as he tried to search the depths of his memory for clues about these 2 faces. At this time, Lin Zhouju had already walked forward to greet them with a smile on his face, his mouth saying cordially, welcome to the 2 of you. Hello, the 2 beauties responded in unison, their voices as pleasant as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Zhang Yu and Shuai Yang hurriedly followed suit and greeted him with a warm welcome. Only Lin Mo was still immersed in his own thoughts, oblivious to everything that was happening around him. Seeing this, Lin Zhouju gently touched Lin Mo with his elbow, and only then did Lin Mo come back to his senses as if he was waking up from a dream. When Lin Mo saw the 2 people on the opposite side of the room, a bright smile immediately blossomed on his face as he took 3 steps forward and said enthusiastically, hello there, my name is Lin Mo, I'm glad to meet you guys here. As soon as Xia Yan, who was standing at the side, saw Lin Mo, her originally calm eyes instantly lit up. In fact, she had secretly investigated Lin Mo since their chance encounter that day, and the results had surprised her. This seemingly ordinary man had many unknown strange experiences and outstanding qualities. Seeing each other again at this moment, Xia Yan couldn't help but secretly sigh at the marvelous arrangement of fate in her heart, only to see her smilingly take a step forward, elegantly extending her right hand, and said in a delicate voice, hello, Lin Mo. My name is Xia Yan, please take care of me in the future. Lin Mo was infected by Xia Yan's charming smile and hurriedly extended his own hand as well, tightly holding the other party's small, soft, boneless hand. Mouths kept responding, hello. It's such an honor to meet such a beautiful and friendly girl like you. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly mutter in his heart, is this Xia Yan? Soft hands, nice touch, worthy of being the daughter of the Xia family? Right at this moment, Lin Zhouju, who had been standing by the side silently observing, suddenly came forward, interrupting the hands that the 2 were clasping, and introduced to Lin Mo, Xiao Mo, come, let me introduce to you, this is not an ordinary person yo, she is the famous singer Zhao Wei. Hearing these words, Lin Mo was first stunned, then an expression of sudden realization appeared on his face, followed by excitement and joy that was hard to conceal. He looked at Zhao Wei with wide eyes and a face full of admiration. His mouth opened wide and he stammered, the original, you are Sister Zhao Wei. I love the songs you sing, every one of them is so melodious and touching. Saying that, it was as if he had opened up his box, gushing and praising Zhao Wei's songs. Lin Zhouju looked at the somewhat oblivious Lin Mo and shook his head helplessly, reaching out and gently pulling the corner of his coat. Only then did Lin Mo realize that he had lost his temper and scratched his head in embarrassment. Slightly apologizing, he said to Zhao Wei, Sister Zhao Wei, I'm really sorry I was too excited to see you and I kind of couldn't control myself. I hope I didn't scare you. Zhao Wei smiled faintly and softly consoled, it's okay, I can see that you really like my songs. It makes me feel happy yet. And Ha Yan, who had been quietly watching all of this from the side, was also giggling at this time at Lin Mo's frankly adorable appearance. She thought to herself that it looked like the variety show she was participating in was going to be very interesting. Just at this time, Zhang Yu opened his mouth with a smile on his face and inquired, 2 friends, I wonder if you have any contraindications. Today, Shuai Yang and I will be in charge of cooking and cooking. Hearing this, The two men replied almost simultaneously. There's nothing special to avoid. After saying that, they moved to place their respective luggage in place, and then walked towards the stairs together. And when they arrived downstairs, they were pleasantly surprised to find that Zhang Yu and Shui Yang had already prepared the meal. Just see the table set with a piece of steak of attractive color and aroma, accompanied by some fresh and tasty vegetables on the side. Everyone was seated around the table, ready to start enjoying the scrumptious meal. Lin Mo's eyes were fixed on the juicy steak in front of him, and he couldn't wait to pick up his knife and fork to cut off a small piece and put it into his mouth to chew. However, he couldn't help but mutter in his mind as soon as he swallowed the first bite, it does taste good, quite tasty, but this portion is too small. This is not enough to fill up your stomach. Lin Jiuzhu, who was sitting on the side, seemed to have sensed Lin Mo's inner thoughts, and was afraid that he would accidentally say this sentence directly out of his mouth. So he hurriedly and unmovingly stretched out his foot and gently kicked Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was kicked, was first slightly stunned, and then reacted, thinking that it was Lin Jiuzhu reminding himself to focus on his meal. So he didn't think any more about it and continued to bury his head in the delicious steak. Chapter 73, Fried Noodle with Steak. Several people sat around the table, savoring the delicious food and chatting animatedly. However, Lin Mo acted as if he was out of the picture, as he wiped out the juicy steak on his plate in 2 or 3 bites like a windstorm. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, Lin Mo, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened his mouth weakly. Sorry guys, I don't have enough to eat. The sound was not loud, but still clearly audible in the bustling atmosphere. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's gazes unanimously turned to Lin Mo, only to see him scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly. He then turned his eyes to Zhang Yu on the side and said in a tone of anticipation and inquiry, Brother Yu, is there any more? Give me some more. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yu was first stunned, and then he revealed an awkward smile. He gently shook his head and explained, Ha ha, Xiao Mo, I'm really sorry. This time, I only prepared 1 steak for each person. After all, we are all entertainers, and we usually have a strict dietary control, so I didn't prepare more. I really didn't expect that you didn't have enough to eat. It's my negligence. Looking at Zhang Yu's apologetic face, Lin Mo hurriedly waved his hand and said repeatedly, it's fine, Brother Yu, it's not your fault. I just had a good appetite today and ate a bit faster. Lin Mo muttered in his heart, it's better not to eat at all. Being a star is a real pain in the ass. You don't even get enough to eat. You're starving every day. However, he only thought about it in his mind and didn't say those words out loud. At this moment, Lin Jiuzhu, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but roll his eyes, his face speechless. By the way, there are some steaks in the kitchen, so you can go ahead and make them if you want. The speaker had a faint smile on his face. Okay, Lin Mo responded cheerfully, then quickly stood up and walked towards the kitchen with a brisk pace. It was just a short while ago that the pre-camping livestream officially started. The images from the camera were clearly displayed in front of the majority of netizens, and as soon as the viewers saw Lin Mo in this state, they instantly became excited and started sending out pop-ups. Ha 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 ha, this guy is hilarious. A pop-up quickly floated across the screen. Jiuzhu's younger brother is not only handsome, but he also looks a bit naive. So cute. Another pop-up screen filled with feelings of love appeared. Not really, that Zhang Yu was made to look confused. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Numerous comments like this kept coming out. As time went on, more and more people were attracted to watch this live broadcast, and the number of viewers went up like a rocket like crazy. At this moment, Lin Mo was staying alone in the kitchen and busy, only to see him first rummage through the cupboards, looking for usable ingredients. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he spotted a packet of noodles and thought to himself that it would be just the thing to cook a noodle for dinner. Saying yes, he skillfully lit the fire, boiled the water, and then put the noodles into the pot. Then he turned around and walked to the other side, turned on the stove, poured a little oil into the pan, and when the oil was a little hot, he carefully put in 2 pieces of steak. The steak and the hot oil contact instantly made a zizi sound, and the tantalizing aroma also spread out. After a short while of work, a rich and tantalizing aroma of steak seemed to have grown wings and floated out of the kitchen, straight to the outside of the house. Lin Jiuzhu, who was sitting in the living room, inhaled vigorously and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it really smells good. While saying that, she slowly stood up and walked towards the kitchen with a light step. Seeing this, the others also curiously followed behind. When their group arrived at the kitchen door, the scene in front of them dazzled everyone, only to see that Lin Mo was skillfully fishing out the freshly cooked noodles and setting them aside. Immediately afterward, he added the steak, which had been seared to 7 or 8 minutes of doneness, to the pan and tossed it with the pasta. The skillful movements and concentration were like that of an experienced chef. When Zhang Yu, who was standing at the side, saw that Lin Mo had actually fried 2 steaks in one go, his entire body was instantly petrified. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open in disbelief. Right at this moment, I don't know who pointed the camera at Zhang Yu, and his shocked expression was clearly captured. In an instant, pop-ups flew up like snowflakes in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, look at Zhang Yu's expression. It's like he's seen a ghost. My goodness, this Lin Mo is also too good at eating. 2 pieces of steak plus fragrant chow mein. Mama, I look hungry. Lin Mo suddenly felt an arrow-like gaze focusing on him. He raised his head in some confusion, looked at the crowd, and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong? Could it be that you all want to taste it as well?" At this moment, he was holding the fragrant, freshly cooked delicacy in his hands, as if it was a precious work of art. Zhao Wei, who was standing by the side, hurriedly waved her hand in response after hearing Lin Mo's inquiry. No, it's not like that. Her eyes revealed a hint of panic and hesitation, as if she was a startled deer, and she secretly thought in her heart that it wasn't because she disliked the food as bad, but she just really didn't dare to eat such a large portion. However, what had to be admitted was that these delicacies cooked by Lin Mo's own hands were just too tantalizing, and that rich fragrance was like an invisible force that constantly stimulated her taste buds. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, only to see him skillfully cut the steak, which was cooked just right, into small pieces that resembled a sparkling jewel. Then the steaming noodles are spread evenly on the plate. The noodles are like soft silk. Then he steadily picked up his dinner plate and walked over to the table and sat down, and proceeded to chow down as if no one else was there. Having only just taken 2 large bites, Lin Mo once again became aware of those gazes around him that were watching him. So he stopped what he was doing and once again asked everyone, "Hey, why are you all staring straight at me? Hurry up and eat with your chopsticks." After he finished speaking, he also purposely turned his head to look at Zhao Wei and asked with concern, "Sister Zhao Wei, why aren't you eating even a single bite?" Zhao Wei, who was named, immediately looked a little embarrassed, and she replied in a small voice with a red face, I'm already full." In fact, deep down she was craving the food in front of her, and that craving was like a raging tide. But when you think about staying in shape, you have to hold back your appetite, like a boat trying to keep its balance in a gusty wind. Chapter 74, I want to eat. This is full without eating anything. Lin Mo stared with a puzzled face at the food in front of Zhao Wei that hadn't moved a bite, and muttered in his heart, "Sister Wei, why don't you give me this one to eat?" He blinked and looked at Zhao Wei with anticipation. Only Zhao Wei was stunned. Then her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. She stared blankly at Lin Mo, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Wei with unblinking eyes, his eyes revealing a longing and eagerness. After a moment, Zhao Wei finally came back to her senses and stammered, that. I see that you don't seem to have eaten much either." After saying that, she also lowered her head a bit embarrassed. However, Lin Mo couldn't care less. As soon as he heard Zhao Wei's words, he immediately got excited and hurriedly responded, Right. Sister Wei is so right. Since that's the case, then this delicacy will be mine." Before the words left his mouth, he quickly reached out his hand and brought the tantalizing steak in front of Zhao Wei to himself. Immediately afterward, he lowered his head again as if nothing had happened, and continued to take a big bite of the noodles in his bowl, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than normal. Just then, the other guests around them were stunned by Lin Mo's series of moves. They stopped what they were doing and looked incredulously at the nonchalant guy in front of them. Meanwhile, the comments section of the live stream was exploding. The netizens are talking about it. Ha ha ha, this Lin Mo is simply a living treasure. Too funny. I really don't know what kind of fun things will happen on the camping trip tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. For a while, various comments came in like a tidal wave, making the whole scene lively. Xia Yan watched as Lin Mo wolfed down the food, looking as if he was enjoying the most delicious delicacies in the world. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "You eat so well, can I have some to taste?" The voice was soft and with a hint of anticipation. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded his head without hesitation and responded, "Of course." After saying this, he quickly took action. However, Yan froze for a moment. She had originally just asked casually and didn't hold out much hope. After all, the food looked so tantalizing. Who knew Lin Mo would agree so readily? For a moment, she was a little overwhelmed. At this moment, Lin Mo secretly muttered in his heart, "She actually wants to eat mine?" She was hesitant to eat it just now, but now she wants to eat it again. So I guess I'll have to prepare one more in the future, or else it won't be enough to share. Lin Jiuzhu, who was on the side, took it all in and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He only saw Lin Mo move sharply to bring the plate filled with delicious noodles in front of him to Hyen, carefully inserting some noodles with his chopsticks before gently placing them back in front of himself. The whole process was done in one fell swoop, without the slightest delay. Seeing this, Hyen hurriedly thanked Lin Mo repeatedly, then couldn't wait to pick up the noodles and send them into her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly as the wonderful flavor spread across her tongue, deliciously intoxicating. With that, she couldn't care less, devoting herself to the pleasure of savoring the food. Ha 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 ha, why did Hyen sis freeze just now? Someone laughed and joked. The other exclaimed in exaggerated shock, how can Hyen sister eat what this Lin Mo has eaten? The pop-up screen burst into a burst of joyful laughter, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed and pleasant. Just at this time, Zhang Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, interrupting everyone's gaze on Lin Mo's dinner. Hey, I say everyone, have you ever participated in camping activities before? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads in the negative. However, only Hyen distinctively replied, I've had camping experiences, but they were all inside specialized campgrounds, and I've never tried camping in the real wild. When she finished, she gently lowered the fork in her hand. Zhang Yu appeared very calm, and then said, it doesn't matter, we'll go and buy some necessary items for camping later. What do you think? At this point, it was as if he was a seasoned, chest-thumping camping pro. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was still minding his own business and kept stuffing food into his mouth, as if everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. With that, a few more people talked for a while. Finally, Lin Mo pulled the last bite of rice from the bowl into his mouth, burped contentedly, and then volunteered to stand up and exclaimed, let me wash this bowl. Before his words fell, he walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Lin Mo being so proactive, Hyen also hurriedly got up and followed over to help. After dinner, everyone rested a bit and refreshed themselves before getting ready to head out to the store to purchase the various items needed for the camping trip. It wasn't long before the group finally arrived at the small camping store under the guidance of the wine guide. As soon as they walked into the store, the crowd was as if they had walked into a treasure trove with a wide array of goods, and were dazzled by the variety of goods. It's packed with everything from a wide range of tent styles, to sophisticated and practical picnic gear, to an assortment of outdoor clothing and equipment. Since you're here to camp, naturally, buying a tent is a top priority. Zhang Yu's eyes swiftly swept through the various tents placed on the shelves as if they were lightning, and suddenly, his eyes were attracted as if they were attracted by a magnet, and fixed on a two-person tent. The tent looked spacious and comfortable, and the colors were bright, as if it had been tailored just for them. At this time, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and proposed, everyone, why don't we do this? Let's split into 3 groups. The 3 girls are sharing a tent. What about me? Just squeeze into that double tent with Shuiyang. As for Xiao Mo to sleep in a separate tent, well, what do you guys think? Hearing these words, Lin Mo, who was originally standing quietly by the side, couldn't help but frown slightly, muttering in his heart, how can you do this? Actually, let me be alone in a tent. Isn't this letting me be alone? Forget it, it's better to be alone and enjoy yourself. But despite having some pain in his heart, Lin Mo eventually nodded like a docile sheep, indicating his agreement to the arrangement. After all, come out to play. Happy is the most important. There is no need to make a mess because of this little thing, and spoil everyone's good mood. Chapter 75 Must Buy. After Lin Zhozhu heard Lin Mo's true thoughts deep down, his heart felt like a stone had been thrown into it, and he couldn't help but feel ripples, and a wave of dissatisfaction soon surged up, only to see that her face, which was originally as beautiful and attractive as a spring flower in bloom, was slightly frowning at the moment, just like the surface of a calm lake being ruffled by the wind. Immediately afterward, she gently opened those cherry-like reddish vermilion lips and said in a firm tone, how can we just let Shou Mo face these things alone? Absolutely not. No matter what, I must accompany Shou Mo to go together. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who had been standing quietly at the side, did not show the slightest hint of annoyance on his face due to Lin Zhozhu's words just now. On the contrary, he remained standing steadily in place, his entire person exuding an aura of composure and calmness, as if nothing could disrupt his inner tranquility. Then, he slowly opened his mouth to explain to Lin Zhozhu in an unhurried and methodical manner. Zhozhu, it's actually not that I'm unwilling to go forward with Lin Mo. It's just that, as you know, every time we go out to buy all that necessary equipment for camping, we need to have a certain amount of money to back it up. Yeah. After a short pause, Zhang Yu took a deep breath before continuing patiently. But now that the actual situation is in front of us, the funds we can currently utilize are really very limited. If we let the two of you move together, as you just said, there is no doubt that the various expenses are bound to increase dramatically by quite a bit. Therefore, after much deliberation, I finally decided to make such an arrangement. After all, from the perspective of cost saving, this is really the most reasonable and effective way at present. And then again, we can still adopt the method of sending only one person out in turn, so as to ensure the successful completion of the mission and maximize the control of costs. Isn't it the best of both worlds? After hearing such a detailed and reasonable explanation from Zhang Yu, the anger in Lin Zhouju's heart gradually dissipated. After all, she did understand that everyone was there to make this camping trip go smoothly. But just then, Lin Mo had a disbelieving look on his face and muttered in his heart, "Humph, based on what you said, I'm not going to believe it so easily." However, on her lips, she still pretended to be relaxed and said to Lin Zhouju, "Aya's sister, don't worry about it. In fact, I quite like to be alone. It's good to be free, just relax, it's better to be alone. Who wants to be with this guy?" Seeing that Lin Mo had already made up his mind, Lin Zhouju's emotions that had just calmed down were instantly ignited again. She looked at Lin Mo with wide eyes, but in the end, she nodded hopelessly and responded, "All right, since you've said so, then let you go." After saying this, Lin Zhouju sighed softly, a look of worry passing through his eyes. Afterward, Shui Yang's eyes were attracted by a simple cooker, and he couldn't help but ask, "What do you guys think of that simple cooker? I think we should buy one." "Yeah, this definitely needs to be there. If we don't have it, how are we going to solve the problem of eating?" Zhao Wei chimed in. At this point, Zhang Yu rushed up quickly to check. The results were surprised to find that such a set of ordinary-looking equipment is 500 yuan. This price was really beyond their original budget, and if they bought the cooktop, the money spent on other essential equipment would clearly not be enough. The funding given by this program group is too tight. At this rate, there are still a lot of things to buy later on. Zhang Yu grumbled with a hard look on his face. However, the strong character of Haiyun was adamant. "No, this cooktop must be bought." Her undeniable tone made it impossible to refute. Seeing this, Zhang Yu could only spread his hands helplessly and said, "All right, since you insist on buying it, then I will listen to you. But how much money is left now? I'll coordinate the rest." A quick aside, Zhou replied, "There's probably about $1,500 left." When she heard that there was only 1,500 yuan left, Haiyun's brow furrowed slightly, but only for a moment. She quickly regained her composure and immediately began to put it into action. She was seen thundering from stall to stall, carefully selecting each item. Not only that, she also gave full play to her outstanding eloquence and bargained with the boss, and finally succeeded in buying all the necessary things at a relatively favorable price, so that all the equipment needed for camping can be purchased. Lin Mo, who had been silently observing from the side, was already stunned at this point and secretly sighed in his heart. Truly worthy of being the daughter of the Xia family from a prestigious family, this powerful execution is simply admirable. In comparison, Zhang Yu is probably looking dumbfounded at this moment. This Zhang Yu. At a glance, he looks like a typical pretender. That smug look is truly laughable to the extreme. Lin Zhouju nodded slightly in agreement after hearing this. He also knew in his heart that this Zhang Yu always liked to make a show of himself and put on airs on weekdays. At this time, it was getting late, so Zhang Yu looked around the crowd before speaking. "We've been busy for so long today. Everyone is exhausted, right? Hurry back and take a good rest and refresh yourselves. There are more things waiting for us tomorrow." With that said, everyone got up and headed for their rooms to prepare for rest. Rimmer, on the other hand, smoothly pulled out the cell phone in his pocket as he walked into the room. When he tapped the screen, he was surprised to find that there were several unread messages all from Bai Menghan. With a hint of doubt and curiosity, Lin Mo gently tapped on the chat interface, only to see Bai Menghan send over a series of messages. "I've never even eaten your cooking, and you actually gave it to someone else first. Humph, why don't you answer my messages? Do you not care about me at all?" Lin Mo carefully read these messages one by one, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What's wrong with this Bai Menghan? Why is she suddenly so angry over a meal? But since she's upset, it's better to appease her first." So, Lin Mo quickly knocked down a line to reply. "Lin Mo, Menghan, don't be angry. I didn't mean it." However, Lin Mo was actually completely puzzled by Bai Menghan's mood at the moment, and only found it inexplicable and distracting. But in order not to let the conflict intensify further, he patiently continued to type, "Lin Mo, when I go back, I promise to cook for you personally every day, okay?" On the other side, after Bai Menghan received Lin Mo's reply, a faint blush spread across her face and she muttered softly, "This idiot." Chapter 76 Tenting. Subsequently, Bai Menghan disappeared as if out of thin air, never sending Lin Mo any more messages. But Lin Mo cannot care about this. He is full of joy looking forward to tomorrow's camping activities, so early climbed into bed, beautifully into the dreamland. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye it was early the next morning. The sun had only just risen, and the soft sunlight poured over the earth, and everyone boarded the vehicles prepared by the program team with great joy, and set off towards their destinations with a lot of jokes and laughter along the way. It wasn't long before the car slowed to a stop by a crystal clear stream. The stream was rushing along with a crisp, melodious sound. The stream is surrounded by endless, lush green grass, like a big green blanket spread over the earth. The breeze blew gently, the grass swayed with the wind, emitting a burst of fresh and good-smelling grass. As soon as the car door opened, Rimmer couldn't wait to jump out of the car. He took a few deep breaths, feeling the fresh, pleasant air quickly fill his entire chest. It was so refreshing. Just then, the quirky Lin Joju flew to Lin Mo like a happy bird. Smilingly, she said, "Little Mo, it seems like we've never taken a picture together. Come, hurry up and take a picture now to keep it as a souvenir." Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at this and happily agreed. "Alright, third sister." After saying that, he smiled and moved closer to Lin Joju, only to see Lin Joju nimbly took out his cell phone, skillfully adjusted the angle, and then to the two click, press the shutter button, and even took several beautiful photos. After taking the picture, Lin Mo was full of joy and said to Lin Joju, "Third sister, don't forget to send the picture to me." "Oh, I'll make sure to collect it." Lin Joju nodded his head repeatedly and said, Good, don't worry, this is our precious memories. You have to keep it carefully." When she finished, she winked mischievously. Lin Joju then sent this photo to Bai Menghan, just a short distance away from everyone. After Zhang Yu saw the situation over here, his bright eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Mo as if they were glued. Immediately afterward, he was seen walking joyfully with a brisk but steady step. With a smile on his face, he said to all the people present, "Guys, I think we should take a group photo full of joy and warmth first, so that we can keep the best moments of this camping activity. This will leave us the best moments of this camping activity." As soon as his words fell, Zhao Wei responded excitedly, "That's a great idea. I'm all for it." Next to her, Haiyan also nodded happily and repeatedly, "Yeah, it's really a great idea." Even the always stoic Lin Joju couldn't help but show an approving smile at this time, indicating that he agreed with the idea. However, in stark contrast to the positive response of the others, Lin Mo looked as if he was a bit reluctant. He frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, "Humph, who wants to take a picture with you? Is it because he saw me taking a picture with third sister and got greedy? I'm just taking a picture with my sister, and you're still jealous. It's really weird." Although the heart thinks so, but after all, is now live broadcasting camping activities, Lin Mo also cannot show too much resistance, so had to reluctantly move his feet close to the crowd to join the collective photo team. As the photographer pressed the shutter, this precious moment was frozen in the camera forever. After the photo shoot was over, as if he couldn't wait to escape in a hurry, Lin Mo immediately turned around and strutted towards the place where he put his things, then nimbly moved his tent out. A few other people saw that Lin Mo had already begun to act, so they also came back to their senses and began to go about their own business. In no time at all the necessary things and equipment were gathered at the designated place. The next step was the super exciting tent pitching session. Lin Mo's hand rose and quickly pulled out the tent belonging to him from the pile of luggage, then gently unfolded it like he was holding a treasure. Immediately afterward, he picked up the detailed instruction manual placed next to him and carefully read it word by word. After confirming each step clearly, Lin Mo unhurriedly began to assemble the tent law. He drew out the tent brackets one by one, lining them up neatly according to the instructions, and then nimbly inserted them one by one into the small holes reserved around the tent. As the brackets were secured one by one, the originally flimsy tent fabric began to take shape and slowly stand up. Time flew by, and before anyone could regain their senses, Lin Mo had already accomplished his task. It's so fast, it's almost as if your jaw drops. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also boiled over. "Wow, Rimmer's hitching up too fast, isn't it?" Someone couldn't help but marvel. "I don't think so. I don't think he's any better than Mr. Chang. His tent is small, so it's normal for him to set it up faster. If our brother Zhang Yu were to set it up, he'd definitely be faster than him." Another fan immediately countered, "Gu, you're still calling me brother. Brother, 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 brother. You should open your eyes and take a good look. That so-called brother of yours can't even swing a stand right now, and you still have the face to yell here." Again, other viewers joined in the war of words. For a while, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room floated around like snowflakes, and various voices rose and fell. At the same time, The number of people watching the live stream online was dawdling, and more people were being drawn in, all wanting to see with their own eyes who could be better in this fun-building competition. At this time, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were still busy and couldn't spare a moment. On the other hand, Xia Yan, Zhao Wei, and Lin Jiuzhu on the other side were confused, seemingly clueless about the matter at hand. Lin Jiuzhu happened to catch a glimpse of Lin Mo having successfully completed his task and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xiao Mo actually built it so quickly. When Zhao Wei heard this, she hurriedly looked up, a look of admiration on her face as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's really awesome." However, only Haiyan remained immersed in her own thoughts as she stared intently at the object in her hands, her brows slightly furrowed as she painstakingly thought of a solution to the problem. After Lin Mo completed the build, his gaze naturally turned to the direction where Lin Jiuzhu was. Seeing everyone's different reactions, he pondered in his mind, "This Xia Yan can be a really strong girl. Should we go and help her?" And Zhao Wei and Lin Jiuzhu. Thinking of this, Lin Mo shook his head again, dismissing the idea he had just had. "Forget it, it's better not to help first, but this Zhang Yu, hey, let him continue to figure it out on his own." Chapter 77, Strong Xia Yan is not to be messed with. Lin Jiuzhu quietly listened to Lin Mo's heart, and a wave of relief couldn't help but well up in his heart. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, then she trotted toward where Lin Mo was with a brisk pace and cried out in a delicate voice, "Little Mo, come and give us a hand." Hearing the call, Lin Mo's face immediately blossomed into an enthusiastic smile, and he responded cheerfully, "All right, third sister." Before the words left his mouth, he quickly got up and ran towards Lin Jiuzhu. When Lin Mo arrived beside Lin Jiuzhu, his gaze naturally fell on Xia Yan, who was busy tinkering with something. Only Xia Yan was fully concentrated and meticulously fiddling with the objects in her hands, yet it seemed that her technique was not skillful. Lin Mo gently shook his head and kindly reminded, "I say, you're afraid that you can't pretend well with such a mess." Xia Yan, who was originally concentrating, raised her head violently, but her beautiful eyes were filled with anger at the moment, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo, as if her stern eyes could put him to death in an instant. Lin Mo trembled in fear at this sudden angry look and secretly screamed in his heart, "Aya mama. It's just a casual remark. Why are you staring at me with such murderous eyes? It seems like a strong person can't be easily messed with." Lin Mo, who realized that he had said the wrong thing, hurriedly and timidly added, "That, or you should continue." After saying that, he carefully took a few steps backward, fearing that he would provoke this ant in front of him again. At this time, Zhao Wei, who was standing at the side, saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and hurriedly opened her mouth to round up the situation. Don't. How about this? You take charge of this side of things and let Xiaoyan stay here on the line." Lin Mo sniffed as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly turned his head to look at Lin Jiuzhu, and when he saw that she smiled and nodded in agreement, he quickly walked to the other side of the room and started to help out with his hands. Time passed by, and it didn't take long for Rimmer to successfully install the bracket in front of him with his excellent hands-on skills and quick thinking. But at this time, Haiyan's side still hadn't completed the task and was still persistently pounding away. Lin Mo had the intention to go up and help or mention a few words, but when he thought of the terrifying look in Xia Yan's eyes just now, the words that came to his lips were swallowed back hard. He had no choice but to silently stand by and watch, waiting for Haiyan to finally finish her work. Just a short distance away, Zhang Yu cast his gaze on Lin Mo, who was helping Zhao Wei and the girls. He only saw his eyes turn, then he turned his head to Shui Yang beside him and said, "Brother, you first continue to act like you know everything here to stabilize the situation. I'll go over and give Xia Yan a hand." Saying that, Zhang Yu's feet were like the wind, and he quickly took big steps in the direction where Xia Yan was. After coming to Xia Yan's side, Zhang Yu's face immediately piled up with an attentive smile and asked softly, "Xia Yan, do you need me to come over and give you a hand?" As he spoke, he couldn't wait to show off his so-called abilities. However, at this moment, Xia Yan was the same as when she was treating Lin Mo. She first slightly raised her head and faintly swept a glance at Zhang Yu with those beautiful and slightly cold eyes. It was such a simple look that made Zhang Yu tremble violently as if electrocuted, and secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Ma, this look is also too scary." But the good thing is that Zhang Yu quickly came back to his senses and continued with forced composure. "In fact, what about this thing? It is particularly simple to operate. You see it like this." With that, he picked up two brackets in his hand and was ready to start demonstrating how to do the installation. But who had thought that Xia Yan would not give Zhang Yu any chance to perform at all? Her small cherry mouth opened lightly and coldly spat out a few words. "Don't move. I'll just do it myself." The tone was soft, but the firmness it contained was unquestionable. Zhang Yu was instantly dumbfounded by these words and stood in place at a loss for words, neither advancing nor retreating. Just when the scene once fell into awkwardness, Zhao Wei on the side rushed over to round up the scene. Brother you, don't mind me. Our Xiaoyan's character is like this. She's quite strong. You'd better go back over there first. It's enough to have Shoumo to help us here. After saying that, Zhao Wei did not forget to wink mischievously at Zhang Yu. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, although Zhang Yu was a bit lost in his heart, he could not say anything more. He helplessly glanced back at Lin Mo, who was still busy, and muttered a response. Fine. Then it turned back to its original position with a grimace. Seeing Zhang Yu's defeated appearance, Lin Mo could not help but cover his mouth and sneer, secretly mocking in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Look at this guy. He even thought of running to help. He didn't even know what he was doing before he dared to show off. What a complete clown. Humph. And Lin Zhouju, who had been silently observing everything from the side, couldn't help but be amused after hearing Lin Mo's inner tirade. How can this Haiyun be like this? My brother obviously has good intentions. I don't know why she treated my brother like that. Don't you see that Lin Mo has already gone to help? And look at your brother. He hasn't even finished the matter at hand yet, but he still has the heart to run to help. What can he really help? What can he do to help? It's almost laughable. Just then, I only saw that Haiyun was still tinkering around, and after a while, she finally got that part installed. Seeing this, Zhao Wei hurriedly stepped forward and interrupted Xiaoyan, take a break first. Don't get too tired. Hearing this, Haiyun obediently nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo did not hesitate to step forward and quickly got into the work of helping them set up their tents. With everyone working together, after a lot of busy work, Lin Zhouju's tent for them was finally completed. After completing the task, Xiaoyan slowly walked up to Lin Mo, a hint of apology and gratitude on her face, and said softly, "Thank you, oh. I'm really sorry just now." However, before Xiaoyan could finish her sentence, Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand, responding, "It's okay, it's actually my fault. I shouldn't have bothered you at that time." After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Zhouju on the side couldn't help but be amused again by how cautious Lin Mo was, thinking to himself, "This guy, next time you really need to be more careful, or who knows what this quirky little girl will come up with." Chapter 78, Constant Tinkering. Afterward, only Lin Mo and Lin Zhouju and the other three were seen moving nimbly as they began to build tables and seats. They were fully focused on the work at hand, completely ignoring Zhang Yu and Shui Yang in the distance. At this moment, Lin Mo, while his hands and feet were constantly busy setting up tables and chairs, looked up from time to Zhang Yu's duo who were trying to set up the tent. He was secretly delighted, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. These two are really miserable. They can't even handle such a simple thing. Lin Mo muttered in his heart. And even if you can't figure it out, just now you're actually thinking of helping other people. Ugh. He couldn't help but shake his head at the thought. Then, Lin Mo turned his gaze to his third sister's side and realized that she had no intention of going forward to help. So he couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Why don't you go over and help? And the other female guests? Are you just going to stand by and watch the two of them mess around? Just then, Lin Mo suddenly had a flash of insight and thought, maybe what they want most right now is for a female guest to go over and give them a hand. However, once he thought that he was definitely not going to help, he immediately dismissed the idea. On the other hand, Lin Zhouju was squatting on the ground, carefully organizing the various parts of the simple cooker so that Lin Mo could complete the building work more smoothly. Just then, she overheard Lin Mo's inner thoughts and first glanced curiously in the direction where Zhang Yu was. Immediately after that, his face instantly became gloomy, revealing a face of black lines. Then he lowered his head and silently continued to organize those parts. After this observation, Lin Zhouju has a brand new understanding of Zhang Yu, the pretentious brother with poor character. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were still fiddling with the supports, but due to successive mistakes, the tent could never be successfully set up. The two of them buried their heads in this way and tinkered for a long period of time. Shui Yang was so tired that he was panting and sweating profusely, and he raised his head to look at Zhang Yu with a weary look on his face. Breathlessly, he asked, "Brother Yu, it's not a good idea for us to keep fooling around like this. Why don't we go over there and ask them? According to our progress, I'm afraid it'll take us until the end of the year to get it right." Hearing this, Zhang Yu slanted his eyes and glared fiercely at Shui Yang, disliking him in a bad mood. "We took the initiative to run and beg others for help. How humiliating would that be? Especially in front of those female guests. This face can't be lost." With that, he lowered his head and continued to fiddle with the things in his hands. Brother Yu, don't dawdle. Listen to me. I'm sure it'll be done soon." Seeing that Zhang Yu was unmoved, Shui Yang hurriedly urged. However, Zhang Yu acted as if he had eaten an emery stone and ignored Shui Yang's persuasion. Having no choice but to shake his head helplessly, Shuiyang sighed before continuing to follow Zhang Yu and tinkering with these complicated equipment. At this moment, even the viewers in the live broadcast room were anxious for the two of them, each scratching their ears in front of the screen. On the contrary, Zhang Yu himself was in a state of nonchalance, as if time was not a problem for him at all. Only the pop-ups in the live stream kept scrolling. Why don't they come and help Zhang Yu's brother? It's too much. Ha 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 ha. Look at this, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang have been working for most of the day, and they haven't even set up a tent yet. Not really. Before also swore to help me Yen's sister it. I thought at the time met the master, but the result is actually two clowns. Really laugh people. Ha ha. Various kinds of trolling and flirting filled the entire live broadcasting room. If Zhang Yu could see these pop-ups at this moment, it was estimated that his lungs were going to be blown up. But fortunately, after some hard work, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang finally managed to install the bracket successfully with their hands and feet. Then, the two of them gritted their teeth and did everything they could. And with a lot of effort, they finally got that tent up. The two of them took a deep breath as if they were relieved, then looked at each other, wiped the bean-sized beads of sweat on their foreheads, and after taking a short break, they walked slowly towards the direction Lin Mo and the others were in with heavy steps. Lin Mo slowly raised his head. His gaze drifted to Zhang Yu and Shui Yang's tent not far away, and a big question mark suddenly popped up in his heart. He stared at the tent without blinking, his brow furrowed like a little old man, and muttered in his heart, "Ha! Why does this tent look strange?" Lin Jiuzhu, who was standing next to him, instantly noticed Lin Mo's strange reaction and followed suit by raising his head to look over. "Hey, you don't say! That tent is standing there crookedly. It feels like it will fall down at any time. It's really awkward to look at." When it was too late, Zhang Yu winded up running to everyone. With a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, he scratched his head while explaining, Hey, sorry guys, I had a little trouble setting up the tent just now, and I got stuck for a bit, so it took me a bit longer to get it done." Zhao Wei took a look at the situation and hurriedly said with a smile, Brother Yu, I'm really sorry, we've been messing around with this table and other things, and we accidentally forgot about you and Shui Yang. Don't take it personally. He finished with a playful sticking out of his tongue. Hearing these words, Zhang Yu's already somewhat unnatural smile became even more unnatural, but he still put on a bold appearance, waving his hand. "Ha ha, it's fine, everyone is quite busy, but if there's anything I can do to help now, just say so." Lin Jiuzhu replied with a smile, "There is nothing that needs help for the time being. Brother Yu, you've just finished your work. Why don't you go to the side and rest for a while?" "Alright," Zhang Yu promised, then turned around and walked towards the side. Shui Yang, who was following him, also had a hopeless look on his face. At this moment, Lin Mo couldn't hold back any longer and let out a pft of laughter. He covered his stomach while secretly thinking in his heart, "Ha ha ha, Sister Wei's words are too extreme. It's simply like killing to kill na. Look at that Zhang Yu's face. It's so dark that it can't be any darker. His lungs are probably about to explode." Lin Jiuzhu looked at Lin Mo, who was laughing, and helplessly shook his head, not saying anything more. It didn't take long for all the gear to be built, and everyone was sitting in their chairs, relaxing and enjoying it. But Zhang Yu and Shui Yang actually took 2 hours to set up a tent, and the time was almost noon. The crowd rests for a few moments and gets ready to get busy again. Chapter 79 Lunch. Zhao Wei smiled and shouted loudly, "I'll let you all taste this chef's skill today. I'm going to make a super delicious sweet and sour fish. This is my specialty yo," she said as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to show off. "Fine then, I'll make a fragrant chicken dinner." Ha Yun immediately picked up, her eyes shining with confidence. At the sight of Lin Jiuzhu look, hurriedly and happily interjected, "Hey, I usually do not how to enter the kitchen. Cooking is average. If not, I'll give Sister Wei and Sister Yen a hand, help you pass the seasoning, wash the dishes and so on." At this time, Zhang Yu, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up, "Since everyone has a job to do, Shui Yang and I will be responsible for making the ducks. As for Lin Mo, you can just focus on washing dishes and cooking." Just after Zhang Yu's words, Lin Mo couldn't help but burst out laughing. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, but the laughter still slipped out from between his fingers. After a few moments, he slowed down and said, "Sorry about that ha, I just suddenly thought of something particularly funny. Ha 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 ha," really laughed at this guy saying he wants to be a duck. Ha ha. After Lin Jiuzhu heard Lin Mo's inner thoughts, he almost laughed out loud along with him, but because of the scene, he had to hold back his laughter and stifle his face from turning a little red. Despite feeling very amused in his heart, Zhang Yu continued arranging the various tasks as if nothing had happened, while Lin Mo could only nod helplessly, forcibly holding back the smile that had yet to dissipate on his face as he turned around and walked in to start washing the vegetables in earnest. The others went about their respective tasks. and it became a lively affair. It did not take long for the nimble-handed Lin Mo to quickly complete the task of washing the vegetables that Zhang Yu had explained to him. Afterward, he relaxed a little, grabbing a mug in his hand and slipping around the house in a leisurely manner. The rest of them were constantly busy like ants on a hot pan. The original Lin Mo secretly muttered in his mind, "This Zhang Yu can really put on a show for himself, actually letting me do the dishes." Humph. However, at this moment, he was so happy that he could not even wait to give Zhang Yu a big hug immediately to show his gratitude, only to see Lin Mo cheerfully walking to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his eyes to see him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. With a hint of imperceptible teasing intent asked, "Yo-ho, so fast to finish washing the dishes?" This seemingly casual and careless question was actually a hidden mystery, clearly mocking Lin Mo for being nothing more than a minor character in charge of washing dishes. However, Lin Mo didn't care at all, but instead answered with a smile on his face, "That's true, I'm very skillful. This is not. Hurry over to see how your chef skills are, brother Yu." As he said this, his eyes were filled with anticipation and admiration. After hearing this, Zhang Yu confidently patted his chest and said, "Ha ha, today, you're lucky to have a mouthful." Then, he continued to cook the dishes with full concentration. Well, then I'll be waiting with bated breath to savor your masterpiece, brother Yu." Lin Mo replied with a smile while turning around and walking slowly towards the other three. And just as he turned to leave, deep in his heart he couldn't help but secretly slander up, "Che, there's still a mouthful? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Look at his smug look. What kind of delicious food can he make?" Just then, that familiar voice suddenly rang out. When Lin Zhouju, who was sitting on the side, heard this, he slowly raised his head and cast his gaze in the direction the voice came from. It turned out to be Lin Mo. She was seen walking towards herself with a faint smile on her face. "Little Mo, you got it all done?" Lin Zhouju asked with a smile. "Aha, third sister." Lin Mo walked quickly to Lin Zhouju's side and replied softly, "Third sister, do you like chicken soup? Why don't I go stew a pot of fragrant chicken soup for you to properly replenish your body?" When Lin Zhouju heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. Xiao Mo. Third sister loves chicken soup too much. It's just that we don't seem to have any extra chickens left to use for the soup." "Yo." Lin Mo patted his chest and said with a confident expression, "Third sister, don't worry, I'll take care of this little matter." After saying that, she turned around and took big strides towards where the director's team was. Zhao Wei and Xia Yan, who had been watching from the side, were more or less skeptical about what Lin Mo had just said. After all, it's not that easy to find a proper chicken. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the director's side. At a glance, she saw Director Wang, who was busy, and hurriedly walked up and asked, "Director Wang, may I ask if there are any pheasants around here?" Director Wang stopped his work, looked up at Lin Mo, and replied with a smile, "There are some, but those pheasants are all specially stocked by someone in the mountains. How about this? You follow this staff member and he will lead you to the place where the chickens are raised." Saying that, Director Wang pointed to a staff member standing next to him. "Alright, thank you, Director Wang." After Lin Mo thanked Director Wang, he followed that staff member closely and set off together, looking at Lin Mo's back as he walked farther and farther away. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth gently tugged, revealing a wry smile. "Hey, with your little tricks, you still want to escape from my five-finger mountain? It's simply a daydream, little old brother. Let's see how I can eat you to death without any effort." Just then, there was a sudden clamor in the pop-up. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you guys don't think this Rimmer is going to catch pheasants in the mountains, do you?" The comments section exploded right off the bat with this pop-up. Another man laughed even harder and shouted, "Ha ha 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 ha, this show is getting really interesting. Look at this Lin Mo. He's got fun all over him." However, there were some viewers who were touched by the deep bond between Lin Mo and his third sister, and couldn't help but exclaim, "He's so good to Juju-san. One really envies their innocent sibling love." With full of anticipation and yearning, Lin Mo took a cheerful step and followed the staff closely all the way forward. His mind had already conjured up the contented look on his third sister's face as she drank the delicious chicken soup, and at the thought of it, his footsteps unconsciously quickened a little. It wasn't long before they finally reached the place where the chickens were kept. As far as the eye can see, a flock of brightly furred, rounded pheasants are strolling leisurely through the grass in search of food. Chapter 80, A Head of Chicken Feathers. The crew trotted all the way up the hill to the pheasant farm, and had an eager exchange and discussion with the goofy-faced owner. After a while, the staff member returned to Lin Mo with a smile on his face. "I've made a deal with him. He agreed to sell it to us, but there's one condition. You have to catch the chicken yourself, and since this is a temporary addition to the program, our crew is not responsible for paying for it." The staff explained to Rimmer in detail. "No problem, Thank you so much. Lin Mo hurriedly nodded his head in thanks. Even though he needed to pay out of his own pocket for the chicken, the expense was nothing to him as long as he could fulfill his third sister's wish. Rimmer slowly approached over towards the chicken and his target with light and careful hands. Just when he thought he was winning and was about to reach out and capture it with one hand, the chicken, however, as if it sensed the danger, suddenly spread its wings and violently flew up in the air. This caught Lin Mo off guard. His hand flailed futilely in the air a few times, and he could only end up watching the chicken slip away from his eyes, while he himself pounced on it. Not only that, due to the excessive force, Lin Mo's head was even stained with a few messy chicken feathers, and his appearance appeared to be a bit lousy. Hey! I still don't believe I won't be able to catch you little guy today. Lin Mo was so angry that he stopped his feet, mumbling indignantly, and turned around to chase after the chicken again in the direction it had fled. At this time, the staff on the sidelines is holding a video camera, dutifully recorded this interesting scene, and synchronized to open the live broadcast. As the camera turned to the scene of Lin Mo catching a chicken, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. A pop-up came out like a tidal wave. Ha ha ha, this Lin Mo is too funny. He's just a comedian. Look at him. He's got nothing to show for it, and he's got a bunch of chicken feathers on his head. It's really funny. It's a bit tragic, but this sibling love is so enviable. Only to see the pop-ups on the screen rising and falling like a tidal wave. While at that moment Lin Mo was fully concentrating and hoofing it, chasing after those living chickens. The big brother in charge of filming on the side couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart when he looked at Lin Mo, who was fighting so hard. Time passed by, and after a long endeavor, heaven was not to be denied, and Lin Mo finally succeeded in catching a chicken. However, at this moment, he was so exhausted and out of breath that he directly slumped to the ground. Even more hilarious was the fact that his entire head and face were covered in chicken feathers due to the intense capture earlier, making him look like a hairy monster from afar. But even with all this wretchedness, Rimmer rose from the ground with joy in his heart, clutching the trophy in his hand, the chicken that he had so easily captured. Then he cheerfully walked over to the owner of the chickens and began to negotiate a price with the other man. After some bargaining, Lin Mo finally managed to buy the chicken for more than 60 yuan. After the transaction was completed, the owner thoughtfully put the chicken into an elaborate cage and handed it to Rimmer. Rimmer, who received the cage, had a happy and satisfied smile on his face, and set off on his return journey with a satisfied heart. It didn't take long for Rimmer to return to the campground with the chickens. The sharp-eyed Zhao Wei was the first to spot Lin Mo slowly walking in the distance, and she excitedly shouted, you guys, look, Lin Mo is back with a cage in his hand. The others turned their heads to look at this, and someone guessed, it looks as if what's inside that cage is a chicken. As Lin Mo gradually approached the group, the crowd finally saw exactly what was in the cage, and it turned out to really be a chicken without a doubt. At this time, Zhang Yu, who had been standing next to him, revealed a disdainful expression and scoffed in a conspiratorial manner. Yo-ho, I say, where on earth did you get this chicken from? It shouldn't be. Before he could finish his sentence, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Lin Mo. I bought it. The tone of his voice was firm and decisive, not giving the smartass gnolls any chance to continue to play. Lin Jiuzhu cried out with a face full of surprise. Little Mo, I really didn't expect that you would actually run off to get back a chicken. Her eyes were wide and her mouth slightly open, clearly surprised by the outcome. That's true. I said I'd give third sister a good body tonic, so naturally I have to honor my word. Lin Mo patted his chest and replied with a confident expression. The sunlight poured down on his vibrant face, as if it added a bit of luster. Haiyan, who was standing at the side, saw this scene and her heart couldn't help but move slightly. She looked at Lin Mo, and a hint of appreciation passed through her eyes. And at this moment, Lin Jiuzhu was even more moved to the point where his eyes were red, and his throat felt like it was choked, and he couldn't say a word. Just then, Lin Mo noticed that Zhang Yu seemed to want to open his mouth to say something again, only to see that without saying a word. He turned around and quickly grabbed some firewood and the tools used to handle the ingredients, and then dashed like a gust of wind towards the creek not far away. In the blink of an eye, he was at the edge of the stream, crouched down and began to work on the chicken in earnest. Seeing this, Zhang Yu, who had been left out to dry, felt a wave of dissatisfaction welling up in his heart. He secretly muttered, "Humph, this brat, he doesn't even give me face. Well, I'll see what kind of dish you can make. However, it's definitely not as good as the dish I prepared." Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth rose, revealing a slightly contemptuous smile. It didn't take long. Under Lin Mo's skillful and sharp maneuvering, the chicken that was still alive and kicking had already been cut into evenly sized and neatly shaped pieces of meat. Once everything was ready, he carefully placed the pieces of chicken into a bowl and prepared to cook a delicious and flavorful dish with great care. Then, like an experienced chef, Lin Mo methodically added water, started the fire, and when the water tumbled like a boiling silver dragon, he gently placed the chicken into the pot like a graceful dancer. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was resting leisurely on the side like an idle crane, his gaze like a gentle spring breeze, gently brushing over the slowly flowing stream, admiring the picturesque beauty of the surroundings. Chapter 81 Lin Joju Who Can't Cook. Time passed by, and after about half an hour, Lin Mo skillfully added the various ingredients that had been carefully prepared beforehand to the pot. The ingredients were colorful and varied, and he methodically placed them into the pot one by one. After adding the ingredients, Lin Mo didn't rush, but continued to patiently control the fire and let the ingredients slowly simmer. Meanwhile, others in the campground were busy, and before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the air, and Lin Mo, who was sitting on the side resting, suddenly smelled a strong fragrance coming from his nose. Curious, he stood up and followed the scent all the way. Soon, he arrived in front of Ha-yun, only to see that Ha-yun was standing in front of a steaming pot in which a golden-colored and fragrant chicken was cooking. Wow, it's okay. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel in his heart. I really didn't think that someone who always seemed so strong actually had such great cooking skills. Does it mean that the stronger one wants to be, the more powerful he is? This is really refreshing my impression of a rich girl. And look at the third sister. That ginger cutting skill is impossible to watch. Lin Joju, who was still in a pleasant mood, heard Lin Mo's heartfelt words and his face instantly became gloomy, especially when she realized that Lin Mo was actually comparing her to Jia Xiaoyan. A ball of anger was ignited in her heart. She clenched her teeth and glared viciously at Lin Mo, as if she wanted to eat the other party alive. However, at this moment, Lin Mo completely failed to notice Lin Joju's angry gaze. He originally just wanted to turn his head to see how the fish Zhao Wei was cooking was doing, but an inadvertent glance back coincided with Lin Joju's eyes that were filled with murderous intent. In an instant, Lin Mo only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body involuntarily trembled. What's going on? Why are you staring at me like that? Is it possible that I have chicken feathers on my face? Lin Mo thought while subconsciously touching his cheeks and muttering in his heart. It's impossible. I've already cleaned up and cleaned out. There's no chicken feathers here. But why is she staring at me like that? It's really weird. Lin Joju was originally filled with anger and was about to properly reprimand Lin Mo. However, when she heard those strange and colorful self-suspicions within Lin Mo's heart, the fire in her heart had unconsciously subsided for the most part, only to see her snort lightly and turn her gaze aside, no longer paying attention to Lin Mo. And at this moment, when Lin Mo saw that his third sister was no longer staring at him closely, he hurriedly shifted his gaze as well, and happened to see the fish that Zhao Wei was cooking. So, Lin Mo's eyes lit up and said to Zhao Wei with a face full of anticipation, "Sister Wei, can I take a look at this sweet and sour fish that you cooked with your own hands?" As soon as Zhao Wei heard this, she immediately revealed a delighted smile and responded cheerfully, "Of course, there's no problem." After saying that, she reached out and uncovered the lid of the pot. Right at the moment the lid of the pot was lifted, an extremely rich fish flavor swept violently towards Lin Mo like a gust of wind. Lin Mo was caught off guard and was deeply attracted by the tantalizing aroma, and his entire body instantly froze on the spot. It took a while before he came back to his senses as if in a dream, followed by a quick thumbs up. "From the bottom of my heart," I exclaimed. "Wow, it smells so good. Sister Wei, with this pungent aroma, I dare conclude that this fish you made is definitely super delicious." In the face of Lin Mo's unstinting praise, Zhao Wei couldn't help but get a little shy and responded softly with a red face. You're too flattering. It's actually not that great." Afterwards, Lin Mo walked towards the direction where Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were with a brisk pace, closer to see, only to see Zhang Yu is standing in front of the stove, holding a spatula in his hands constantly up and down, stirring left and right. The ingredients in the pot along with his skillful movements jumped happily. The aroma is mouth-watering. However, a closer look reveals that even though the dish smells delicious, it seems to be a bit of a poor seller. Lin Mo stood quietly watching without making any comments. At that moment, Zhang Yu did not hesitate to grab a packet of salt, clatter, and accidentally poured the whole packet of salt into the pot. Zhang Wu panicked and stopped, but it was too late. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo was shocked and dumbfounded, secretly thinking in his heart, is this guy crazy? He just put so much soy sauce in to flavor it, and now he actually added so much salt. Can this dish be eaten? Lin Mo really couldn't help but speak up and say, "No way. You've added so much soy sauce. Why do you still add so much salt? I'm afraid this dish is going to be salty." However, Zhang Yu was a bit embarrassed, but still said with dissatisfaction, "You care about me." Helplessly, Lin Mo shook his head and sighed in his heart. It's over. It's over. This dish is considered completely ruined. Poor little duckling. Not only did it lose its life, but it was also tossed into this state. It's really tragic. Alas. Afterward, Lin Mo turned away and slowly walked back to the creek not far away. On the other hand, Lin Zhouju, who had been silently focusing on the movements over here, curiously looked towards the duck that Zhang Yu had made after hearing Lin Mo's heartfelt words. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was still full of joy, thinking that Lin Zhouju appreciated his cooking skills very much, not realizing that people actually loathed the dish he made to the extreme. Right after Lin Zhouju removed his gaze from Zhang Yu, Shuai, who had been silently observing from the side, finally couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, "Brother Yu, you actually just added a whole packet of salt in at once. Is this dish, it's still importable?" His eyes were wide with disbelief and worry. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart was also tightened, but on the surface, he still forced himself to be calm and responded in a low voice, "Idiot. It's come to this. Hurry up and go add some water to it and it might still be saved. Move faster and go fetch some water." After saying that, he also gently pushed Shuai with his hand. Shuai, who got the instructions, did not dare to have the slightest delay, immediately turned and ran to the kitchen faucet, quickly filled a large bowl of water, and then jogged all the way back to the stove. Immediately afterward, the two men worked together to pour the bowl of water into the pot. However, something unexpected happened. What should have been a fragrant fried duck, after so much tossing and turning, has completely turned into a pot of murky soup. Chapter 82 Fried Duck in Water. After a while longer, the aroma that filled the kitchen became more and more intense. All the meals were finally finished cooking, and the pot of chicken soup that Lin Mo had carefully made was also stewing at just the right time, only to see Lin Mo carefully and steadily bring the casserole with chicken soup onto the dining table. And just after placing it properly, Lin Zhouju, who had been waiting eagerly by the side, couldn't wait to come over. With a bright smile on his face, Lin Mo enthusiastically said to Lin Zhouju, "Third sister, come quickly to see how this pot of chicken soup I stewed is." After speaking, he gently uncovered the lid of the casserole, and in an instant, a stream of scalding hot air rose up, quickly wafting out with a tantalizing aroma. Lin Zhouju first fixed his eyes and carefully looked at the golden color, thick soup inside the pot of chicken soup, and then came close to gently sniff the aroma that came to his nose. Satisfied, nodded his head and responded, "Well, it's indeed the authentic taste of chicken soup." Immediately afterward, Lin Mo brought soup spoons with nimble hands and feet, and filled a bowl of fragrant chicken soup for everyone present in turn. The crowd saw this and moved their bowls and chopsticks, happily enjoying the sumptuous meal. Lin Mo even unceremoniously copied his chopsticks and reached out with a precise target to the plate of sweet and sour fish made by Zhao Wei that was full of color and flavor. "Wow! This sweet and sour fish made by Sister Wei is simply too flavorful," Lin Mo exclaimed heartily as he feasted on the fish. Soon, the dishes cooked by Zhao Wei and Xia Yan also received unanimous praise and favorable comments one after another. However, when it was Zhang Yu's turn to make that roast duck, the situation changed subtly. Lin Mo looked at the oily duck on the plate and had no desire to put his hands on it at all. On the contrary, Zhang Yu appeared to be extraordinarily generous and confident. He greeted the crowd with a smile and said, Come, everyone, don't be polite. Hurry up and try how about this duck I made." Zhao Wei looked curiously toward the plate for a moment before reaching out and picking up a piece of duck meat and placing it in the small bowl in front of her. As she looked closely at this small piece of duck, she couldn't help but frown in confusion and asked, "Brother Yu, did you forget to put salt in this duck? How come it always looks like the flavor is a bit bland?" Hearing this, Xia Yan, who was on the side, also hurriedly picked up a piece of duck meat to check it out, and chimed in, Yeah, it does seem to be missing a bit of salt flavor." Lin Mo stood aside, secretly delighted in his heart, and couldn't help but show a wry smile on his face. "Ha, how dare you say there's no flavor? This one has a full packet of salt added to it. When you get it into your mouth, there's something in store for you," he thought as he cast his eyes over the dishes in front of him. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo suddenly realized that the originally dark-colored dish had become a bit strange at the moment. He couldn't help but frown as he began to ponder the reason for this. Just now obviously quite dark color, how a turn of the eye into this look, and it looks like a lot of water has been added, not a whole pot of water, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. In that case, maybe this dish won't be so salty. Thinking about this, Lin Mo's mood relaxed a little. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were looking at Lin Zhouju with anticipation and greeted him warmly. "Zhouju, come on, you try it too." Hearing their invitation, Lin Zhouju subconsciously looked towards Lin Mo, as she already knew what was going on inside Lin Mo's mind. Despite understanding that the dish was likely not as savory as she thought, she shook her head without hesitation. He politely declined. I'm really sorry, Brother Yu. In fact, I've never been too fond of eating duck la, so let's forget about it this time." Zhang Yu, on the contrary, appeared to be very generous and quickly waved his hands and laughed. It's okay, then you two can taste it first. When he finished, he turned his attention to the others. Only Zhao Wei carefully picked up a small bite of duck meat and gently put it into her mouth and chewed it. However, after only a few chews, her face instantly changed drastically, followed by violently spitting out the food in her mouth as if she was choking on something. On the other hand, Haiyan on the other side was even more exaggerated. She merely touched the duck meat with the tip of her tongue and spat it out as quickly as if she had been electrocuted, and then exclaimed, "Whoa, this is too salty." Lin Mo and Lin Zhouju stood still, silently watching what was happening in front of them, the corners of their mouths rising slightly, as if they had expected such an outcome. Live room at this time has been full of pop-up screen flooded. The audience laughed back and forth, simply to laugh, not live la. Only the screen kept scrolling with all sorts of joyful comments. Ha 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 ha. It's as if you can hear that hearty laugh in this series of laughing emojis. When this dish was first served, I took one look at it and muttered in my heart, feeling sure it wouldn't be good. Yes, I also think so. At the time listening to Zhao Wei and Xia Yan said that this dish does not have a lot of flavor, but also thought it, but did not expect the reality to give us a hard face. I just saw what Zhang Yu did when he was cooking with my own eyes. Aya, quickly tell me, that pro up there, what the hell did Zhang Yu do? Hey. He actually poured a whole packet of salt directly into the pot at the beginning. My goodness, how salty must this be? What's even more outrageous is yet to come. Even if you add salt, right after that he poured a pot of water in with a clatter. Wow, can I eat anything that comes out of this? I'm glad I'm not the one who got hurt this time. For a while, the live room was filled with laughter and a lively atmosphere of discussion. Lin Mo moved nimbly and scooped out 2 bowls of cold water from the water tank and carefully brought them to Zhao Wei and Xia Yan. He smiled and handed the water over, his eyes revealing concern. Zhao Wei and Xia Yan took the bowls without hesitation, as if those 2 bowls of water were lifesavers. They couldn't wait to tilt their heads back and gulp the water down their throats. The water slid down the corners of their mouths and soaked their collars. On the other hand, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang, who were standing on the side, looked a bit rattled as they looked at each other with awkward looks on their faces. Xia Yan slightly slowed down her breath, her eyes cast to the 2 of them suspiciously, and opened her mouth to ask, "What exactly did you 2 add to the water? How come this tastes so salty?" In the face of Xia Yan's questioning, Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were so weak that they lowered their heads, their mouths tightly closed, not daring to say a single word. They're afraid they'll get into more trouble if they admit it. For a while, the atmosphere became incredibly tense, with only silence enveloping the crowd. Seeing this situation, Xia Yan shook her head helplessly, thinking that since she couldn't ask a question, she simply stopped pursuing the matter. She turned her head to look at Lin Mo, only to see Lin Mo warmly greet her. Come, Sister Wei, Sister Yan, don't just drink cold water. Come and try the hot soup that I've carefully made to warm your stomach. Chapter 83, Tent Down. Zhao Wei carefully picked up the bowl, gently scooped up a small spoonful of the golden-colored chicken soup with a spoon, brought it to her mouth, and gently blew a few breaths before bringing it into her mouth. Her eyes narrowed slightly, an enraptured look on her face. Seeing this, Xia Yan, who was on the side, also couldn't wait to follow and tasted a small mouthful, followed by the same face full of enjoyment. Seeing how satisfied they looked, Lin Mo couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise, revealing a pleased smile. There is no doubt that this chicken soup was well received and tasted quite good. Zhao Wei put down the spoon and picked up the bowl again, taking another light sip of the chicken soup, savoring its fresh taste. After a while, she slowly spoke. Well, it's really good. This chicken soup is incredibly fresh and flavorful. It brings back memories. Hearing Zhao Wei's praise, Haiyan quickly nodded her head in agreement. At this moment, Lin Zhouju, who had been sitting on the side and hadn't said anything, couldn't help but smile as she watched everyone's happy faces, and complimented. Xiao Mo, that's really good. To be able to make such a delicious chicken soup, the complimented Lin Mo was already happy at the moment. He hurriedly greeted enthusiastically, then the 3 of you must drink more. There's still a lot left in the pot. Hearing this, Zhao Wei and Xia Yan looked at each other and smiled, nodding their heads in agreement. And so, the 3 of them went on to happily enjoy the sumptuous meal. However, in stark contrast to the harmonious and joyful atmosphere here, Zhang Yu at the other end of the table looks particularly forlorn. He watched silently as the others ate with a mixture of indignation and jealousy, especially for Lin Mo. His hatred grew stronger. However, Shui Yang at the same table was not as extreme as Zhang Yu, and although there was a little bit of bitterness in his heart, he was generally quite calm. Time flew by, and before you knew it the crowd was full. The dishes on the table were swept away without any leftovers. which really realized the CD-ROM action and never wasted food. But strangely enough, only the plate of roast duck in front of Zhang Yu remained unattended, as if it had been forgotten in a corner. By the time everyone had finished eating and briefly cleaned up and organized themselves, night had fallen. The crowd sat around and took in the peaceful atmosphere of the night as they began their camping time. After nightfall, Zhang Yu stood on the side, looking a bit intimidated, and pressurized to not dare to cook with his own hands anymore, only occasionally helping Lin Mo to play a hand. At this time, Lin Mo became the protagonist in the kitchen and began to show off his incomparable cooking skills to the fullest. Seeing Lin Mo's skillful and sharp movements, it didn't take long for a dish with excellent color and flavor to be presented in front of the crowd. These dishes are not only tempting to sell, but also have an aroma that makes you salivate just by smelling them. As expected, when the meal was served, the crowd tasted it and praised it, expressing their heartfelt admiration and love for Lin Mo's cooking skills. After dinner, everyone worked together to complete a challenging task, as planned by the program team in advance. By the end of the mission, everyone was feeling a bit exhausted and took a short break to adjust. Seeing how late it was already, everyone went back to their rooms and went to bed, ready to enter the land of sweet dreams and get some rest. However, right at the dead of night, Lin Mo had long since fallen into a deep and sound sleep, snoring. Suddenly, a gust of wind came roaring in and mercilessly blew towards the tent where Zhang Yu and Shui Yang were staying. The gust came so swiftly that it blew their tent slightly askew, but not waiting for the two to react. Followed by a more powerful gust of wind swept to, only to hear clatter a loud noise. The entire tent was directly collapsed down, heavily pressed on the body of the two. In an instant, the two men snapped out of their beauty sleep and shrieked loudly in fear. The shrieking sound was particularly shrill in the silent night, instantly waking up Lin Zhouju and the other three people who lived nearby as well. The three of them got up in a hurry and ran out sleepily to see what was going on. When the three of them arrived at the scene, they realized that the tent had fallen down, so they rushed forward to help put the tent back up with 7 hands. It was only after they managed to right the tent that Zhang Yu and Shui Yang lumbered out of it. Who knows? Just as Lin Zhouju and the three of them released their hands and wanted to rest their breaths, the unlucky tent even seemed to be deliberately playing a trick on people, and once again collapsed without warning. In the face of this bizarre scene before them, the three of them could not help but look at each other, their faces filled with puzzled expressions. In the end, they coincidentally turned their gazes to Zhang Yu, as if they wanted to get a reasonable explanation from him. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly waved his hand while saying anxiously, it's really not my problem. You guys see how fierce and strong the wind is blowing? I can't help it. Ha-Yun took a closer look and quickly noticed that a few of the brackets hadn't been put into place correctly. Without saying a word, she immediately went to work to help put the brackets in place one by one. However, just after she finished installing it, she was surprised to find that the entire tent was askew. It's crooked, Ha-Yun said with a frown. Hearing this, Shui Yang, who was on the side, also came over to take a look, and was at a bit of a loss. What can we do then? He scratched his head and looked at the others with a distressed expression. At this time, Lin Zhouju thought briefly and opened his mouth to propose. Why don't we go find Shou-Mo to take a look? Maybe he can come up with a solution. Well, give it a try. Zhou nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Yu, who had been standing next to him in silence, revealed a disgruntled expression at this moment, as if he wasn't too satisfied with this suggestion. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Zhouju turned around and walked towards Lin Mo's tent. She walked to the front of the tent and softly called out a few times, Shou-Mo, Shou-Mo. However, there was no response coming from inside. Instead, a loud snoring sound came out. Lin Zhouju shook his head helplessly, thinking that this guy was a heavy sleeper. She fixed her eyes on the tent and realized that it wasn't actually zipped up all the way, so she carefully reached down and pulled a little gap open and sidled into the tent. Upon entering the tent, Lin Zhouju saw Lin Mo, who was lying there huffing and puffing. At a glance, he was seen lying on all fours, his mouth slightly open, snoring like a baby. Lin Zhouju couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that the scene in front of her was really funny. Then, she took out her cell phone and quickly pressed the shutter button, taking a picture of the sleeping Lin Mo as a souvenir. After taking the picture, Lin Zhouju then gently pushed Lin Mo's shoulder in an attempt to wake him up. Chapter 84 Tent Repair. Rimmer closed his eyes tightly and drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a slight shaking woke him from his beauty sleep. His eyelids slowly raised. His eyes are still a little confused. His heart cannot help but surge a trace of fear. Is it really encountered a ghost not? However, when he saw the person in front of him, that hanging heart instantly fell back into his stomach. It turned out that the one standing in front of him gently shaking him was no other than his third sister, Lin Zhouju. Lin Mo breathed a long sigh of relief and complained in his heart, "Third sister, why are you shaking me so hard? I was so scared that I thought I had met a ghost." When Lin Jiuzhu heard his familiar heartfelt voice, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a gentle smile. While holding Lin Mo's hand tightly, she said anxiously, Xiao Mo. It's no good. That Zhang Yu and Shui Yang's tent collapsed somehow, and the few of us aren't very good at repairing it, so we can only come to you for help. As soon as Lin Mo heard that it was Zhang Yu and Shui Yang's tent that was the problem, he immediately backed off in his heart. You know, that Zhang Yu usually always look like a self-righteous. Lin Mo really do not want to help this so-called no brother. Thus, Lin Mo muttered secretly in his heart. Humph, helping this brother know-it-all? Then forget it. Whoever likes to go should go. However, he didn't dare to say this in front of Lin Jiuzhu. Lin Jiuzhu seemed to see Lin Mo's reluctance and hurriedly persuaded again. Little Mo, let's say sister begs you, okay? Just for the sake of third sister me, go over and help them out. Besides, we're recording the program now. If we get upset over this little thing, wouldn't that make third sister very embarrassed? Lin Mo couldn't bear to see his third sister being wronged, so when he heard her say this, he had no choice but to helplessly nod his head and respond. Alright, third sister, I'll just go. Of course I won't let you be embarrassed. With that, he quickly rolled over and sat up, following Lin Jiuzhu along towards Zhang Yu and Shui Yang's tent. When he came to the tent that had collapsed beyond recognition, he only saw Zhang Yu squatting there with an anxious face, touching the east and the west, and muttering something in his mouth, obviously trying to find out where the problem actually lay. Lin Mo stood by the side, his hands clasped on his chest, and after watching coldly for a while, he couldn't help but snort lightly. Humph, what's the point of pretending? A clear-eyed person can tell that you simply can't set up a tent, but you still want to do it yourself. Having said that, Lin Mo slowly crouched down and began to scrutinize the mess in front of him. Time passed by, and Zhang Yu saw that Lin Mo had been burying his head in research but had no clue. In his heart, he couldn't help but be secretly pleased, and on his mouth, he said without mercy, how is it? Even the always clever Lin Mo couldn't find the problem. It seems that this time it really isn't my fault. It must be the quality of the tent itself. However, before his words fell, he was unceremoniously interrupted by Lin Mo. Alright, don't be sophomoric. I realized the problem a long time ago. It's because you got the steps wrong when you installed it in the first place. Later on, he also didn't know how to die and exerted himself to build it up one by one, and ended up jamming the main bracket. So it's strange that it can be built up. Hurry up and notify the program to send someone over to fix it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately felt a bit embarrassed on his face and retorted in annoyance. Humph, that's easy to say. If you are so good, why don't you come and fix it? Just picking on other people's faults is not a skill. I think you are just a guy who can only play with his lips. In the two stalemate, the atmosphere is getting more and more tense. Zhao Wei rushed to come forward to round off the scene. You two are calm down. Don't quarrel. We're all partners in the program together. So let's talk it out. Lin Mo blankly glanced at Zhang Yu and replied in an unfavorable manner. I don't have the free time to fight with him. Besides, I don't have any specialized repair tools, so I can't do anything even if I want to help. It's not like I'm going to use this tent anyway, so if he wants to find someone to fix it or not, let him. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around and walked towards his tent without looking back. Lin Jiuzhu saw Lin Mo walk into the tent without looking back. His heart was anxious, and he hurriedly shouted, Xiao Mo. However, the figure went straight into the tent as if it hadn't heard. It wasn't long before a rustling sound could be heard coming from inside the tent, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. It turned out that after Lin Mo entered the tent, he couldn't even take off his clothes and shoes, so he fell headfirst onto the bed and huffed and puffed. On this side, Zhang Yu watched Lin Mo act in such a capricious and presumptuous manner. He was so furious that he stomped his feet, his face turned red, and his mouth kept muttering, this brat, he's really out of line. Seeing this, Lin Jiuzhu hurriedly stepped forward to console him. Brother you should calm down first. I don't think Mo he didn't do it on purpose. Why don't we do this? Let's just hurry up and find someone from the program to come over and help out. After all, there are other important tasks tomorrow, so we all need to have a good rest tonight. Zhao Wei and Xia Yan on the side nodded their heads in agreement when they heard Lin Jiuzhu's words. Yes, brother you, getting angry now won't solve the problem. It's better to let the program's team come and see how to deal with it. Seeing that everyone had said so, although Zhang Yu was still a bit annoyed in his heart, he knew that the most important thing at the moment was to get things settled. So he took a deep breath and tried to calm down a bit, then turned around and walked in the direction where the program was. Within a short time, Zhang Yu hurriedly arrived with a few staff members from the program. These staff members first surrounded the tent and carefully inspected it, and then one of them opened his mouth and said, after our preliminary judgment, the reason why this tent suddenly collapsed should be due to the loosening of the supporting skeleton. coupled with the strong wind just now, which led to this accident. Hearing this explanation, Zhang Yu's face instantly became very ugly. You know, Lin Mo had told him the same thing before, but at that time, he didn't even take it seriously, thinking that Lin Mo was looking for an excuse to shirk his responsibility. Now it seems that I was wrong about people. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu could not help but feel his face burning hot, and he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. The others, seeing Zhang Yu's awkward appearance, just smiled at each other, and no one said anything more. Luckily, the staff was handy and it didn't take long to fix the tent again. Once everything was packed, everyone exchanged goodnights and went back to their tents to rest. As the last of the lights went out, the entire campground once again regained its tranquility, as if the small storm that had just occurred had never happened. Chapter 85, The Cunning Zhang Yu. Early the next morning, the east had just blossomed into fish-belly white. Zhang Yu was as impatient to open his eyes as an arrow out of the string, and quickly got up and dressed. Thinking of all those things that happened yesterday, he secretly pondered in his mind that he would reward everyone with a hearty breakfast. Of course, this definitely didn't include that guy Lin Mo. It wasn't long before the rest of the companions woke up one after another like the rain and came out of their respective tents. However, Lin Mo was the only one who remained curled up inside his tent like a lazy cat, snoring loudly and sleeping soundly. At this time, Zhang Yu had already prepared the steaming noodles with his hands and feet as if he was a butcher. As the others sit around and savor this delicious treat, everyone has a satisfied smile on their face like a spring flower in bloom. Unable to resist praising Zhang Yu's exquisite craftsmanship, some even bluntly said that the noodles were much more delicious than the mountainous delicacies they had eaten before. Just as the crowd was eating to their heart's content, the kind-hearted Lin Zhou suddenly raised her head to look at Zhang Yu and said as if she were a saintly mother, "Zhang Yu, why don't we leave some noodles for Lin Mo, or else he won't have anything to eat when he wakes up later." However, Zhang Yu only glanced faintly at the direction of Lin Mo's tent. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile that was even colder than the cold winter. And then without hesitation, he swept away all the remaining noodles like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and even the soup in the bowl did not have a single drop left. Seeing that everyone had already had enough to drink and eat, Lin Zhou shook his head helplessly and stood up to walk towards Lin Mo's tent. After standing still outside the tent, she took a deep breath and opened her voice, shouting like a yellow warbler out of the valley. "Xiao Mo, get up quickly, the sun is about to reach your butt." Just like that, Lin Zhou shouted over and over again, his voice echoing continuously in the empty campground as if it was a stirring symphony. Finally, after being urged several times in a row, there was a lethargic and vague answering sound coming from inside the tent, as if it were the reluctant purring of a small lazy cat that had been disturbed. Okay, third sister, I know la." After a while more, only to see Lin Mo sleepy-eyed and wobbling out of the tent, living like that big bear that just woke up. He stretched a big waist and yawned, then walked aside without slowing down to wash up briefly before slowly pacing over to Lin Zhou's side and sitting down on his butt. Lin Zhou frowned slightly, her gaze like a torch, as if she wanted to burn 2 holes in the unkempt, casually dressed Lin Mo in front of her, and said with a slight sense of dissatisfaction, "Can't you clean yourself up a little and dress nicely before coming out?" Lin Mo seemed to turn a deaf ear to these words as Lin Zhou turned his head, his eyes staring straight at Zhang Yu like a hungry wolf, and asked eagerly, "Brother Yu, are there any noodles left in that?" After asking, Lin Zhou's eyes continued to look at Zhang Yu as if waiting for an answer that would satisfy her heart. However, Lin Zhou did not get the reply she wanted. Only a trace of surprise and embarrassment appeared on Zhang Yu's face. His mouth slightly opened as he stammered and explained, "Oh, that, I forgot." Then accidentally let Shui Yang finish the rest. Shui Yang, who was on the side, was suddenly caught up in this conversation and was completely innocent. He was at a loss, staring wide-eyed, scratching his head at a loss for words, muttering, I don't know Obviously, he was very surprised and helpless about being the target of the crowd and helpless, as if he was the sinus that was wrongly accused. Just then, Lin Mo, who had been silent, finally spoke. He gently waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "It's fine, it's not your fault." That voice, just like that calm lake, without a single ripple. This statement, though brief, reveals a sense of tolerance and understanding. Lin Zhou, who was standing next to him, saw all this in his eyes and muttered secretly in his heart, "Humph, now I can see how careful this Zhang Yu guy is." Immediately afterward, Lin Zhou turned her head to look at Lin Mo and gently inquired, "How about third sister goes and orders you some noodles now?" Hearing this, Lin Mo didn't even think about it and hurriedly nodded his head and responded, "Yes." A glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Seeing Lin Mo agree so readily, Lin Zhou smiled faintly, turned around and walked into the kitchen, and unambiguously began to get busy. She started by pouring water into the pot and turning on the stove, the blue flames licking the bottom of the pot merrily. In a short time, the water boiled and made a gurgling sound. Lin Joju then skillfully grabbed a handful of noodles and put them into the pot, gently stirring them with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together. In a matter of moments, as if it was just the blink of an eye, that noodle was cooked. The steaming, fragrant noodles were brought to the table, and Lin Mo couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks, ready to feast on some of this delicacy crafted by Lin Joju, only to see Lin Mo gently clip up a few noodles and send them into his mouth. After carefully chewing and savoring them, his eyes instantly lit up. Unable to help himself, he gave a thumbs up and heartily exclaimed, "This noodle is really delicious. Sister's cooking skills are really getting better and better." Hearing her brother praise her craftsmanship in such a way, a smug smile appeared on Lin Joju's face as she tilted her head slightly, poutingly responded, "That's natural. Don't you know my big name?" After saying that, she also deliberately put on a haughty look, that cute and playful look, which straight away made Lin Mo laugh out loud. Meanwhile, the livestream has long since been turned on early. Not long after the broadcast was just started, the live broadcast room was like a flood that broke the dike, and many viewers surged in like a tidal wave. For a while, pop-ups were flying and the comments section was buzzing. At this very moment, the audience was enthusiastically discussing the deep sibling bond between Lin Mo and Lin Joju. Some viewers left comments saying, "I really envy their close relationship." Someone else praised, "Miss Nine Bamboo is simply as cute as a spirited little elf." The list goes on and on. Just as everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, Lin Mo's cell phone, which he had put aside, suddenly rang. He looked down, and the person whose electricity was displayed on the screen turned out to be none other than Han Wenjun. Chapter 86, Lin Bei's Provocation. Lin Mo was concentrating on recording the program when the cell phone in his pocket coldly rang. He touched it out and took a look. Hey! The one shown on the screen was his good friend Han Wenjun. Lin Mo pressed the answer button with a quick hand, put the phone to his ear and said, "Hey, Wenjun, why are you calling me at this time? I'm recording a program here." Han Wenjun's fiery voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Mo, something big has happened. The situation is urgent." Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart thumped, but he still tried to stabilize himself and comforted. "Don't panic, Wenjun. Slowly tell me what's going on." Han Wenjun took a deep breath, then said as if pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, "Several milk tea stores suddenly opened across from our milk tea paradise, and the prices of the milk tea they sell are much lower than ours. This is great. All the customers in our store have been snatched away by them, and this recent customer flow is simply plummeting." Lin Mo frowned and pondered for a while and asked, "Well, then did you go and inquire about who owns these new milk tea stores?" Lin Mo's words were just finished, and there was an immediate response on the other end of the phone. "Brother Mo, your big sister has already helped us find out. These stores are actually run by Lin Bei, and there's still Qin Yu behind him to back him up. I don't know what tricks Qin Yu has used, but anyway, it's because of her help and lower prices than ours that those stores can sell so well." After Lin Mo heard this, he shook his head thoughtfully and then said, "Okay, I know. Wenjun, don't panic, do what you need to do. Leave this to me, I'll think of something. Okay, Brother Mo, it's all up to you. You can quickly think of a good way out. If this goes on, we milk tea heaven can play the end." Han Wenjun's tone was filled with anxiety and worry. Lin Mo answered and hung up. At this time, he could no longer concentrate on recording the program, and began to think rapidly in his mind about the solution to the problem. Noticing that Lin Joju's face was slightly gloomy, she couldn't help but feel worried and asked softly, "Little Mo, looking at you, it seems like something has happened, right? Can you tell sister about it?" Lin Mo shook his head slightly and squeezed out a smile to comfort him. "It's no big deal, third sister, don't worry about it." Yet his pretense of a relaxed tone could hardly hide the true emotions within. Despite saying that it was fine on his lips, Lin Mo's thoughts had long drifted away, and he was secretly pondering in his mind, "This damn Lin Bei is really a ghost. He even opened a milk tea store under my nose. Humph. Actually dare to lower the price to steal business. I think those materials used must not be very healthy. This is a breakthrough that can be utilized properly." Right at this moment, Lin Joju, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Mo, could it be that the milk tea store you opened is having problems?" It was as if her intelligent eyes had seen through Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo was violently startled, looking at Lin Joju with a face full of surprise, and blurted out, "Third sister, how could you think that? And how did you know about this matter?" Lin Joju smiled faintly and explained, "I thought about it and thought that only that new milk tea store you opened a while ago might be bothering you so much. Quickly tell sister what's going on." Lin Mo helplessly nodded his head and admitted, "Alas, third sister, you guessed right. It is indeed a bit of a situation over at the milk tea store. But well, speaking here, he paused for a moment and then said, "Third sister, we are recording a program at this moment. It is not very convenient to talk about these things. Wait until the end of the detailed and you say ha." Afterward, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Wow, my goodness, this is a recording program. How did I forget about this? But, hey, there's a way." At this moment, Xia Yan, who was on the side, noticed the change of expression on Lin Mo's face and asked with concern, "What happened? Look at how excited you are. If there are any difficulties, we can think of a way to help together." Hearing Xia Yan's inquiry, Lin Mo immediately became excited as he gestured with his hands and explained, You guys don't know. The milk tea paradise I opened directly across the street has actually opened several new milk tea stores. Moreover, they've pushed their prices down especially low, causing our store's sales to plummet." After calming down a little, Lin Mo continued, "In order to deal with the competition, I've already minimized the price of our store's milk tea before, but if there are still lower prices than ours, then I reckon they must be using some raw materials that are not of good quality. Otherwise, how could they sell them so cheaply?" It was at this point that these words were transmitted unreservedly into the ears of every viewer who was watching the program via a live broadcast. In an instant, the pop-up exploded like a volcanic eruption. Just see the screen scrolling with all sorts of amazing messages. "Oh my god, I'm amazed that Lin Mo owns Milk Tea Paradise. I've long heard that the drinks at Milk Tea Paradise taste great, but I've never had the chance to try them. Although it is true that the selling price of those stores across the street from Milk Tea Paradise is quite a bit cheaper than it is. But after listening to those words spoken by Lin Mo, it seems to be really that way when you think about it. Is it really true that other stores sell less clean stuff like he said? Oops, I'm drinking it right now." For a time, the originally lively live broadcast room became even more crowded, and the number of people online seemed to have been enchanted to soar upwards crazily. This sudden fire scene could make the program director, Director Wang, so happy that his face broke into smiles. In the face of the point of view raised by Lin Mo, Xia Yan responded after a little reflection, "This situation does exist a certain possibility. The key is still to look at the specific production process and operational norms of each store." Just then, there was another outpouring of comments within the comments section. "I have just gone to the field to check it out, and I found that several other stores don't let people see their production process at all. On the contrary, Milk Tea Paradise is displaying it to everyone in a big way. Yes, I also went to see it, and the truth is indeed as this friend said." Chapter 87, Counterattack. Lin Jiuzhu wore a smile on her face as she gently patted Lin Mo's broad shoulders, a playful glint in her eyes. Smilingly, she said, "Don't worry, Xiao Mo. If there's really something wrong with those materials, there will definitely be dissatisfied customers who will come and complain about them later on. By that time, they will naturally stop patronizing our place." She finished with a mischievous wink. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Mo couldn't help but grin, revealing a mouthful of white, neat teeth, and responded, He, it's still you, third sister, who's thinking big." Immediately afterward, he was seen slowly getting up from his seat, like a giant panda taking a leisurely stroll, walking towards the distance with a slow and steady pace. It wasn't long before they came to a thatched toilet that stood alone in the corner. Lin Mo first looked around and made sure that no one was around before he carefully got into the outhouse. He then quickly pulled out his cell phone and skillfully dialed a number. The phone was quickly picked up, and a thick and loud male voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Lin Mo?" Lin Mo's face was filled with an excited smile as he hurriedly replied, "Wenjun na, how's the situation in the store now?" The tone of Han Wenjun on the other end of the phone looked a bit puzzled. "Yeah, brother Mo. It's so strange now. A lot of customers are holding the milk tea sold at the opposite store, but they're coming here to buy other things. What's going on here?" Once Lin Mo heard this, he was overjoyed and said proudly, "Ha, Wenjun, you'll know why if you hurry up and check out the live broadcast of that program I recently participated in." Han Wenjun suddenly realized like responded, "So that's how it is. Okay, brother Mo. Then I'll go and take a look. I won't bother you first." Lin Mo hurriedly said, "What do you mean by disturbing or not disturbing? Don't be so courteous in the future. Go and take a look." After a sound, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Obviously Han Wenjun had already hung up. Lin Mo slipped his cell phone back into his pocket and walked out of the outhouse contentedly, then returned to the bustling campground at a brisk pace. It didn't take long for Han Wenjun's exciting news to shoot up like an arrow. Only one message after another popped up on the screen. "Brother Mo, you're too divine. With just a few words, you were able to attract so many customers like a magnet." Han Wenjun could not hide his excitement, and it seemed as if he could see his hands dancing between the lines. Followed by another one. The entrance to our store is already swarming with people at the moment, and the long line is like a winding dragon. This scene is really spectacular. Looking at these words of praise, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile of satisfaction. He quickly replied, "Ha ha, not bad, keep up this good work." After receiving the reply, Han Wenjun was even more energized. "Okay, brother Mo, I will do my best." Lin Mo contentedly gently put his cell phone aside, then beautifully closed his eyes and prepared to take a short break. However, just at that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This guy definitely has a follow-up tactic. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's originally relaxed nerves instantly tightened. Meanwhile, after Lin Jiuzhu, who was sitting on the side, heard Lin Mo's heartfelt words, his heart's distaste for Lin Bei deepened once again by a few points. It was really hard for her to understand why Lin Bei was so intent on targeting Lin Mo, thanks to his decisive expulsion in the first place, or else she didn't know how much chaos would have been caused. For a moment, silence returned to the campground. Even this guy Zhang Yu didn't dislike Lin Mo, just sat quietly and listened to Lin Mo's conversation. On the other hand, a shocking video was being played on a loop on the huge high-definition screen. The protagonist of the scene was none other than Lin Mo, who was seen righteously accusing the raw materials used for Lin Bei's family's milk tea of being of low quality and poor quality. The video, once aired, was like a heavy bomb in the crowd. Lin Bei, who was sitting on the sidelines witnessing this scene, was instantly enraged, so angry that his face turned red, his veins rippled on his forehead, and he could no longer hold down the anger in his heart. He stood up violently, pointing at the screen and cursing. This guy is simply shameless to the extreme. How can he be so credulous and turn black and white upside down? As a result of Lin Mo's remarks, the business of Lin Bei's milk tea shop went down the drain, and what was once a steady stream of customers was now deserted. The store's sales not only plummeted, even the good reputation accumulated in the past also disappeared overnight, and even many old customers have expressed their disappointment. Just as Lin Bei was anxious and burnt out, his best friend Qin Yu hurriedly came forward and gently patted his shoulder. Softly consoled, "Don't be so angry. First calm down. I have a wonderful plan here, guaranteed to help you defeat Lin Mo's milk tea paradise in one fell swoop." As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu mysteriously approached Lin Bei's ear and whispered the carefully planned scheme to him in a voice that only the two of them could hear. After listening to Qin Yu's words, Lin Bei, who was still furious just a moment ago, suddenly seemed to have changed as if he were a different person, and the gloom on his face was swept away, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy. At this moment, the fire of hope rekindled in his originally dull eyes, flickering with a strong light of longing. It was as if he had already seen the glorious scene after he managed to defeat Lin Mo, and his heart was filled with the feeling of excitement and joy after defeating his opponent. As this event slowly came to a close, the day of camping drew to a close. Overall, today's experience wasn't much different than yesterday's. However, in the midst of this seemingly peaceful process, there are still occasional hiccups. From time to time, Zhang Yu, this mischievous guy, would pop up out of nowhere to cause a bit of trouble, causing some minor annoyance to everyone. However, it was fortunate that the resourceful and intelligent Lin Mo was always able to respond quickly and dissolve these troubles one by one. Just like that, time slipped by and the two-day, one-night camping trip finally came to an end. Lin Mo followed Lin Jiuzhu and waved goodbye to the other camping partners, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then boarded the return airplane. Since everyone had enjoyed the outdoor activities to the fullest over the past 2 days, their bodies felt more or less exhausted, so as soon as they boarded the airplane, Lin Mo and Lin Jiuzhu both quickly found comfortable seats and then leaned back in peace and quiet. Allow yourself to sink into a slice of contentment and take a relaxing break. After about an hour or so, the plane landed smoothly on the airport runway. Lin Mo followed Lin Jiuzhu out of the cabin and stepped back onto familiar ground. In a short while, they had successfully arrived in front of the Lin family's imposing mansion. Chapter 88. Something happened to Hanjun. Upon arriving home, Lin Mo walked in with a tired face and sat down on his butt on the sofa to make small talk with his family without a word. They talked about various trivialities of the day's events, and laughter echoed through the room every now and then. After chatting for a while, Lin Mo felt very uncomfortable with his sticky body, so he got up and walked towards the bathroom to prepare for a comfortable hot bath. After a busy day of running around, Lin Mo just wanted to relax himself at the moment. He stood under the shower head and let the warm water wash over his body, taking away all the fatigue. After taking a shower, Lin Mo casually wiped his hair with a towel for a few moments. Then, wearing loose pajamas, he flopped straight onto the bed like a lazy cat. Lying on the bed, Lin Mo did not immediately fall asleep, but tightly closed his eyes and started to think about the matter of Lin Bei opening the milk tea store today. Obviously, that guy opened the milk tea store just to come at him, Lin Mo, wanting to give him some color. But fortunately, Today Lin Mo wisely utilized the means of live broadcasting and successfully defused that crisis. But with Lin Bei's kind of vindictive character, he definitely wouldn't stop there, and might come up with some devious and cunning tricks to deal with him again someday. Thinking about this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. However, what Lin Mo hadn't expected was that his fears would turn into reality so quickly. Right around noon the next day, Han Wenjun, who was helping out at the Milk Tea Paradise store, suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. The person on the other end of the phone claimed to be delivering the raw materials that Lin Mo had purchased, and told Han Wenjun to pick up the goods at the designated location. Kind and simple. Han Wenjun did not notice any fraud. Without saying anything, according to the address provided by the other party, rushed over. When Han reaches his destination, he realizes he has fallen into a trap, only to see a group of fierce and vicious people surrounded him and tied him up without saying a word. And the leader of these people was no other than Lin Bei, who was bent on getting revenge on Lin Mo. At this point, Han Wenjun had been firmly tied to a stool, unable to move. He looked around and realized that the place he was in was extremely luxuriously decorated, and at a glance, he knew that it was a house that only rich people could have. Just then, a mysterious man in a black suit and sunglasses entered the room silently. With a steady pace, he walked straight toward Han Wenjun and finally stopped in front of him. The man spoke expressionlessly. "You don't need to know who I am, nor do you need to ask anything more. Right now all you need to do is to honestly tell me the ingredients of Milk Tea Paradise's milk tea one by one." Han Wenjun raised his eyes and surveyed the uninvited guest, and secretly pondered in his heart, "This person looks like he's coming from a bad place." So he replied decisively, "Humph, don't even think about it. This is our store's trade secret. How can I easily tell you?" Hearing Han Wenjun's refusal so forcefully, the man's face instantly turned somber, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "You don't want to be forced to do this. If you don't speak up today, you'll suffer the consequences." However, Han Wenjun was not intimidated by the other party's threats. He straightened his back and responded without flinching, "No matter what, I won't say anything." Meanwhile, Wang Xiao, who was far away from the milk tea store, realized that Han Wenjun had left for a long time but hadn't come back yet, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Han Wenjun's number, and the call was quickly connected, but hung up after just one ring. A bad feeling rose in Wang Xiao's heart as he realized that something might have happened to Han Wenjun. So he hurriedly dialed his best friend Lin Mo's number again and anxiously explained the situation to him. After Lin Mo listened to Wang Xiao's account, he made an immediate arrangement. He asked Wang Xiao to immediately inquire about the address where that phone call was made when it was connected just now, while he himself quickly packed up his things and went out the door. Lin Mo stood on the side of the road and stopped a cab, and when he got in, he urged the driver to hurry to the milk tea store as soon as possible. Along the way, he was anxious and kept looking at his watch, praying that he would be able to find Han in time and ensure his safety. It wasn't long before the cab Lin Mo took arrived at the entrance of the milk tea store. He hurriedly got off the bus after paying the fare, and at a glance he saw Wang Xiao, who had been waiting here for a long time. The two of them looked at each other, and without saying a word, they began to discuss their next plan of action. Wang Xiao said with a grave expression, "The address is in an extremely remote mountainous area. I'll send you the exact location." After saying that, he quickly operated his cell phone to send the address to Lin Mo. Lin Mo received the message and responded with a good, and then couldn't wait to jump into Wang Xiao's car. Ignition, gear, action in one go, speeding towards the destination like the wind. Along the way, Lin Mo gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his mind constantly pondering who could have done such a thing. He went over all the possible suspects in his head, but after thinking about it, he ultimately felt that only that Lin Bei, who had always acted in an unscrupulous manner, could possibly have done such a deed. Meanwhile, after standing in place and pondering for a moment, Wang Xiao thought that it was necessary to immediately report this matter clearly to Lin Muyu. Thus, he decisively closed the milk tea store run by Lin Mo, which was doing a roaring business, and rushed to the headquarters of the Lin Tian Group with a burning heart. When Wang Xiao just drove away, the door of a black sedan parked not far from the door of Milk Tea Paradise slowly opened, and a mysterious man dressed in a black suit walked down from the car, only to see that this person was athletic and agile. After getting off the bus, he first looked around vigilantly, confirming that there were no abnormalities around him, and only then did he cautiously approach Milk Tea Paradise step by step. Lin Mo, who was traveling rapidly at the moment, was still thinking hard, but no matter how much he racked his brain, he was never able to make sense of it. However, just at that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind like lightning, making him instantly realize a certain vital issue. Thinking of this, Lin Mo did not hesitate to jerk the steering wheel and bring the vehicle to a steady stop. Immediately after that, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. After exchanging a few brief sentences, Lin Mo restarted the car, stepped on the gas, and continued to hoof it toward the location where Han Wenjun had been kidnapped. Chapter 89, Rescue. It didn't take long for Lin Mo to arrive in the vicinity of that mysterious location. He eased the car to a stop, then carefully got out. After standing still, he didn't rush into action, but first calmly observed his surroundings. It's quiet here, as if everything is in a deep slumber. Other than the occasional sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves, there was hardly any other sound to be heard. Moreover, what made Lin Mo feel a little surprised was that he couldn't see a single guard around. What the hell is going on here? Is the other party so confident that they don't think they need to send anyone to guard it? Or is there some hidden conspiracy? With a heart full of doubts, Lin Mo began to slowly approach towards his target. He was very cautious with every step he took, fearing that the slightest sound would cause unnecessary trouble. Finally, he made it to the window without incident. In order not to startle the snakes, he crouched down gently and pressed his ear to the window, listening carefully to the movements inside the house. At first, the house was silent, but as time passed, Lin Mo gradually heard some subtle sounds. It sounded as if there was only one man's voice, but it wasn't quite clear what exactly was being said. So, Lin Mo decided to find a way to see what was going on inside. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and strained to look toward the house by the faint reflection of the screen. Only the scene inside the room gradually became clearer. Han Wenjun was tied up and thrown on the ground, and beside him was standing a man holding a feather. The man had a bad smile on his face, and was using the feather in his hand to gently scratch the soles of Han Wenjun's feet. By now, Han Wenjun had been tortured to the point where his face was hideous, and his mouth was constantly emitting agonizing moans. Seeing this scene, the anger in Lin Mo's heart instantly burned. With no time to think, he rushed forward in a single bound, leapt through the window, and pounced on the man in a swift, lightning-quick motion. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the man had no time to react and was instantly pounced on by Lin Mo. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo displayed his exquisite grappling skills and firmly controlled the man. In front of Lin Mo's powerful strength, the man had no power to fight back and could only obediently submit. After a fierce struggle, the situation was completely under Lin Mo's control. The man was eventually tied tightly to a chair by Rimmer, unable to move. Lin Mo, on the other hand, rushed to Han Wenjun's side and asked him about his condition with concern. After some examination and realizing that Han Wenjun was only slightly shocked and had no obvious injuries on her body, Lin Mo's hanging heart was slightly relieved. Then, Lin Mo stared at the man with a torch-like gaze, majesty and questioning intent flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Say it, why exactly did you kidnap him? After that man heard these words, his body trembled violently, and a look of extreme horror instantly appeared on his face, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He stood there shivering, and his lips trembled so involuntarily that he couldn't even complete a sentence. This kind of appearance even made Lin Mo, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but be silent for a moment over it. This man is so timid and fearful. I really don't know where he got the courage to dare to kidnap someone. Lin Mo pondered in his heart. Speak. Seeing that the other party didn't respond for half a day, Lin Mo frowned slightly and raised his volume and shouted again. This scared the man, only to see him scream in horror. No, please don't arrest me. Seeing this, Lin Mo lowered his voice slightly and said in a gentle tone, as long as you can truthfully tell me everything you know, I can consider letting you go. Hearing this, the man was like a drowning man grasping the last straw, busily nodding his head and responding, okay, as long as you are willing to lift your hand and spare me, no matter what you want to know, I will tell you everything. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then continued, so, now I will ask the questions, and you will answer. When the man heard this, he nodded his head desperately like a chicken pecking at rice, afraid that if he was half a beat slower, he would annoy the fatalist in front of him. Who the hell are you? Why did you kidnap him? Lin Mo stared at the tied-up person in front of him with a serious face and questioned loudly. The man replied with trepidation. I am just a common commoner. Seeing that the milk tea on the market is so popular and the business is so hot, so I was moved to try to make money doing milk tea myself, but I don't even know what the ingredient list of the milk tea is, so I really have no choice but to do these confusing things. Lin Mo frowned and continued to pursue. Who exactly gave you such access to commit the act of kidnapping? The man lowered his head and muttered in a small voice. It was a man who found me, and I had never seen him before and knew nothing about him. He promised that he would give me a sum of money, and I was in a feverish state of mind, overwhelmed by money, and did what he said in a confused manner. After hearing these words, Lin Mo probably understood the whole story in his mind. Immediately afterward, Rimmer kept his previous promise, loosened the rope that bound the man, and released him. Then, he took Han Wenjun and quickly left that place of wrongdoing. Meanwhile, on the side of Milk Tea Paradise, an unexpected scene occurred, as if a mysterious drama was being staged only to see a mysterious man dressed in black, like a ghost, quietly walking to the door and skillfully opening the lock of Milk Tea Paradise's door. He slipped lightly into the store, like a light wind, and after staying only 2 or 3 minutes, he ran out again as fast as lightning. It wasn't long before Lin Mo and Han Wenjun also hurried back to Milk Tea Paradise, their footsteps like a swift wind, as if they carried an urgent mission. Just stepping into the store door, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was like an alarm, piercing the tranquility of the store. The caller ID was none other than his elder sister Lin Muyu. Lin Mo hurriedly picked up the phone and reported to her, a hint of relief in his voice. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo didn't let his guard down. His eyes were like a falcon, sharply scanning every corner of the store, and immediately set about to start scrutinizing the store to see if there were any abnormalities or omissions. However, after some searching, the store seemed to be as calm as a lake without a ripple. However, the experienced Lin Mo knew that things would never be so simple, and that underneath the surface of a calm lake, there was often a raging undercurrent hidden. Chapter 90. Lin Mo calmly picked up his cell phone and skillfully pressed a series of numbers, dialing the same phone number he had dialed when he pulled over earlier. Time seemed to freeze, and every second seemed extraordinarily long. But soon, a familiar and eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Mo. I've already taken care of all the things you've explained to me. I'll organize the relevant information and send it to you right away. Hearing these words, Lin Mo's tightly tensed face finally revealed a trace of an imperceptible smile as he softly responded. Well, hard work for you However, the person on the other end of the phone acted as if he was flattered and hurriedly said, Brother Mo. This is not hard work. It's a great honor for me to be able to help you. Brother Mo. Lin Mo nodded slightly and continued in a calm tone. Alright, if there's anything else you need help with next time, just feel free to come find me. After receiving Lin Mo's affirmative reply, the other party was obviously very happy and busily responded. Then thank Brother Mo first. After a brief chat, Lin Mo gently said yes and hung up the phone cleanly. The person who talked to Lin Mo on the phone was no one else, but his youngest brother, Yi Guang, who grew up together and was like a brother. As expected, it didn't take long for Lin Mo's cell phone to ring with beeps one after another, and he looked down to see that it turned out to be some video files sent by Yi Guang as well as several recordings. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo quickly clicked on one of the videos and the screen instantly lit up, only to see the screen clearly shows a store called Milk Tea Paradise in front of the store. A mysterious figure dressed in black sneaked into, not a few seconds and then hurriedly left. Immediately after, Lin Mo took a deep breath and carefully pressed the play button on the cell phone screen, and the recording file was slowly opened. In an instant, a low, slightly threatening voice came out of the cell phone speaker. Lin Bei, I've done everything you asked me to do. Please hurry up and let my family go. The anxious cries seemed to penetrate one's soul, allowing one to feel the fear and helplessness deep within the speaker's heart. After a short period of silence, another cold and unfeeling voice rang out. Don't be so anxious. As long as you wait until tomorrow, Milk Tea Paradise is on the headlines of all major media outlets. By then your family will naturally come back to you safe and sound. This voice came from none other than Lin Bei, his tone filled with the confidence of being in control of everything. However, before the other party responded, Lin Bei continued. But then, I kindly advise you, don't move any crooked thoughts to the police. If you let me know that you dare to do so, then the personal safety of your family. Humph, it cannot be said yo. Speaking of this, Lin Bei sneered eerily a few times, and this laughter was as creepy as an evil spirit from hell. As Lin Bei's words fell, the recording came to an abrupt end. The entire room instantly fell into a dead silence. With only the cell phone in Lin Mo's hand still emitting a faint glow, Lin Mo quietly listened to the recording, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, sketching out an imperceptible smile. He was seen skillfully operating his cell phone, quickly saving the video and audio recordings he had just made, as if this precious information was the most powerful weapon in his hands. After doing this, Lin Mo adjusted his sitting position slightly, then dialed another number without hesitation. A beeping wait tone soon sounded on the other end of the phone, and Lin Mo held the phone tightly, his eyes firm and sharp, as if he was anticipating what was about to happen next. The phone was quickly picked up after ringing a few times, only to hear an anxious voice from the opposite side. Big sister, the situation is urgent. I urgently need to test whether the ingredients used in Milk Tea Paradise are problematic or not. Lin Muyu didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately responded. No problem. Don't worry. I'll arrange for manpower to go over there. It shouldn't take them long to arrive. Hearing this, the other party was obviously relieved and hurriedly said, that would be great. Big sister, It's really troublesome for you. Thank you. Lin Muyu softly answered him and then hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, she started contacting the relevant people without stopping, and gave a detailed explanation of her tasks. On the other side, Lin Mo and Han Wenjun had long since arrived at Milk Tea Paradise, and the two of them waited with slight anxiety. It wasn't long before a group of staff dressed in white overalls, masks and gloves arrived in a hurry. Without saying a word, they immediately set to work on the testing. Lin Mo and Han Wenjun stood on the sidelines, watching the skillful and meticulous operations of the staff with rapt attention. Time passed by, and finally, after a series of complicated testing processes, the results came out. Only one of the staff members walked up to Lin Mo and reported with a grave expression. Mr. Lin Mo, after our comprehensive and careful testing, we can determine that the ingredients of this batch of milk tea do contain some harmful substances inside. These substances, if ingested over a long period of time, may trigger gastrointestinal discomfort in the human body, and even give people the feeling of wanting to go to the toilet frequently. After hearing these words, Lin Mo's face instantly became incredibly gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly, anger burning in his heart. Secretly cursed, this asshole actually dared to do such heartless things, in order to make money by any means. Total disregard for the health of the people. Simply worse than. Despite his anger, Lin Mo forced down the fire in his heart and expressed his sincere gratitude to the staff. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you very much for being able to complete this inspection so quickly and professionally. Only after the pedestrians had drifted away until they disappeared did Lin Mo turn around and face Han Wenjun with a solemn expression. Wenjun, the immediate priority is for you to go and purchase a batch of brand new raw materials. Remember, you must strictly control the quality and the quality. There must not be any sloppiness. After saying these words, Lin Mo stopped talking and turned around to walk towards the place where those discarded ingredients were placed. Minding his own business, he walked hurriedly, as if these waste ingredients were like a time bomb and had to be disposed of as soon as possible in order to have peace of mind. On the other hand, Han Wenjun didn't dare to delay for half a minute, and after hastily answering, he quickly organized the necessary items and hurriedly went out and ran towards the market. With that, the two men went their separate ways, and for a time a tense and busy atmosphere filled the room. Chapter 91 Lin Bei's Suppression. When Han Wenjun, as anxious as ants on the hot pot, dialed the original ingredient supplier's home phone, he was full of hope that the problem can be solved. However, fate is like a naughty child. Gave him a frustrating joke. The merchant said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Mr. Han, we don't have the kind of ingredient you need in stock here at the moment. Hearing this answer, Han Wenjun's heart felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, and he hurriedly pursued. How could it suddenly be out of stock? Wasn't it always available before? The merchant sighed, helplessly explaining, alas, a big customer came today, like a gust of wind, swept away all the ingredients in our store. It's a coincidence that what this customer wants to buy is exactly the same as what you need, so we really can't supply it to you now. After that, the businessman apologized again and again. However, that businessman is obviously just an outsider in this fiasco, like a child kept in the dark about how many complexities are involved behind the scenes. After Han Wenjun heard these words, his face instantly became as gloomy as a dark cloudy sky. He hung up the phone indignantly, then hurried to find Rimmer, ready to report this unexpected situation to him. After seeing Lin Mo, Han Wenjun exasperatedly yelled, Brother Mo, I just called and asked the original ingredient vendor, and they actually told me that they don't have any stock. And it's rumored that it's because a guy acted like a hungry wolf today and bought all the ingredients of the same type in one package. Needless to think, 9 times out of 10, this matter was the work of that dastardly Lin Bei. This guy is simply a synonym for despicable and shameless. What can we do now, Brother Mo? Lin Mo's brows furrowed after hearing this, analyzing with a grave face. According to the current situation, if we can't get this batch of ingredients, there's no way for us to open the store for business normally tomorrow. As soon as Han Wenjun heard this, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, anxiously rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth, his mouth still chanting, what should we do then? Are we just going to stand by and watch the store not open tomorrow? If that's the case, Lin Bei's side will definitely attract a large number of customers tomorrow, so we won't be able to compete with him even more. Lin Mo acted unusually calm, his deep eyes gazing at the empty shelves as he slowly said, since there are no more goods to be found here, we might as well head to another place to make another purchase. When this statement was made, everyone thought that this was indeed a good idea. However, could it be that Lin Bei, as smart as he was, had not thought of such a simple method? As expected, only after Lin Mo and Han Wenjun moved around a few places did they realize that those affordable and good quality things had been purchased by Lin Bei. Faced with this situation, Lin Mo had no choice but to settle for the second best, picking a batch of slightly more expensive goods. The idea is established. Lin Mo made a decision. Immediately sent Han Wenjun quickly go to the purchased goods back, only because this batch of goods is really urgent. A moment of delay. Immediately after, Lin Mo quickly dialed Wang Zhao's phone. Tone of voice in a hurry but clearly ordered. Quickly will be the original staff as much as possible to recall. Need to immediately start for tomorrow's matter to make all the preparations. Time passed quietly, and after about an hour had passed, the crowd had gathered together. Lin Mo did not hesitate to lay out in detail to each of them the tasks that each of them would have to undertake in a very fast speech. Just see his clear thinking. Well organized. The people move on command. A time the scene is hot. Everyone is busy. After several hours of concerted effort, the crowd managed to get all the ingredients back in place at around 7 p.m. that night. Looking at the employee's back as he walked away until he disappeared, Lin Mo let out a breath as if he was relieved. Then he turned his head, looked at Han Wenjun beside him with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Let's go. Wenjun, let's go have a meal first and relax a bit." Han Wenjun nodded slightly in agreement, and then followed Lin Mo out of the store called Milk Tea Paradise. And at this time in the store, only Wang Xiao is still silently doing the closing work. Side by side, the two walked slowly toward a bustling, lively snack street not far away. Along the way, Han Wenjun was silent, but when they were about to walk to the entrance of the snack street, Han Wenjun, who had been following closely behind Lin Mo, finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Mo, that Lin Bei is so arrogant and unscrupulous nowadays. Are we really going to just watch and do nothing?" Hearing Han Wenjun's words, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile as he comforted. "Wenjun don't be in a hurry. You know, as the ancients have said, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. Although the situation seems to be unfavorable to us at the moment, as long as we stay calm and think long term, we will always find a chance to fight back." After a slight pause for a moment, Lin Mo then said with confidence, "Moreover, Wenjun, don't worry about it. In a few days, I plan to organize a grand exhibition specifically for our Milk Tea Paradise as a way to attract more customers. At that time, when the time is ripe, we'll then publicize all those incriminating evidence about Lin Bei that we have in our hands, so that everyone can see his true colors. Only then will we be able to truly deal him a fatal blow and crush him completely." After listening to Lin Mo's plan, Han Wenjun's originally tightly wrinkled brows gradually stretched. He nodded his head in agreement and responded with anticipation. "Well, Brother Mo has a point, so let's do it according to your intention. I believe that by that time, we will be able to make sure that Lin Bei will be duly punished." The two men then began to dry their meal, quickly grabbing their bowls and chopsticks, and winded up starting to chow down. They had been hungry for a whole afternoon. Their stomachs had long been rumbling, and at this time, when the food was current, where did they still care about image and etiquette? One of them is holding the chopsticks tightly with his left hand, while his right hand keeps sending the food to his mouth. His cheeks are stuffed with bulges, like two little squirrels storing food for the winter. Another person is even more exaggerated. Directly picked up the bowl, a large mouthful of food. Throat from time to time issued a gurgling swallowing sound. It didn't take long for the delicious food that had been piled up on the table to be swept away, leaving only some empty plates and dishes, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. These two contentedly put down the cutlery in their hands and rubbed their round bellies with satisfied smiles on their faces. Chapter 92. The defeated Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat at the dining table, seemingly calmly enjoying his food, but his heart was tossing and turning like a rippling sea. Silently, he mentally planned the situations he would have to face next and the possible courses of action he might take. After dinner, the two exchanged heartfelt goodbyes and then each headed in the direction of their own homes. When Lin Mo pushed open the door of his home, he only saw Lin Muyu rush up like a gust of wind, full of concern, and couldn't wait to ask, "Xiao Mo, how is it? Nothing happened, right?" Her anxious look was as if she couldn't wait to check Lin Mo's entire body immediately. "Don't worry, big sister. I'm fine. What could happen?" Lin Mo revealed a relaxed smile, trying to appease his sister's nervous heart. At this moment, Lin father and mother also rushed over at the sound of the voice. They also looked up and down at Lin Mo with a worried face, fearing that their precious son had suffered a little bit of aggression. Seeing this, Lin Mo hurriedly waved his hand and said in relief, "Mom and Dad, it's really nothing, don't make such a fuss." However, the concern of parents for their children cannot be dispelled by a few words. Lin Muyu slightly fixed her mind and then asked, "I just heard Wang Xiao say that you guys seem to have been set up by that damnable Lin Bei. What the hell is going on? Quickly tell sis." Hearing this, the smile on Lin Mo's face didn't disappear. Instead, he looked more and more calm and collected. "Big sister, it's all settled. so you don't have to worry about it. However, I do have some important things here that I want to discuss with you. Thus, the siblings moved together to the living room and sat down. Lin Mo didn't drag his feet in the slightest and said bluntly, "Big sister, I'm planning to open a grand exhibition, inviting everyone to come and savor the delicious milk tea that I've made with my own hands. Moreover, I'm going to take the opportunity to publicize this ugly matter of Lin Bei instructing others to kidnap Wenjun, so that everyone can see his true colors." Speaking here, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "I hope big sister can help me ferment it properly so I can make my work shine and wow at the show." Lin Mo looked at his big sister in front of him with a smile on his face, his eyes full of expectation and trust. Big sister smiled brightly, patted her chest and said, "Okay, Xiao Ma, you can rest assured that this matter is wrapped up in the big sister on it, sure to give you a proper arrangement." Hearing his big sister answer so dryly, a big stone in Lin Mo's heart finally fell to the ground. He nodded happily and smiled with his big sister. After the two of them had finalized their discussion, Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the bathroom. After a whole day of busy running around, at this moment, he just wanted to comfortably soak in a hot bath and relax his exhausted body. The warm water poured down from the nozzle, gently washing over Rimmer's skin, taking away the day's labor and stress. He closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the peace and comfort of the moment. Unconsciously, tiredness set in, and by the time he got out of the shower, he was too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Thus, Lin Mo couldn't even blow dry his hair before falling headfirst onto the bed and entering sweet dreams. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was early morning the next day. The sunlight poured through the window and woke up the sleeping Lin Mo. He stretched a great deal, then quickly got up and washed up, ready to start a new day. As usual, Rimmer arrived at Milk Tea Paradise after packing up. Thanks to the timely and effective remedial measures taken the day before, the store was doing quite well, and although there were not as many customers as there used to be, it was not cold either. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo noticed a problem. Lin Bei's store next door seemed to be running some kind of promotion, attracting quite a few customers who originally belonged to Milk Tea Paradise. It turned out that Lin Bei had actually come up with the idea of increasing the discount with the help of cost reduction as a way to recruit more customers. It worked, resulting in a noticeable decrease in foot traffic at Milk Tea Paradise. In the face of this situation, Lin Mo did not care too much. He knew that competition in the business world was inevitable, and as long as he stood firm on quality and service, he would always retain those customers who really liked Milk Tea Paradise. Thinking of this, Lin Mo smiled slightly and calmly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. It didn't take long for the phone to be picked up, and a mature and magnetic male voice came from the receiver. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yeah, I wanted to ask about the shipment I ordered today." Before Lin Mo could finish his words, he was eagerly interrupted by the other party. "Mr. Lin, don't worry, we have the goods for today." "We do. There was just a small accident yesterday. I'm really sorry." "Oh, so that's how it is. That's good. Then please send someone over to me as soon as possible," Lin Mo said in a calm tone. "No problem. We'll arrange for someone to bring it to you right away. Please wait a moment." The other party agreed cheerfully. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo took a deep breath, organized his mood, and continued into his busy work. Lin Mo simply returned the word yes and then hung up without hesitation. His gaze slowly cast to Lin Bei's milk tea store not far away, only to see that it was crowded and bustling with customers, obviously loved and sought after by the general public. Seeing this sight, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel an unspeakable sense of sourness and loss welling up in his heart. One must know that this was the first time since Lin Mo was reborn into this life that he had suffered such a setback and blow, and it could be called the first time in his life that he had suffered a defeat. Time flew by like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye the day passed in such a hurry. However, for Lin Mo, this day had been unusually heavy and difficult, because just today, Milk Tea Paradise had suffered an unprecedented blow as its business had fallen apart due to Lin Bei's powerful monopolization, and it had suffered extremely heavy losses. Night falls, the lights come on. Physically and mentally exhausted Lin Mo dragged his heavy feet and slowly stepped into the door of the house. As soon as he entered the room, he collapsed on the sofa like a deflated ball, his eyes empty and lifeless, but his mind was frantically calculating various strategies to cope with the situation, thinking about what exactly to do in order to successfully attract a huge wave of traffic in the upcoming exhibition, thus reversing the current unfavorable situation. At this moment, the room was silent, and Lin Muyu was the only one sitting at the computer desk concentrating on the work in hand. Chapter 93. Suddenly, it was as if she felt a subtle fluctuation in airflow, and that extremely sharp sense of hearing seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of fog, precisely capturing the faint, yet clearly recognizable murmur from deep within Rimmer's heart. What better way is there? Anyway, the voice was as light as a fly, but it still didn't escape her radar like ears. After hearing this faint whisper, the originally busy and unceasing movements in her hands instantly stopped, then slowly turned her head, her gaze casting straight in the direction where Lin Mo was, only to see that Lin Mo was currently standing there with a frown on his face, seemingly completely oblivious to the fact that she had already discovered her abnormality. "What's the matter, Mo? Is something bothering you?" Lin Muyu asked in a soft voice, that soft tone full of concern and worry. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was fully immersed in his own disorganized thoughts, completely failed to anticipate that his sister would suddenly ask herself a question. This cold inquiry was like a thunderbolt exploding in his ears, frightening him and causing his body to tremble violently. Only after coming back to his senses did he raise his head in panic to look at his sister and stammered in response. "Ah, big sister, I'm not. Nothing." As he spoke, his eyes fluttered, not daring to meet his sister's gaze, and a fine bead of sweat appeared on his forehead at some point. Looking at her brother's so flustered and confused appearance, as well as the words that were obviously not sincere, Lin Muyu's heart instantly understood 7 or 8 points. This little guy definitely had something to hide from himself. However, instead of revealing him on the spot, she chose to pursue the matter in a more gentle and firm manner. "Don't hide it from big sister. If there's really something going on, just say it. Big sister will definitely do her best to help you." Lin Muyu smiled and said. That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, warm and reassuring. Hearing these words from his sister, Lin Mo only felt as if there was a warm spring that slowly flowed into his heart that was originally somewhat dry and cold. This warmth instantly spread throughout his body, causing his entire being to become warm, and even his eyes couldn't help but moisten and blur his vision. Thinking back to his last life, at that time he was just like a lonely drifting leaf, wandering around in a sea of people. No one cared. No one asked. In those days, he had tasted the cold and warmth of the world, and had seen all kinds of human conditions, but he had never felt such warm and intimate care and attention. And now, to be fortunate enough to have such an understanding big sister who was willing to support her unreservedly and unconditionally, this happiness cannot be described in words. At this moment, his heart is full of gratitude, but also because of this care, the light of hope for the future has been rekindled. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo told Lin Muyu exactly what had happened today. Lin Muyu responded gently after quietly listening to his brother's account. "Xiao Mo, don't take this matter to heart. When the exhibition officially starts, we just need to expose all the tricks Lin Bei has done, so that everyone knows about it, and then he'll naturally be broken." Lin Mo nodded in agreement with his big sister, but then he frowned and said, "Big sister, I actually think the same way, but the problem is, after this incident, we've already lost quite a bit of money, and if we don't think of a proper solution to this dilemma, I'm afraid that the subsequent development will be affected in no small way." Lin Muyu nodded deeply. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she began to seriously think about a response. After a while, just when everyone was in deep thought, Lin Muyu's bright, star-like eyes suddenly flashed with a glint of light, as if they had been struck by a sudden inspiration, only to see her excitedly stand up and walk briskly to Lin Mo's side, her face overflowing with joy that was hard to hide. She couldn't wait to open her mouth. That guy Lin Bei isn't just relying on getting some freebies and benefits to pull in those ordinary people as guests. Humph, that's too common a tactic. Lin Mo nodded slightly in agreement with his sister. After receiving her brother's response, Lin Muyu's excitement grew higher and higher, and then gushed, "In that case, we can totally find another way. For example, how about attracting another group of people, like those who have always been in love with third sister?" Speaking here, she paused for a moment, seeming to further conceptualize the idea in her mind, before adding confidently, "As long as we can invite third sister to be the spokesperson for us, with third sister's status and charisma in everyone's mind, we will definitely be able to succeed in attracting a large number of people to pay for it." Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this and he couldn't help but clap his hands. "That's right, you're so smart, big sister, why didn't I think of that? He. Then I'll hurry to find third sister to discuss it." With that, he turned away in a flurry of activity, full of joy and ready to go and carry out this brilliant plan. Lin Mo clutched the cell phone in his hand as if he were clutching a life-saving straw, and hurriedly darted towards his room. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to dial Lin Zhouju's number. Do. The phone continued to ring, each sound seeming to strike at Lin Mo's nervous heartstrings. Finally, the phone was picked up, and from the receiver came Lin Zhouju's clear and gentle voice. "Hey, Xiao Ma, what's wrong?" Lin Mo took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Third sister, are you free right now?" There was a slight pause on the other end of the phone, and then came Lin Zhouju's reply. "Well, Xiao Mo, I've just finished filming a promotional event over here, and I'm just about to pack up and go home. Hearing this news, Lin Mo's heart burst with joy and hurriedly said, "That's great. Third sister, hurry back. When you get home, I'll tell you about it in detail." Lin Zhouju seemed to sense the urgency in her brother's tone and responded without hesitation. "Alright, Xiao Mo. Sister will go back." After saying that, the phone hung up. Time passed by, and Lin Mo paced anxiously around the room, looking at the door from time to time, expecting Lin Zhouju to show up soon. Chapter 94 Effects. It was not known exactly how much time had passed, but in the originally incredibly quiet corridor outside the door, there finally slowly came a burst of extremely familiar footsteps. The footsteps came from far away, as if each step stepped on a person's heart. Just as the footsteps were becoming clearer and clearer, they were followed by the slight sound made by the turning of the door lock. There was a soft click and the door was gently pushed open, only to see Lin Zhouju appear at the door with a smile on his face, like the warm spring sun. Her figure was lithe and graceful, as if she were a blooming flower, emitting a charming fragrance. However, at this moment, Lin Mo simply couldn't wait for Lin Zhouju to put down the exquisite bag in his hand, and as if he was an arrow off the string, he rushed forward with an arrow step and a lightning-fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already tightly pulled Lin Zhouju's small, white and delicate hand, and then with a forceful tug, he directly pulled Lin Zhouju inside the room without a second thought. At the same time, Lin Mo also reached out and closed the door of the room behind him as fast as he could, moving in a single motion without the slightest bit of procrastination. Only after both of them had settled down on the sofa did Lin Mo calm his somewhat agitated mood a little. Then, he couldn't wait to open his mouth, and like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, he crackled and roughly told Lin Zhouju the whole story. In the middle of the narration, Lin Mo's speech was extremely fast, but it was well organized without the slightest bit of confusion, and Lin Zhouju, who was sitting on the side quietly listening, was acting extraordinarily serious. Her large, beautiful and touching eyes were always gazing intently at Lin Mo without blinking. As Lin Mo's narration progressed, she would nod her head slightly from time to time, indicating that she was listening attentively and understanding what the other party was saying. Not only that, but from her deep eyes, the slightest hint of concern and contemplation flowed out from time to time. After Lin Mo had managed to tell the whole story in its entirety, Lin Zhouju, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up in a huff without saying a word and without hesitation, only to see her move sharply as she grabbed the cell phone that was sitting on the coffee table, and then quickly dialed several phone numbers. In the next few short minutes, with her excellent communication skills and wide range of contacts, Lin Zhouju surprisingly succeeded in contacting a rather professional photography team and got them to promise to come here immediately to help with the photo shoot. And so it was that an intense and well-organized preparatory work began in full swing. The staff responsible for setting up the scene acted quickly. Some were busy adjusting the angle and brightness of the lights, striving to create the most perfect light and shadow effects. Some carefully select and place various background cloth curtains, trying to create the most visually appealing picture atmosphere. Others are carefully fiddling with various props, hoping to add more highlights and interest to their photos through these small details. It didn't take long for all the preparations to be completed. At this point, the entire room has been turned into a makeshift professional studio. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind waiting for the protagonists to stand in front of the camera to show their most wonderful side. With the photographer's command, the much-anticipated shoot finally kicked off. Only Lin Zhouju, dressed in a gorgeous long dress, walked lightly in front of the camera. She lifted her chin slightly, a confident and charming smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and her whole person exuded an elegant and generous temperament. The professional photographer on the side was fully concentrated on fiddling with the camera in his hand, constantly changing the shooting angle, trying to capture the stunningly beautiful moments of Lin Zhouju from all directions. Time passed by. As the photographer pressed the shutter again and again, a set of beautiful photos gradually presented in front of everyone. However, the work was far from over. Lin Zhouju took on the task herself, scrutinizing each and every photo, screening them one by one with her keen eye and superb aesthetic ability. She doesn't hesitate to eliminate photos that are slightly flawed or less than perfect. For the gems left behind, they are carefully post-processed, adjusting light, color and other details, striving to make each photo look its best. After a lot of hustle and bustle, all the photos are finally all refined. But Lin Zhouju did not stop. She immediately in non-stop communication with the relevant staff, discussing in detail about the release of the endorsement of the various matters, from the development of the publicity program to the selection of release channels, to the control of the time nodes. She personally involved in each link, not sparing any of the nuances that may affect the final effect. When all the steps were successfully completed, Lin Mo and Lin Zhouju sat together in front of the computer, staring nervously at the screen. With a single click of the mouse, The last step of the operation is declared complete. The screen then popped up, has been sent successfully, prompt words. The two coincidentally looked at each other and smiled. The heart of the heavy stone finally fell to the ground. A feeling of relief surged to the heart. All that remains to be done is to wait quietly for tomorrow and hope that the endorsement will yield outstanding results beyond imagination. The night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the early morning of the next day. The sunlight poured into the room through the cracks in the curtains, and Rimmer woke up leisurely. He subconsciously reached out and touched his bedside cell phone, and the first message he saw after unlocking it made him stifle a laugh. It turned out that the names of Milk Tea Paradise and Lin Joju had both made it onto the hot search lists of all major social media platforms, and had become a hotly debated topic among netizens. The early morning sunlight poured through the window, and Rimmer stretched and got up from the bed. He sleepily walked into the restroom and washed his face with cold water, feeling much more refreshed. Then, he quickly completed the simple washing process and went to the table to enjoy a nutritious breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Mo did not dare to delay for a moment. Immediately set off to the legendary Milk Tea Paradise. Along the way, his mind was filled with anticipation, thinking that he would be able to taste the mouth-watering and delicious milk tea as soon as possible. However, when he was still some distance away from the Milk Tea Paradise, he could see from afar that a long line had formed in front of him. People either waited patiently or looked anxiously ahead. In stark contrasto, Milk Tea Paradise is the milk tea store across the street from Lin Bei. Although the store is still patronized by many customers, the number of people is obviously not as many as the Milk Tea Paradise. At this time, in the office on the top floor of this high-rise building, Lin Bei is standing in front of the window with a face full of anger, overlooking the scene of his own store and the competitor Milk Tea Paradise downstairs. He could never have imagined that Lin Mo would be able to find a way to deal with his predicament so quickly that his business would be severely affected. While Qinyu, who was standing on the side, softly comforted the furious Lin Bei and racked her brain to think of a strategy to deal with it. She knew that this business competition was crucial for Lin Bei, and if she couldn't turn the situation around in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. So the two men began to talk intensely, trying to figure out a brilliant solution that would regain market share and beat their rivals. Chapter 95, the exhibition begins. Over the next few days, the store Milk Tea Paradise could be described as overcrowded. Every day, a large number of tourists come here, either attracted by the rich milk aroma or hearing about the unique flavor of the milk tea here, and come to buy and taste it. In contrast, the milk tea store operated by Lin Bei looks a bit cold, and business is slightly inferior. In the face of such a situation, Lin Bei, after much deliberation, resolutely adjusted his strategy and set his sights on the milk tea exhibition organized by Lin Mo. It was important to realize that Lin Mo had gone to great lengths for this exhibition, and he was determined to use this opportunity to attract massive amounts of traffic. Because of this, he hadn't set too many restrictive conditions for those attending the exhibition, which undoubtedly gave Lin Bei an excellent opportunity. Thus, Lin Bei successfully gained admission. Time flies, and the day of the official opening of the exhibition will come in the blink of an eye. The show was held on a luxury cruise ship, an idea that in itself managed to attract a lot of attention. When one boards this cruise ship, one cannot help but marvel at its lavish interior. The whole cruise ship is brilliant and beautiful, showing nobility and elegance everywhere. And all of this was carefully planned and arranged by Lin Muyu, Lin Mo's eldest sister. Walking inside the cruise ship, you can see a wide array of food on display. The beautifully arranged cakes of all kinds were staggered and gave off a tantalizing aroma. In addition, there are many mouth-watering and delicious dishes. Of course, the most eye-catching is the Milk Tea Paradise unique characteristics of milk tea. They are in a variety of exquisite containers. Colorful drinks in the light of the illumination is like a piece of art. In addition to those famous netizens and the general public, several of Jiangcheng's major powerful families had also sent representatives to attend the event. Bai Menghan and her Bai family naturally would not be absent. In addition, Qinyu of the Qin family surprisingly appeared here as well, and she had brought Lin Bei along with her. More unexpected is, even far away in the capital of the summer family, Miss Xia Yan also came a long way to support the scene, making the whole scene more and more grand and grand up. Inside the spacious and bright hall, Lin father and mother were sitting around a large luxurious round table with the Bai family. They were smiling and talking cordially. On the other hand, the three sisters of the Lin family were closely surrounding Lin Mo. Lin Mo said to the other three sisters with a serious face, "Sister, later on, we have to watch the surveillance screen carefully. We can't let any traces slip. We must discover those suspicious people in time." His gaze was firm and focused, as if he had foreseen a possible crisis. Upon hearing this, the three sisters nodded their heads and agreed, saying that they would do their best to accomplish the task. They knew that the matter was of great importance and did not dare to slacken off in the slightest. Immediately afterward, Lin Bei walked towards the door of the monitoring room with a steady pace. Each step seemed extraordinarily heavy and seemed to carry an enormous amount of pressure. He prayed silently in his heart. I hope nothing serious will happen today. However, fate always likes to play tricks on people, and often the more you fear, the more likely it is to happen. At this moment, all three sisters clearly heard this voice of worry deep within Lin Mo's heart. In an instant, the originally relaxed atmosphere became grave, and everyone's nerves were tightened to the extreme. They glanced at each other, their eyes revealing an unprecedented alertness. Meanwhile, throughout the cruise ship, travelers were immersed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Children laughed and played, couples snuggled together, and the elderly leisurely enjoyed the sea view. However, just behind this seemingly harmonious and beautiful scene, there are quietly a few more suspicious figures that do not fit in with the surroundings. Just as these uninvited guests drew people's attention, Lin Bei had already arrived at a high platform with a wide view. He was seen holding a delicate microphone tightly in his right hand, while his left hand was carrying a steaming cup of milk tea. After standing still, he first elegantly bowed deeply to the audience on stage, showing good breeding and demeanor. As he rose and stood up straight, a thunderous burst of applause suddenly rang out, sweeping across the sky. The crowd was extremely enthusiastic and expectant of this handsome young man, and the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax. Lin Bei cleared his throat, smiled, raised the cup of milk tea in his hand, and began to introduce himself to the crowd in detail. Hello everyone, it's a great honor to stand here today and bring you this delicious milk tea, our latest launch. First, allow me to start by describing its appearance. You see, this cup of milk tea is as warm and moist as jade in color, covered with a layer of delicate and dense milk cover, like a small snow mountain towering over it, and on top of that milk cover, there are some stars sprinkled with crushed nuts and chocolate powder, as if the twinkling stars in the night sky are as fascinating. With Lin Mo's colorful narration, there were bursts of gasps from time to time from the stage, followed by a burst of warm applause like a tidal wave. After Lin Bei finished introducing the signature products of Milk Tea Paradise one by one, he turned slightly and his gaze landed on Lin Bei, who was on the stage, then said with a smile, I'm sure everyone here must be curious as to who owns that milk tea store directly across from our Milk Tea Paradise that's also doing brisk business? Ha ha, let me reveal the answer now. That owner is sitting on the stage right now, and he's none other than Mr. Lin Bei. Hearing this, the eyes of the entire room instantly focused on Lin Bei, while Lin Bei smiled somewhat embarrassedly and waved his hand in greeting to the people around him. Lin Bei continued, the milk tea store run by Lin Bei has indeed become a strong competitor to our Milk Tea Paradise, but please rest assured that this exhibition today is merely the launch of our Milk Tea Paradise's new product, and there is absolutely no intention to discredit Mr. Lin Bei's milk tea shop in the slightest. After all, everyone has different preferences for food, and I can't influence which store people will ultimately choose to buy their favorite milk tea from. But then, before that, I wish to show you a little video. With that, Lin Bei gestured, and the large screen behind him then lit up, and an elaborate video began to play. Chapter 96, Evidence That Has Disappeared. Just as Lin Bei took a deep breath and made up his mind to prepare to press the play button to show that crucial video to the crowd, suddenly, the entire scene seemed to be violently covered by a large invisible hand, and all the lights went out without warning. In an instant, darkness swept in like a tidal wave, and the originally bright space became out of reach all of a sudden. At the same time, the carefully prepared video also lost its response as if by magic, and could not be played normally no matter how it was operated. In an instant, there was an uproar, and screams of horror rose and fell. People panicked in the darkness, groping around for an exit or an object to lean on. Lin Muyu, who had been closely watching the scene in the monitoring room, saw this sudden change. His heart tightened, and without hesitation, he flew to where the electric switch was. When she arrived there, panting, she caught only a glimpse of 2 or 3 figures dressed in black hurrying away by the faint emergency light. However, Lin Muyu did not impulsively go after those mysterious black-clothed men immediately, because she knew that the most urgent task at this moment was to repair the electric switch as soon as possible, so that the scene could regain light and order. So she quickly pulled out her cell phone and urgently called the relevant personnel to come to repair the electric gate. Time passed by, each second seeming extraordinarily long to everyone present. Finally, after an anxious wait, with a snap, the lights, like lit torches, came on one by one, illuminating the venue, which had just been immersed in darkness. At this moment, Lin Bei, however, acted unusually calm as he stood in place expressionlessly, as if he had anticipated everything that was happening in front of him. Those deep eyes glittered imperceptibly in the bright light, making it difficult to grasp what was really going on inside him. Lin Bei slowly turned his head, and his gaze went straight to Lin Bei, who was on the side. Only the corners of Lin Bei's mouth rose slightly, outlining an evil smile that revealed a disturbing confidence and complacency. After only a moment of staring at each other, Lin Mo's heart was clear. This accident was precisely planned by Lin Bei. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown slightly and fall into a brief moment of contemplation. I said, how come this guy is not in a hurry to destroy the evidence I have in my hands? It turns out that he has set such a sinister trap for me here. He mused darkly. And Lin father and Lin mother, who had been silently observing the two's movements, coincidentally turned their eyes toward Lin Bei after hearing Lin Mo's heartfelt words. What they saw was Lin Bei's provocative face and his undisguised contemptuous eyes. Even Bai Menghan, who was standing not far away, noticed the commotion over here, and when she followed the gazes of the crowd, the look on her face suddenly changed. Her originally calm, water-like face rippled at the moment, and she bit her lips tightly as deep disgust flowed from her eyes. Afterwards, Lin Mo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down from the tension he had just felt. Then he cleared his throat and shouted in a loud voice, "Please don't be alarmed, everyone. It was just a momentary power overload that caused the tripping, but it's completely fixed now, so please don't worry." However, right at this moment, Lin Bei, who was standing not far from the stage, suddenly interrupted him with a voice. Even though it's as simple as just tripping a circuit breaker, who can make sure that there won't be other big problems that are more serious next? And how are you going to take responsibility for this in case it does jeopardize lives? Lin Bei's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, especially when he mentioned the words life-threatening. The crowd under the stage, which was still a little calm, suddenly exploded and became no longer calm. People began to talk and murmur, with looks of fear and anxiety on their faces. Facing such a chaotic scene, Lin Mo felt a bit at a loss. All he could do was wipe the beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead while he kept explaining and reassuring the people on stage, "Please believe us. Nothing like this will happen again." But no matter how much he tried to talk, it seemed difficult to quell the panic in the hearts of the crowd. Just as the situation was getting out of control, Bai Menghan, who had been sitting in her seat silently observing the developments, finally stood up. She walked slowly onto the stage with elegant steps, and after coming beside Lin Mo, she smiled and said to the crowd on the stage, "Dear friends, please remain calm and there is no need to be overly alarmed. Here, on behalf of the White family, I solemnly promise that we will do our best to safeguard everyone's lives, so please don't worry." As soon as Bai Menghan's words fell, the originally noisy crowd on stage miraculously quieted down. After all, the Bai family is a highly prestigious family in the area, and since Bai Menghan personally came forward to make such a guarantee, the fear in the hearts of the people was also slightly alleviated. Seeing that Bai Menghan had managed to stabilize the situation, Lin Bei, who was standing by the side, was so angry that his face turned green. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes glittered with anger and jealousy. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the cruise ship, the three sisters were staring at the screen carefully searching for the traces of those mysterious men in black. After some searching, they finally found their target. It turned out that there were only 3 of them in total, and it was very likely that they were lurking among the bustling crowd on the stage. Subsequently, Lin Muyu realized the seriousness of the current situation and did not hesitate to take a series of measures to strengthen security. He urgently deployed more trained and experienced security personnel and set up multiple additional security lines to ensure order and the safety of people at the scene. At the same time, he also personally led an elite squad to begin an all-out search for any suspicious characters that might exist. At this time, Lin Mo, who was standing on the stage, was facing a thorny problem. The video of the key evidence that was supposed to appear on the big screen had disappeared. However, this little setback did not disorganize the clever and resourceful Lin Mo, only to see him quickly take out his own cell phone from his pocket, ready to show this important evidence to everyone present through the screencasting function. Lin Bei under the stage witnessed Lin Mo's every move and pondered in his heart, but his face did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, as if he had a good idea of what was about to happen. Just as Lin Mo was about to successfully cast the screen and play that crucial video, something unexpected happened again. Chapter 97, Danger. The video that was originally playing on the big screen suddenly disappeared without warning, and in its place, a series of dazzling codes quickly took over the entire screen. Seeing this scene, all the eyes on the scene focused on the big screen, and everyone instantly realized in their hearts this was obviously a virus. Lin Mo, who was standing at the side, was also completely confused at the moment. Even though he had made certain mental preparations before, he didn't expect that things would develop into this, that he would be set up so easily by Lin Bei. And for a moment, he had no idea how to react. Seeing that the situation was gradually getting out of control, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a nameless fire welling up in his heart. Furious, he took the microphone in his hand, and without hesitation, aimed it at his cell phone and pressed play. In an instant, A clear, loud sound came out of the stereo, and an all too familiar phrase was amplified several times, echoing clearly throughout the space. When this recording was played, the crowd coincidentally turned their eyes toward Lin Bei. However, in the face of the crowd's skeptical and scrutinizing gazes, Lin Bei acted unusually calm and composed, not showing the slightest hint of weakness or panic, only to see him speak nonchalantly. This recording of yours may also be synthesized by technical means. How can you slander me on the basis of such a piece of recording that you do not know whether it is true or not? The moment Lin Bei's words left his mouth, it was as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 waves, and the people present immediately began to talk and whisper. They have been engaged in heated discussions and judgments about the authenticity of the recording, with all sorts of speculation and skepticism, because Lin Bei's response, which appeared to be a light-hearted but actually had a hidden mystery, made Lin Mo's plan to completely bring Lin Bei down at once with this recording fall through. Just as the crowd was having different thoughts and still arguing about the matter, suddenly a deafening gunshot broke the original noisy atmosphere. Immediately after, only heard a burst of rapid footsteps from far and near. A group of heavily armed mysterious people like a tide rushed into the room. The guy in the lead wore an eerie and horrifying mask, holding a blackened pistol tightly in his hand, the blackened muzzle flashing with a chilling light, only to hear him shout at the top of his lungs, "All of you get down! Hands on your head! Whoever dares to move, I'll shoot them!" Accompanying this roar was the simultaneous sound of deafening gunfire, which seemed to tear the air apart, causing the hearts of everyone present to instantly rise to their throats. The crowd was scared to death by the sudden change of events. There was no time to think, so they instinctively followed the group's request to lie down on the ground, one by one shivering, their hands clasped their heads, fearing that the slightest carelessness would bring about the disaster of killing. Seeing everyone obediently doing as they were told, the masked man nodded his head in satisfaction, then continued in an icy voice, "Hand over everything of value you have on you, move faster, don't dawdle." Once these words came out, although all the people in their hearts did not want to give up, but in order to save their own little lives, they still endured the pain and pulled out those possessions on their bodies that they regarded as treasures. At one time, a variety of gold and silver jewelry, expensive watches, bulging wallets and other items scattered all over the ground. Lin Mo and Bai Menghan naturally didn't dare to disobey, and after the two of them looked at each other, they sighed helplessly before silently handing over the valuables they were carrying. However, at this moment, Lin Mo didn't have the heart to pay attention to these belongings. His eyes kept sweeping around the crowd, trying to look for the figures of his three sisters. However, after searching for half a day, he never saw any trace of them, which made Lin Mo impatient, his heart hanging in mid-air. At that exact moment, one of the robbers walked up to Lin Mo. Lin Mo hurriedly forced himself to be calm and quickly handed the other party what he had in his hand, while glancing at Lin Bei on the side with the rest of his eyes, wanting to see what was going on with him, only to see Lin Bei surprisingly acted unusually calmly, not showing the slightest hint of panic in the face of the robber's threat. Lin Mo's heart tightened as he secretly pondered, could this matter be related to Lin Bei? How else could he be so calm? As expected, when the masked man paced in front of Lin Bei and realized that this guy actually didn't immediately hand over his precious things like the others, he was furious and yelled loudly at the top of his voice, "Brat, quickly pull out the valuable stuff on you for me, or don't blame me for not being polite." In the face of the masked man's growl, not only was Lin Bei not afraid, but he instead scowled towards the other party, as if he was sending some sort of message. This scene happened to be watched by Lin Mo, who had been keeping an eye on them, and the doubts in his heart became more and more intense. However, that mysterious masked man didn't care about Lin Bei's reaction, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. The masked man continued to yell loudly at the top of his voice, asking Lin Bei to hurry up and hand over the incredibly precious item. Facing the powerful and aggressive masked man, Lin Bei, who knew that he was not an opponent, sighed helplessly, and even though he had a lot of reluctance in his heart, he was forced by the situation and eventually obediently handed over the item in his hand, which he regarded as a treasure, to the masked man. Just then, a vicious robber waddled up to Bai Menghan. Just see this robber colorful staring at Bai Menghan look non-stop, obviously to Bai Menghan up to the evil heart. That pair of dirty hands even more cannot wait to reach out, trying to touch Bai Menghan delicate cheeks. When it was too late, Lin Mo, who had been paying close attention to the movements over here, wouldn't just stand by and watch Bai Menghan suffer such an insult. He saw the time, jumped up, like a lightning bolt quickly rushed to the front of the robber, followed by both hands tightly grabbed the robber's arm, and then twisted, and then used his whole body to lift the robber high up in the air in an arc, and then fell heavily to the ground. This series of actions in one fell swoop, clean, only to hear bang a muffled sound. The robber fell solidly on the hard ground. The pain of his grimacing issued a pig-like howl. In an instant, The other robbers around them were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They had never expected that someone would actually dare to move on Taeyangtu. After a short period of shock, these robbers came back to their senses and immediately raised the blackened muzzles in their hands, aiming at Lin Mo in unison. Facing the threat of so many guns, Lin Mo knew that he couldn't act rashly, so he raised his hands in surrender without hesitation. The robber who had just fallen to the ground struggled to get up slowly from the ground. Annoyed and enraged, he stared at Lin Mo with a pair of bloodshot eyes, staring at Lin Mo dead in the face, his mouth still cursing and swearing. Suddenly, the robber flew up and kicked viciously towards Lin Mo and roared viciously, "Brat! How dare you spoil my good deed! Today I'll let you know what happens when a hero saves a beauty." Poor Lin Mo was caught off guard by this powerful kick to the abdomen. His entire body flew out several meters like a kite with broken strings, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Lin Mo covered his stomach in pain, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down on his forehead. Bai Menghan, who stood on the sidelines and witnessed the whole process, as well as Lin father and mother, were anxious, their hearts in their throats, worrying that Lin Mo would be seriously injured as a result, especially Bai Menghan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she anxiously looked at Lin Mo who was lying on the ground, itching to immediately rush forward to help him up. On the other hand, Lin's father and mother were nervously watching the development of the situation while secretly praying that Lin Mo would be safe. Chapter 98, A Bright Future. Just as the man raised his foot and was about to kick the fallen Lin Mo hard again, Lin's father, who had been standing by the side, was anxious and wanted to rush over to stop him. However, just then, Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground, quickly stopped his father's action with a look. This look conveyed a firmness and a certain deep meaning, causing Lin's father to finally stop after hesitating for a moment. Seeing that the power-filled kick was about to hit Lin Mo, in the nick of time, a man wearing a mask suddenly reached out and pulled the abuser back, and lowered his voice to say to him, "Don't dawdle, hurry up and get what we need. If we wait for the police, it'll be too late." Hearing this, the man glared viciously at Lin Mo and muttered, "Humph, count your kid lucky today." Then he turned around and hurriedly acted according to the masked man's instructions. Bai Menghan, who was standing not far away, saw this scene, and the taut strings in her heart finally relaxed a little, and she gently let out a long breath, thankful that this violence did not escalate further. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the three sisters of the Lin family were staring nervously at the screen, not even daring to utter a single breath. Fortunately, due to the hidden location of the surveillance room, they were not discovered by the robbers. However, even so, the hearts of the three people were still clenched together, incomparably worried about Lin Mo's safety. As early as the beginning of the incident, they have decisively reported to the police, only hoping that the police can arrive at the scene as soon as possible to rescue the hostages. At that exact moment, only another group of people broke into the picture. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that these people are security personnel in charge of defense. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel in his heart when he saw this group of security personnel appear. These security personnel are obviously not idle people, and they can actually be subdued by the robbers so easily, which shows that the robbers are by no means as simple as ordinary petty thieves. After these security personnel had crouched down, suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound cut through the air into the ears of everyone. It didn't take much to realize that the sound was none other than the sirens coming from a police car. The robbers, who were still slightly calm, became panicked when they heard the siren, and one of them even anxiously shouted out to his other companions, "Quickly, quickly take all those valuables with you. The police will be here soon." The masked men went out to engage the police, who were afraid to do anything because they were carrying guns. After they packed up the loot, the masked man put his gun on Lin Mo's head while the other one pulled Bai Menghan. The two became hostages, and when they came out, they saw that outside the cruise ship, there were many yachts, and the robbers slowly brought Lin Mo and Bai Menghan onto the yacht. After the robbers all boarded the yacht, they quickly left, and since there were still two hostages, Lin Mo and Bai Menghan, the police sent a yacht to follow them closely from a distance. The people on the cruise ship were all safe and sound, and at this moment, Lin Bei was on the cruise ship with a bad smile on his face. Lin Mo couldn't do anything about it, but could only think of a way to solve the matter at hand. The masked man kept looking at the police yacht, and Lin Mo gave Bai Menghan a look. Lin Mo then instantly got up and pounced on the masked man, while Bai Menghan quickly got up and stomped on the other robber's foot with her high heel, then quickly bumped into him. Lin Mo, on the other hand, snatched the masked man's gun over before giving him a kick, but just then, the mysterious masked man was seen carefully stepping out of the cabin, a cold, glittering pistol clutched in his hand, and walking straight in the direction of the police. At the same time, several other robbers had brought up their own weapons and stood at attention. The police side, seeing that the other side was carrying such a dangerous gun, did not dare to act rashly for a while, and the two sides stood there in a stalemate. After a while, these robbers finally packed up all the loot, and then one of the masked men suddenly walked over to Lin Mo and put his black hole gun directly above his head. The other robber quickly reached out and pulled Bai Menghan aside, firmly controlling the two hostages. Immediately afterward, the two poor hostages were roughly pushed and shoved out of the cruise ship by the hijackers. As soon as they arrived outside, they realized that a number of yachts had already gathered on the sea around them, all of which were obviously tools that the robbers had prepared in advance to use for their escape. The robbers unhurriedly escorted Lin Mo and Bai Menghan slowly onto a yacht, their movements appearing unusually skillful. After everyone had successfully boarded the yacht, the engine immediately roared to life, and the yacht sped away like an arrow off a string. However, since the robbers still had two important hostages, Lin Mo and Bai Menghan, in their hands, the police didn't choose to forcefully intercept them, but instead sent a yacht to follow them from afar, closely monitoring the robbers' every move. The people who stayed on the cruise ship at the moment, on the other hand, were always relieved. Everyone was thankful that they were able to escape. The whole scene was a bit chaotic, but luckily no one was hurt. However, no one noticed that at this moment, in a corner of the cruise ship, Lin Bei was watching all of this with a bad smile on his face. It seemed that the shocking hijacking was completely expected of him. On the contrary, Lin Mo was powerless in the face of such a critical situation, but he didn't give up, and kept secretly calculating in his mind how he could get out of the predicament at hand. Right at this moment, the masked man's attention was all focused on the police yacht that was following closely behind, and he didn't notice in the slightest the meaningful look that was exchanged between Lin Mo and Bai Menghan. It was too late, only to see Lin Mo suddenly rise up violently and pounce towards the masked man beside him in a lightning-fast manner. Caught off guard, the masked man was tackled to the ground by Lin Mo in one fell swoop. At the same time, Bai Menghan did not show any weakness. She saw the right moment and quickly raised her foot, stepping hard on the other robber's foot with the heel of her pointed high heel. The robber let out a scream and almost jumped in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Menghan slammed forward again in a smooth manner and slammed headfirst into this robber's body. Just hear bang a muffled sound. The robber was knocked to the ground. Half a day cannot get up. The masked man is by no means a generalized person. He is big and strong, and at a glance, he knows that he is not easy to deal with. Immediately afterward, Lin Mo rushed forward without hesitation and engaged in a fierce close-quarters fight with those two fierce and vicious guys. At the same time, Bai Menghan quickly ran to the side and started the yacht, her movements skillful and sharp, her eyes firm and focused. With the roar of the engine, the yacht sped away like an arrow off a string. However, the situation at the scene instantly became extremely chaotic. The other yachts were like sharks that had smelled blood and had lunged towards Lin Mo and the others. For a while, the sea was choppy and the waves were splashing. Right in the middle of this thrilling twisting and fighting, Lin Mo made a mistake and was pushed hard by the man wearing a mask, and his whole body fell into the water like a kite with broken strings. Seeing this scene, Bai Menghan was so anxious that she jumped into the sea without thinking and followed closely behind. Seeing this situation, the police took immediate action. On the one hand, they launched a hot pursuit of the robbers. On the other hand, professional lifeguards were urgently deployed to the rescue. Thankfully, both Bai Menghan and Lin Mo were expert swimmers. Despite being in the midst of the waves, he managed to get out without any injuries thanks to his excellent water skills and tenacity. After a tense and exciting battle, the robbers were finally all caught. Surprisingly, after investigation, it was found that these robbers were inextricably linked to Lin Bei. It turned out that Lin Bei had secretly instructed 3 of his men to provide important information to the robbers in order to make money, thus triggering the storm. As the saying goes, the net of heaven is wide open, and Lin Bei was brought to justice for his crimes. After this incident, everything gradually returned to calm. The milk tea paradise operated by Lin Mo quickly became popular on social media and became a much-anticipated Netflix store due to its unique flavors and distinctive decor. The Lin family's business was booming and prosperous under Lin Muyu's careful management, presenting a scene of prosperity. And after Lin Mo and Bai Menghan went through this life and death test, their feelings became deeper and deeper. Eventually, the two walked hand in hand into the marriage hall and tied the knot. On the day of the wedding, Lin Mo looked at Bai Menghan with deep affection and said softly, "Thank God for letting me meet such a wonderful you."